The Tower of Bashan. The Epic of Andraste and Rondel, Volume 3. Prologue. In the black of night, the hour of the panther as it was called in the jungle, Andraste glided through the dozens of twisting caverns that acted as Master Enzi's main training ground. Fully armed and armored except for bare feet, she kept her boots strapped to her pack to aid her in maintaining silence. For years she had honed every fighting skill imaginable in those caverns, the results of which were thick muscles and lightning reflexes. She had earned every scar that adorned her dark skin. Nightmares of the place haunted her dreams. Yet, a persistent tug to remain hounded her as she neared the exit. She emerged into a starlit night, leaving behind every person she had come in contact with since becoming Enzi's student. She froze. All except one, she thought. Master Enzi sat lazily on a nearby boulder. As was his preference, he wore no clothes except for a pair of short, knee-length trousers of tiger skin. He gazed down the mountainside, into the valley below where other training implements and obstacle courses lay hidden beneath the jungle canopy. Though unseen, the rushing sound of the Congo River drowned many of the nighttime sounds of the wild. Andraste had planned to follow the river into the grass plains near her home. "You can breathe," Enzi said without looking back. "I know you're there. Put your boots on and come here." She scowled. She knew she hadn't made a sound or given off any smell, yet, as usual, he knew not only where she was, but what she was doing. She put on her boots and walked to him. "I did not give you permission to leave," he said. "I did not ask." He grunted. "You are no longer a scared and weak little girl, Amani." She winced at the use of her birth name. "I also haven't been Amani for some time." "Then why do you still feel the need to run home to your father like a child?" "You heard the news. He's in trouble and I can help." "The news is years old. If he truly wanted your help, he would have sent for you." "Years? Why did you hide the information from me?" "Because if I had told you then, you would have done exactly what you're doing now. In your first couple years I might not have cared. You were next to useless then, except to motivate the weakest of the boys. But then just when I was ready to give up on you, you finally came around. Then you intrigued me. So, when I learned of the news of your father, I kept it hidden. I had hoped after a couple more years, your wisdom might grow along with your skills. But based on this," he said, apprising her, "I was wrong." She shrugged. "I need to leave. No one in your tribe loves you. No one ever has. My mother was never a part of your tribe. Just as you've never been. That is why you wear that scar. No one would have dared to do that to one of your sisters. I still need to leave. I expected you would say as much. If he tells me no, I can be back within a week. You will not be welcomed." Her eyes widened. "What? The first rule I gave you is that you leave when I tell you to leave. Not before. Leave without my command, and you will not be allowed back." Andraste clenched her fists. "So be it. I've passed every test, won every challenge, and defeated every opponent pitted against me. I've learned all I can learn from you. That attitude is exactly why you're not ready to leave." He stood, and shooed her away with the back of his hand like a wild dog. "But go. I can see you won't listen. Face your father and hear his answer. When he tells you no, go be the warrior you think you are. Perhaps you'll not die before you learn the lessons I hope to teach you." He spun on his heels and disappeared into the cave. Andraste paused for a moment, thinking of the torturous life, the veritable hell she had gone through under Enzi's instruction. "Why do I care what he thinks? He doesn't care for me." His niggling voice echoed in her mind. "My job isn't to care, but to teach." She shook her head, tired of Enzi's ways. She'd do as she pleased. Andraste stood in her father's throne room waiting for him to appear. Her family, dozens of people, surrounded the perimeter of the room, yet none acknowledged her. Some things don't change. She glanced around the space, ignoring the people, and instead studied the throne room itself. But others do. Tiny holes from time and neglect pocked the mortar of the gray granite walls. The once vibrantly detailed tapestries that hung from ceiling to floor had begun to fade. Without a thorough knowledge of Juntark's history, one might have trouble determining the scenes depicted on those wall coverings. Even to her, the Battle of Malindi and the Great Hunt of the Gorgos were almost indistinguishable. Worse than I feared. An outsider might not bat an eye at the aging palace, but that was because an outsider did not know her father. The man she remembered would have hired an entire team of masons the moment the first crack in the mortar appeared. And new carpets, bigger and more grand, to replace the old. Andrasta had never been close to her father. If not for their shared blood, he might have disowned her after her mother's passing. As his fifth wife, the marriage held no special place in the Dawaro tribe except for the peace it brought to the northern border Juntark shared with Kale. At least it worked. She frowned. The two nations have enjoyed years of peace. All it cost was the happiness of one woman and her daughter. Neither love nor respect had ever existed between her parents, though she knew her mother, at least, had tried to find both early in their union. The differences in race, religion, and nationalities were just too much to overcome. Not like he had been a caring man anyway. Andrasta's mother thought a child might improve the marriage, but it had only driven her parents further apart. Not a son, but an addition to a sea of daughters. The only interest she recalled her father ever showing her mother came when he wanted a night with his pale bride. Andrasta's hands opened and closed. She took a deep breath. Years had passed, and yet the memories stung as if the events had occurred yesterday. Spear butts clacked against the floor. Those in attendance stood aunts, uncles, stepmothers, sisters, and younger brothers finally gained from her father's eighth wife. Andrasta had been at her father's home for the better part of an hour and in the dining hall for half as long. With no one willing to speak with her, one question kept repeating itself in her mind. Why did I come here? A servant beat on a large drum made from stretched water buffalo skin. Kanu, ruler of the Dawaro tribe, entered. Her father towered over all in attendance, and by sheer presence alone demanded everyone's attention. There was no question where Andrasta had inherited her height. Kanu carried his walking stick, or branch, as other tribe leaders liked to jokingly call the thick piece of acacia. In her youth, her father would whip the stick out as fast as a striking puff adder to put someone in their place. However, the way he leaned on the staff with each step, Andrasta expected that her father wouldn't even be able to stand without it anymore. Kanu had foregone his traditional attire of lion skins, instead wearing a plain robe of red cloth draped over his right shoulder and tied about the waist with a strip of alligator skin. No need to go all out for me. It's only one of your many daughters. She glanced at her 36 sisters, all ranging in size and appearance. Each shared the beauty of their mothers. Even among your sons, I'm the only child to favor you, father. Yet I mean the least. Will anything ever change that? Kanu sat on his throne, a large wicker seat lined with alligator skin and topped with ostrich feathers. She wasn't sure what creaked more, her father's joints or the chair. He whispered something in one of his servants' ears, making Andrasta wait even longer without acknowledging her presence. She forced herself not to scowl, knowing it only made the diagonal scar across her face more pronounced. Kanu straightened. Dear daughter, he began softly. He never raised his voice, yet each word carried so all could hear. She took a knee and bowed her head. Father. Why are you in my home? She winced. My home. Not ours. Did he hope I would never return? I've heard about the troubles afflicting the land. These troubles are nothing new. Why are you here only now, Amani? She hated the use of her birth name. It meant peace in the Yuntarkan language and her life had been anything but peaceful. She began calling herself Andrasta several years ago after a particularly grueling day of training in which she nearly lost a foot due to her clumsiness. The name came from her mother's people. It referenced a great female warrior who, according to legend, developed such great skills of war that she challenged the Gaelic god of battle himself and won, thereby taking his place in their pantheon. During the worst of Master Enzi's training, that story had given her hope that with enough effort she might one day earn a place among her father's warriors. Master Enzi minimized our contact with the outside world. I only recently learned of these happenings. That still doesn't explain why you're here. She didn't fail to notice that her father had not given her permission to rise as was customary, announcing without words to all in attendance that she was not worthy enough to stand in his presence. I've come to help. Help? You? How? By fighting. The migration of the herds is changing drastically and the crops are not turning in what they had previously. Alliances usually break down as resources grow scarce. My alliances do not fall so easily. It's nothing new for herds to change their patterns or crops to have bad years. These things are temporary and will return to normal after the next rainy season. Za has seen this. He glanced to the old shaman standing off in the corner. White paint adorned the charcoal skin of his face and bare chest. You are growing too relaxed, father. The Dawaro tribe had always been a strong military power, but so were others. Where the Dawaro truly separated themselves was with their mighty shamans. Za, her father's closest advisor, was especially feared throughout Juntark. She glanced at the decaying stone and faded rugs, a symbol of the true cause of her concern. I know there is something wrong with the ability to call upon the magic of the land. Whispers of shamans weakening in power followed me during my return home. If the magic within the land is dying, then the only way wars will be won is by strength of arms. Those stories are lies, said Za. His voice sounded hollow, like the first echo reverberating off the walls of a deep cave. Andrasta hated that voice. Za continued. The land speaks to me every day. It speaks to me now and wonders why you're stirring trouble where there is none. Andrasta caught a faint quiver in his voice. He's hiding something. He knows I'm right. However, accusing Za of being anything less than truthful would win her no favors. He had held her father's ear for too long. Kanu leaned forward. You speak of fighting and strength of arms. Do you mean to take up a spear and join my army? If necessary. However, I had hoped to do more. My training is superior to your army's. Perhaps I could lead a small. Lead? Cut in a voice to her right. Mosi, one of her 3 younger brothers, stepped forward, smirking. He was practically born with that arrogance. He wore the traditional warrior garb of the Dawaro tribe, a boiled leather vest dyed red and plain brown trousers tight at the thighs where more padding provided protection from punctures of arrow or spear. A short sword with a teardrop blade hung at his waist. In his right hand, Mosi held a spear, in his left a long, oval shield of animal hide. No paint adorned the face of the shield, signifying that her brother had yet to see battle. Andrasta glared at the prideful way Mosi carried himself. Among her brothers, she recalled him treating her with the most cruelty. Wide-shouldered and square-jawed, she saw some of her father in him. Our precious Amani thinks that a few years of training under a washed-up, old man makes one a warrior. Andrasta stood on her own, no longer caring to wait for her father's permission. Her eyes narrowed, knowing it would draw attention to the scar on her face. You would not last a week under Master Enzi's training. Mosi laughed. Father, let me teach your daughter what it means to be a warrior of the Dawaro tribe. She is better armed, said Kanu, rubbing his smooth chin. It was true. Master Enzi did not believe in wearing the traditional warrior garb of Juntark, saying such things were meant for children, not for men. Any warrior who trained under Enzi knew the benefits of boiled leather, chain mail, and occasionally light plate. She wore a ring mail shirt that extended to mid-thigh, vambraces, and shin guards, all imported by Enzi from far-off lands. A long sword hung at her waist. It joined the daggers strapped to her boot, waist, and chest. A sign of her cowardice, said Mosi. Let her have it. It will make her defeat more absolute. Kanu shrugged. So be it. He motioned for a guard to throw his spear to Andrasta. She caught it in one hand, weighed it, then tossed it back. Second thoughts? Grinned Mosi as he began to circle. I already have a spear. Where? Will you perform magic when you claim our shamans cannot and make a spear appear from nothing? No. I'm just going to take yours. Mosi's smile faded. He shuffled in quickly, spear darting up toward her throat. Andrasta leaned right as the point missed her face. Mosi stabbed 3 more times in rapid succession. Andrasta avoided them all with a slight sway to the left or right. Her brother withdrew a step wearing a look of surprise. You dance well. The tone was meant to be mocking, but it came out shaky. You hold a spear like a child, said Andrasta. Mosi's temper flared. He charged again, this time leading with shield. She crouched and held her ground, throwing her shoulder up at impact. The resistance threw her brother off balance. She drove forward and bowled him over. He struck the floor hard. Several gasps sounded. Mosi clambered to his feet and dropped his shield in order to grip his spear with 2 hands. He came in again, stabbing low and high, spinning the spear to strike her with the butt after feinting with the head. Andrasta dodged the attacks with ease, moving less than 2 feet from where she stood. She grabbed hold of the shaft with both hands, and slammed her boot into Mosi's gut. He fell to the ground, clutching his stomach, leaving his weapon in her grip. The throne room fell silent except for Mosi's labored breaths. Though she had little love for her siblings, Andrasta had not come to fight them. However, she would not let anyone embarrass her again. Man or woman, young or old, it did not matter. She had risen in skill under Master Enzi's watchful eye until few could offer her any semblance of a challenge. An unblooded warrior would not defeat her. A faint, careless scuffling sounded behind her. 2 sets. She wheeled while raising the spear overhead with outstretched arms. The shaft met the descending hilts of 2 short swords held by her other brothers. Shocked expressions flashed across their faces. 3 quick moves disarmed them. A sweep with her brother's spear dropped them beside Mosi on the ground. Andrasta stepped lightly back to the center of the throne room. She held the spear at her side, point up. During the fight, Za had moved beside her father. The shaman whispered something in Kanu's ear. He nodded, then addressed Andrasta. A warrior proud, indeed. Andrasta bowed her head. It was the closest thing to a compliment her father had ever given her. Does that mean you will allow me to lead a portion of your army? No. Nor will you hold a spear in the ranks. Her head snapped up. But I've proven myself. What you did was embarrass my sons. Look around you, Amani. Do you see anyone that loves you here? She didn't need to look to know the answer to that question, but she did anyway. Hateful stares greeted her. She said nothing. Your name means peace, something your mother found amusing because of the peace our marriage brought to our border with Kale, her father continued. Yet all you bring, all you have ever brought to my house is discord. I had my doubts that you would survive Enzi's training when you left. To be honest, I thought you'd be dead or would run away in defeat within the first few days. Yet, here you are. Her mouth twisted. Your sons wanted the fight. Not I. And they will not be the last. Do you plan to fight everyone in my army until they accept you? I will do whatever it takes. Then you will leave. You never should have returned. A tightness formed in her chest. I only came to help. with the magic leaving our lands. The magic is fine, said Za. Be honest, you only came to help yourself. To be accepted as a member of our tribe. Andrasta held her tongue, ashamed there was truth in those words. Za snorted. Your presence poisons us. Andrasta clenched her jaw and met the shaman's eye. You know that I'm right. And you know that when Father sees you weakening, he'll begin to rely on others. Me being here will only hasten that moment. Za laughed. I do not fear you, child. You should. Kanu shook his head. You continue to prove my point. But you still share my blood. I will forget this meeting. Go and do not set foot in this hall again. Next time I'll forget our ties. She broke her stare with the shaman and turned to her father. Master Enzi was right. This was a mistake. I have no family. I have no home. Yet, a part of her, the child who always wanted her father's acceptance, still refused to move on. I'll leave, but I promise to return. When I do, I'll have a way to restore the power of our lands. Za chuckled. You've already done the impossible by becoming the first woman to survive Enzi's training. Now, you think to wield magic too? No, she thought of the stories everyone knew about artifacts of old, items powerful sorcerers once used millennia ago. Most were lost to time, surviving only in fireside tales. But not all. Her people desired one artifact over any other. The most famous of fireside tales, legend said Thalamanik stole magic from the lands of Juntark when he created the artifact thousands of years ago. If anything could restore the magic to the land and also strengthen my father's power, it should be the jewel. Andrasta continued. I'll return with the jewel of Bashan. She spun on her heels and left. No one stopped her. No one seemed to care. Andrasta rode hard during the humid night, ensuring she'd be into her mother's land before daybreak. She had never set foot outside of Juntark, but visiting Kale was something she had always wanted to do. Crossing through the long valley separating the two countries, her first steps on Kalik's rich soil came uneasily, not fully trusting the drastic change in scenery. She dismounted and brushed her hand over the dark green grass, a stark contrast to the tall plain grass that separated the forested areas of her birth country. Her skin came away damp with morning dew. On the Kalik side of the valley, the jungles of Juntark faded into a lush, hilly landscape. How is this possible? Sorcery? Only now did Andrasta fully believe the stories her mother once told. No longer did they seem like fairy tales with their foreign descriptions. Skylarks sang as a warm breeze danced across her face. She shielded her eyes from the glare of the morning sun as it reflected off retreating fog. In the distance, tiny rows of trees decorated hilltops. White specks she thought might be sheep moved slowly inside low, stone walls that crisscrossed each other. Farther out, the faint gray outline of her grandfather's castle stood against the horizon. She breathed deeply. It even smells different. Cleaner. Despite having gone without sleep the night before, the excitement of walking the land her mother once knew gave Andrasta energy. She climbed back into the saddle and made for the castle. Farmers paused warily as she passed them, griping their tools of trade in a way that said they were ready to defend themselves. Young children working the fields ran away or hid at their parents' sides. Already, she felt unwelcomed. By midday, she reached her grandfather's castle. A 10-foot granite wall boxed in the large, square keep behind it. Small towers jutted out from the corners of the wall with a fifth protecting the gate. According to her mother's stories, the castle was small and unimpressive by Kale's standards, but to Andrasta it loomed large. Her father's home was one of the few among the Yuntarkan tribes that consisted of mostly stone. Even then, the walls protecting Kanu's palace were made of felled timber. 2 guards greeted her. They wore mail similar to her own, but each paled in stature to the warriors of the Dawaro tribe. Fear and uncertainty shone brightly in eyes peeking out from their bowl-shaped helms. She remembered her brother's words. They do hide behind their armor. They aren't as large, or from the look of things, half as fierce, as a warrior from the Dawaro tribe. Who goes there? Asked one of the guards. Andrasta remembered the lessons her mother had taught her about the Gaelic language and replied slowly, doing her best to enunciate each word. My name is Andrasta, from the Dawaro tribe. I wish to speak to Lord Dacey. You are a messenger, then? Of a sort. What is your message? Are you Lord Dacey? She asked, trying to place the right amount of annoyance on the foreign words. No. Then why am I still talking to you? The guards exchanged looks. Wait here, said the other. We'll let his lordship know of your arrival. Later, an older man with more salt than pepper in his beard, and neither atop his head, rode out atop a white horse. The older man and the half-dozen guards flanking him wore dark blue tunics emblazoned with a red sun. Andrasta knew her grandfather immediately. Mother looked so much like him. She dismounted quickly and took a knee. Lord Dacey. Lord Dacey grunted. You might be the first Untarkan messenger to arrive at my doorstep and show me any respect. You're also the first I've seen dressed with any civility. As well as the first woman. He paused. Rise. Let's hear Kanu's message. I assume it's about the food shortages we've heard about. She rose slowly and grasped for how to begin. All her life she had imagined meeting her grandfather, yet confronted with the situation, her tongue felt heavy. Well, what is it? I've not got all day to sit out here. I was hoping we might speak in private. The message is of a delicate matter. Delicate? From Kanu? The message is not from Kanu, my lord. It is from me. You? Andrasta felt the piercing stare of blue eyes she once found comfort in as a girl when they belonged to her mother. You see, I am your daughter's child. Your granddaughter. One of the guards coughed. Dacey's eyes narrowed. Leave here. Now. Andrasta frowned. But. My daughter is dead. She died the day I was forced by my sovereign king to marry her to Kanu to secure peace. I choose to remember her the way she was before she was defiled. I am not interested in the abomination of such a union, some tainted half-blood. He eyed her up and down. Granddaughter? More like grandson the way you're dressed. He spun his horse around, calling out over his shoulder. Captain, see that she is on her way by the count of 10. If not, have your crossbowmen loose their weapons? Yes, my lord. Andrasta's mouth hung open. Every childhood story of her grandfather all seemed a lie. She knew she didn't fit the typical granddaughter mold, but she hoped to at least catch a glimpse of the warmth, kindness, and love her mother had spoken of. Her mother believed that Dacey would have loved Andrasta, often begging Kanu for permission to present Andrasta to him. Kanu always refused. A blessing in disguise. Mother would be crushed at such a reaction. For, a voice called, jarring Andrasta. She looked to her left and saw that the captain had been counting. She jumped on her mount and spat in the direction of Dacey's trailing back before spinning her horse and kicking it into a gallop. Wind whipped her face. Her mother's land no longer seemed beautiful. In fact, she couldn't wait to leave it behind. Why did I come here? I didn't want money or titles, or even a place in his household. Just knowledge that I mattered to someone. She rode north in the midday sun. The sooner she reached and stole the infamous jewel of Bashan, the sooner she could return to Juntark. Perhaps then, she might prove herself worthy enough to be wanted. Chapter 1. Tiny streams of sweat ran down Lela's armpits as she leaned against a wall of smooth red sandstone. Coupled with the dirty rags she wore, the sweat urged her to claw at her skin. She refrained. People already looked at her with crinkled noses like some rodent that had crawled out of a sewer drain. No need to act like one. The closest thing she had recently to a bath was a month ago. Admittedly, that had occurred by accident, falling into the dockside waters. Her little fists tightened as she recalled the laughs of nearby fishermen while scrambling ashore. They could use a bath themselves. Smelling like fish guts. She squinted into the midday sunlight. An overweight merchant dressed in brown churidars, trousers usually worn loose at the hips and thighs while tight at the ankles, stood near the entrance to one of many banks on the busy street. On the merchant, the churidars were tight all over. He also wore a traditional sherwani. The coat extended to the man's knees. Even in its plainest form, a sherwani signified wealth and status. Green in color, she thought the merchant resembled one of the large bushes that stood outside the palace's walls. If she wasn't so nervous, she might have laughed. A hand rested on her bony shoulder and squeezed. "Remember what I told you." She flicked her gaze back to Chand. The wide-shouldered man appeared disinterested in all around him, yet she knew better. She had seen him work many times over the last few weeks. His rise in Bella Diva's organization had just as much to do with his wit as it did with his size and demeanor. He is not another dumb thug. Remember that. "I've done this before," she answered, more sharply than intended. Dark eyes met hers. They dominated a massive head that sat on a neck fit for an elephant. No two targets are the same. No two situations are the same. You have stolen before, but you have not stolen under these circumstances. Remember that, little one. Little one. At 11, she could easily pass for 7, so the moniker did make sense. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. She fought her natural inclination to remind him of her name. The phantom pain in her jaw from the last time she corrected Chan helped her remain respectful. "I will," she said. Chan removed his hand, satisfied with her response. "Do not wait too long, little one. I will not be pleased if you let the opportunity slip by." He left her, somehow disappearing in a crowd he stood half a head taller than. She turned back to the merchant, taking deep, slow breaths. Lela had stolen many times before, but today was different. She had never tested her skills outside the market. The reduced traffic increased the difficulty of success. To make matters worse, her target had begun to speak with a powerful banker. A handful of guards dressed in several layers of silk and carrying long spears stood near the two men. She preferred to wait until the merchant moved away from the guards before approaching. However, part of the job called for her to steal the purse in plain sight of others. "Job?" She snorted. "Another test. One more way I must prove my worth to Chand and the organization. Once we get a true measure of your skill, then you'll get a greater share of the take," Chand had told her weeks ago. "Until then, you should be happy with what you've been given." Lela's reward thus far consisted of several loaves of stale bread and a few chips of copper, the lowest denomination of coin in Bashan, one most people discarded just to avoid the hassle of carrying. Barely enough to survive. Especially with another mouth to feed. Her stomach growled, reminding her that she needed to get on with it if she wanted more of that stale bread. Licking cracked lips and lowering her head, she pushed herself off the wall. She slowly worked her way toward the merchant as he continued to speak near the bank's entrance. A joke must have been exchanged, for both he and the banker tossed their heads back and roared. Even the guards smiled. The banker wore black churidars and a sherwani of red with silver trim. A man of higher means. He slapped the merchant on the arm while whispering in his ear. They laughed again, and by doing so, the banker exposed a purse at his waist. It looked slightly more secure than the one at the merchant's side. But also twice as heavy. An idea struck Lela. Chand hadn't made any mention of when her cut of the take would increase. She sped up to match the steps of two heavily perfumed, young women dressed in similarly styled saris. Both were blue, but the one on the right wrapped hers a bit more provocatively and pinned a jewel near the middle of her breasts. They gossiped about a neighbor having an affair with her brother-in-law while the husband worked in the city-state of Vidish. As Lela hoped, the merchant, banker, and guards all noticed the passing women, pausing in their conversation to offer a smile and a slight bow of their heads. The women giggled at the attention, like a couple of braying goats. Using the distraction, Lela slipped beside the merchant and banker. Her hands darted out and she undid the merchant's purse, pocketing it under her clothes. Her other hand snaked around to undo the banker's pouch. The banker's knot was more secure and the extra tug and twist needed to remove the purse caused the banker to turn as it came free. The banker moved one hand to where his purse should have been, the other whipping out toward her. She leaned back to avoid his grasp. "Thief! Grab her!" A meaty hand latched onto her arm. She wheeled, leg instinctively coming up. The toes of her bare foot struck the guard between his legs. He wailed, releasing her to cup himself. More hands lashed out. Nails raked at her skin and clothing, trying to find purchase as she twisted and dodged. A tug at her sleeve preceded a rip of cloth. She slipped away, racing down the street with one bare arm. Shouts, curses, and heavy footsteps followed. Lela darted through the street in a zigzag pattern. Coins from the merchant's purse bounced and clanked against her side while her slender hands squeezed the banker's purse tightly. In the market, she could get lost easily among a mix of people, but down the Gold Road, too few people were about. She glanced to the left and right, hoping she could will an alley to magically appear, but there were none. The few alleys that once existed on the Gold Road had been filled with quickly raised walls and quicker roofs. Those narrow places of business barely had the space to accommodate a handful of people, yet the lower class sought them out in earnest as the banks of greater repute would not do business with anyone who did not maintain the appearance of wealth. She overheard a homeless man once complain that, in Bashan, a man needed money to borrow money. A woman squealed behind her. A man yelled in anger, threatening to call the watch. Guards growled something in response. Lela could only imagine what was going on. Spear butts cracked the street, boots slapped stone, and people thudded into walls as guards likely threw them aside. Up ahead, an intersection stood out like a gift from the gods. Taking the right would lead her to the docks. The left would take her to the bustling streets of the market. She smiled. Left it is. Lela began to veer that way when 3 guards rounded that left corner. They each carried a thin piece of bread stuffed with what smelled like green chilies and onions. Her stomach growled once more. A shout from the guards trailing Lela alerted the ones in front of her presence. They dropped the remains of their meal and moved toward her. She pivoted, calloused feet scuffing stone, and sprinted toward the docks. She willed herself faster. The crowd began to thicken. This might have been a better decision after all. In the market, people at least tried to move aside for chasing guards, and perhaps even assist them in hopes of winning a favor. But not here. Most of the people clogging the streets and sidewalks were foreigners, musky sailors from all over Untan. They cared little about political favors, and in many cases took satisfaction in watching guards chase a little girl. Laughs and shouted barbs drowned out the demands from the guards for her to stop. An accidental foot tripped one of the banker's men, eliciting a round of applause. "Hurry, little one. They're gaining on you," teased a Jerice trader with his tattooed face and green-dyed mustache. Little one. She hated it. I can't get caught. I haven't proven myself enough to know if Chan would free me. And then who would take care of Kunal? She dashed down a steep granite staircase that descended into the lapping water of the Matakan Ocean. For steps from the bottom, just before reaching the slippery algae, she veered sharply to the left, sprinting along a ledge no more than a foot wide, leaping over and around several women washing clothes at the water's edge. A loud splash sounded behind her. Angry flailing followed the splash. She grinned as she imagined the guardsmen dragging themselves out of the water. Lela looked to the top of the stairs. 3 other guardsmen kept pace with her, assuming she would have to come back up eventually. If they only knew. Up ahead, countless wooden piers extended out from the stone steps into the water with moored boats of all shapes and sizes. The farther someone traveled down the waterfront, the larger the ships grew. Lella had no interest in those massive creations. She'd never make it that far, and people working the vessels would be less keen on helping her anyway. She climbed onto the closest pier, pounding over the old planks. Several fishing boats were pushing off. She leaped out at the nearest one, landing with a soft thud on a pile of netting that smelled of yesterday's catch. The 5 men working the boat greeted her with angry glares. The face of the youngest softened as she struggled to untangle herself. "They jump into the boat for us today, Uncle." An older man with a white beard and skin that spoke of a life in the sun gazed upon the shouting guards racing down the pier. "I believe this is one we'll need to throw back." "Wait," Lella called as they started to turn the boat. She reached into the merchant's pouch and produced a gold coin, minted with the long face of Bashan's founder on one side, the city's famous tower on the other. "For you, if you take me to the other side of the docks." "So? A thief? We don't harbor criminals." She produced 4 more. 1 apiece. "Now do you harbor criminals?" The uncle licked his lips. "What's to stop us from taking all of your gold?" "Good point." She took a risk and spoke a single word. "Bella Diva." A flash of fear shone on each of the men's faces. "What about him?" "I work for him." "Take all of this gold and you'll be stealing from him." "Bella Diva does not forget." "No, he doesn't." He paused. "Best to be gracious then. 1 gold it is." She nodded, sure that if Bella Diva was with her he would not want any gold given away. His name carried enough weight to ensure the fisherman wouldn't assume a reward. However, Lella figured that Chan did not expect money from the banker, only the merchant. If she lightened the take by a coin or 2, no one would be the wiser, and she could do a good thing for inconveniencing someone on her behalf. The uncle shouted back to the guards some 40 yards away, holding a hand to his ears. "What's that? I can't hear you." "Oh yes, we will be safe. Thank you for your concern." He bowed. "May Draraka bless you too." "I don't believe that was a blessing they gave us." Lella beamed as she took a seat at the bow of the vessel. Her plan hadn't gone exactly as hoped, but so far all was well. "Does anyone have anything to eat?" 2 hours later, the boat returned to the docks. Lella flipped the uncle his gold coin and another one besides. Not wanting to invoke Bella Diva's wrath, he tried to give the second one back. Lella continued her deception by saying that her boss would feel insulted if he did not accept the token of thanks. The fisherman bowed and tucked both coins away. Leaving the docks and entering a narrow street, the lingering taste of smoked fish danced across Lella's tongue. The food from the fisherman had done her a world of good. Besides calming an anxious stomach, it gave her much-needed strength, something she would need in order to reach Chan for their meeting. Looking to save some time, she slipped into one side alley and then another, coming to a halt when a damp guardsman materialized 20 feet in front of her. He smelled of sweat in the ocean, cutting through the stale, humid air of the enclosed space. Was he the one that fell into the water? How did he find me? He snarled as if reading her thoughts. 2 more guards stepped out of the shadows next to him. She wheeled to run, but the remaining 5 closed in from behind. She thought about mentioning Bella Diva again, but reconsidered. It won't work. They aren't just fishermen. Best to play stupid. Please, she begged, eyes darting back and forth to the closing groups. Take her, said one of the guards. Don't fight. It'll only be worse if you fight. She closed her eyes, dropped to her knees, and bowed in submission. Hurried shuffles, grunts, quick clangs of steel, and the beginnings of curses sounded. She opened her eyes. 2 figures, dressed in foreign garb with both their heads and faces covered, fought 3 guardsmen. 5 already lay on the foul alley floor. The movements of the bigger one were so quick that Lella could barely follow them. The last 3 guardsmen fell dead. A hushed muttering in a language she didn't recognize came from the smaller figure. The larger person said something in a low, but surprisingly feminine voice. "A woman?" The man answered while quickly wrapping a cut on his forearm. They exchanged a few more words and turned to Lella. Realization struck her. They saw the guards and know I have something of importance. They want the gold for themselves. The man cleared his throat and spoke in raspy, lightly accented Hindi. "You best be on your way." "They don't want the money?" "Why?" "What do you mean, why?" "Others will be along soon." "No." "Why did you help?" "Call it an act of kindness. One thief to another." "A bit of friendly advice though, you may want to get rid of that purse and carry your take in something else." "Based on style, it's from a banker, right?" Lella nodded in surprise. "That's what I thought. If I remember correctly, most bankers in Bashan place tracking spells on their purses. It's woven into the fabric. That's probably how the guards found you. It always pays to do your research before planning a job." Lella glanced down, feeling foolish. She looked back up with mouth open, ready to say thank you, but the 2 figures were gone. She looked about. A flash of the clothes the man wore disappeared down a connecting alley. A part of her wanted to chase after them. People in Bashan just didn't do things out of the kindness of their heart. Especially not thieves. Of course, they were foreigners. Maybe the rest of the world isn't as miserable of a place as it is here. She chuckled. Whoever heard of kind thieves? She became more aware that 8 defeated guards all lay at her feet. "I have to get out of here." "All right, I think we're in the clear," said Rondell as he slowed to a casual walk while trying to blend into the throng of people walking about the noisy city. The tightly packed crowd of dock and warehouse workers smelled of sweat and a hard day's labor. Andrasta swore. "Not even in the city for a couple hours and you already have us at odds with the watch." Rondell veered left, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his sleeve. A man bumped into his wrapped forearm, but he clamped down the grunt. "First off, that wasn't the watch. Those were private guards. Big difference. Second, it was the right thing to do. The banks in Bashan lack a conscience. They hire out their guards from the less reputable guilds in the city. They likely would have killed the girl, or at least made it so she wished she was dead in order to send a message to other would-be thieves. Besides, it's not like I had to talk you into helping. You noticed the guards cornering the girl to begin with. Regardless, you didn't have to talk to her. All that did was give her more information to identify us. It'll be fine. She was just a street rat doing what she could to survive. We gave her a good tale to tell her friends. Nothing more. We'll never see her again." Andrasta sighed. "Let's talk about the tower." Rondell smiled. "Why talk about something that can be seen?" They took a sharp right down an intersecting side street. He pointed up at the massive red wonder looking down on the city as they paused on a street corner. The Tower of Bashan rose like a stone geyser, widening slightly as it grew, fanning outward at the very top. It stood somewhere around 500 feet tall. No other building in the city could boast a height even half its size. At a distance, it was most everything he remembered from his brief visit to the city 20 years before. The one thing he could not see yet was the detail of the stone itself, carvings of creatures and beasts both of legend and those still present today. Andrasta stood beside him open-mouthed, speechless. "Words just don't do it justice," he said. Andrasta found her voice. "Finally." He touched her arm. "Come on, I know a spot which should give us a better view of the area around it." Sometime later, they stood at the edge of a roof on a nearby apartment building. 5 stories high, it gave them a clear view of the land around the tower. It was not what Rondell had expected. Arriving 3 days early thanks to good weather, Rondell had entered Bashan full of hope. After the pain and loss suffered in Erba weeks ago, he reasoned that he and Andrasta were due for some good fortune. But now the weather might be the only thing going our way. I can't believe they turned it into a blasted tourist attraction. They stood in silence for some time, watching the activity below. Andrasta didn't seem bothered by any of it, enthralled by the tower itself. Rondell, however, had a sinking feeling he hoped was nothing more than indigestion. They descended to the streets and heard the full story about the changes around the tower from a local vendor who sold treats made with evaporated milk and cane sugar. During Rondell's first visit, Panhoka ruled Bashan and its adjoining lands. Just as his predecessors had for generations, Panhoka treated the tower and surrounding area with respect, even fear. Walls protected the tower from the general population and guards stood vigilant at each of the 4 gates. Inside the walls, polished, blue marble surrounded the tower, making the structure seem like an island alone in a vast sea of stone. When Panhoka died years ago, his daughter took a different approach to their city's landmark. She opened the gates and allowed merchants to set up shops inside the walls. Eventually, when the prince began to take over for his sister due to local custom, some vendors built their stands so large that many lived inside the structures when business closed for the day. Guards still patrolled the area, but so did thousands of other citizens, each wanting to gaze upon one of the greatest wonders in all of Untan. All for a fee. Talk about theft, muttered Rondell as they left the guard post at the southern entrance. 2 silver just to enter? Andrasta shrugged. The tower is famous. Why not charge people to see it? I'm surprised to hear you say that. Why? I don't care what happens out here. I only care about the jewel inside. Well, I think it's disgraceful, said Rondell. The princess and the prince both should have learned how to revere such things from their father. Andrasta gestured to a vendor selling intricately carved canes in shape of the tower itself. Maybe we should buy you one of those. What? Why? It will give you something to wave around as you rant and rave about the youth. Oh, now come the jokes. Why not? We're finally here. I can feel the weight lifting off my chest. Yes, but the end is the hardest part. I never said it would be easy, but you have the notes and we have the coin to buy whatever else we think we're lacking in order to get by the Guardians. We just have to get inside. That's what I'm afraid of. What do you mean? Rondell didn't answer, pushing his way through the crowd, until they found a relatively secluded spot where they could take in the activity directly at the tower's base. What do you see? He asked. A big tower. I'm serious. She folded her arms and scanned the crowd. The glow in her eyes weakened. Her jaw clenched. The excitement of just being near the tower faded from her face. You see it now? Where is the entrance? She asked. The entrance to the tower was the first thing Rondell had ever described to his partner. In fact, the diagram he drew from memory after escaping prison over a year ago had convinced Andrasta they should partner. He pointed. There. They built over it. A monstrous structure more than 2 stories high with stairs, bars, platforms, rope, and so on, crisscrossed over itself. A swarm of children laughed and jumped inside and on top of the structure. And look at those lines. See the man in front with the bright yellow turban. He looks like some sort of tour guide. The man led 10 people behind the play area through a narrow entrance. They're doing tours. Then we can still get inside. No. Look there. He gestured. Guards walked up and down the lines of people waiting for the next tour, yanking men and women aside as needed. What do those people have in common? She responded through a tight jaw. Foreigners. Exactly. Apparently the prince has not totally sold out. He doesn't want any foreigner to taint the inside of the tower. And with so many people in the vicinity, it's going to be difficult to sneak inside at night to study the entrance and compare it to my notes. Then what do we do? A man walked by carrying an old, dirty sack. He bent and picked up the pieces of a broken figurine, a handcrafted replica of the tower constructed out of clay. He threw the pieces in his sack and moved on. I think I have an idea. Lella slowed half a block from Firdausa's pastries. With each step of her bare feet, she calmed her breathing and wiped sweat from her brow. Though she was hours late to her meeting with Chand, she wanted to at least appear confident. She stopped across the street, hoping the hookah bar behind her might drown out the scents of Firdausa's hot desserts and imported coffees. However, even the strong tobacco smell could not overpower the waves of cardamom, ginger, saffron, and vanilla. Chand sat in his normal spot at a table near the street. He stood out not only due to his size, but because of his dress. Most that frequented the establishment were of the upper class, yet Chand wore clothes more in line with a commoner, a white, collarless kurta and a tan dhoti instead of churidars. A servant dropped off a plate of food while another poured coffee. He may not dress the wealthiest, but he's treated that way. They know who he is and more importantly who he works for. Chand took a bite of papdi, a pastry of almonds and pistachios that flaked onto his plate. More than ever Lella was thankful for the smoked fish eaten earlier. She breathed through her mouth, hoping the lack of smell might help get her mind off food. Someone opened the door to the hookah bar at the same moment. Smoke burned her lungs. Her eyes watered and she went into a coughing fit. Chand looked in her direction, casually waving her over. She crossed the street. Other patrons dining outside gave her strange looks as she approached. A woman waiting tables barred her path. "She's with me," said Chand. The woman moved aside begrudgingly. The other diners found something more interesting to stare at. Chand pushed a chair out. "You're late. Very late. Lella Saturday, I know. I'm sorry." Chand leaned back in his chair, licking at his forefinger and thumb. He picked up his coffee, a cup that would have taken Lella 2 hands to hold could barely be seen in his palms. "You had an eventful day, from what I hear." Lella didn't say anything. She had learned not to take initiative with any conversation Chand was part of. He took a sip and continued. "A story of a little girl being chased by guards near the docks is starting to make its rounds." "Tell me." Lella gave her version of the story, careful not to mention her use of Beladiva's name to the fishermen or the aid of the foreigners. Chand grunted. "And the guards? What happened to them?" "Like I said, I never saw them again after I convinced the man on the boat to give me a ride to the other side of the docks." "So you know nothing about the 24 people said to have attacked them in an alley when they had you cornered?" "Several died as a result of the confrontation." 24? She suppressed a laugh. "I guess they didn't want to admit that only 2 foreigners defeated them. I know nothing about 24 men." She held his gaze, daring not to look away in case he might suspect her careful phrasing. "The money? With me. Pass it under the table." Carefully and without drawing notice. Lella reached into her robes with one hand, pretending to scratch at her chest. She withdrew the tightly packed merchant's pouch that also held the contents of the banker's purse. She passed it to Chand. He slipped it inside his clothes. "Heavy. A good haul." Lella beamed with pride. "But not what I told you to do." She frowned. "Your test was not about stealing money. It was about following directions and doing so unnoticed. You did neither, and now people on the Gold Road will be looking for a young girl in dirty clothes that fits your description. You won't be able to work the area for months without being noticed. I can change my appearance." "You still aren't listening, little one. I thought you were ready to meet Beladiva and become part of our organization, but it appears you still have much to learn." Leave me to finish my coffee in peace. She stood slowly, trying to hide both her disappointment and anger. This was not how she thought the meeting would go. She paused. Chan took another sip and held the cup near his mouth. Why are you still here? I was waiting for my portion. You think you deserve to be paid for not doing the job you were tasked to do? His mouth thinned. Go now, before my patience with you wanes. She had seen that look before and needed no other warning. She left quickly. Lella shuffled down the street, hunched over, looking hungry and pathetic. Any other behavior would have struck suspicion among the poor lining the road in the low district. The act wasn't too difficult considering she had only eaten once in the last day. Part of the act included crossing her skinny arms over her stomach, pretending that if she pushed hard enough her hunger pains might lessen. In truth, her arms concealed a small piece of bread hidden under her tattered clothes. She bought the bread with a chip of copper stolen from the banker's purse before her meeting with Chand. Under normal circumstances, she'd never consider gleaning money before giving it to her boss. However, she knew none would expect the banker to carry such a small denomination of currency. For a brief moment she had considered taking a larger denomination of money, but spending such coin would have drawn far too much attention to her. And how would I explain that to Chand? She cursed Chand silently. The chip was supposed to be something extra, something I could have saved to get ahead, not the full amount of my take. She ignored a curious stare from a grimy old man who sat beside the doorway to her building, mumbling to himself. He sat in a pool of urine and smelled like he had soiled himself recently. She stepped past him quickly. Once inside, Lella darted up rickety steps. Even with her slight weight, the wood moaned and popped. At the third floor, Lella left the stairs and went down the hall to her door. A thin line of light shone between the frame and the door beside the handle. Not even latched. She set her jaw and pushed her way inside. As expected, Kunal rested at the back wall of the single room, near the lone window. His chin sat on his chest, and his eyes danced in their sockets as he looked her way. His lips moved, but no sound came out. She shook her head and closed the door, barricading it with a large rock she had rolled upstairs weeks ago in response to a murder across the hall. She doubted it would stop many intruders, but the gesture gave her greater peace of mind. She turned and quickly took in the rest of the mostly empty space. A chamber pot spilled over in one corner and a few pieces of moldy cloth they slept on lay bald in another corner. And we're considered lucky because we've at least got a roof. She padded over to Kunal, torn between rage and despair. It had only been 2 days, she whispered to him. The worst of it was almost over. She knew from past withdrawals that the symptoms had been too much for him to bear. How did you even pay for the drugs? We have no money and you don't work. As she neared, she realized Kunal did not wear his dhoti. He covered his lower body with one of the dirty sheets from the corner. Her hand went to her mouth. She was young, but not naive. Oh, uncle, she whispered. Even inebriated, Kunal had the awareness to look away, cheeks flushed. Selling himself for money was a low he swore he would never sink to. Something he once judged others for. She knelt beside him. Promise me you won't do this again. A small whine passed through his lips. Promise me, uncle. I'd rather pay for the vile drug myself than know you were doing this. Tears ran down his face. A wet sob passed through his lips. He nodded. Lella fought back tears herself. She kissed his forehead and carefully laid him on his back, covering him more fully with the sheet. Things will get better soon. I have a job now and it won't be long before I'm making good money. Then we can move into a nicer home, and I can pay for a doctor to help you get cleaned up. He mumbled something indecipherable. Rest. I have some bread for you when you're up to eating. Kunal closed his eyes. After a moment Lella crawled up beside him, placing her head on his chest and his arm around her shoulder for warmth. As with most nights, sleep did not come easy. Chapter 2. Every day, Andrasta paused in the same spot during their approach to the tower. Said to be millennia old, the stone on the tower's face looked as new as if the carvings of the tens of thousands of animals, symbols, and long-dead languages had been etched yesterday. According to Rondel, sorcery protected it from both the elements and time. Thalamanok, a great sorcerer, the great sorcerer, had erected the tower during the Sorcerer Wars as a way to flaunt his power. It was during an age when powerful figures created fabulous creatures to use as weapons against their enemies. Dragons, unicorns, griffins, manticores, and many more died to the last in those battles, living on only in tales and carvings like those adorning the tower's exterior. Most tourists congregated around those images, forsaking the more common likenesses of elephants, pythons, and tigers. Admittedly, Andrasta had done the same on the first day when she could still study the pieces without drawing too much attention to herself. She had realized by the end of that first day that the true skill and beauty in the work resided in what could only be seen up close. Every inch of the stone bore some carving or design so that every symbol or glyph was a small part of a larger image. It's even more magnificent than I imagined. And it mocks me. Every day it mocks me. After all this time I'm finally here, and yet the jewel seems more difficult to reach than ever. Beauty or not, I just as soon tear it down stone by stone to reach the jewel. Will you stop staring? Hissed Rondel. Andrasta blinked at her partner. Rondel had cobbled together a mismatch of attire, part local, part foreign, in order to make it seem as though the two had been in the region for a greater length of time. The clothes were old, and white stained pale yellow from sweat and grime. He stood hunched, using a walking cane crafted from a discarded piece of wood salvaged near an old furniture shop. The yellowish-brown color had appealed to him, saying it went well with his outfit. Andrasta had joked that he just wanted something to wave around. Am I not supposed to stare at things? She asked, referencing the persona she was told to adopt. It's one thing to stare off with a blank look, or that of a child seeing something spectacular for the first time. That's the type of look you're supposed to have. Examining something with keen interest and introspection, which is what you were doing, is a different story. Your character should never be introspective. Why do I have to play the idiot? She grumbled. Because in situations like the one we're in now, it's best if your true personality has little opportunity to shine. We're not trying to kill anyone just yet. Now hush. Anyone watching might notice you've just said more words to me now than you have in the last week. She bit her lip, 1, in an effort to get into character, and 2, to prevent herself from saying what was really on her mind. Rondel grabbed her hand and walked a step ahead, leading her like a child. As they neared the entrance to the first floor of the tower where they would receive the day's assignments, Rondel yanked her arm down and whispered. Quit looking so intimidating. Roll your shoulders forward. And smile. You're supposed to have the mind of an adolescent. I need something to smile about. I can't just put on a fake smile like you. It doesn't come easily, she hissed back, frustrated by their whole charade. 2 weeks of this. If you can't smile, then drool. I've watched you sleep enough to know that comes easily. Andrasta squeezed Rondel's hand until he yelped. He gave her a dirty look which she returned with a grin. Now I have something to smile about. Rondel picked up the bones of a small, half-eaten carp. It was the third dried skeleton in the last hour. Scraps of wood, soiled clothing, and rotten vegetables weighed down the sack he dragged. Garbage collector was far from the top of his most humbling experiences, but that didn't mean he liked what he was doing. A means to an end, Rondel. Just like practicing that stupid flute. Rondel never cared for the flute, but according to his research, the particular instrument they stole from Erba was key to getting through at least one of the tower's dangerous obstacles. Though he had worked out the basics of the flute over the last few weeks, the lack of fingertips on his left hand hampered his ability to consistently close several of the instrument's air holes. Part of his practice consisted of him searching for a solution to that problem. A means to an end. He repeated the mantra to himself almost as often as he said it aloud to Andrasta. His partner berated him daily for being no closer to obtaining the jewel than when they entered the city. She had never shown tremendous patience before, but of late her anxiety had risen to levels that bordered on obsession. What do you expect? This has always meant so much to her. And I promised I'd help her get it. A young couple walked toward Rondell while sharing a thin paper bowl of gulab jamun. The small dough balls were fried, dipped in syrup, flavored with green cardamom. Rondell tried to ignore the sweet smell, smiling at the couple as they passed. Neither acknowledged him at first. Then the man wadded the empty container and tossed it purposefully in his direction, smacking Rondell square in the chest. The man smirked. Rondell's hand slid to the short sword hidden under his clothes. He caught himself and scratched his side instead. After a deep breath, he picked up the trash and tossed it in his sack. A means to an end. Rondell hefted his sack off the ground. The lone solution he had for avoiding the notice of patrolling guards while trying to study the lower level of the tower was to find work nearby. And the only work available was the work few wanted. He sighed, frustrated at the difficulty in pulling shifts inside the tower's entrance where the tours were held. "Ricker!" a voice shouted. Rondell recognized the baritone of his boss before his mind registered the false name he had chosen. Andrasta had thought the fake names were unnecessary until news of their recent adventures in Erba and Igat followed them east. He cast aside somber memories brought on by their urban adventures and bowed in the direction of the thin man storming toward him. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" "You need to go talk to your sister," the man said through gritted teeth, arms folded over his chest. "Half-sister," he corrected. "Whatever. You look and act nothing alike. Your accent is even different than hers. I don't know what your relationship with her is, but it's obvious you two are not related." "Not true. The difference in our accents has to do with her state of mind. Even in our native tongue, she doesn't speak clearly. And as for our differences in appearance, well, we just carry more attributes from the blood we don't share. You're old enough to be her father." Rondell shrugged. "Our father never let age slow him down." The man frowned, obviously not believing a single word. "I don't need him to believe everything, just enough not to bother pursuing the truth." Regardless, the man continued. "She's refusing to clean the privies again." Rondell didn't bother hiding his frustration. "My apologies. I'll take care of it. Things had better change. I hired you because I felt sorry for the both of you. If you can't handle the work, I'll find someone else." "Yes, I'm sure you hired us out of pity. It had nothing to do with the fact you don't have to pay us the minimum wage to a citizen because we're foreigners." Rondell bowed lower. "Again, my apologies. I'll see the privies are cleaned right away." Rondell found Andrasta near the entrance to wide, wooden stairs that led up to what amounted to the first public privy he had ever seen or heard of. In order to keep people and their coin in the tower area longer, someone created closed-in structures 2 stories off the ground. Inside the structures sat rows of privies, sectioned off for men and women. Chutes carried the waste underground and into the city's sewers. Rondell thought the entire thing genius, especially since the designer of the structure had enough foresight to build it high off the ground so odors would take to the wind rather than linger around the food sold below. Andrasta scowled at his approach. "Why do you keep doing this?" he asked. "A good question. I am a warrior, trained by the greatest master in the world. And you were considered one of the greatest minstrels in all of Untan." Rondell cleared his throat. "The greatest. Whatever. We've seen and done more in the last year than most people could even dream of. Yet, we're picking up trash and cleaning up after people who've had too much spicy food to eat and can't properly aim. I have a better question. Why do we keep doing this? We've been over it. Remind me again." As I told you, my notes can get us inside the tower, but not without first spending time studying the entrance. And that's hard to do with all the guards out and about. We need to study the glyphs more so when we do decide to break in we can hopefully just walk right up and open the doors. The last thing we want to do is get arrested before we make it inside. And how is all this studying going again? Not as well as I would like. Slower than I had hoped. Slower than you promised. A few days. A week at worst is what you told me before. That's before we even got to Bashan. I told you none of this stuff was here before. I thought we'd be able to sneak past the guards at the wall several nights in a row and take our time studying the place. I didn't think we'd have hordes of people up our backs night and day. How long did you spend studying the markings yesterday? Not long because. And this morning? Rondell signed. A few minutes before our sections were handed out. At the rate we're going, it will take another year just to get what we need. I can't have that. She spat at a passerby who quickly shuffled away. This is a waste of time. Really? He shifted his tone. Then please tell me a better way to accomplish what we need to do. Oh, that's right, you don't have a better way. You just complain and get angry. So, until you come up with something else, don't screw up our cover. She scowled, scar puckering. Fine. He sighed and gestured to the stairs that led to the privy, voice softening. Come on. I'll help. Let's get this over with. Despite the steaming lamb and rice Andrasta carried, the smell of the privies would not leave her nose. Walking down the old, dusty hallway of their bug-infested inn, even the odor of rodent feces, mildew, and vomit could not stamp out the foul stench of her earlier work. Of all the jobs for Rondell to pick as a cover, she muttered. She climbed the stairs to their small apartment in the low district 3 at a time, eager to eat after another long day. She hoped a full stomach might change her sour disposition. The sound of a flute tickled her ears as she reached the second floor. Good. He's practicing again. She reached the end of the hallway and opened the door. The music stopped. Rondell sat with his back against the wall nearest the window. Sheets of parchment and paper lay strewn out on the floor before him. His cheeks seemed to redden as he quickly set the instrument down, tightening his damaged hand into a fist. Why'd you stop? She asked, while closing the door. I was done for now, he answered quickly. She noticed the lie, but decided not to push. She had before and knew his confidence suffered because of his injured hand and an apparent hatred of the flute altogether. She sat down on the floor beside him and handed him his food. You're getting better, she said as they began to eat the spicy food. Unlike Rondell's, her comment was not a lie. It amazed her how quickly he had improved over the last few weeks especially. She offered the compliment in hopes of making up for her attitude at the tower. He snorted. Better, but not good enough. He paused. Don't worry, I'll be ready when the time calls for it. I promise. I hope so, she thought, choosing not to voice her concerns. Her frustration at his failure for getting them inside the tower grew each day. However, the last thing she wanted at the moment was to add to his anxiety. They ate in relative silence for several minutes, both going about the task with a workmanlike quality. Andrasta shifted on the hard, grime-coated floor, eyes moving about their small, one-room residence while trying to get comfortable. Why can't we get a nicer place again? We've got more than enough money from our previous jobs? Wouldn't fit our characters at the tower. As it is, most people picking up trash don't even have a place to stay. They live on the streets. We have to keep up appearances in the off chance someone follows us after work one day. If you want a nicer place to lay your head, then think of a cover that fits us staying in that sort of place. A skittering beetle trailed a path through the dirt on the floor. She stamped it out with her boot. I'll keep that in mind. Though she had been more than angry with Rondell for his lack of progress, she could see him putting in the effort. However, the events from Erba still obviously hung over him. It had been her hope that the distraction of the tower would ease some of his pain. So far, her hope had not flourished. The weight of Erba is making it more difficult for him to concentrate on the task at hand. She knew she was being selfish by nagging Rondell and pushing him to come up with a plan faster, but she couldn't stop. Her need to get the jewel and return to Juntark bore down on her. She gestured to the notes on the floor. Any more progress on the clues? Some. As before, I feel pretty confident about the second guardian being a snake of some sort. We might be able to use the flute there like a charmer. And if not? I've got a couple ideas. So long as I can find a decent alchemist. Regardless, it is obvious the fourth guardian will require the flute. An impenetrable defense cannot be breached unless the true music of the flutist is reached. But we still don't know what music you'll need to play. He shrugged. No. I'm assuming something will be made available to us once inside. Otherwise, I guess I'll just have to play something I think is fitting. I don't like the idea of us guessing. Neither do I, but we're going to have to. The library in Zuffer held the most clues about the tower in all of Untan, and I searched it top to bottom. There may be some other small hints here and there elsewhere in the world, but we could spend years searching for them and still may not end up any better off than we already are. Andrasta thought about the state of her homeland and her father. The longer I take to get the jewel, the worse the land will become. I can't wait years. He frowned. I know. I'm sorry, but this is all we have. The best thing we can do is keep reviewing the information we have, so we'll hopefully be able to think more quickly of a solution once we actually see each of the 5 guardians. She sighed. They spent months in Zuffer while Rondell researched the documents in the city's library. Considering all they had gone through before and afterward, she had hoped they would be in a better position for success. It'd be nice if we at least knew what the first guardian was. Chapter 3. Lella met Chand at an open alleyway near the market. He greeted her by throwing a bag over her head, tossing her over his shoulder, and placing her in the back of a wagon. 100 worried thoughts ran through her head as her breath caught in her throat. She almost voiced one, just a simple question, but Chand quickly snapped. Say nothing. Do nothing. She obeyed. Since her stunt with the banker several weeks ago, she carried out all of Chand's instructions exactly as told. Could this be the day? They rode for hours, twisting and turning at odd intervals, stopping at random points, even switching wagons 3 times. Lella lost her bearings, yet still they rode. Eventually, the wagon stopped. Someone lifted her out of the bed and carried her inside. Up and down stairs she bounced before entering a large, open space. She gauged the size from the ripple of echoes brought on by each footfall. Lowered to her feet, she grinned under the sack. This is it. I'm finally going to be accepted into the organization. I'll be able to afford better food and clothes. A safer place to stay. Most importantly, a doctor for Kunal. Hushed whispers sounded. The tones held an edge. An odd scraping noise came next, as did the smell of old blood and a hint of smoke. She swallowed as another thought struck her. Not accepted. Silenced. They're going to kill me and burn my body until there's nothing left. Have I done something wrong? The fisherman. He must have told someone about the gold and it got back to Beladiva. The sack came off her head, immersing her in a sea of light. She blinked rapidly, palms coming up to rub her eyes. Slowly, her vision cleared. Oil lamps on metal posts encircled her. More lamps hung from chains overhead. Beyond the lamps was shadow. Do you know why you're here? Came a question from the blackness. She saw no one, but recognized Chan's voice. I have a couple of ideas. Such as. Lella hesitated, but realized that this could be a test. It could be that I'm under scrutiny for something that I did to displease the organization. Another is that I've been accepted. I see. Silence hung in the air as Chan chose not to elaborate. Scrutiny it is then. She bit her lip. Be careful, Lela. You promised you would take care of Kunal. Do you understand what it means to be part of our organization? Asked another voice, one softer than Chan's. It was a voice not used to rising above a conversational tone. I think I do, said Lela. Tell me. It means respect from those both inside and outside of the organization. It means security, power, and money. She paused, realizing that she was saying what membership meant to her, not what it meant to the organization itself. It means loyalty and devotion. It means submissiveness and a level of understanding that no matter who you are not above the organization. You do what is best for the organization first, best for you second. The voice grunted. Well spoken from someone so young. Chan said you had potential. I'm inclined to agree. Footsteps approached from her right. You did make one mistake though. There is one person who is above the organization, and that's because without him the organization doesn't exist. A figure stepped into the light. He wore a turban so black that it shimmered. At the center rested a jewel of jade that matched the man's green eyes. Crow's feet touched the corners of those eyes, a thin nose between them. Thinner lips lay beneath a wisp of a mustache, facial hair one might expect on a boy rather than the man in charge of Bashan's largest crime syndicate. He wore white churidars and a matching sherwani embroidered with a mix of silver and gold patterns. Beladiva smiled. And that person, of course, is me. Lela's jaw dropped. Her stomach sank so low she thought her toenails might scrape her belly button. Beladiva was rarely seen, and then only by those of high importance within the city. Instinctively, she fell to her knees, pressing her forehead to the stone. Though I appreciate the gesture, I prefer to look people in the eyes. Get up. She rose quickly. Good, he said. Now, one more question. Do you have any reason for not joining us? If so, now is the time to speak. Joining Beladiva's organization had never been a dream of Lela's. She could think of dozens of reasons not to do it. And one overriding reason to join. To survive. No, sir. I want to join, badly. Then you just did. He frowned. You looked disappointed. It's not that. I just thought there might be something more. Like a ceremony. He laughed. This isn't a cult. I say you're in, you're in. That's all there is. Now, let's get on with things. I have a very specific role for you. In a few moments, Chan will take you to a local bathhouse where you will be cleaned, scrubbed, debugged, and made presentable. People can say all they want about whores, but there are no cleaner persons in all of Bashan. A dirty whore is a hungry whore. Her eyes bugged. Do you mean I'm supposed to? Her voice trailed off, unable even to finish the sentence. Beladiva waved a hand dismissively. No, nothing like that. From what Chan has told me, it would be a waste of your talents to force such a role on you. Besides, I have women and young boys specifically trained for those tasks. His eyes narrowed. However, if I ever come to you with such a request, you will do it without hesitation. Understood? She nodded, hoping that day would never come. Good. Prince Mininder will be throwing the annual royal party to honor the Rivataka in a couple of weeks. I need someone to serve his sister personally from now until then. Perhaps afterward as well. I don't understand. It's simple. I want you to tell me everything Princess Mira does. Mininder's power is growing, but Mira is not completely out of the picture. I want to know who she meets with. Who she talks to. What she reads. Everything. Understand? Yes, sir. But why the princess? And why me? The princess because I said so. I picked you because any other attempt I've made to place someone close to her has failed. I thought I'd try someone much different in both age and demeanor. He paused. I'll be very upset if you fail as well. Lella swallowed hard. Good. You grasp my meaning. He clasped his hands. Chan will fill you in on the rest. Before she could respond, big hands latched under each of her arms, lifted her, and spun her around. Chan carried her out of the circle of light and into the darkness. I'm alive. Not only am I alive, but I was found worthy enough to be given a special task. Never mind the part of having to spy on the princess and win her trust. Never mind the fact that one day I might be tasked to do disgusting things with strangers. For now, I have a way to help Kunal. And maybe once he gets that help, he can begin tailoring again. Despite the dark room they walked, Chan set her down and located a door handle. He turned the latch. A flood of sunlight spilled into the space, searing Lella's eyes once again. Chan hurried her through several alleys and narrow streets. You've been given a great opportunity. I know. She paused. You don't think I deserve it, do you? No. I think you're still too headstrong. You still want to do what's best for you. I don't like to be wrong, but in this case, I want you to prove to me I am. Am I clear? Yes. You're also to give up your other activities. What do you mean? Don't take me for a fool. I know you've been searching the city for someone. What I don't know is who you're searching for. Lella tensed. Since that day in the alley, she had asked around for the two foreigners who helped her. She knew the task was not only foolish, but a waste of time. However, something compelled her to find and thank them. Few people had ever done something kind for her without expecting something in return. He chuckled. I'll let you have that little secret. But it ends. You must be available to me and Beladiva at all times. I will. Good. We're here. They stopped in front of a building faced with black marble. No sign hung out front. It did not need one. Lella had never visited the abode of the night dancers, but she knew the stories. They held the reputation of being not only the most expensive prostitutes, but also the most beautiful and most skilled in all of Bashan. Chand knocked. A bent-back older woman wearing a simple black sari answered the door. She squinted through beady eyes and pursed her lips, looking like a dead fish. This the one? Yes. The woman looked Lella over like she was selecting a fresh mango from the market. Very well. Just her looks, right? Beladiva has no current plans for her to enter the trade. The old woman grunted. A wise decision. Our boys have more meat on their bones than she does. Well, come inside then. By the look of things, we've got a lot of work to do. First things first. A bath. She paused, sniffing the air. Perhaps two. Lella walked down the street to her apartment with a more acute sense of smell. She knew residents dumped overflowing chamber pots into the street drains or among the laziest of tenants, right out their windows so the contents splattered to the paved sidewalks until the next rain washed them away. She knew that the remains of vegetables and meats too rotted for even the poor to force down sat clumped against the sides of buildings or jammed into dank alleys. She knew the decaying corpse of a yellow retriever sat in the middle of the street, surrounded by buzzing flies, scurrying rats, and crawling maggots. But what she had only known by sight before, she now knew by smell. Her own stench no longer disguised the sense of the neighborhood. She had to choke down the desire to gag. People stared as she passed. At first she worried someone might try to rob her, not recognizing her as the poor little girl from the morning. But the opposite held true. When she turned to meet someone's eye, it would quickly look away and bow. The woman at the bathhouse had told her to expect as much when she pinned a small silver brooch on her chest. Beladiva's sigil. Only someone of a rival criminal organization would dare harm me now. She climbed the stairs to her building and entered the apartment, pleased that Kunal had not left the door open again. She found him dressed and staring out their lone window with hands clasped behind his back. He squeezed them tightly, but they still shook. Withdrawals. Good. That means he hasn't sold himself again. He turned slowly. Sweat beaded his forehead. A deep sadness lined his face. That's not what I expected. He noticed the sigil and his frown deepened. So, you've been working for Beladiva and now you're official. Yes. You should have told me. I told you I had a job that could lead to big things. Or death. You should not have gone to work for him. Anger flashed. Joining Beladiva's organization wasn't a choice she had come to easily. She hated the way people who worked for him treated those who didn't. But I won't live like a rat for my entire life. Don't tell me what to do. Who do you think has been feeding you? If I hadn't joined Beladiva, we might both be dead. You don't know that. I'm your Uncle Anne. No, you're not. He winced at her outburst, and immediately she regretted the remark. Lela lost both parents in skirmishes between several of Kindi's independent city-states. Her father died serving in a local militia. Her mother died as collateral damage. Orphaned at the age of 4, Kunal had found her wandering for food. He'd taken her with him to Bashan where he had hoped to make his fortune as a tailor. After a few weeks, she began calling him uncle. Things went well for several years until Kunal tangled himself up in the city's opium culture. Orders went unfulfilled. Debts went unpaid. They lost everything. You should be the one taking care of me. Not the other way around. She tossed him a small bag that landed at his feet. He stared at it, working his jaw. What is this? You know good and well what it is. I don't have the money to help you get over your addiction yet, so this is the only alternative I could think of. I told you I'd just as soon buy it for you myself than have you sell yourself again. He bent slowly and picked up the bag. A tear fell from his face as his fist closed tightly around it. He wheeled and threw it out the window. What are you doing? She yelled. That cost me most of the advance I received from Beladiva. No more. I'm done. I never wanted you involved in what I've become. I've always been involved. I know. I've been lying to myself, but I can't do it any longer. He looked up with red eyes. I'm done. For good. I swear. You've sworn that to me before. I mean it this time. And clean, I'll be able to find work again. Once I do, you can tell Beladiva that you won't work for him anymore. It doesn't work like that. Lela kept that to herself. She didn't want to crush any motivation that might spark Kunal to stay clean. Prove to me that you can do it and I'll talk to Beladiva. Until then, I have work to do. He must have heard the doubt in her voice. I can do it, Lela. I know I can. She gave him a hug, not caring that her uncle's filth would undo part of the work to make her presentable. I know you can too, she said, wanting to convince herself as much as convince him. Chapter 4. Princess Mira rolled the blown glass goblet in her hand so the surah came dangerously close to flowing over the side. She paused, taking a sip of the fermented beverage made from an assortment of rice meal, sugarcane, and grapes. It was cheap, a drink of the commoner, far less refined than the wine her brother drank as he spoke with leaders from each of the major houses in Bashan. However, unlike wine, one did not need to acquire a taste for surah. The sweetness made it instantly easy on the palate. She set her goblet down lightly and folded her hands on the green marble dining table she shared with her brother and the house leaders. The cool stone against her bare skin helped calm her growing frustration. Mira had keenly listened to the entire conversation through a facade of indifference. The house leaders noticed the change in her attitude, several stirring in their seats as they cast uncomfortable glances her way. Her brother, Prince Menander, noticed their behavior as well, but refused to acknowledge it. His only response was a furrowed brow beneath a blindingly white turban. She suppressed a smile. Mira leaned back in her chair, picked up her goblet, and once more began playing with its contents. She knew that the more powerful leaders of Bashan's houses would be no more fooled by her behavior than they were before. However, the younger leaders noticeably relaxed. The dinner ended late. Drinks continued in the palace's upper hall. Mira mingled just enough to get a feel of the room and make sure a new issue wasn't broached. She only added her opinion to conversations when directly asked. Otherwise, she played the part of the supportive sister, a princess best seen and not heard according to her brother. Outside, she wore a smile so wide she thought her thin cheeks might crack. Inside, her stomach rolled with a nauseating sense of annoyance. She stood at the white marble railing of the balcony just off the library, eyeing the full moon hovering over the city. Heavy, flat footsteps sounded behind her. She knew the cadence well enough not to turn. It's like he feels that by pounding the stone beneath him, it might make him larger. "My prince." Menander came up beside her. He leaned on the railing, looking down rather than out as she had. "Don't my prince me. I'm not blind. I saw what you did." "I did just as you asked, little brother." She saw him wince at her informality. "I kept my mouth shut. I spoke only when spoken to, just as you said a good princess should behave." He sneered. "Yes, but you said more than enough with each twist of your mouth, roll of your eyes, sigh, and clearing of your throat." "I'm sorry. I must be coming down with something. Maybe we should call the royal physician. We wouldn't want you to catch something serious. I'm not sure what I would do without someone looking over my shoulder and questioning every decision. Thank you for your concern, but I don't think a physician will be necessary. My symptoms only seem to arise when people ignore solid advice and choose to make reckless decisions instead. So long as you heed my warnings, I should remain in perfect health." He seethed. "I wish you would have died instead of father." The comment hurt, but she would not show it. To do so would invite more hateful remarks. "Me too, for he would still be ruling Bashan. Regardless, do you think he would have been any easier on you for your choices? He would not have bitten his tongue at dinner when you insulted Brahma by placing Gulzar at your right hand. Instead, he would have called you a child in front of everyone and had you beg for Brahma's forgiveness. Father would have understood my reasoning. Brahma is an old man that doesn't have long to live. Gulzar is young and gains more power each day. He has resources that Brahma lacks." "What resources?" Menander smiled, but said nothing. "Have your secrets then, but you're wrong about Brahma. He controls the majority of the spice trade in all the city-states of Kindi, let alone Bashan. Old or not, he's too stubborn to die. Even if he does, he has 4 sons who would do anything to carry on the wishes of their father. Offend Brahma and you run the risk of upsetting them. Who cares about spices? You should. They are our chief export. Gulzar deals mostly in silks." Menander smiled wider. "Foolish brother. I know you're up to something. I may have promised to keep my mouth shut at dinner, but I'll not let your behavior slide without looking into it. I think you're letting yourself be lulled in by Gulzar's empty words," she continued. "Just because he whispers in your ear does not mean you have to listen. Father never would have elevated him so quickly at his table, just as he wouldn't have placed any weight on the foreign whores Gulzar gifts you." Menander's smile vanished. A scowl took its place. "Father was no priest after mother died." "No. But father would have bedded the whores and kicked them out of the palace at dawn with a gold coin for their trouble. He would not have given them anything of value or allowed them to linger in the palace. You let them forget their place. Leave Rhea out of this. Too late. She cleared her throat, pausing for effect. I caught her stealing mother's diamond pendant. I'm sure you recall it. Father gave it to her on their wedding day. The one she never took off and hoped you might one day give to your wife. Apparently Rhea thought herself ready for the role. What are you talking about? The room where it's kept is heavily guarded. During interrogation, she admitted to sleeping with 2 of the guards in order to gain access to the room. However, the third remained faithful to his wife. It was he who reported Rhea's theft. The 2 guards have been questioned, punished, and relieved of their duties. You can question them if you don't believe me. Rhea is still in the dungeons if you want another night with her before she's whipped for her crimes and cast out of the city. I'm assuming you approve of my judgment considering her insult. His face twisted in anger. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Despite your assumptions, I don't hate you, Mininder. I never have. You want to rule Bashan, but can't because of me. No. I just don't want you to lead Bashan down a path father would not approve. Their father, Pandhuka, sent Mininder abroad as a boy to study with famous leaders around Untan in the hopes that he would be wiser, well-cultured, and well-prepared after he came of age. Her brother had returned well-traveled, but somehow missed the part about gaining culture and wisdom. He would have done better to remain under your eye, father. You sold yourself short. Mininder snorted. Forget about father. I rule Bashan and your influence dwindles each day. What will you do when it is gone? Her eyes narrowed. She said nothing. Forced to rule after her father's death with her brother abroad and still underage, Mira made her share of early mistakes. However, she quickly grew into the role, developing and building upon the work her father began. In a perfect world, her accomplishments would make her worthy to continue as ruler. However, Bashan's laws were as clear as they were ancient and outdated. A sister could not rule over a brother, even a younger brother, once the brother reached the age of maturity. With the support of Bashan's major houses, she had managed to create a transitional phase for handing over the throne due to her concern about Mininder's readiness. Her good intentions to ensure Bashan continued down their father's path drove a rift between them. It widened each day. The little boy she had loved, looked after, and played with seemed like someone from another life. What I wouldn't give to have that brother back again. He chuckled. Speechless? I will savor this moment for a long time. He walked back inside. Mira stared at her brother's retreating back, his golden-hued sherwani cut in a way that gave even his narrow shoulders the appearance of strength. Clothes may make the man, but they do not make the ruler. She faced the city, her gaze slowly sweeping across each district before resting on the tower that oversaw it all in a way the 6-story palace could never match. Regret tugged at her heart as she thought of what the tower had become. Turmoil and Kindi among the city-states had developed again early in her reign. With threats of war always looming and Bashan's coffers dwindling, she had to do something to keep the city financially stable. Her idea to open the area around the tower to the public and charge admission for tours of the entrance had been a difficult choice. The revenue that spilled into the city erased Bashan's debt. Father still would have raged at what that led to. When Mininder entered the transitional phase, he went behind her back and turned the tower into a spectacle, allowing vendors, merchants, and the dregs of the city access. Revenue increased 3-fold. But we are even less wealthy because he spends the extra money like a child buying candy. How much does it cost to entertain his so-called friends? The thought reminded her of letters she would need to write before bed. She needed to find out what Gulzar had his hand in that Mininder found so appealing. She went back inside, thinking on her brother's last comment. Mininder did have the right of it. Her power and influence over the major houses had dwindled. They still showed her respect, but the few conversations she found herself pulled into had a different tone than they would have had a year ago. What will I do when I have no power left? Her mouth tasted of bile. She knew the answer. I'll be matched and married off to suit my brother's needs. She sighed and whispered a prayer, hoping the spirit of her father might hear it. She could use some of his sage advice. Chapter 5. Rondell could only stay positive about his work for so long. Carrying a sack of smelly trash, picking up the leavings of other people's meals, being looked down on as scum, and cleaning up after drunkards with bad aim in the privy had finally become too much for him to take. Twice his boss scolded him for snapping at tourists that gave him a cross look. Andrasta fared no better, cuffing a boy who thought to grab a handful of her womanhood. But the day is finally over. Perhaps tomorrow will be better. Guards hustled out the normal foot traffic that dirted the blue marble spanning the area around the tower. All that remained were people like him cleaning and preparing the space for another busy day. Andrasta had barely spoken to him over the last few days, too angry with their lack of progress. She trusts me and I keep failing her. I've barely learned anything about the tower's entrance. Perhaps it's just better to finish the day and quit. He walked by a stand selling miniature versions of the tower carved from ivory. Rondell paused briefly to admire the detail. About the only thing worth purchasing around here. Too bad most people can't afford to pay what the pieces are worth. He rounded a corner and froze at the recognition of familiar faces. Before him stood two large brothers from the nation of Kirk. Like others of their nationality, the two looked like descendants of giants, each standing over 7.5 feet tall. Black cloaks draped over wide shoulders. Pale skin and hard, jutting features gave them the appearance of conjured demons. They definitely fell off the same branch of the ugly tree. And it must have been a high one. Like many from Kirk, the brothers bore names that few could pronounce if written due to an absurd amount of apostrophes. He often referred to them as Dimwit and Nitwit. They worked the area around the tower doing similar work as he and Andrasta. Rondell noted that with their size they'd make excellent leg breakers or bodyguards for one of the various local crime organizations. Andrasta had joked that they had to know which part of the body was the leg first. He smiled, recalling the rare jest from his partner. The grin faded when he saw that Dimwit carried a busted lip and Nitwit a black eye. He opened his mouth to ask what had happened when Nitwit cut him off. He pulled aside a curtain that led to the back of a vendor's stand. Drop the sack and get inside. Yeah, then take off your pants and small clothes, said Dimwit. Rondell shook his head, sure he must have heard incorrectly. What? Nitwit drew steel, a rusted long sword. You heard us. Rondell slowly lowered his sack, allowing his good hand to slide under his ragged robes. Fingers tickled the hilt of his short sword. Look guys, wanting me to strip naked is a pretty big request. One I'm not keen on doing. So how about you tell me what this is about? You owe us, said Dimwit. I owe you by getting naked? Dimwit nodded as if the explanation was complete. Can you elaborate on that? Elaborate? Give me more information. We wanted your sister. And she wanted us. She gave us looks. Andrasta? What sort of looks? Heavy breathing. Small eyes, said Nitwit. You know, what every woman looks like when she wants sex. Unbelievable. These idiots tried to hit on Andrasta. Well, that explains the eye and the lip. Take it from me, that's not lust. That's anger. Maybe, but we went to get sex. And that didn't go well, I take it? I'm actually surprised the two of you are alive. She moves quick. Yeah, and she hits hard, added Dimwit, rubbing his jaw. I can vouch for that. Rondell closed his hand around the hilt of his blade, but kept it hidden beneath his clothes. I still don't understand where I come into this. We still want sex, said Nitwit. She's your sister. You'll do instead. Rondell's eyes widened. I can't believe I just heard that. You do realize that I'm not a woman, right? Nitwit shrugged. We prefer women, but we take whatever. Besides, you are smaller like a woman, said Dimwit. Smaller than your sister anyway. Rondell stood straighter, throwing aside his false persona while drawing his sword. You'll find me less forgiving than her. Nitwit chuckled and stepped forward. Too angry at the situation, and too scared about where it could go, Rondell didn't bother with dancing around. He darted inside, slicing the Kirk's forearm. Dark blood ran across pale skin. Nitwit growled and raised his blade. He moved faster than expected. Rondell deflected the worst of the blow, but the impact sent a lancing pain up his arm and shoulder. He barely avoided the follow-up strike, quickly countering with a stab at the Kirk's face. Nitwit bellowed, dropping his weapon, hands going up to his right eye. Rondell moved in closer to finish the job, but Dimwit moved faster than expected and came to his brother's aid. Huge bear-like arms pinned his own at his sides. He whipped his heels back toward Dimwit's crotch and shins, but could not connect with either. The behemoth squeezed harder. Rondell began to yell, but a hand so large it nearly engulfed his face, clamped over his mouth. Rondell bit down and tasted blood, but the Kirk didn't even flinch. Dimwit chided his brother. Quit crying. Help me undress him. He squirms. He took my eye. Nitwit removed his hands, exposing a bloody hole. Rondell would have found satisfaction in the damage, if not for his current situation. Gods, I avoided rape all those years on the road in pompous clothes. I never once suffered such a fate in prison. Now, when I'm more skilled to defend myself than ever, it's going to happen at the mercy of men as large as bulls. A muffled whimper passed through his lips and into the Kirk's palm as he tried to shout Andrasta's name to no avail. His heart raced. Sweat dripped down his spine. You have another eye. It hurts. I should go first. Why? You let him stick you. I should go first. I didn't let him stick me. I'm smart. I grabbed him when he was distracted. But I distracted him. The two brothers continued to argue. Dimwit's grip grew tighter over Rondell's face as the intensity of the dispute increased. He could not break free. His panic worsened as it became nearly impossible to breathe with his mouth and nose covered. This is how I'm going to die? By accident while two brothers argue who'll have their way with me first? Considering his other option, death suddenly didn't seem so bad after all. Nitwit gestured wildly with his hands and then stopped mid-sentence. His chin dropped, eyes bulging. A half-foot of steel protruded from the Kirk's chest. It twisted and slid loose. Nitwit collapsed. The hand around Rondell's mouth fell away as did the massive arms around his body. He struck the ground hard, gasping for air. Between the coughs, hacks, and hurried intakes of breath, Rondell managed to get his hands and knees under him. A loud thud landed beside him. Someone had relieved Dimwit of his head. Not like he was using it anyway. A strong hand reached under his arm and yanked him up. His knees wobbled, and he fell forward into Andrasta's chest. She righted him, grasped his shoulders, and looked into his eyes. Her lips moved, but he couldn't understand anything because his heart thumped so loudly in his ears. It sounds like you're talking underwater, he managed to mumble. I said we need to get out of here. Someone just alerted the guards. We don't want to get caught. They'll never believe that a simpleton killed two Kirks. Our cover is blown. She thrust his sword back in his hand and took off, gesturing for Rondell to follow. Somehow his limbs found life and he chased after his partner. Lela walked the streets of Bashan without any real purpose other than to not be at her tiny apartment with Kunal. She never called the place home. Her home resided over Kunal's old tailor shop where she once had her own room and a real bed. It was a place where the two had shared meals, played games, and even sang songs. Uncle would always insist on singing the woman's lead on Flowers Fair, and his high falsetto never failed to send her into a fit of giggles, especially the way he fluttered his eyelashes when doing so. Our neighbors weren't quite so fond of his voice though. With a grin she recalled the old woman in the next building over who would complain of dying cats. Her smile faded. The place she rested her head each night held none of those fond memories, especially now with Kunal pacing about, muttering to himself, and rubbing his hands to cease their shaking. Hunger. Pain. Fear of the unknown. Those will be my memories of that apartment. Simply better than sleeping in a gutter. Shouting rang out. Lela spun to her right, so caught up in thought, she hadn't noticed her proximity to the walls around the Tower of Bashan. It's coming from inside. The shouting grew in volume as more joined the chorus. The voices came from a multitude of languages, most prominently, the common tongue of Kindi. Guards, she realized, forgetting all about her previous sorrows. Broken pottery and snapping wood added to the yells. The sounds are moving to the western gate. Curiosity got the best of her and she sprinted toward a white canopied, unusually large, gulmohar tree. It stood twice as high as the walls, and would give her a clear view of the western entrance. Despite her recently treated skin and her new sari, she climbed. 3/4 of the way up, she inched out on one of the narrow limbs, bare feet balancing on the smooth bark. She pushed aside bright green leaves and deep red flowers that smelled cleaner than the city around her. Her sari blended well with the blooming foliage. Inside the walls, two figures barreled their ways through the sea of vendor stands, toppling carts, crates, barrels, and even the vendors themselves in an effort to slow the trailing guardsmen. Emerging from the last of the stands and onto the path that led toward the gate, swords clanged with two guardsmen. Both went down quickly. The taller one moves like the woman that saved me in the alley. Lela's stomach dropped. She squinted, noting the comparative size of the two figures. Long braids flopped behind the larger of the two. That is the woman. The two foreigners made it through the gate with a handful of men on their heels. She kept her eyes on the guardsmen while climbing down the tree, graciously accepting the scrapes on shin and forearm. She'd worry about damage to the sari later. She couldn't let them get away. Outside the walls, Andrasta led the guards down several twisting alleys before losing them at a narrow intersection. Rondell thankfully kept pace, still huffing for air while rubbing at his mouth and throat. She finally slowed at a long street filled with various shops and businesses, most of which were closed for the day. She and Rondell did their best to appear normal in spite of their nationalities and attire. She waited until her anger had calmed and Rondell's breathing sounded more normal before speaking. What was that all about? His neck reddened. It was nothing. Don't lie to me. He sighed and told her. You left out the part where they said you were small like most women. He halted. What? You heard that? She shrugged. But, why, how could you do that to me? What? When Dimwit and Nitwit tried to corner me, I got out of it without blowing our cover since you swore up and down that was the best option. We had to get into the tower and steal the jewel. Why couldn't you do the same? Because I'm not the fighter that you are. She gave him a dismissive look and started walking again. I've been training you for over a year. You should have been able to handle them both. That's why I waited. I kept expecting you to get out of it on your own. I knew the second I got involved, someone was going to notice and alert the guards. She paused. The problem is that you panicked because of the situation. Can you blame me? Getting raped is a man's worst nightmare. She grabbed him by the shoulder, spun him, and slammed a fist into his gut. Rondell folded in half at the waist. A part of Andrasta felt sorry for the blow. Another part wanted to strike him again. What was that for? He finally croaked. She seethed. For your stupidity. Anyone else and I would have done more. You said that like you think getting raped is somehow less of a nightmare for a woman? He crawled to his feet, hunched over. I'm sorry. It probably did come out wrong. I'm still trying to collect my thoughts. I think I have my head on straight now. Are you sure? You keep telling me that you aren't going to let what happened in Erba cloud your thinking, yet I keep seeing more and more signs that say otherwise. His mouth thinned. Look, I said, I'm fine. No. You're not. But she let the matter drop. Andrasta knew of nothing that could heal the emotional wounds from Erba except time. She glanced over her shoulder at the tower mocking her. She felt selfish for wondering how much time would be enough for Rondell to recover from his losses. I can't wait forever. She began walking again, hoping to shake off her thoughts. It was bad enough that from the beginning she had led him to believe they would sell the jewel for profit. Try as she might, she could never find an easy way to discuss the truth of taking the jewel to her father. What once started as a small deception now felt like betrayal. Adding to her guilt was the worry that by telling Rondell the truth, he might no longer help her retrieve the jewel. And it would take something as great as giving him the jewel of Bashan to impress father. She felt her mood worsen and clenched her jaw. She was not in a place to let her thoughts wander down the path of her troublesome relationship with her father. To take her mind off her thoughts, she went back to the topic of the brothers. I was surprised you even drew your sword. I expected you to just talk your way out of it. You heard what was said. It would have been impossible. To have an intelligent conversation, all parties need to have some level of intelligence. I would have done better convincing a slab of marble to let me go. What are we going to do now? Well, obviously we can't go back. Don't worry, I realized earlier you were right. There has to be a better way to study the first level of the tower. In fact, I was close to deciding that today was going to be our last day anyway. I had just hoped to leave under more peaceful terms. Then you've thought of something else? There was a long pause. I'm not going to like this. Well. She prodded again. I'm still working on that, he said in a light tone. Her jaw tensed. By the gods, Rondell. This is not a joke. This is everything to me. This would make my father happy. No one in Juntark could stand before him with the jewel's power. My people would finally accept me too. That's what she wanted to say, but kept to herself. He must have seen something in her eyes, for his face grew stern. I promise. I'll put aside what happened at the City of Pillars and think of something. I always do. I'll figure out how to get the last bit of information we need about the tower's entrance, and then we can compare it against the notes from Erba. Andrasta glanced up at the night sky, frustrated. She let out a deep sigh. A throat cleared from behind. I know how you can get close enough to study the tower's entrance without raising suspicion. Andrasta hissed a curse in Yuntarkan. Caught up in emotion, they had grown careless with their conversation, speaking in the local tongue. They spun toward a small voice. Before them stood a girl with long, black hair parted down the middle and pinned up behind her head. She wore a simple, yet elegant, red and purple sari. To the naked eye, someone might mistake her for a highborn girl, but Andrasta knew better. The way she's fidgeting, she's not used to wearing such nice clothes. And she stands as though she's trying to remind herself of her posture rather than having it come naturally. Nails are painted, but they're short, which means that they've been broken and repaired. Scrapes on the forearms as well. Something about her looks familiar too. We don't know what you're talking about. Run along, girl, said Andrasta. No, I heard what you said about the tower. I can help. I want to help. As a way to say thank you for helping me. We never helped you. Sure you did. Your faces were covered then, but I know it's you. Andrasta opened her mouth, but Rondel cut her off. She noted the smirk on his face. The little girl from the docks. Lella thought she had lost the two foreigners, having long ago passed several confused guardsmen. However, she kept searching and thanks to a little luck, managed to spot them in the middle of a sparsely populated street, arguing. She came upon them in the middle of a heated conversation. She slinked her way closer, positioning herself behind a long row of blooming, white lotus flowers. They want to get into the tower? That's crazy. There's nothing but death inside, she thought, recalling stories everyone knew. Well, death and the jewel. She snorted silently to herself. The few that have actually made it inside the tower never made it out. She heard a mention of notes obtained from Erba. But these are professionals. Maybe they have a chance. She shook her head. Probably not. But it would be stupid to pass up the opportunity. If I can convince them to let me help, I'd probably make enough for me and Kunal to leave not only Bashan, but all of Kindi. Lella knew her idea was crazy. Just alerting the two foreigners that she had overheard part of their conversation might get her killed. But they helped me before without expecting anything in return. Besides, if there's any chance to escape a life under Beladiva, I have to take it. She stepped out from behind the lotus flowers and spoke. I know how you can get close enough to study the tower's entrance without raising suspicion. The big woman hissed a curse in some language Lella had never heard before. The two wheeled on her. The man gave her a look of genuine interest as if she was some bizarre novelty one might find at a carnival. Well, I'm not dead yet. That has to be a good sign. The little girl from the docks, Rondel said. Under ordinary circumstances he might have been angry to discover someone tailing them, but there was nothing ordinary about someone so small and so young following them. You remember me? She asked. Remember, yes. Recognize? Barely. He studied the girl. She appeared a little older now that she had cleaned up. The fact she no longer dressed in rags piqued his interest. Did she make good use of the money? Or was she in a disguise before? The girl's eyes shifted to the left and right. She ignored Rondel's remark about her appearance. I know a private place where we can talk. A place where those you work for can attack us? Snapped Andrasta, grabbing the girl's arm and pulling her close. The girl frowned. No. Nothing like that. I'm here on my own. Andrasta turned a questioning look on him. Despite his failed plan for how to study the tower, she still deferred to him. Placing trust in a small child when it could mean destroying all they had worked for wasn't exactly part of the plan. But I'm truly at a loss and I promised Andrasta I would figure this out. Maybe the girl will at least spark a better idea for me to use. All right. We'll hear you out, said Rondel. But under our terms. This isn't my first time in Bashan. I also know a place away from prying eyes. We go there to talk or nowhere at all. The girl hesitated. All right. Lead the way. Chapter 6. The Water Gardens? Asked Lella. At least that's the name she wishes to give us. Very astute, Rondel said sarcastically while passing underneath a spout of water that shot out of the ground on one side of the path and into a hole on the other side in continual, sorcerous arcs. All around them water flowed in a way that seemed to defy gravity, curving in the air over red and orange granite walkways. On either side of the paths, stood sculptures carved out of white or black marble. Water spouted, poured, and danced around and within each piece. If the Tower of Bashan was the city's most notable landmark and tourist attraction, the Water Gardens were its second. Built during the beginning of the Rashtraka dynasty, when Kindi remained one unified country rather than a loose faction of city-states, Emperor Jayan hoped his gardens might rival the natural water gardens in distant Mandawane. Despite the beauty created by Jayan, Rondel felt the emperor's efforts came up short. Despite all we try to do, we just cannot create anything better than what the world formed on its own. If Thalamanik were still alive, even he would have to admit that the Tower of Bashan doesn't compare in beauty with something like the Great Krozenberg Falls in Lus, or the painted caverns in Topek. Rondell halted in front of one of the more impressive sculptures. It depicted a group of 6 men on hands and knees prostrating themselves before the Kindi god, Draraka. Draraka held a torch in his right hand. A light mist came from tiny holes in the stone flames so that it resembled smoke. In front of the sculpture rested a slab of white marble. The gift of the gods had been etched on its face, the moment when man received the gift of fire according to Kindi lore. "This is an awful place to meet," said Lela. "Even at this time of evening, it's full of people." "That's the idea," said Rondell. Andrasta nodded as if she approved. Lela glanced about. "But there's no privacy." "There's enough. The sound of all this water will drown out any potential eavesdroppers. And from here we'd see someone coming at us with plenty of time to react." "All right. Like I said, I know of a way to." Rondell raised up a hand. "Not yet. First, I want your terms." Lela bunched her face as if confused. "What do you mean? What are you hoping to get out of providing us this information?" She tilted her head. "I told you. It's just my way of saying thank you. I owe you one." "Nice try. But people don't generally do what you're doing just to say thank you. People also don't generally go to the length that both of you did to help a strange girl in the middle of an alley surrounded by guards." Andrasta snorted. The hint of a grin tickled the corners of her mouth. "She's got you there." Rondell admired the girl's intelligence. "People probably underestimate her all the time." "Even so. What are your terms?" Lela fidgeted and mulled about, but eventually admitted, "I want a cut of whatever amount you sell the jewel for." "What jewel?" lied Rondell. "I'm not stupid. I know what's in the tower. I assume that you're going to try to steal it. Definitely need to watch this one. We could just want to study the inside of the tower itself." "I just said I wasn't stupid." Andrasta cut in. "How big of a cut do you want?" "I'm not greedy. 20% sounds more than fair to me." 20, said Rondell. "That's ridiculous. Once inside, all the risk will be ours." "No more than 5. The girl remained calm. 15. "Without me, you might not ever get inside." "You don't know that." "True. But I know you don't have a solid way to get inside right now, otherwise you wouldn't be talking to me." "Gods, I'd haggled less when fencing stolen goods." "Fine. 7%. The girl shrugged, appearing indifferent. 10 or I walk." 8 or nothing, butted in Andrasta. Her tone suggested that negotiations were over. A small grin tugged at Lela's mouth. 8 it is. I think we've been had." "Now, speak," said Andrasta. "You're going about it the wrong way," said Lela. "The entrance you're looking for isn't there." "What do you mean?" asked Rondell. "When Princess Mira first opened the tower to the public, she sectioned off the first floor in a way that the real entrance was kept hidden in order to deter people from breaking in. The part of the entrance used for tours isn't the real entrance." Rondell swore. "Gods, that would explain why I've had so much trouble making sense of the markings by the children's play area." A part of him felt relieved that he hadn't been losing his mind. However, another part of him grew angry that he hadn't realized what was going on. He caught a sidelong glance from Andrasta. "And no doubt she's wondering the same. I'm sure I would have figured it out with more time to study the markings." "How do we get to the other part of the first floor chamber?" asked Andrasta. "I don't know exactly," said Lela. She held up her hands when Andrasta's face clouded. But I know who does. Who? Princess Mira. Rondell chuckled. I figured that you didn't really have anything for us. What do you mean? I'm telling the truth. Do you expect me to just stroll right up to the palace, drop to a knee, and beg Her Royal Highness to show me the entrance to the tower? I guess if I said pretty please that might persuade her. Lella's eyes narrowed. Quit mocking me. I do have an idea for how you can get to the entrance. Tell me. Lella calmed. Once a year, the royalty throws a huge party at the palace in preparation for the Rivataka festival. This year's event is less than 2 weeks away. Gods, Rondell interrupted. I forgot completely about that. What is it? Asked Andrasta. It's a night for rejoicing and putting aside differences. The event started centuries ago and has never been missed, whether during war or peace. Yes, added Lella. Every member of the houses of Bashan will be in attendance. Powerful merchants, generals, current allies from other regions in Kindi, and even some enemies. Rondell chimed in. After the party is over, the ruler often invites very specific guests to continue celebrating late into the night. I don't see how a party would help our situation, said Andrasta. Because, said Lella, once Princess Mira took over for her father, she began holding this private celebration in the true entrance to the tower. I think she does this for increased privacy, though she claims that it only makes sense to celebrate at the tallest building in the city since Rivataka is to honor the legendary mountain where the gods are said to reside. Prince Menander continued her practice once he took over as ruler. So once a year people are allowed into that part of the first floor, but only for one night? Asked Andrasta. Yes. Otherwise, it stands heavily guarded. Rondell raised an eyebrow. And how does a little girl who once smelled of trash and dressed like the dregs of society know all of this? People don't notice me. I can sneak around and overhear lots of conversations. Just like I did tonight. I know all this stuff about the tower because several scholars from the university talked about it while eating at a local pastry shop. All right. Let's say this all happens as you say it will, said Rondell. It will. The problem is that we're still back to where we were before. Neither me nor Andrasta would make a guest list that would give us access. I'm sure you could think of something. She hesitated as if fighting with her conscience. I actually just started working at the palace. I can try to get information about the prince and princess while I'm there. Maybe you can use it in some way. Wait. Now you work at the palace too? Who are you? No one. Just someone who caught a lucky break and finally got a decent job. Andrasta grunted. Give us a minute in private. Sure. Lella walked a good 100 feet away and sat beside a small waterfall that descended over granite steps before collapsing into a pool surrounded by black marble. When the girl took a seat, Andrasta asked, Well, what? You're considering this? You just said earlier you didn't have a better option. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but if what the girl says is true about working in the palace, that could help, right? It could, but it won't be enough. To get on that guest list, we'll need to pull out all the stops and create entirely new personas. I mean... She grabbed him by the shoulders. After what I saw you do in Zuffer to Kamal and Wabu, I know you can do this. Rondell winced at the reminder. He was in no mood to discuss Erba. That was different. I was operating on hate and revenge for what happened to us and remorse for what happened to Shadia and R. I know. I didn't mean to bring it up. But I need you to do this. Just tell me what I need to do to make it happen and I will. That look in her eyes. I've never heard her sound so desperate. She's worried we'll never get to the jewel. Come on, Rondell, you owe her. Wheels turned in his head. A con from an old play he used to perform came to mind. A hint of a grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. About time I start getting my act together. All right. But I'm warning you that to pull this off, it's going to cost us a lot. Money matters little to me so long as we get the jewel. Then bring the girl back. We've got a lot more to discuss. Lella tiptoed down the hallway to her apartment. It was late, but in her part of the city, someone always seemed to be up. Babies cried. Adults sobbed. Couples fought. Addicts prayed loudly, either for what their bodies craved, or if broken racked with the pain of withdrawals, a quick death. She expected to hear one or more of those sounds from her floor, but all was still. That made her more nervous. She stepped faster, worried that something awful might happen at any moment. She tried the door to her apartment and found it open. She swore, angry at Kunal. Expecting to find him either high or continuing to suffer through withdrawals, she frowned at the empty space. Lella closed the door, clenching her jaw. He couldn't even make it one day. Only the gods know what he's likely doing to get his fix this time around. Why did he have to throw away the opium I bought? She barred the door. Based on past experiences, Kunal wouldn't come home tonight, and the danger of leaving the door open was too great for her to risk. Putting aside her disappointment, she crossed the small room to change out of her sari and dress in her rags. Lella hated putting the dirty garments over her clean skin. However, she figured it made more sense than sleeping in the sari. Tomorrow would be the biggest day of her life. I can't believe I did it, she thought, recalling her conversation with Rondell and Andrasta. After agreeing to give her idea a chance, they grilled her with questions about all she knew. Rondell then gave her a list of information that would help them pull off the ruse of getting invited to the party at the palace. He said he didn't expect Lella to get all of the information, especially not within a day or two, but anything would be helpful. So well organized. And able to think quickly. That gave her confidence. Perhaps they can pull off the impossible. Lella eased down on a half-rotted floorboard. She pulled an old cloth over her legs for warmth. She would get all the information Rondell wanted, one way or another. Better to exceed expectations than for them to question my usefulness. An image of Beladiva flashed in her mind. She had her own set of tasks and bits of information to gather for him too. She could not displease the crime lord either. As much as she hoped for Rondell and Andrasta's success, reality told her things rarely worked out in her favor. Chapter 7. Lella opened her eyes to the sound of wailing. It wasn't the first time that something so filled with pain had woken her. She doubted it would be the last. I wonder who died this time. She sat up with a start, head quickly swiveling about. Kunal had not come home. Lella's first reaction was to dress and go out searching for him. But as she rose, she caught sight of her sari. I can't. Today is the day. I have to go to the palace. She seated, thinking about the position Kunal had put her in, forcing her to abandon him and hope for the best. I can't let this opportunity slip by. I can only pray, know the gods never listen. I can only hope that he's waiting for me when I return home tonight. She stripped and donned the sari once more, doing her best to fold the cloth in a way so that it hid the few tears from climbing the tree last evening. She left her room and froze. Down the hallway, a middle-aged woman kneeled beside the bodies of 3 men. Blood coated her hands and arms. Lella knew them by reputation. Each belonged to the Nishan Syndicate, a lesser rival of Beladiva's criminal empire. The woman noticed Lella and begged for help. Lella turned away quickly and descended the stairs. Once she might have rushed to the woman's aid, but that girl had died hungry in the streets of Bashan. Lella knew nothing good would come from helping the woman. She'd get blood on her sari and end up late to the palace. Besides, I can't be seen helping someone who was at odds with Beladiva. especially if he ordered their deaths. She exited the building with the woman's pleas fading behind her. No one else on the street seemed to care about the racket either. She took little solace in that. Despite the early hour, bright sunlight filtered down from thin clouds hanging over the city. The warmth felt good on Lella's skin, but it did little for her nose, heating up the trash and urine covering the streets. Both the smells and sights improved as she made her way through the city. In the high district, servants carried out full chamber pots and poured them into the sewers near the curb. Maids opened windows to let in fresh air while cooks quickly left their masters' homes to purchase food from the market. Some of the wealthier citizens exited their homes dressed in elaborate sherwanis while on their way to do the day's business. Depending on wealth and importance, 1 or 2 guards followed in their wakes. A single horse-drawn cart clopped down the street. The driver, a vendor late in getting his wares to market, cracked his whip at the beast, urging it on faster. He caught Lella staring and scowled. She stepped aside as he barreled past. The smell of freshly cooked flatbread set her stomach growling. She quickly darted back into the street and snatched a sample from the back of the cart. "What am I doing? I'm not dressed like a thief anymore and I'm on my way to the palace. I can't be doing this." She glanced around to see if anyone had noticed, but no one did. She shrugged and took the first buttery bite. A short time later, she reached the outer wall to the palace. Made from blocks of green limestone, it stood 15 feet in height. However, its grandeur was incomparable to the palace behind the walls. Constructed entirely out of pink marble, it bore the name the Rose Palace. In a city of wonders such as the Tower and Water Gardens, she found it ironic that such beauty could be overlooked. Circular in nature, the outer walls of the palace held no clear edges. Each story appeared to fold onto itself so the entire thing resembled petals. A gold spire ascended out of the center of the building like a large pistol. Arrayed around the outside of the palace stood 5 green towers, each 4 stories high. They served no practical purpose that Lella was aware of, but she liked to think of them as thorns. And people actually deny that the palace wasn't intentionally designed to resemble a flower. Someone bumped into her, jarring her from her admiration. She started to open her mouth in protest, but realized the someone was another servant hurrying to the line forming outside the palace's walls at the heavily guarded gates. "I wonder if they are as nervous as I am." She took a deep breath and joined them. "Be calm, Lella. You can do this." Chapter 8. Andrasta jerked awake and shook away the remnants of her dream while cautiously scanning the area around her. All was as it should be, but that gave her little comfort. It was unlike her to doze off so exposed, even if only for a moment. "Even in a few seconds of sleep, I can't get the jewel out of my head." The promise to her father played itself over and over in her mind as of late. "I'll never know peace unless I take the jewel to him." She thought of Rondell again and wondered what he would say if he knew her intentions. A ball of guilt formed in her gut. "What peace will I have then?" She used the tip of forefinger and thumb to rub the sleep from her eyes. It had been a long night standing vigil outside the little girl's apartment, made longer by 3 fights with men of various ilk and size who had tried to rob or assault her. 2 bodies lay hidden in an alley beneath trash. The third stiffened on the roof of an adjacent apartment building. Finally, she muttered as Lella exited the building just before dawn. The girl again wore the red and purple sari. Andrasta followed as Lella made her way through the city, smiling once as she deftly stole bread from a cart passing by. She pulled back to the shadows when the girl joined a line of similarly dressed individuals at the palace's gates. A man with a sheet of parchment walked up and down the column, asking questions and taking marks with a quill as he went. Only when Lella moved inside did Andrasta leave. At least she was telling the truth about that. It took her the better part of an hour to jog back to the room she and Rondell rented. She entered via the 3rd-story balcony shielded from prying eyes in a narrow alley rather than drawing attention to herself by walking through the front door where people would wonder about her early arrival. She slipped inside the window and found Rondell sitting at the room's loan table, scribbling away with quill and ink. "Have you even moved since I left?" "Twice," he said without looking up. "Both times to use the chamber pot, if you must know." "And?" she asked, eager to hear his progress on how to get onto the princess's guest list. "And I felt much better each time." "Thanks for asking." She cuffed him. "Hey! I'm in the middle of something." He scribbled some last note, punctuated the end of the line with a heart, then set about removing the excess ink from the quill with a small piece of cloth. "How about you go first?" He blinked rapidly, while taking in the first rays of morning that lanced down into their room. "Gods, it's bright. Close the curtains first, will you?" Andrasta drew the thin curtains and took a seat across from Rondell on the edge of the bed. Unlacing her boots, she began. "She stays in the third floor of a dump in the Low District. I don't know how the building is still standing. The walls are in such bad shape you can see right into some of the rooms without a window. I got some information about her from a couple people who thought to grab hold of me. She lives alone with an older man named Kunal. She calls him uncle, but there is some question whether they're related. They apparently look nothing alike. That means nothing. We're half-siblings after all." Andrasta snorted. "Anyway, the uncle is hooked on opium. Keeps trying to quit, but it never sticks. How does he get money for that? However, he can. Sold himself to some pusher not too long ago from what I heard. That's a shame." Andrasta really didn't care about what the uncle did. It was his life. "The girl has been recently accepted into a big crime syndicate." He raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. Which one?" "Bella Divas." Rondell frowned. "Name doesn't ring a bell. He must have taken over from someone else that was in power when I last came here." "Not surprising. Those guys aren't known to die of old age." "You think Bella Diva's setting us up through the girl?" "Maybe. Though I'm not sure how. No one knows who we are except the girl, and that's by accident. We should still find out more about this Bella Diva to be on the safe side though." Rondell paused. His eyes seemed distant, almost glazed over. Andrasta took that for a good sign. It usually meant he had something brewing. He focused on her again. "I'll have to think more about the angles. In the meantime, let's not bring it up to her just yet. See how things play out first." "What else?" "Not much. She got up early and went to the palace like she said she was going to do." "And got inside?" She nodded. "I came back here after that. It'll be interesting to see what she learns before our next meeting." Andrasta gestured to the parchment Rondell had scribbled on. Each paper barely looked as though it had any space left to write on. Arrows had been drawn all over the sides, connecting each set of notes with another. "Well," he sighed. "There's still a few holes here and there that I won't be able to work out until later. Some of it is dependent on what Lela discovers. The meat of the plan is ready." He stood and stretched. A lot to do in a short amount of time. Andrasta put her boots back on. "Then we'd better get started right away." She reached over and grabbed his boots, tossing them into his gut. He caught one, but fumbled and dropped the other. It clacked against the floor. "Are you crazy?" A yawn burst from Rondell's lips. "We've both been up all night. I'm exhausted. So am I, but we can sleep later. We can sleep now just as easily. Just for a couple hours." She paused with her laces and gave him a look. "Fine. But only because you asked nicely." A few minutes later they left the inn. "Where are we going first?" asked Andrasta. "Stables. I checked on Jewel and your mount last night." It bugged Andrasta that Rondell refused to name his horse. We're not looking for horses. We need a carriage. What for? Rondell smiled. I think I'll keep that to myself. I don't want you questioning every bit of the plan until you fully understand what I have in mind. Lella left the palace frustrated in more ways than one. As Chand had instructed, she found her contact, a small boy near her age, in the kitchens. Without speaking, he led her through half the first floor of the palace and passed her on to a young woman near 20. The young woman passed her on to a middle-aged man who walked like he'd sat on a long tent pole, back erect, hips thrust forward. However, it didn't end there. He passed her on to another contact. With each person she met, she realized just how many people Bella Diva had managed to work inside the palace. Ears everywhere. Thrice more she was handed off. At last, an old woman with a shriveled face that looked like it was collapsing on itself due to her magnitude of wrinkles and her perpetual frown gave her the first lesson of the day. Lella had tried to introduce herself, but an open-handed slap to her face had cut her off. Her hands instinctively bunched into fists, and that was met with another slap. To knock the fight out of you, the old woman named Sita had said. Lella's fight never left her. She was not so stupid to fight with one of Bella Diva's other spies though. She inferred from Sita's grumblings that the old woman felt threatened by Lella's presence. As a result, Sita made sure Lella spent the day scrubbing floors, walls, and anything else that would put her as far away from Princess Mira as possible. Not even so much as a glimpse of her. I need to think of something. I can't fail. Thankfully, her first report wasn't due to Chand yet. But there is Rondell and Andrasta. She cringed thinking about what their reactions would be when she gave them nothing of value. Andrasta and Rondell exhausted the better part of the day running around the city, spending freely their coin from previous work in Urba. Some things they bought seemed trivial on the surface, but according to Rondell all would come together in the end. Andrasta was tired and irritable, first at Rondell for toying with her about the details of his plan, and now because Lella had brought them nothing. Even the water gardens, which she admitted to herself were beautiful, did little to stifle her burgeoning anger. In fact, the sculpture they stood before, a depiction of the ancient Kindi hero, Urjin, who slayed a pack of wolves with his bare hands to rescue a little girl from death, only fed her poor attitude. Why do we only see or hear about the positive aspects of heroes? No one is that pure. Show me a statue cheating at dice. Or one drunk and acting like a fool. I'll get the information as soon as I can. The princess was busy with tasks outside of the palace apparently, and there were other obstacles. I'll have better luck tomorrow, I promise, said Lella. Tomorrow? You assured me yesterday that we'd have most, if not all, the information today. You said the party is 2 weeks away. One day makes a huge difference, said Rondell. I know. I'm sorry. I need those answers. We'll meet here again in 3 days. You have until then. 3? Asked Andrasta. We're leaving Bashan for a little while. What? Why? Asked Lella, looking worried. It's part of the plan, said Rondell. If we're going to get on the guest list, then we need to be people we're not. And we'll need to make a grand entrance. It'll take a few days to get everything in place. He paused. That's if I can get the last couple pieces rounded up. Is there anything I can do to help? Asked Lella, obviously wanting to do something more to contribute. Get the information we asked for. Besides that. Not unless you know the name of a good tailor used to meeting tight deadlines, he turned to Andrasta. Come on, we don't have much daylight left. Wait, called Lella. She hesitated. I do know someone. He's one of the best I've ever seen. In fact, he once designed outfits for the rulers of Vidish when he lived there. Then how do you know him? And more importantly, why is he available? He moved to this part of Kindi, hoping to feel more appreciated. However, he fell on hard times and Rondell's eyes narrowed. Is this someone you're trying to help out? She hesitated. My uncle. The addict. He paused. We don't have time for charity cases. Andrasta frowned at his harsh manner. He's under more stress about this than I realized. In a way, that relieved her. It meant he was focused. I know, said Lella. But I promise, he's really good. Can he meet us here tomorrow morning? At dawn. I think so. If he's here, then we can talk to him before we leave the city. If I like what I hear, we'll use him. He'll be here. Rondell spun away and started walking toward the exit of the water gardens. Andrasta came up beside him. You were pretty harsh with her. I'm tired. We've got a lot to throw together, and I'm already worried that we're relying too heavily on her. She's young and too much of an unknown. If she wants to be part of this, then she needs to pull her weight. Andrasta grunted. She agreed with every word Rondell said, many of them echoing her own thoughts. She was glad to see him taking things so seriously. What happens if she can't get the information we need? He blew out a deep breath. We continue with the plan. The information is important, but not so crucial we can't succeed without it. It would just make things easier. A lot easier. Lella shook her head. What was I thinking? She already knew the answer. Rondell and Andrasta's disappointment in her stung. She wasn't sure why she cared so much about the opinions of relative strangers. Maybe it was because their success would get her out of Bella Diva's grasp and help Kunal. Or maybe it was because they had done a kindness to her and she wanted to return the favor. So what do? I volunteer someone who is likely sitting in our apartment, high and barely conscious. Someone who will make me look even worse for not showing up. Her stomach nodded. What if he hasn't even made it back? That thought lingered with her the rest of her walk, continuing with the slow climb up the stairs of her building. At the top, she breathed a deep sigh, grasped the door handle, and stepped in. Kunal stood before the lone window, gazing out, and relief washed over her. He turned toward Lella wearing a smile. The smile took her back. When he first rescued her as a little girl, Kunal smiled all the time. Even in her most sour of moods, his smile would brighten her heart and lift her spirits. However, as he had gotten caught up with drugs, the smile rarely made an appearance, and usually it was accompanied by a sense of wistfulness, of loss. But this is different. Hello, he said. His voice sounded weak, even a bit shaky, but it was his own, not slurred or altered. Where have you been? I've been worried, she snapped, closing the door and walking toward him. As she neared, she saw that not only did he sound weak, but he looked weaker too, half hunched over. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to worry, but I had to do this on my own. Do what? I thought you went to sell yourself somewhere else so I wouldn't know about it. He hung his head. No. Though admittedly that's how it started. I left when the withdrawals were at their worst. I wanted something to take the edge off. Just a little. But I remembered that hurt look in your eyes. You were disgusted with me. And most importantly, I remembered what you said about working for Bella Diva and the risk I forced you to take so you could provide for us. I was the one who swore to protect you. Yet, you actually bought opium to protect me. It was too much. That still doesn't explain why you've been gone for so long. I thought you might have died. Something wet ran down Lella's face. She wiped at her cheeks with the palms of her hands. Kunal reached out with thin arms and drew her close. I can't tell you enough how sorry I am. Not just for this, but for everything. I needed some time alone. Time to think. Time to face some of the demons inside me while sober. Something I hadn't done in a while. While getting through the worst of the withdrawals, I think I figured out how to start managing those demons. I'm not so naive to think that this will be an easy recovery for me, but I promise you I will not touch opium or anything like it again. Lella pulled away and tilted her head. I've never heard you sound so sure before. His smile returned. I finally hit my bottom and I'm desperate to climb out. In fact, I was thinking I might try to look for work again once I can make myself more presentable. She grinned. What a coincidence. I know someone who is in frantic need of a tailor. They need someone who can work quickly and create one-of-a-kind garments that would impress even royalty. Kunal's eyes widened. I don't know if I'm quite ready for something like that. I was hoping to start with something simple and ease myself back into things. Why? You were the best. Everyone used to say so. What better way to get yourself back on your feet than to jump right in? He bobbed his head. A hand drifted up to his mouth. He began chewing on his thumbnail. All right. You'll meet them at dawn tomorrow in the water gardens. In front of the urgent sculpture. Odd choice. They're odd people. Foreigners, actually. She noticed Kunal swaying slightly on his feet. When's the last time you've had anything to eat? I can't quite recall. Come on. I have a bit of coin. We can't afford for you to pass out while trying to do business. Chapter 9. After eavesdropping on Kunal's meeting with Rondell and Andrasta, nothing could ruin Lella's day. Her uncle had seemed nervous at first, but once he began offering suggestions on color palettes and design, the famous tailor from before quickly re-emerged. Contracted for more than a dozen items of clothing, the first outfit was due in 2 days, delivered in person by Kunal outside the city gates. Proudly, Lella had watched her uncle handle negotiations just as deftly as he once had. Kunal convinced Rondell for more than half of the fee up front in order to purchase material and other supplies needed for creation of the garments. She had worn a grin all the way to the palace, past check-in with the guards. It faded when she learned that she would be working with Sita once again. An hour into the day, she paused briefly in scrubbing the pink marble floors to admire a teak table imported from northern Kindi. Something crashed into the back of her head, pitching her forward. She spilled half the contents of her bucket of soapy water. Sita waddled over. Watch what you're doing, fool girl. You wouldn't want me to report to Chan that you're already screwing things up around here. Lella shook away cobwebs and looked at the object that struck her. You threw a brush at me. The old woman grabbed her by the arm with surprising strength and twisted. Next time I'll do more if you don't quit your sightseeing. Your job is to scrub them floors, not look for things to steal. I wasn't looking for things to steal. And my job is supposed to be a personal servant to the princess, something Chan said you would help me become. I am helping. How? By toughening you up. The princess isn't one for compassion. The first time you upset her, you're gone. And I know Bella Diva will be very disappointed if that happens. So think of this as me doing you a favor. I'm protecting you until you're ready to be assigned to the princess. Now, get back to work. What kind of a fool do you think I am? You're doing no one a favor, but yourself. Mira walked the long fourth-floor hallway in a hurry. Her brother, the most gracious Prince of Bashan, the royal Pain himself, had decided to take certain matters into his own hands. She struggled to keep the sour look off her face. Having the right to do something and the ability to do something are two completely different things. Her friendly advice had apparently not fallen on completely deaf ears. She had sought to smooth things with Brahma, thinking her brother would likely fail to do so on his own. He hadn't failed after all. Mininder granted the already powerful merchants sole access to the trade routes of Mandawane and Cantonai. Too much, brother. Way too much. She glanced to the walls of the hallway. Paintings of Bashan throughout the city's history hung on each side. In front of each painting stood a black marble pedestal. On each rested a white marble bust of the city's ruler at the time of each painting's commission. Every ruler had received a bust, including her father. Even King Bimbisara has a bust, and he ruled for all of a month before dying of the flux. She bit her lip in frustration, knowing that she'd never have a bust of her own because her temporary rule had never been official. All my efforts to keep Bashan from falling apart, everything I did to help her grow, will either be forgotten or attributed to Meninder's successes at the beginning of his reign. A crash sounded. A shuffle of hurried footsteps followed. Mira paused. "You stupid, stupid girl!" snapped a voice full of grit. A thud sounded. "Ow! You kicked me!" cried a much younger voice. "You're lucky that's all I did. I ought to wring your little neck." "I didn't break it." Mira frowned and worked her way silently toward the room where the shouting originated. "Are you saying I did? I've had enough of your lip. I'll see that today is your last day." "You can't do that." "Oh, you'd be surprised at what I can do. Just wait until." Already angry at her brother's idiocy, Mira stormed into the room. A young girl dressed in a simple yet elegant red and purple sari sat on the floor on one side of the room. Her hands were up to defend herself from the drawn-back arm of a bent-back old woman. Recognizing the old woman only angered Mira more. "Sita, what is going on in here?" "Your Majesty," Sita dropped to her knees, wincing as she descended. "I'm sorry if this clumsy girl disturbed you. I'm afraid she broke a precious piece from your collection." She gestured to the other side of the room. On the ground lay several dozen azure pieces of a vase some 200 years old. Mira narrowed her eyes. How did she break the vase from the opposite side of the room? Sita stuttered in answer. "She broke it and ran. When I caught up to her, she fell here." "You ran? And you caught up to a little girl? I find that hard to believe. In fact, I don't believe it at all. I was passing by when I heard the vase break. The only footsteps I heard were your shuffle. The same shuffle you made when I caught you trying to sneak into my room a month ago." Sita's old face reddened. She swallowed hard, voice catching in her throat. "Your Majesty, No. I think I'm starting to see a pattern. Your Majesty, please, I beg your pardon. Give me another chance. I did not mean to offend you in any way." "Well, you did. Go see Yash right away. Tell him you are no longer allowed on the palace's grounds. You're to collect your things and your pay through today. Leave and never return." Sita swallowed. "But your Majesty, Now." Sita bowed her head and left without a word, shoulders hunched as if she was off to face a headsman. Mira looked to the girl. "What's your name?" "Lela." "You're new. Is today your first day?" "Second, Your Majesty." That accent. Much poorer than she appears. "You've been quiet and not said anything. Why?" "I had not been asked to buy Your Majesty." Mira nodded in satisfaction. "She has potential. I appreciate that." She paused, thinking. Why not take a chance? She seems like she could use a break anyway. I have need of a personal servant as I cannot find one to my satisfaction. They have all been too old, too nosy, and generally could not be trusted. Would you care to take a turn? Yes, Your Majesty. I would be honored. Then hurry along. I was on my way to speak with my brother. The girl scrambled to her feet, smoothing out her sari as she came up beside Mira. They walked down the hallway. Have you heard the expression, best to be seen but not heard? Asked Mira. Yes, Your Majesty. In the presence of my brother, it is best not to be seen or heard. He will be annoyed enough by me demanding a conversation, and he will look to take out his frustration on anyone nearby. Understand? Yes, Your Majesty. He won't even know that I'm there. Andrasta sat beside Rondell at the front of the wagon as they exited Bashan. She looked over her shoulder to the wide gate with disappointment and longing. She hoped Rondell's plan worked. It's just for a couple of days. I promise, said Rondell. I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. I can see it bothers you. Of course it does. It feels like we're going backward. Sometimes you have to take a step back before you can go forward. She spat over the side. Sounds like one of your overdramatic song lyrics. Part of a play, actually. It's from A Summertime Folly, a sad tale written by Granberry nearly 200 years ago. It's about. I'm not in the mood right now. He paused. Fine. Andrasta heard the resignation in his voice, but she didn't care. Even with the knowledge of Rondell's plan to pose as a foreign diplomat to work his way into the right political circles, she hated leaving Bashan, even temporarily, without the jewel in her possession. Once they maneuvered around the worst of the traffic near the main gate, Rondell clicked the reins to pick up speed. Their horses obeyed, but neither seemed pleased. They're not comfortable doing this. Especially Jewel, said Andrasta. She's probably just picking up on all your negativity. Relax and let me handle things. Why couldn't we have done the work inside the city? Same reason we're using Lella's uncle as a tailor. Oddly enough, if he stays clean, he might be better than what I had hoped for. Anyway, anyone in the city who would do the work we need would know the truth about us when Lord Ricker makes his triumphant entrance into the city. And we do have to make a grand entrance because anyone worth noticing wouldn't just sneak into Bashan. A lot of people saw us buying all this material yesterday. What's the difference? People saw two foreigners, crudely dressed, buy seemingly random materials from dozens of different places. That was intentional. If we had bought everything in one place, it would have been easier to trace. No one will think those two foreigners are the same as the ones who'll return. And what about the village where you want to have the work done? It isn't far from the city. What's to stop them from talking? Quite a bit of coin for one. We'll be buying silence. Half up front and half again when we leave. Even still, no one will know why we want the work done. Just that we're getting it done. News about Lord Ricker entering Bashan will probably never even reach the village. It's too unimportant to them. Even if it does, and they put the pieces together that I am Lord Ricker, no one from the upper class of Bashan will believe a bunch of poor commoners from outside the city, should they even report us. Lella ran through the streets of Bashan. For the first time she wasn't running from someone, but to someone. The day began on a high note with Kunal getting work for Rondell and Andrasta. It ended on just as high a note with her becoming a personal servant to the princess. A grin crawled across her face as she realized the latter's success would likely have not occurred if not for Sita's cruelty. A scrub brush to the head was worth the reward. I guess she helped me after all. Ha! She went over mental notes from witnessing the confrontation between the prince and princess. Though they had guarded their tongues with servants about, the tension was palpable. Lella picked up several names she hoped would be important as it pertained to disputes over trade routes. I need to decide how much to tell Bella Diva and how much to tell Rondell and Andrasta. I guess it doesn't make sense to hold back from either since their goals are different. It's not like they're competing against each other. She put aside those thoughts. She'd have plenty enough time to work it out later. The last thing she wanted was for Kunal to see her stressed. She entered their building, dashed up the stairs to their door, and turned the handle while giving it a push. Rather than the door giving, she inadvertently slammed her shoulder into it with a loud thud. Ow. It's locked. Is that you, Lella? Kunal called from inside. One moment. He mumbled something else she couldn't make out while footsteps came to the door. It better be you, by the way. Otherwise, you'll be sorry. Her brow furrowed. What are you talking about, Uncle? A click sounded and the door swung open. Ah, it is you. Good. He went back to his work without giving her a second look. Lella froze in the entrance. Their entire space looked different. Someone had cleaned and disinfected the room. Spools of thread, shears, and needles of various sizes sat on a table in the center. 2 wooden dummies stood on pedestals in front of the table. Cloth lay over each dummy with more rolls of fabric on the floor. Uncle, Lella whispered. What happened? He looked over his shoulder and said, Come in and lock the door behind you. The last thing I want is to let others see all this. It was difficult enough trying not to draw too much notice when I had others come by and clean the place. And then came the deliveries. He began pacing back and forth over the space. A light sheen of sweat ran across his forehead and he rubbed his hands together while talking. None of it was cheap, especially not the new lock. I ended up spending the entire amount advanced to me. That much already. You have to spend money to make money, they say. He wiped the sweat from his brow on his sleeve, then walked over to drink a glass of water. Besides, what I spent it on was well worth it. The tools aren't as nice as those I once owned, but they'll do until I can afford something. He paused. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Kunal did his best to hide the withdrawal, but Lella could tell he still suffered with desires for the opium. He popped a piece of hard sugar candy into his mouth while waiting for her to answer. Something to take his mind off the cravings? He's trying. More than ever. Lella jumped up and squeezed him around the neck. Kunal nearly fell forward, dropping to a knee. It's just good to see you acting more like your old self. I missed you so much. He chuckled and wrapped his arms around her. I'm trying. I promise I won't fail this time. I believe you. Her plan had already begun to work. Chapter 10. Rondell paused in his painting of the carriage. He smiled as a cool breeze danced across the single street of Segal, a small village half a day's ride from Bashan. His graying brown hair fluttered across his forehead and behind his ears. He took a deep breath and shook out his arms. The sun had yet to rise, but already every muscle in his body ached. At least I can breathe fresh air. No trash, no rotten food, and most importantly, no privies to clean. After weeks of wasted work in Bashan, the last 2 days in Segal had rejuvenated his spirits. He didn't care that the idea had originated with a little girl, he was the one giving it character and building it into a plan he felt confident would work. The breeze grew stronger, sending goosebumps across the bare skin of his neck. And if the plan doesn't work, at least we'll go down with more dignity than before. Gods, what was I thinking? Cleaning privies. He paused, smile flipping into a frown. He knew exactly what he had been thinking. He had suffered 2 unlikely, but great losses in Erba, the woman he loved, and their son. Several months had passed, but the bitter memories stung as though it had occurred yesterday. Not enough time has gone by. Is there such a thing as enough time when mourning? He took a deep breath. He had to be careful not to slip into those morose thoughts that crept up on him sometimes. Otherwise, one thought would lead to another and his mind would be worthless until something snapped him out of it. At least I'm more aware of it now. That should help stave off the worst of things. At least until this business with the tower is done. Then perhaps I'll crawl into a bottle for a month and really pay my proper respects to them. He wiped his eyes, not sure if it was the breeze or the lack of sleep that had caused them to water. He picked up a brush and continued painting the carriage by lamplight. He and Andrasta had worked tirelessly in preparation for what would be their grand entrance into Bashan. The work refocused his mind. Just have to stay busy. That's the key. Think about the task at hand. About what I can control. A false dawn arrived, graying the dark sky until pale sunlight oozed over the horizon, spilling into the small valley where Seagal lay nestled. Rondell stopped his work only to dim the oil lamp. He finished painting the sides of the wagons bright white and moved on to the trim which called for simple black. Uneven footsteps approached from behind. He recognized the gate immediately, pausing in his work to bid good morning to Dinesh with a nod of his head. Dinesh had a dozen years on Rondell, but other than the limp he bore from an old war injury, he carried himself like a man half that age. He wore a simple white dhari and kurta, common attire for a man of his station. Both articles of clothing smelled clean, but bore sweat stains due to a life of hard physical work. Dinesh handed Rondell a steaming cup of coffee that he eagerly accepted. The rich smell gave life to his tired eyes, and the warm liquid provided relief to his rough throat. With just a few swallows, energy coursed through his limbs. They stood in silence, admiring the carriage while sipping their bitter drinks. The open carriage they left the city with now had an enclosed cover to ride in. Dinesh took another drink after examining the work. "You surprise me." "How so?" asked Rondell. "I didn't think you'd have it ready for me to finish so soon. Or if you did, the work would be sloppy and I'd end up spending half the day fixing what you rushed." "I take it you're happy then." He nodded. "You have a steady hand and a great deal of patience." "They were once necessary in my previous profession," Rondell said. "Actually, those things are still necessary now that I think about it." The old soldier set his empty cup down. "Well, you can run along so I can get started." "Don't you want some help?" "No. With something this delicate, I work better alone." "And it will be done in time for us to leave tomorrow morning?" He flashed a mouth still full of teeth. "With what you're paying me, absolutely." Dinesh pulled out a small case of thin paint brushes made from horsehair. Each varied in size and length. He dipped one into the black paint Rondell used earlier and with the slightest of touches of brush against wood, a perfect black swirl took shape against the white background. Rondell watched him a moment longer in admiration before leaving the man to his work. Stepping through town, others were out and about, milking goats, weeding gardens, and chopping wood. Like Dinesh, several of the villagers busied themselves with tasks Rondell had hired them to do. A middle-aged woman sat near an open window of a small hut while putting the finishing touches on dark red curtains for the carriage's windows. He had worked with the same woman the previous day to create small leather covers for each of the fingertips on his bad hand. The material took away the feel of the flute against his skin when he practiced, however he no longer had an issue properly covering each opening. "Hopefully that will be enough." An old man, good with herbs and potions, boiled liquids over a roaring fire while mixing various powders in a stone bowl beside it. Rondell watched him pour both the powder and liquid into small clay containers, sealing each with wax. The alchemist must have had at least 3 dozen ingredients around him, but all Rondell could smell was sulfur. "Finally some luck going our way. Who would have thought to find someone with knowledge of smoke and firebombs out here?" In the stable, a young boy brushed out the coats of Rondell's mount and another they purchased to pull the carriage. Andrasta was adamant about not demeaning Jewel in such a way. "Things are coming together. Just waiting on you, Andrasta." As if on cue, she entered the village atop Jewel. Rondell breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing several packages tied to the saddle behind her. Well, Kunal got the work done on time. That's at least something. Now to check the quality. Rondell had been hesitant to trust Kunal, but decided to take a chance based on the man's knowledge. Even still, Rondell couldn't afford to place all his bets on the recovering drug addict, so he had also hired a local to throw something together in case Lela's uncle failed to meet their timeline. Though the local did good work, the clothes didn't stand out in the way Rondell had hoped. Andrasta dismounted. Her excitement from days earlier when he began to put parts of his plan into motion had waned. In its place, her scowl reasserted itself. It looked as comfortable on her as a pair of broken-in boots. The scar crossing her face puckered slightly as eyes flitted over the village. "What's wrong?" he asked. "What's wrong is that half the village is working for us. As I said before, there's no other way to get all the work done in time. I don't like it." "I know. I'm serious. Just because we're paying them a lot of money doesn't mean they won't turn on us." "True. But you have to look at all the facts. They're off the beaten path. The village sits near the border of two Kindi territories and therefore doesn't hold the same level of allegiance to the prince or princess. And again, no one here knows why we've wanted all this work done or what our intentions are with the items upon completion. They only care that we need it quickly and have the coin to pay for it. Let's say someone gets a wild hair and follows us into Bashan. They go to the local authority and tell them about us. Without any real knowledge of who we are, what our intentions are, or anything else, no one will give them the time of day. Even if they do, it will be our word against theirs. After tomorrow we'll have already established ourselves as completely different people within the city. Attitude and money will work just as easily in Bashan as it has here. We'll be fine." She rubbed her jaw and sighed. "We better be. Gods, she's more on edge every day. And this is the easy part. How are the clothes?" Andrasta shrugged. "I didn't really examine them since it was your idea. Just made sure they were there." He was adamant that it was just the thing you were looking for. Rondell opened one of the packages. Out flowed a pair of dark blue trousers with black stripes down each leg. A matching overcoat lay underneath it as well as a sky blue shirt trimmed with white. Kunal took something simple and made it more elegant than what many of the kings I once performed for had worn. He smiled. "Would you look at the stitching on this? Our little Lela came through for us in a big way. If your outfit looks half as good as this, we're set." Andrasta frowned. "But it doesn't look like anything I saw people wearing in the city." "That's the idea. A rich emissary from Britannic who is hoping to secure new trade routes for the Queen won't dress as a local." "You sure you can pull that off?" "Of course. It'll be hard to trip me up on information from where I grew up. Didn't you tell me it's been over 15 years since you've been there?" "At least. You don't think it's changed?" "Not that much. Right now it's probably raining or foggy, or both, just like it is most of the year. And I've kept up on the major happenings in the political realm through bar conversation. I'll be fine. What about me? Being an emissary won't work in my case. Juntark chooses to stay mostly to itself with the exception of the two countries that share its borders. Just as well. No ruler would send you as an emissary anyway. Don't give me that look. There are only a few cultures in the entire world that hold women to the esteem you feel they should. If I recall, Juntark isn't one of them." She scowled. "So what am I supposed to be?" "My bodyguard. You just said there weren't many female emissaries out there. I'm pretty sure there are even fewer female bodyguards." "Probably. However, because of your size, the way you carry yourself, and frankly the lack of knowledge most people have of Juntark, I think it'll work. Worst case scenario, someone tries to prove your unworthiness to hold the position and you get to put them in their place. Fine. But just so we're clear, I'm your bodyguard in every sense of the word. Don't try to make me do things that a servant would do." "Of course. I'd never dream of degrading you in such a way. So what do my clothes look like?" He nodded to the package. "Take a look for yourself." Andrasta removed the other package off Jewel. She began cutting the strings with her dagger. "Careful," said Randell. "Kunal worked fast, but we don't have time to do another." Andrasta scowled, yanking the bundle of cloth out like she was withdrawing her blade from a man's chest. She held up the long black cloak, black trousers, and a black tunic. "What is this?" "Let me explain before you get upset. I'll look like a blasted headsman in these things. I know, but it's necessary. You need to look the part. I won't look the part. No one in Juntark dresses like this. We'd die of a heat stroke within an hour. You're not dressing for authenticity, you're dressing to a stereotype. Sort of. Explain, she hissed through a clenched jaw. Look, I know you hate all those stupid misconceptions that most of Untan believes about your people, right? You mean that our dark skin comes from sleeping with demons, our women wear chicken bones through their nipples, and we eat the flesh of our firstborn? Among others. This is the thing. When I tell anyone that you're from Juntark, they're going to expect something exotic, something that fits the stereotypes. Even Kunal brought that point up. But you don't want to know what he suggested we make for you to wear. And this is your solution? This is ridiculous, and if you think I'm going to. By the gods, enough! Snapped Rondell, leaning in close. What is more important, your pride or the jewel? She said nothing. Look, they're just clothes. Simple black clothes. Nothing except the color will make you stand out. I made sure of that for you. But, you have to meet me halfway here. Andrasta sighed. All right. At least we're not still picking up trash. There you go. Be positive for once. Now, regardless of what you wear, we both need to be clean. Come on, I hired a woman to meet us at the stream with soap, oils, and shears for our hair. Everything needs to be perfect. Sitting with his back to a mahogany tree, Rondell breathed a wistful sigh while stroking the smooth skin of his cheek. His hand drifted down his neck until his thumb touched the scar at his throat. He pulled it away quickly as a frown forced its way onto his face. Though he had tried to keep his beard trimmed before, he hadn't been clean-shaven in some time. The change made him feel exposed. Get over it, Rondell. A means to an end. Vanity doesn't suit a scared, has-been minstrel. You do whatever it takes to succeed now. For Andrasta. She's the closest friend you've ever had. You owe her. He sighed and pulled out the silver flute. He spun it in his hands before pausing and reading the inscription for what he estimated was at least the 100th time. Play it loud and play it true. Such a dumb phrase made him loathe the instrument even more. I mean, was that really the best thing that the engraver could come up with? Seems like a waste of silver. Do you think that alchemist is worth the price he's charging? Andrasta asked over her soft footsteps. The sound of her voice startled him from his thoughts. He looked up, surprised a second time at the style of her hair. After bathing, Andrasta had braided it in a much different manner than usual. The jagged design heightened her foreign features, making her appearance all the more menacing. Gods, it even makes her scar stand out. Was that intentional? He wanted to ask, but he knew the reminder of her past was a sore spot, so he chose to keep his curiosity to himself. That's a different look for you, he managed, unable to ignore her appearance altogether. She sat beside him. Just getting into my new character. Good. She still trusts me enough to think my plan will work. Yes. I think he's worth it, Rondell said in response to her question. Didn't you already pay someone in Bashan to make smoke bombs? I did. You don't think having two people perform the same work is a waste of money? No. This guy is much better. And like what we did with the tailors, it doesn't hurt to have a backup. You never know what can happen, and we've only got a small amount of time to accomplish our goals. Besides, I have no idea how many we'll use once inside the tower. Last time I checked, it looked as though he was doing more than just creating smoke bombs. He's also putting together a few things that should help with cleaning wounds. She raised an eyebrow. Rondell shrugged. Considering no one has ever gotten out of the tower, it'd be pretty naive of us to think we won't get any injuries from facing the Guardians. She grunted in what Rondell knew was agreement. Her inarticulate noises were like another language at times, a slight difference in pitch changing the entire meaning of her throaty sounds. Andrasta gestured. "Why do you hate it so much?" Rondell looked down, realizing he'd been fiddling with the flute during their conversation. "What do you mean? You said more than once that you don't like the flute, and every time I see you with it, it's with a frown on your face." "Well, I truly do think it is an inferior instrument, and not only to a lute, I might add." He bit his lip. "Unless it is handled by a true master. Then, I can at least respect the musician. I sense there's something more." He chuckled. "Sort of. It's a bit of a sore spot." "And we haven't discussed sore spots before?" He snorted. "Good point." He stared at the mid-morning light reflecting off the stream where they had washed earlier. "All right. Why not?" He cleared his throat. "The first lute I ever owned was a cheap hand-me-down instrument that often lost its tune shortly into any song. I hated it at first, but eventually its very faults were what made me into the player I became. It forced me to learn how to fret chords in different positions on the neck at a much quicker pace than most, so I could continue playing in key during a performance until there was enough of a break to tune the strings again." He grinned. "I grew to love that blasted thing, problems and all. It started my legend. Anyway, shortly after I left home, I entered a contest in Dolden. That's Britannic's capital. Musicians far and wide came to play before thousands of people. There were no rules to the contest except anyone who entered had to play one song familiar to the audience and one song originally composed. When it was my turn to play, people heckled and laughed as I walked to the stage dressed in my then tattered clothes, carrying my ugly, old lute. "That must have made you angry," said Andrasta. "You know, not really. I was an arrogant little prick back then, and I knew I'd make them eat their words." He snorted. "Sure enough, after I played the opening of Live Each Day by Herman's, you could hear nothing but my old lute and my voice. When I finished, the crowd cheered louder for me than anyone, demanding an encore, which I happily obliged. On my way down from the stage, I passed countless instruments that sparkled and shined in their extravagance. I couldn't help myself. I made a show of turning my nose at each one, declaring loudly that the instrument doesn't make the musician. The musician makes the instrument." He paused. That declaration held true as the day wore on, and no one came close to outdoing my performance. I'm having trouble seeing how this relates to a flute. Patience. You asked a question. I'm giving you the answer. You don't really expect a former minstrel to tell the tale in 2 sentences, do you? No, I guess not. Go ahead. So, everything was going well. This was going to be my day. And then Tertullius shows up. Who? His eyes bulged. Who? Dear gods, I know your upbringing left a lot to be desired as far as your exposure to the arts are concerned, but not even Tertullius? He shook his head. A shame. Tertullius was old at this point and hadn't seen the better side of 100 in several years. People joked that he was so old that the word legend had been invented to describe him. However, that joke only went so far. The man could play so effortlessly, you'd think he was born with a flute in his hands. He sighed. They allowed him to close the contest. And that didn't go well. Not for me. He hobbled onto the stage with help from 2 others who guided him to a chair. He sat, pulled out his famous golden flute, and played like an angel. It was then that I knew that a musician may make the instrument, but a musician without a great instrument had limitations. I ended up taking 2nd place in the contest and was lauded for achieving so much at such a young age. However, the loss aided me. Like you and your sword, I had to be the best. So, after the night's celebration, I took the prize money and bought the nicest lute I could find. The next day, I went to the inn Tertullius was staying in order to challenge him. Nothing showy. Just me and him. I had to know whether or not if I could beat him with a better lute. Did you? No. We never played each other. So, he chickened out. Nothing like that. The old man died in his sleep and I never got to find out whether or not I truly could have beaten him. His hands gripped the flute tightly. And that's why you hate the flute so much? In part. But be honest, it is a pretty silly-looking instrument. I mean, there is no way to look even remotely masculine while holding the thing. She grinned. I don't see how you can look masculine holding a lute either. Rondell winked. That's only because you never saw me hold one. Andrasta rode Jewel alongside the horse-drawn carriage as they re-entered Bashan. They passed their first test at the gate. The guards flanking either side of the wide double gates had actually pushed aside locals traveling into the city in order to make room for Rondell's elaborately decorated carriage. Just like he said. Act important and people will think you are. The driver Rondell hired from Seagal played his part well, drawing as much attention to them as he could. She had worried that the young man might buckle under the pressure. He'll be fine, Rondell had said of Harshad. He's young enough to relish an opportunity at being brash and just old enough to pull it off convincingly. Heads turned in their direction from people traversing the sidewalks and streets. Harshad heralded locals to get out of the way with a voice thrice the size of his thin frame. He waved hands at businessmen, heckled elders, and practically ran over several children who didn't step lively enough out of the way while focusing his greatest attention on several women standing on the corner. Surprisingly, the women returned the attention, cheering him on. Andrasta didn't understand what they saw in him. Even his face didn't sit right with her. Too round and soft, it lacked strength. But not arrogance. She had several local priests descending from high pyramid-shaped temples painted yellow, turquoise, red, and blue. He even bosses the holy men around. It doesn't matter if they hate us for his arrogance or if it projects onto us, Rondell had told her. We aren't trying to make friends. In fact, hate can be a good thing. People talk more about those they hate than those they love. And the more people talk about us, the sooner the royalty will take notice. Well, this will definitely get people talking. Harsh glares and narrowed eyes joined whispered words spoken out of the corners of mouths. Barely half a block into Bashan and Rondell's plan had already found life. Unlike Harshad, who shouted curses to draw attention, Andrasta rode in absolute silence. Head on a swivel, she scanned the crowd, looking for threats. Rondell's last bit of advice before entering the city was simply to be a more exaggerated version of yourself. A version of myself dressed like a shadow, she thought sourly. In hindsight, she probably did overreact to the clothes. Understanding Rondell's reasons for the look made it easier to endure the ridiculousness of it. She even volunteered to do something different with her hair. Normally, she wore long simple braids that hung off her head, a common style for women in Juntark. However, she changed the fashion to something more exotic, twisting the braids back and forth across her scalp in a lightning bolt pattern until the remaining hair flowed down her neck and upper back. She had done this with each braid excepting one that she purposefully draped over the front of her face so that it brought even more attention to her scar. She hated doing that. In fact, she loathed it. But the idea had been hers. Thinking long and hard about what Rondell had said of her pride, she determined the level of discomfort was worth it if it meant increasing their chances of making an impression on others and gaining access to the Tower of Bashan. A memory flashed before her eyes of a woman holding her down and raking a blade diagonally across her face. Spittle from her harsh words mixed with the blood running into her eyes. Her father had killed that woman. Not out of love for me though, but out of the insult to his home. No one from Juntark ever showed me love. She sighed. Why do I care about fulfilling the promise I made to father? Will he even accept the jewel should I bring it to him? Of course, he will. Regardless of what I mean to him, the jewel means power. You all right? Andrasta blinked, turning toward the carriage. Rondel's head poked between the parted crimson curtains. Clean-shaven, he wore his newly trimmed, shoulder-length hair in a single, tight tail at the back of his head, a common style among the nobles in Britannic according to him. Without the beard, the scar at his throat is far more obvious. Like he said, we both need to put pride aside. What do you mean? She answered. You look like something's bothering you. I'm fine, she lied. She still could not bring herself to discuss what the Jewel of Bashan truly meant to her, and what it would likely mean for their partnership. I'll need to say something eventually. Just trying to play my role as you requested, she told him. Rondel gave her a curious look, then grinned. Well, you're doing admirably. He nodded to the front of the carriage. Can you tell our overzealous friend that although I appreciate his efforts, he should tone things down a bit? I don't want to incite a riot. And tell him to head toward the inn. But go the long way. We need to make sure we're well seen with the carriage before settling into our rooms. Chapter 11. What else? Asked Chand. Lela had met him in an alley on her way to the palace. She had quickly recounted everything she could think of, especially the details of the conversation between Prince Mininder and Princess Mira. That's all they discussed. But what else? Remember what Beladiva said. He wants to know everything. Lela frowned. She thought that the crime lord meant that as a way to drive the point home that it was important for her not to miss anything. She didn't think to take the meaning literally. Lela took a deep breath and spoke about everything else that she could think of regarding the princess, regardless of how trivial it seemed. Oh, and the princess is not as smart as everyone thinks she is. Chan showed the first bit of emotion with a slight bulging of his eyes. What do you mean? What do I mean? That's not true. She's extremely smart. So why would I say that? She realized in a very short time that despite rumors about Mira being a hard woman, she was likable. Is this a small favor for Mira so Beladiva underestimates her? He already knows so much. What's the big deal if I say one fib? The thought of continuing the small lie made her not feel as helpless under Beladiva's control. I just think she's lucky. I mean, she isn't an idiot, obviously. However, much of her success seems based on luck, not careful thought. At least that's what I think right now. I'll know more the longer I'm around her. All right. I'll let Beladiva know. You can go. Lela began to turn. A thought struck her. I have a question. Yes? Sita. She was dismissed by the princess. What happened to her? Why do you care? From what others said, she was hard on you. I know. I was just curious. Dead. Lela's hand went to her mouth. Why? Because she thought herself above Beladiva by going against his will and not helping you. She had also failed him several times. His patience goes only so far. Remember that. She swallowed, already regretting her lie. I will. Rondel eased his boots off with a sigh, massaging his insteps and cracking his toes and ankle. He sat on the edge of a long bed at an inn in the nicest part of the business district. He sniffed the air. One that actually smells clean. Though honestly, I think I miss the country smell of Seagal. He winced, switching feet. Andrasta grunted. Don't tell me you're that tired from the little bit of walking we did today. We did more than a little bit of walking. We covered the market twice, the docks, and met with half the major bankers in the city. If just a few days of not training is having this much of a toll on you, maybe you need to join me on the roof later tonight. Rondel rolled his eyes. Yes, because that wouldn't take away from the personas we're trying to establish, me grunting and sweating on a rooftop with sword in hand while my bodyguard beats on me like a practice dummy. He placed one foot down on the floorboards and picked up the other to work loose a knot near his heel. It's these stupid boots. They were designed for appearance over comfort. It's hard work looking this good. She snorted and sat at a chair near the door. She drew her sword and began running a whetstone along its length. Rondell strode over to a large window that led to a balcony. The view overlooked the western side of Bashan. Deep purples and crimson reds shone on the horizon while the last remnants of a pale yellow glowed in the distance. Before disappearing completely, the light danced off the top of the Tower of Bashan. All of his notes said the jewel was kept at the top. The blasted thing is taunting us. 2 days since returning to the city. We should have heard something from the palace by now. He drummed his fingers on the balcony railing. Though Lela had given them valuable information upon re-entering the city, they had not seen her since. According to Kunal, when he dropped off the rest of their clothes, her new duties to the princess kept her so busy she barely did anything more than stop at home to sleep before running back to the palace. Only 8 days away from the big event. Not much time to get on the guest list. A gurgling sound came from his midsection. Sounds like that curry we had at lunch isn't settling well, Andrasta said. It'll be fine, said Rondell, not so much speaking about the curry as he was trying to convince himself of his plan's success. A knock sounded at the door. Rondell turned slowly to Andrasta. She paused in sharpening her sword. He gestured. I told you I wasn't going to be your servant. I'm not asking you to shine my boots or wipe my rear. Just answer the door. Wouldn't a bodyguard want to make sure someone dangerous wasn't there to slip a dagger between my ribs? She sighed and gave in. A boy on the other side of the door handed Andrasta a letter. Rondell was sure the messenger was supposed to wait for some sort of acknowledgement, but after one look of Andrasta he seemed eager to leave. She closed the door on him before he could change his mind, making the decision for him. It looks like it's from the palace. Rondell hurried across the room, snatching it away from her. Dear esteemed blah blah, welcome to the great blah blah. I hope you are blah blah blah. Please accept this invitation to tomorrow night's dinner at the Rose Palace, where we might discuss how Britannic can become long-term trade partners with Bashan and perhaps even allies. He paused. Cordially, Prince Minander I. Prince Minander? I thought we were trying to get in with the princess. Close enough. We did it, said Rondell, folding up the letter with a breathless sigh. Besides, the safer bet is we play both sides to double our chances of getting that invite to the big party. So now the hard part begins. Rondell began pacing. No. The hard part was getting noticed. You still look worried. There's always a little bit of worry, but I've spoken with kings and emperors with far more power and notoriety. The key is to be well prepared and kiss up at every opportunity. 2 things you're good at, especially the latter. Rondell took a sweeping bow. I do try. What did the letter mean about allies? You've heard enough about the political climate in the area. The city-states of Kindi are constantly making and breaking alliances. They hope to find any advantage over the others. I'm willing to bet the prince sees the arrival of an emissary from Britannic as a chance to gain resources others don't have. So, you're going to negotiate terms of war? Rondell shrugged. He took a seat at a desk near the window where he began to scribble notes. I'll speak about the Queen's small clothes if it gets us into the tower. I know how much this means to you. Given the distance between Britannic and Bashan, we'll be long gone before he ever suspects us anyway. Then promise him Juntark's spears too if it will help. He smiled while pulling out another sheet of paper where he scribbled a message. I'll keep that in mind. Here. I need you to find out where Lela is and give this to her. Now that we have a date in mind, I need to know what she's learned since last we spoke. You can't let Harshad run the message? It might look funny for your bodyguard to leave you alone for so long. True. Which is why you'll have to make sure no one sees you leave. Either that or reveal another piece of our plans to Harshad by having him deliver a secret message to the princess' personal servant. Andrasta put the whetstone away and rose with a sigh. You hate it when I'm right, don't you? She scowled and snatched the message. Chapter 12. Lella trudged down the dark street, thankful for a clear night sky so that the bright half-moon could light her way. Under normal circumstances, the cool air might have been uncomfortable, but lately she welcomed the change in temperature. Princess Mira liked to keep the rooms in the palace warm to the point Lella often grew lightheaded. Despite another long day, her little legs hurried, knowing she'd have to be at the palace bright and early on the morrow. She knew spying on the princess would not be an easy task, however she had underestimated the demanding, physical nature of the job. The princess seemed always on the move, tirelessly meeting with various figures of Bashan and its surrounding lands, usually in secret so Prince Mininder would not notice her efforts. But at least my belly is full, she thought with satisfaction. Her tongue still tasted the buttery, warm bread from earlier. There were perks to being the princess' personal servant that she had not considered before. A muffled scream sounded in a nearby alley. Even with the protection of wearing Bella Diva's sigil, Lella quickened her pace out of habit. The princess had offered her an adjoining room to sleep in so that Lella would not have to travel in and out of the palace each day. Under normal circumstances, Lella would have jumped at the opportunity. Not only would she have even closer access to the princess, but she would also enjoy more of the comforts she dreamed of. The bed's imported mattress, thick pillows, and clean sheets called to her like a temptress. However, she had declined the offer, too worried about Kunal to leave him to his own devices. She had explained to Princess Mira that she lived with a sick family member that needed her attention. To her surprise, Mira offered to bring the sick family member into the palace as well. The gesture had touched Lella, highlighting a softness few saw of the princess. She had hesitated before declining that second offer, but in the end she lied that her family member was too set in his ways, and would never leave the place he called home. Mira had seemed disappointed, but the comment was enough for the princess to drop the issue. It would be nice to live in the palace. But then it would be much harder to meet with Andrasta and Rondell. Or especially Chand. Guilt washed over her. Besides, how can I accept the princess's hospitality when I'm betraying her more each day? She rounded a corner, nearly jumping out of her skin as Andrasta loomed above. She always seems more intimidating without Rondell. What are you doing here? Lella asked once she collected herself. Waiting for you. We haven't heard from you in days. Sorry. The princess has kept me busy. I couldn't get away. I can give you an update now though. Save it until tomorrow. We got an invitation for dinner tomorrow night with the prince. The prince? Really? The princess didn't mention anything. Does she even know? Andrasta gave Lella a slip of paper. Rondell wants to meet at midday to go over what you've learned since last we spoke. She shook her head, biting her lip. At midday the princess always takes her meal in the library. It will be next to impossible to leave the palace at that time. Find someone to cover for you. This dinner is too important. She gestured to the letter. He's written down some other things he wants you to look into tomorrow morning, most notably if this will be a private dinner with the prince or if Princess Mira will be joining. He would prefer the princess be there. I'm sure Mira will want to be there herself. After parting, Lella continued down the dirty street. As usual, the door to the apartment was locked. She knocked. Kunal answered with a frown. It's dangerous enough to walk the streets during daylight hours. At night, it's even worse. She entered the room. Someone sees me home safely each night, she lied to reduce his worries. Still, I don't like how late you're staying out. Little girls should be home asleep at this hour, not roaming the streets. Just because I'm small, doesn't mean that I'm a little girl, uncle. He frowned and bobbed his head. My stupidity forced you to grow up much sooner than you should have. I'm sorry. You apologize too much. Not enough. She warmed at his effort to make up for his past. It had been the longest he'd gone without succumbing to opium again since his addiction began. He still showed signs of struggle, but because of the work secured by Rondell and Andrasta, he had managed to keep his focus elsewhere. Fear gripped her as she noticed the bare wooden dummies. Did you finish all of the items already? I did. And I see that look in your eye. There is nothing to worry about. I'm perfectly in control of myself. Besides, I've already secured 2 new jobs. I'll start on them tomorrow after making a run to the market for the material. So quickly? Apparently, a few people commented on the items I made for your friends. They passed my name on to those interested. That's great. He smiled. This is only the beginning. Word of mouth spreads fast. So long as I keep doing my best, I'll be so busy I won't know what to do with myself. And I can use the money to satisfy whatever price Belladiva will require to get you away from him. She gave Kunal a hug. She suspected that Belladiva would not be satisfied with any amount of money offered. But her uncle needed to believe he could do that for her, and she wasn't going to be the one to break his hope. Chapter 13. Lela slid into the kitchen like a shadow amidst the clanging of pots and chopping of vegetables. The plethora of competing smells, leeks, mango, bread, cinnamon, assaulted her nose and made the inside of it itch. It didn't take long for her to learn that some of the best information could be obtained during the activities of those preparing for the day. Dozens of bodies filled the space, each making their own unique noise, whether talking, laughing, chopping, scraping, or stirring. So much went on in the space that it was easy for a little girl to move about unnoticed. Anywhere else in the palace, people were more cautious with the volume of their voices, what they spoke about, and to whom. In the kitchen, things were different. She hugged the wall near sacks of potatoes, pretending she was searching for something. She slid beside 2 women in their early 30s. Within a few breaths she could tell they spoke of nothing important, gossiping about crushes. Lela left the potatoes and glided toward the giant stone hearth where various breads baked. Her stomach growled despite the food she had earlier. She snuck a small roll into her sari while preparing the princess's morning meal. She put the tray together at the edge of a long wooden table where 3 older women kneaded dough and chopped fruit. One of the women lowered her voice, but Lela had good ears. Did you hear what they're saying about Gulzar? Lela's ears peaked at the mention of the name. Any discussion about the leader of one of Bashan's major houses, especially one who had garnered so much attention from the prince, was bound to be important. No, said another of the women. And who is they? You know I can't say that, said the first with a wink. I'd be betraying my source. Anyway, he's been spending an awful lot of time with the prince like the 2 are cooking something up. And I assume you know the thing they're cooking, chided the third woman. I've heard a few things here and there, said the first with a knowing smile. Lela slowed her preparation. She finally had something. Princess Mira sat in her favorite chair in the corner of the library while breaking her fast with a buttery flatbread flavored with coconut and covered with imported orange marmalade. It was the same meal as the morning before and the one before that. Mira was a creature of habit. If she had it her way, she'd eat the same 3 meals every day so that she'd never have to worry about whether one of the cook's new dishes was distasteful or might cause indigestion. However, her midday and especially her evening meals were rarely taken alone. With guests, the boring and mundane would not do. Business would occur during those meals and she had to appeal to her audience. Therefore, she made sure her first meal of the day never wavered in its contents. It was hers. She looked forward to it each morning as much for its taste and simplicity as its familiarity. Lela, fetch me a cup of green tea. The girl appeared on her left, seemingly out of nowhere. I have it at your right elbow, your majesty. Lemon and a tiny bit of sugar, just as you like after a fitful night of sleep. Mira raised an eyebrow. How do you know I didn't sleep well? I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. I know you've been busy, and from comments you've made I didn't think that rest had come easy to you as of late. No. It hasn't. Too busy either trying to fix my brother's mess or prevent him from making a bigger one. All while trying not to become the losing piece in his poorly played game. Mira glanced to her right. Steam rose from a white, porcelain cup etched in silver. She took the cup in her hands, swearing it hadn't been there a moment ago. The tea set came from Cantonai, the tea grown locally. The hint of lemon reached her and she took a sip. Perfect. I don't know how you do it, she whispered. Well, the tea is brewed in the kitchen, Your Majesty. I simply pour the cup and add the lemon and sugar. Mira smirked. That's not what I meant. I'm not sure I understand. I've changed servants more often than I've changed clothes these last several years. They've been young, old, female, male, local, and foreign. Do you know why they haven't lasted long? No, Your Majesty. None of them listen. They like to say they will be seen and not heard. However, most cannot wait to jump at a chance to interject their own opinion where it wasn't asked, or chat away about their personal problems in the hopes that I might show them pity. Mira paused, waiting. She had given a similar speech twice before when she thought she had finally found someone worth keeping. Mira hated to appear cruel because she was not. Every decision, every thought, every political conversation was conducted with the people of Bashan in mind. However, she had too much to juggle for her to consider matters on an individual level. Lela said nothing. In fact, if she hadn't stood near the table, Mira might have forgotten the girl was still there. Who would have thought that a girl her age would be the one to finally pass the test? What do you think of those who tell me such things? Mira finally came out and asked. I think they are being presumptuous, Your Majesty. I'm surprised that so many would forget themselves. Another good answer. Would you ever think to overstep yourself in such a way? No, Your Majesty. I would never think to speak to you out of turn unless you would have me do so. That pleases me to hear. Mira took another bite of her breakfast, enjoying the coconut aftertaste. She reconsidered how she ended the conversation. That being said, I know you're a smart girl, much smarter than you like to let on. You also have a way of sneaking around like a quiet little mouse. Not necessarily a bad thing. What I mean is, if there is something that you hear, perhaps from conversations around the palace, things that may be of interest to me, please let me know. Mira felt awkward for even making the suggestion to a young girl, but her resources were beginning to dry as her power decreased. She needed more information if she hoped to keep Bashan from spiraling downward under her brother's reign. As it was, her efforts to figure out what Gulzar and her brother were up to had so far come up empty. So I'm relying on the hearsay of staff. Pathetic. And loose-lipped messengers meant for the prince? Mira cocked her head. Especially those. Then it might please Her Majesty to learn that her brother will be having a private dinner this evening in the East Wing's formal dining room. This is nothing new. He has those dinners every night. Your Majesty is correct. However, this is the first night that he will be entertaining a foreign emissary from Britannic. Mira choked on her bread. He what? Yes, a man by the name of Lord Ricker. He's been spending lavishly throughout the city the last 2 days, meeting with anyone and everyone of importance. Bankers, merchants, and so on. Yes, I heard the stories. He apparently has a female bodyguard or whatever she's called. She's very much a warrior, Your Majesty. Not what you might be thinking. So you've seen them? Just a glimpse. And they're meeting this evening with Mininder? Yes, Your Majesty. I need to be there. She took a sip of tea. Find out what's on the menu. I'd like to know what I'm in store for when I attend. Eyeing Lela, she wondered how else she could use the little girl. Chapter 14. In the early evening light, Andrasta gripped a handrail as she bounced along on the outside of the carriage, standing on a step near the door as they traveled toward the palace. The streets seemed deserted in comparison to the seething throngs from earlier in the day. The lack of distraction only put her more on edge. She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. She could fight a half-dozen pit fighters out of Kirk while wearing little in the way of armor and be relaxed. Yet, the closer they rolled toward the palace, the faster her heart raced, palms running slick with sweat. It's just a dinner, Andrasta. You'll be expected to do and say little. The real pressure is on Rondell. That thought should have eased her mind, but it didn't. She had seen her partner handle himself in similar situations with confidence before. However, the stakes of the current situation felt much higher. Sure, she might have been temporarily derailed a few times in her quest to steal the Jewel of Bashan. But ultimately, most every decision had led her here. Even her partnership with Rondell would have never occurred had he not shown her the sketch to the tower's entrance. She sighed. Would I have been so quick to partner with Rondell had I known the delays that would result afterward? Not likely. And the loss would have been mine. She thought of the notes Rondell kept hidden in their quarters. Besides, how could I have learned everything without him? Likely I'd be worse off on my own. Though it was through no fault of hers, that admission angered her. Even after all she and Rondell had done for each other, she hated having to rely on him so much. Will father think less of me when he finds out I had a partner to steal the jewel? Will I prove others right for needing a man to help me? Before she could answer those questions, the carriage took a sharp turn down a narrow side alley where crumbling red brick buildings loomed on either side. Rondell pushed aside the carriage's curtain and peeked out. What's going on, Harshad? A shortcut. I don't want you to be late. Rondell furrowed his brow. We left with plenty enough time to spare. On most nights, yes. However, there is a festival to Ista, a minor god of fertility tonight. I didn't want us to get caught in the celebrations traffic. The noise from the sparse traffic along Bashan's streets faded quickly as they disappeared into the dark gloom of the alley. It smelled of rats and other vermin. Rondell scowled, casting her a look. Get us back on the main road. Harshad. Andrasta barked. Turn this carriage around. Where shall I turn around at? He asked, chuckling, while gesturing to the walls on either side. The laughter rang false. He clicked the reins, speeding the carriage up. Don't worry, Harshad continued. There's an intersection just up ahead we can stop at. Andrasta climbed up and forward. She came beside him and drew her sword. Stop the blasted carriage. Harshad looked over his shoulder, ready to argue, but his smile vanished quickly with her sword inches from his throat. The carriage came to a lurching stop. The mounts stomped the ground in place, swaying their heads back and forth. Andrasta grabbed Harshad by the shirt with her free hand and lifted him out of his seat. What's going on? Nothing is going on. I don't know what you're talking about. I told you there is a festival. Rondell leaned out of his door. The rasp of his normal voice added the right amount of intimidation to his narrowed eyes. It's early autumn. Festivals to fertility gods always occur in the spring. Harshad swallowed hard, the knot of his throat bobbing. His eyes flitted to either side of the alley. Andrasta followed the movement. 5 ahead, she said. 5 men had entered the alley from the intersection ahead. The 3 in front carried long spears, and the 2 in back carried kandas, heavy, double-edged swords that broadened from hilt to tip. 2 more approaching from the rear, said Rondell. The mounts fidgeted in the tight confines of the alley. Andrasta craned her neck and saw the 2 in the rear were not as heavily armed. One carried a cudgel of sorts while the other held short pushdaggers called kataras. Obviously, the carriage's abrupt halt had disrupted the original plan for an ambush. Though the attackers outnumbered them, they approached cautiously. They're not stupid. They know we can just run them down with the horses. Though with the spears, the horses might die. If that happens, the ones behind us would then try to attack. Who hired you? Rondell asked Harshad. I can't say. Can't or won't? Never mind. It doesn't matter right this second. Probably was someone in one of the crime syndicates. I guess we made too big of a show trying to draw attention. How much more did they pay you? Harshad said nothing. Andrasta placed the point of her sword at his throat. He asked you a question. They paid me nothing, he whispered. Then why? They threatened my family. Liar, said Rondell. I picked you because you didn't have any family. The boy's eyes widened. I'll deal with you in a moment. Good thing I had us leave with plenty of time to spare. Rondell disappeared back inside and reappeared a moment later brandishing 2 small crossbows. He opened the door, leaned out, and loosed each quickly, catching the men coming up from behind by surprise. One fell dead instantly. The other writhed on the ground, choking. Andrasta raised an eyebrow as Rondell climbed toward the driver's seat. He winked when he noticed her looking at him. Been practicing while you go off on your own and train. He nodded down the other side of the alley where the men with spears and kondas rushed forward. You may want to take care of the others before they kill our mounts. I'll watch the boy. After all, it wouldn't do if I had to help my bodyguard take down a few common street thugs. Like I need your help. She threw Harshad down, leaped over the horses and landed on the alley floor. She drew her dagger of Relian steel with her free hand, thinking the shorter weapon would come in handy given the tight space. To call the men common thugs was a disservice. Though Andrasta would not go so far as to name them worthy opponents, they at least approached with some semblance of strategy. Dressed in boiled leather, the 3 spearmen led the charge while the 2 konda-wielding swordsmen followed close behind. She sprinted toward them. Given the choice, she would have preferred to let the 5 come to her, but she'd risk the already jumpy horses growing wilder in the alley. The spearmen reacted by closing their formation with 3 long heads pointed at her torso. Just before the clash, she darted left, threw her left boot against the wall and pushed off. She slammed her sword into the 3 shafts, breaking 2 using her weight and momentum. Her other hand came around, dagger slicing across the neck of the closest spearman as they tried to untangle themselves from her. She ducked a thrust from the second spearman and stabbed the third in the groin. A wide konda blade sailed at her head. She dodged and it clanged off brick. Red dust took to the air. She spun away from another attack and flung her dagger down the alley toward the other swordsman as he charged toward Rondell. It struck the man between his shoulder blades. He fell. She cast aside a spear thrust, then deflected the high cut from the swordsman. Having sensed that they had missed an opportunity to gain the upper hand, they backed away to regroup. A poor decision, she muttered in what she knew was a heavily accented version of the native tongue. Where did that come from? Rondell is the talker. The truth was that the attack had lifted her spirits. What are you waiting for? We have an appointment to keep, remember? Called Rondell from behind. The attackers gave her an odd look. She feinted at the swordsman so he retreated another step, then taunted the spearman. He stabbed low as expected. She grabbed the shaft and yanked just as he stepped forward. He stumbled off balance and she slid her sword into his side under the armpit. He fell dead. The swordsman edged backward as if to run. She came at him fast. The man overcompensated his block and lost his head for it. Over too quickly. Why can't I just hack my way into the tower? It would be so much simpler. But I suppose if all it took was a sword, someone would have stolen the jewel years ago. Andrasta walked back to the carriage, pausing to retrieve her dagger and wipe it clean. "Please, take your time," said Rondel, sarcastically. "This is only one of the most important nights of our lives." Andrasta glared. "I know exactly what this night means." She gestured to Harshad. He sat with head down, sullen. "Send him down, and I'll kill him quick." The young man looked up. Tears ran down his cheeks. He started to open his mouth. Rondel cut him off. "I have a better idea. While you had your fun, I got him to talk. These idiots work for Beladiva." "Good. Then I don't have to bother torturing him to get information. Now, let me kill him. He's a loose end." Rondel held up a hand, stopping the young man from speaking. "I agree, he is a loose end. However..." Andrasta whipped her arm forward. A moment later the hilt of a dagger protruded from Harshad's neck. "What was that for?" shouted Rondel. She said, climbed into the wagon and grabbed the dagger. "I could see that look on your face." She kicked Harshad's lifeless form out the wagon. "You were ready to do something soft, something stupid. He had his chance. I'm not going to let his survival screw up our opportunity with the jewel. Go to the back so we can get moving again." Rondel shook his head like a disappointed father. "Stop doing that. You don't know how much the jewel means to me. You feel like telling me?" She opened her mouth, then closed it quickly. "Just get ready to move." She clicked the reins, and the carriage's wheels bounced over the first of the bodies. During the remainder of the ride to the Rose Palace, Rondel had trouble thinking of anything but Andrasta's killing of Harshad. She had always been quicker with a dagger than that of understanding. However, the way she ended the young man's life gave him pause. Her obsession with the jewel had grown greatly since coming to Bashan, reaching a level he had not been aware of until now. The signs were there, but I was too engrossed with thoughts of Erba to notice them. He wondered how far she would be willing to go to achieve her goal. Granted, neither of them was an angel. Yet, I never thought we were devils either. The carriage lurched to a stop at the palace's entrance. Later, Rondel. "We've got too much writing on this dinner. Focus." The door opened. His grim-faced partner awaited him. "I would congratulate you on staying so in character, but this is your normal demeanor," said Rondel, hoping a joke might lighten the mood. "Quit with the jokes and stay focused," she snapped. He stepped out with her hand guiding him, solidifying their roles for those watching. She squeezed until a knuckle popped. Rondel flashed her a look. She'd spoken in Yuntarkan, so Rondel replied in kind. "I am focused. Relaxed even." "Well, keep the jokes to yourself." He frowned, studying her. A sheen of sweat had formed on her dark forehead, more than what the fight had caused. Her eyes flitted about nervously, to the doorman, the guards, Rondel. She repeated the cycle twice. She's expecting something to go wrong at any moment. "All right. I'll do my best." She stepped aside for him to pass. Lord Ricker of Dunspire, Chancellor for the Commonwealth of Keddington, and Royal Emissary to the Great Queen Ingrid II of Britannic has arrived, a voice boomed as Rondel exited the carriage. A bright smile, 10 miles wide, stretched across Rondel's face as he took everything in. "I never got this warm a reception even in my prime as a minstrel." The doorman, a white-haired, middle-aged man dressed head to toe in clothes the same color pink as the palace's marble walls, stood proudly at the top of wide stairs. The late evening sun reflecting off both the palace and the man's clothes made Rondel squint. Lining the stairs behind the doorman, stood a dozen royal guards dressed in blue and red. Each bore a long spear twice their height. As Rondel approached, they pounded the butts of their spears against the ground as one. The doorman took a deep breath. Prince Meninderai, son of Prince Pandhuka, Lord Governor of Bashan and its surrounding lands, and rightful protector of Kindi. The long spears clacked the ground once more before extending outward and upward to touch points with the guard opposite them. The prince appeared in the open doorway moments later. Adorned in tan churidars and a silver sherwani, his bronze skin seemed on fire in the setting sun. Nice. I wonder how much of that was timed. Mininder held his head high and his chin out as though he could not look down on the world enough. Rondel snorted to himself while taking an E. Andrasta followed his lead and dropped down beside him. Who am I kidding? This was all planned. Rondel stayed on his knees even as the soft clicking footsteps of the princes stopped before him. In most countries, no foreign dignitary would be asked to show submission to their host for so long. However, he had heard enough stories around the city and had already seen enough from the prince to get a feel of the man. Young and arrogant. A bad combination for a ruler. Rise, Lord Ricker. I'm pleased you decided to take me up on my dinner offer. Rondel stood slowly, in part out of respect, and in part because he was getting older than he cared to admit. Hide the stiffness, fool. If Andrasta sees me wince, she'll have me doing crazy stretching exercises the moment we get back to the inn. He bowed slightly again. Prince Mininder, the honor is of course mine. I'm pleased that you noticed my arrival since I'm a stranger to your beautiful city. The prince smirked. A man would have to be blind not to notice your arrival. Several vendors have already made their money for the season thanks to your generous purchases. He paused, studying Andrasta. And we don't get many visitors from Juntark. I must say your choice in a bodyguard is quite interesting. Rondel laughed. Yes, well, Queen Ingrid likes to do what she can to help the economy of those she wishes to extend trade. As for Yumna, she is actually very boring. Loyal, but boring. That's good to hear. About Her Royal Highness, that is, he said, throwing Andrasta an odd look. I hope your queen is interested in doing much more than extending trade. Oh? The prince placed a hand on his shoulder while wearing a knowing grin. Later. First we'll eat. Yes, please lull me into a false sense of security. Sounds wonderful. Princess Mira enjoyed both the annoyance and surprise that flashed simultaneously across her brother's face as he entered the East Wing's dining hall. The gaudy attire he wore only added to the ridiculous appearance of his eyes widening. His lips tightened into a thin line as he walked Lord Ricker and his bodyguard to the table. Mira did her best to hide her own shock at the large woman trailing the emissary. She knew the rumors about Juntark inhabitants practicing immoral rites and abominations in order to please the demons they worshipped. Even still, she didn't expect the woman to enter her home dressed like death itself. And that scar. She forced herself not to stare, and study instead the person who truly mattered. The emissary looked regal in his foreign attire, a dark blue jacket cut in a way that accentuated a lean waist and shoulders she would have thought to find on a man used to scaling walls rather than one who likely spends most of his time sitting at a table. Matching trousers and a simple high-collared, white shirt finished the look. Given her brother's lingering look of displeasure as he neared, she half wondered if he would maintain proper protocol until he opened his mouth. This is a surprise. Hopefully, a pleasant one, she replied. He ignored the invitation for a retort. I asked Lord Ricker to join me for dinner this evening. He's visiting from Britannic. Lord Ricker bowed in half at the waist with the grace of a man who had spent his entire life at court. He took her offered hand in his gloved right and kissed it. Princess. It's a pleasure. A simple greeting. One I'm not used to hearing from guests. Lord Ricker straightened. Well, Your Majesty, I suppose I could spend the next several minutes flattering you about your exquisite cheekbones, your beautiful dark eyes, your flawless skin, and a dozen other bodily attributes that immediately stand out. However, I feel fairly confident that you are aware of your physical beauty, and reminding you of such could be perceived as insulting to your intelligence. That's something I would never do to someone who successfully ruled Bashan in the years after your Lord Father's passing. Oh, this one is good. I hope you are on guard, brother. She grinned. I appreciate the sentiment, my lord. He withdrew his hand from hers. Please, Ricker is fine, your majesty. She nodded, studying the man in closer detail. Ricker looked as though he had once been a fairly attractive man with lean facial features and wavy locks. Even now, as she guessed him to be somewhere in his late 30s or early 40s, he pleased her eyes with graying brown hair and faint wrinkles around his eyes. Their eyes met for a moment. He tried to smile with them, but it did not come across as sincere. They looked tired. Even sorrowful. Her brother cleared his throat. Well, now that introductions have been made, let's find our places for dinner. He turned Ricker to the table. I hope you like spicy food. I've asked the cook not to hold back on his curries. Ricker laughed. I find myself pleasantly up to the task. Lella was at Myra's side a breath later, escorting her to the seat across from Ricker, nearest her brother. Appetizers arrived within moments. Myra took special note that unlike most visitors, Ricker allowed his bodyguard an equal place at their table. He holds her in higher regard that he lets on. Interesting. Is there a way I can use that? Of the dozen dishes in the first course, Myra took only a small bite of each until reaching a plate of lightly spiced fried vegetables served with a cucumber dipping sauce. She had a double helping. Conversation between Ricker and her brother related mostly to trivial matters during the first several courses. Mininder did his best to flatter Ricker's homeland of Britannic, but Myra noted the sincerity fell flat. It's like he's going through a conversational checklist, striking off each item in his head before he can get to discussing what matters to him most. While her brother bumbled through the small talk, Ricker carried himself as someone well experienced in the finer points of dinner conversation. He never once seemed offended by her brother's slights or jests, and in fact laughed right along with him. The emissary flattered Mininder just enough to keep him relaxed, but not so much as to come across as needy, making it obviously clear that Britannic felt that Bashan needed them more than Britannic needed Bashan. Which is probably true. Ricker talked only about Britannic. Never about himself. He's careful to reveal nothing that could be twisted and used against him. As if reading her thoughts, she caught Ricker smirking in her direction. It was supposed to be a warm smile, but it came across as rehearsed. Like the way he eats. His gloves have stayed on during the entire meal and he only uses his right hand. An injury to his left he's self-conscious about? Twice, Ricker tried to include Myra in conversation. Both times it was when talks of Bashan drifted to the famed tower. Twice she replied with a short and simple answer, refusing to elaborate or volunteer any information. The questions Ricker had asked seemed innocent enough. However, she hated talking about the tower since Mininder had turned her original idea into a spectacle. The curries finally arrived: vegetable, lamb, chicken, and half a dozen other meats, all covered in sauces of varying colors. Everyone dove into the meal, especially Yumna, who had done little but eat and scowl throughout the evening. Myra settled on a brown, lamb curry over rice. Way too much ginger, she thought after the first bite. Finally, discussions drifted to more important matters. Her brother cleared his throat in a lazy, unnatural manner. So, Lord Ricker, I'm sure you're well aware of Bashan's current troubles? Myra raised an eyebrow at his approach, but kept her tongue. Troubles, Your Majesty? It has been over 100 years since my great-grandsire lost control of Kindi and our country broke into this system of independent, barely unified, states we have today. It is both a dangerous and ineffective way to exist. We all hate each other immensely, yet no one openly defies another because of fear about how all the others will react. Didn't your grandfather and your Lord Father himself put an end to much of the fighting between the states? Most of it, yes. There's rarely a threat of arms anymore except for the minor skirmish over who gets to tax a particular border town. However, we still battle each other quite ruthlessly from an economic standpoint, taxing goods at ridiculous rates as they move in and out of each territory, hoping to gain back the money lost on our own poor deals. Southern states bordering the Matacan Ocean are trying to gain monopolies on certain goods that come in by ship. In response, the northern states are spending lavishly on huge roads in the hopes they might circumvent the need to transport as much via ship. It's rumored that they're also trying to hire foreign mages to blast holes through entire mountains for the new roads that go through, rather than over, the ranges. What is he talking about? Those rumors have been around for years. That's all they are. Rondell bobbed his head. A novel idea. It's a great idea, actually, said the prince. But one that could be our end. I'm afraid I don't understand. We're weakening ourselves economically. Only the gods know how much it will cost those in the north to carve a road out of solid rock. Or how much it's costing the other city-states to keep up with these stupid taxes. Coffers everywhere are bleeding. Unless they're raising the taxes on the locals to keep up with expenses, offered Ricker. The prince nodded. That is true in some cases. There were reports of a small uprising in Vidish just last week. High taxes were the cause. More than 36 people died before the crowd dispersed. Another exaggeration. Brother, I believe the main culprit of those riots was the sentencing of Agnimuka to death. Agnimuka? Asked Lord Ricker. Her brother scowled. A local holy man well liked among the people. Why was he sentenced to death? Because he refused to pay the taxes imposed on him by the city, smiled Menander, as if he made his point. Yes, said Mira. He refused to pay his taxes, but those taxes have been imposed on the temple for generations. His refusal had more to do with an argument of doctrine his predecessors thought best not to pursue, not anything that resulted from the current political or economic state of Vidish. Menander turned away from Mira as if she were nothing of importance. Ignore my sister. She did an admirable job of ruling before my time, but the current state of Kindi is as much her doing as those that came before her, including my father. Myra's mouth dropped. She was speechless at the open insult to both her and their father. Again, continued the prince. I need help with our trouble. I'm still not sure I follow, said Ricker, eyes shifting uneasily back and forth between Mira and Menander. She could see he understood the situation already. It almost seems like he expected this. Enough with the games, Lord Ricker. You're a smart man. You know I want those trade routes. They'll be yours, my prince, once the details are worked out. I want them exclusively so that none of the other city-states benefit from your resources. And in turn, I'll ensure none of our local city-states can trade goods in Bashan that are similar to Britannics, thereby giving you a monopoly on the market. Ricker pursed his lips. Won't that be taken as another act of aggression and escalate tensions further? It absolutely will, said Mira. Menander shrugged. I'm sure it will escalate tensions. That's why I will also need the use of 50 of Her Majesty's warships and another 20,000 of her ground forces. I'd like both with the delivery of your first shipment of goods. Ricker coughed. What could you possibly need with such a large force? I mean to do what my father and grandfather should have done long ago. I mean to reunite the independent states of Kindi. With Britannic's help, I can do it quickly enough so that damage will be minimal, thereby bringing the city-states under one ruler without leaving us open to aggressions from the enemies at our borders. The risk, began Ricker. Menander cut him off. I'll see that the reward is well worth the risk. You have my word. Brother, what are you doing? War! Shouted the princess. Lella was sure the word was a question. It had the right inflection one would expect from a question. However, the venom in which it was spat, and the volume with which it was produced made it sound like the most vile curse imaginable. The prince scowled, pacing around the table. It's good to see that you at least had the sense to wait until our guests were out of earshot before this outburst. Of course I waited. The last thing I want to do is let the entire world know that I think my brother is a fool, continued Mira. You know nothing about war and you want to bring one to Bashan? Despite Myra's anger, Mininder remained calm at her outburst. His eyes narrowed though at her second remark. Be aware of who you're talking to, sister. I am still your prince and Bashan's ruler. Not for long. Is that a threat? I hope not, thought Lella, feeling more than a little uncomfortable at where the conversation headed. No. A fact. I have no need to go to the trouble of removing you from power. Every one of Kindi's states will do that for me. Invade their lands and you will give them cause to put aside their differences. They will unite and rally against you. She paused. Perhaps I should just announce my disapproval for this nonsense now. Then after their armies sack the city, they might allow me to govern Bashan in its aftermath. He sneered. The support of a loving sibling. Father would be so happy. Don't you dare bring his name into this. Especially after you spoke so poorly of him. I'm only glad he isn't alive to see your foolish mistakes. Me the fool? Father was a coward who never could make the stand needed to reunite Kindi. He shook his head. Do you really think the other states will unite so quickly? Even with an army marching into their lands, they'll squabble for power, hoping to put one over on the other after their victory. With 20,000 trained soldiers and a navy to add to our own forces, we'll sweep in and take their lands before the ink dries on their dumb alliances. A long pause followed as the two bore holes into each other. Lella was glad that most of the silverware had been picked up already. And that I'm an only child. I see now, said Mira. You see what? This plan of yours. It's only the beginning, isn't it? If you succeed, where do you go next? The prince snorted. Good night, sister. He turned toward the door, paused, and called over his shoulder. As far as throwing yourself in with the others, please don't be so hasty. It will be immensely more difficult to offer your hand to my supporters if I have to have you tried for treason. The door opened for the prince and he left. A deafening silence rang out in the empty dining hall. The lingering smell of dinner hung in the air. The princess's hands opened and closed before clenching hard and finally relaxing. Her shoulders slumped forward slightly as she took a seat at the table. Lella waited patiently. Though she had been a quick study on the princess's needs, she found herself at a loss. Mira sighed. He's right, you know. At least partially. I beg your pardon, your majesty? The rulers of Kindi's other states. Even with a common enemy, decisions will not be made swiftly. Too many are eager to look for tomorrow without ever figuring out what's needed today. Father used to say as much. Oh. Mira looked up. We're alone. Speak freely. What do you think of my brother's nonsense? Speak freely? It would be nice to have Kindi united once again. Stupid. That's not what she wanted to hear. She guffawed. Yes. It would be nice. In fact, it's what I dream of every day. Just not the way the prince suggests. No. He thinks our grandfather and father were incompetents or cowards for not taking his approach. He doesn't understand how brave it was for them not to use force. They could have brought in mercenaries or formed foreign alliances. The problem is that reuniting Kindi through spilled blood will only weaken us in the long term. There would always be animosity toward Bashan from the other states if we united our lands through battle. Animosity that would lead to more wars. Besides, we should never rely on foreign soldiers. I know Britannic is half a world away, but who's to say they might not harbor ambitions of their own? Their empire is burgeoning. I beg your pardon, your majesty, but why didn't you tell the prince as much? He only listens to people who tell him what he wants to hear. She shook her head. He never learned patience in his studies abroad. Had he might have seen the progress being made. Our great-grandfather damaged Kindi, Our grandfather ensured Bashan survived the petty wars and feuds that followed. Father began mending the relationships between the independent states. Menander was supposed to be the one to complete the process of uniting Kindi again. But peacefully. I wish there was something I could do to help. Myra's head bobbed slightly as she tucked in her lower lip. She froze. Actually. How do you find out so much about the goings-on of the palace? Things like this very dinner you told me about? Lella shrugged. I become good at ensuring people don't notice me. Is it the same way for you outside the palace? Yes, Your Majesty. It's safer that way. I bet it is. No. Never mind. Are you sure there isn't something else I can do for you? No. It's too much to ask. That will be all for tonight. I wish to be alone with my thoughts. Lella bowed and left. Rondel stepped into the carriage. Andrasta closed the door behind him. Once outside the palace's gates, he positioned himself near the front so that he could speak to her through the window. You did well. I barely said anything. Exactly. Just what would be expected from a bodyguard. What did you think about it all? I'm glad that it's over. I mean about the prince and princess. They obviously hate each other. Him more than her. Rondel grunted. Yes, though after the prince announced his intentions, I wouldn't be surprised if it's more balanced. Mira was not pleased with that little surprise. Nor did she seem pleased with you. You picked up on that too? It was pretty obvious. Yes. She eyed me suspiciously from the start. You noticed she barely spoke, and only then at the end of the meal. She listened and gauged my reaction to the prince's ramblings and posturing. She studied me like someone made for the role of ruler. Too bad for Bashan that by law the prince will rule. She seems the better choice. And for our purpose? The prince is without a doubt better for us. He's desperate to become Kindi's unequivocal ruler. Why did you dance around answering his questions about military support? Because it's too big of a request. Whether I end up telling him yes or no is not important. What is important is acting like it's the toughest, most impossible request he could have made. There's no way I could agree to a request like that if I were a real emissary. Not without personal approval from the queen. So, I need to keep up those appearances. Make him sweat, make him haggle over details, and so on. Besides, I'm not promising him anything until we get on the invite list to the tower. Are you worried that he won't invite us? A little. It is odd that he didn't extend the offer tonight. No. We should be fine. Chapter 15. Lella walked home with a heavy heart. She should have felt ecstatic. Rondel and Andrasta managed contact with the prince and princess because of her. Of course they didn't get the invite to the party. But that should come soon. Not from Mira though. She didn't seem to care for Rondel. Guilt gnawed at her stomach. Betraying Menander meant nothing to her. The more she learned about him, the less she liked him. However, the princess was another matter. Mira tried to put up an emotionless front, but she was a good person, someone who truly cared about Bashan and its people. Lella had wanted to tell Mira that she had nothing to worry about from Rondel and Andrasta, that no matter what Lord Ricker eventually agreed to, it would mean nothing to Menander's plans of war. There would be no ships and there would be no army. But by doing so, she'd ruin the plan for breaking into the tower. The plan that will give me and Kunal our new life. She took a left and stumbled to a halt. Chan stood in the middle of the sidewalk looking displeased, arms folded across his thick chest. Chand. So you do remember me, little one? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Because we haven't heard from you in several days. No one contacted me for a meeting. And I've been busy keeping an eye on the princess. Helping her is more like what I hear. What? I don't understand? He gave her his back. Come. Beladiva wishes to speak with you. He isn't pleased. Unlike her last meeting with Beladiva, Lella had the good fortune of not wearing a bag over her head as she trailed Chand. They didn't walk far. 2 guards waited outside of an old brick-and-mortar slaughterhouse near the market. Rats scurried across her path, running to bins filled with the discarded entrails and bones from the day's work. Lella crinkled her nose at the smell of death. For once she was glad she had not eaten recently. Dressed again in an outfit of white clothing and a black turban, Beladiva sat behind a small desk in the back of the slaughterhouse. On the desk lay a stack of ledgers and several loose pieces of papers. One of the papers fell from the desk as Chan walked by, landing at her feet. She glanced down and saw it was a shipping document belonging to one of Gulzar's vessels. Chan whispered something into Beladiva's ear, then took position at his right. The crime lord leaned back and sighed. Tell me what you've learned. Lella recited every bit of information she had learned from both the princess and prince. She included even the tidbits picked up from eavesdropping on other servants and guests of the palace. Beladiva did not interrupt her once, and by the time she finished, her throat felt dry, but mostly from nervousness. She waited. He studied her, giving away nothing, whether displeasure or satisfaction. It's not enough, he said finally. She panicked. There are 2 more things, she said, grasping at what might satisfy one of the most powerful men in Bashan. The guard schedule is supposed to be random, but I've been able to figure it out. I also learned information related to deliveries made to the palace as well as servant routines. It would not be difficult to break in? He asked, cutting her off. Little one, I am not a common thief. I do not wish to loot the palace. Even if I did, it would be easy, as I control the people who make those schedules. Lella swallowed. My apologies. He waved a hand dismissively. Moving on. Now, based on your last report to Chand, you said the princess is not as clever as people perceive her to be. Is this true? Of course that's where he would choose to focus. Too late. If I change my opinion it will make me look indecisive. Yes, said Lella, realizing a moment too late that being indecisive in Beladiva's eyes would be more favorable than being named a liar if caught in her deception. I find that hard to believe based on your report. She seems to be meeting with countless people, trying to get her hands into everything. No turning back now, Lella. Just make sure the lies are sprinkled with truth. That will make them easier to swallow. That's because she's trying to grasp at anything she can use. She's becoming desperate. She worked her jaw. It felt odd to speak poorly of Mira. I see. I'll keep that in mind. He paused. However, I've also been hearing some troubling things from my other contacts at the palace about the relationship you have with her. She tensed. Who? Who, doesn't matter. What matters is your loyalty to me. They say you're helping the princess. Is this true? Of course, it's true. But that has nothing to do with my loyalty. Explain. What is there to explain? I'm her servant. I'm supposed to help her. If I didn't, she would not trust me. And if she did not trust me, then I couldn't get the information you want. Some have said that you are sneaking around, spying on others. I am. So you don't deny it? Why should I? I have to give Mira something of value, otherwise I'm not useful to her. The others who work for me do not like you spying on them. She shrugged. You told me to learn all that I could about Princess Mira, not sympathize with others. Beladiva grinned, eyes flicking back to his right. I'm beginning to like this girl more and more, Chand. His attention returned to Lella. Good. Keep doing what you're doing. But you need to push more. I'm not sure she's lost as much power as she's letting on. I need to find out what her plans are with all the random messages she's sending out. Smiths? Dock workers? What does this all relate to? Is she really as inept as you think, or is she smarter than we originally gave her credit for? Lela nodded in understanding. He leaned forward. Now, what more do you know about Ricker and this bodyguard of his? She blinked, surprised at the question. No more than what I've already said. Ricker is an emissary from Britannic, the woman is from Juntark. He came to Bashan to negotiate trade routes for his country. He grunted. I need more than that. I'm sorry? Did I stutter? Speak in a tongue you do not understand? No. It's just that I'm so busy at the palace with the princess. How do I find the time to learn anything about them too? You have the nights entirely to yourself, don't you? Plenty enough time to get information on them. Why me? Because Chan said you'd be up to the task. Lela gave Chan a look, but his face was a mask of stone. Why would he say that when it's obvious he isn't as impressed with me? Does he want me to fail? What exactly do you want me to get from them? I want to learn more about them personally. They could be of use to me. Beladiva stood and readied himself to leave. He paused. By the way, how is that uncle of yours doing? Kunal, is it? Lela froze. He's doing well. I hear he's cleaned himself up. Even got into tailoring again. She said nothing. That's good. I like to see someone get back on their feet. It'd be a shame if something causes him to stumble again, though. Her stomach nodded. I'll do my best to get you what you need. I know you will. In the meantime, give your uncle my regards. Chapter 16. Lela felt like a walking corpse as she took her place in line outside the palace's walls. She had barely slept the night before. She had been certain that Beladiva would have been pleased, but in the end, she had not given him enough. She probably should have spent time pretending to learn more about Ricker and Yumna after her meeting in case someone checked up on her. However, she needed to figure out how to get Beladiva the information he wanted without betraying Rondel and Andrasta. What to do? Can I appease Beladiva? Can I shield Rondel and Andrasta long enough to pull off stealing the jewel? Lela pushed aside her thoughts while shuffling up the line. She couldn't let possible futures affect her current situation. She had to focus. Princess Mira paced the library's carpeted floors, stopping just before the rug ended and the marble tile began. The annoying tap of her shoes against the stone would only distract her from her thoughts. She had spent most of the night contemplating what to do about her brother's play for power and war. She had already sent out several messages to the leaders of Bashan's most influential families. She did so discreetly, hoping that with her brother leaving the city before dawn on one of his last-minute trips with his friends, she could take advantage of his absence over the next several days. She reasoned Meninder would find out about her contact with the houses eventually. And when he did, he would be livid. But she couldn't let that stop her. A knock sounded at the door. Yes? It's Lela, Your Majesty, the girl announced herself. Come in. Lela entered, carrying Myra's breakfast on a covered silver tray. She smiled. Good morning, Your Majesty. I hope you had a restful night's sleep. Mira returned the smile weakly. I believe you know that I didn't. Lela nodded and set the tray down on a nearby table. Removing the lid, she began spreading orange marmalade over Myra's bread. Though the smell sent Myra's empty stomach rolling, the thought of food made her ill. Too nervous. Best to get this over with. Lela, sit down, please. There, in my chair is fine. The girl hesitated for a moment before obeying. Did I do something wrong, Your Majesty? No. In fact, you may have done things too well. Lella bunched her face in confusion. The more I've thought about last night, the more I've realized that I have to do something to stop my brother's plans. I cannot, will not, allow him to start a needless war with the other city-states of Kindi. My brother left Bashan earlier this morning and I've already scheduled meetings throughout the day to take advantage of his absence. Does Her Majesty need anything from me to prepare for these meetings? No. I have something more important for you to do outside the palace. I need you to learn more about Lord Ricker. The girl jumped. I don't understand. Gods, I hate to put her in this position, but I need to leverage any advantage I have. Last night you said you were good at being unnoticed outside of the palace. I need you to prove that to me. If Britannic chooses to support Menander, his war will begin all the sooner. I need all the information I can to stop that from happening. You want me to spy on Lord Ricker and report back to you what I discover? Yes. Can you do it? I can try. For Bashan's sake, I hope you can do more than that. Of course, I'll see to it right away. Lella began backing away to the door. I'm being too hard on her. Too demanding. That's not fair of me. Wait. Mira said. Lella paused. Yes, Your Majesty? Don't take any unnecessary risks. You've become important to me. I don't want you to come to any harm. For multiple reasons. A small grin pulled at the corner of the girl's mouth. I won't. Lella exited the library, blinded by morning sunlight streaming through the windows on the eastern wall. Servants rushed about the busy hallway, exchanging quick nods, scowls, or smiles depending on the recipient as each hurried about their business. She tried not to fidget as she walked, but couldn't help herself. After last night's meeting with Bella Diva, she didn't think her life could get any more complicated. Gods, was I wrong? A part of her was pleased that the princess trusted her to carry out such an important task. It meant that she had not only done her job well, but had impressed the most powerful woman in Bashan enough to draw her notice. Under normal circumstances, she'd be floating, rather than walking, outside the palace. Guilt washed over her. The princess had garnered a bit of a reputation among the commoners as being a cold woman. However, Lella knew that those tales were false, a misinterpretation of a thoughtful woman forced into making tough decisions. No better proof than the fact she's shown concern for me more than once. She would love to do nothing better than to truly help Mira achieve her goals for Bashan. But I can't. Bella Diva. Rondell and Andrasta. Now Princess Mira. My life has grown into chaos. The day passed slowly for Lella, not because of laziness, but worry. Her plan had been to meet with Rondell and Andrasta at their inn. She would fill them in on the happenings of the palace and formulate a plan for how to handle the situation with Princess Mira. However, according to the inn's manager, specific instructions were left not to disturb Lord Ricker, regardless of who showed. Lella waited in the inn's lobby for hours hoping Rondell or Andrasta would make an appearance. Tired of waiting, she left the inn, swept around back and shimmied up a drain pipe to the first window ledge, a difficult climb made more challenging by her sari. After some careful searching and a bit of luck, she found their room. She entered their window by way of the balcony. The room was empty. Great. She knew she should leave. If someone caught her, she'd have a hard time explaining her presence. But curiosity got the better of her. Rummaging through their things, she discovered the notes that the two had previously referenced. She couldn't read the foreign language, but she did study the various diagrams and pictures. Never had she seen such meticulous detail. Her heart beat rapidly in excitement. Maybe this isn't as much of a long shot as I thought. She finished sifting through the stacks of papers, then carefully placed them back in the trunk next to a bag of several clay containers and other small vials of dark liquids and powders. She had no idea what was inside them, and after careful inspection of the wax seals on the outside thought it best to keep it that way. She took a seat on the edge of the bed. She couldn't leave until she spoke to them, and she had nothing to do to bide her time. Her eyes flicked to the pillow behind her. A wave of fatigue struck her. Why not? Mira had left the library only twice since morning. In both instances, it was to freshen up and tend to nature's needs. The library, her cozy nook within the massive palace, had become a revolving door of hopes, promises, and crafty wordplay. In times past, she never would have held meetings in her personal sanctuary, but the rules had changed, and she dared not speak freely in other parts of the palace where many of Meninder's personal servants patrolled. She knew her meetings would get back to her brother when he returned, as would most of the points of discussion. However, she wanted to do her best to curtail the flow of information. Gulzar took a sip of the wine offered to him, smiling over the glass's brim. He wore light yellow churidars and a turquoise sherwani. Mira thought the feminine colors did little to add strength to the man's soft face and thin build. Gulzar came into power as a result of his father's passing 2 years ago. Several poor business decisions shortly after taking control of his family's holdings almost bankrupted the work of generations. How did he pull it all together and become Meninder's closest confidant? "You look as beautiful as ever, princess," he said after taking another sip. A small wink followed. Under normal circumstances, she would either ignore the comment or put an end to such nonsense. But that was when I had the power to be more bold. Now, the last thing I want to do is turn the man off to anything I want to say. Though it pained her greatly to put up the facade, she smiled. My lord is too kind. I probably should compliment him too. However, Gulzar had a reputation for thinking of any woman, regardless of station, as a potential conquest. The last thing she wanted was for him to think she had any interest. Not at all. I would love the opportunity to show you how kind I can be. His words trailed off like a leaf on the wind, hanging in the air, waiting for someone to snatch. That someone wouldn't be Mira. It was all she could do not to roll her eyes in disgust. Gulzar was the last of the noble houses most loyal to her brother she was meeting. Based on conversations with the other houses as well as information already collected over the last several days about activity within the city, she felt that learning more about Gulzar was crucial to stopping her brother's plans. She cleared her throat. Gulzar, I have a delicate matter to discuss. I would expect nothing less from such a delicate creature. A difficult matter then, she offered, hoping to refocus their conversation. It's about my brother. A great man. A foolish man. Yes. Well, I think he can be. However, there have been rumors that have me concerned. From what I hear, your ships have begun sailing outside of your normal trade routes. This is so. A man of business must never be complacent, but always look to grow. Words my father lived by. I understand. The trade routes themselves aren't so much my concern. She recalled the information learned earlier in the day. It's what your vessels return with. He stirred in his seat. I'm not sure I follow. They're returning with large amounts of copper and iron ore. Something a man bent on war might be interested in. And how does your majesty know what my ships contain? Well, I would say it's because the documentation your captains must submit to port officials are part of public record. However, those documents show nothing of copper and iron ore. Of course not. I did a bit of research and it looks like those records are incorrect, possibly even fraudulent. Her eyes narrowed. I met with various members of the blacksmith and metalworker guilds today. At my request, they brought their inventory records with them. Their most recent shipments of iron and copper ore over the last 3 months have come from someone I had never heard of. Ashok. I asked who this person was. Well, he actually works for someone named Darshan. That name didn't sound familiar either. After a bit more digging I discovered that Darshan works for Gobind. His name I did recognize. She paused. He works for you. His eyes grew cold. Say what's on your mind, Your Majesty. Very well. Why is a silk merchant bringing large amounts of copper and iron into my city? And why is he trying to hide not only his involvement in these shipments but also their very existence? Gulzar shrugged. I'm sorry, but I cannot speak of the poor record-keeping of the metal worker guilds. I can only tell you what's on my ships. I assure you that copper and iron ore has never filled their hulls. The prince has graced the decks of my vessels many times. He can vouch for me. I'll bet he can. This meeting with Lord Ricker wasn't the beginning of Meninder's plans for war as I had hoped. He's been preparing for months behind my back. I underestimated you, brother. Admitting as much stung. My brother isn't here. I want the truth. I am still your princess. His smile returned. I'm glad you think so. He leaned forward and reached for her hand. She reflexively withdrew it, suppressing a shiver. A faint chuckle escaped his grinning mouth. I shouldn't say anything. It's supposed to be a surprise. But your brother has promised me your hand once this nonsensical transitional period ends. Her eyes narrowed, but she said nothing. After the last few days the news didn't shock her as it once would have. Disgust was a far better descriptor. Give me a wrinkled old man to share my bed over someone who would aid my brother in bringing about our land's destruction. Mira ended their conversation without addressing Gulzar's last remark. She knew better than to press him further. She would get nothing. He was her brother's in every sense. After parting, she collapsed back in her seat, downing the contents of her glass. The surah tasted sweet, the alcohol already working its way through her body. After a deep breath to compose herself before the last meeting of the day, her most hopeful, she stood. Brahma entered the library on the thick arm of his personal servant, a man who could carry the house leader if it came to it. Mira was certain Brahma had seen better days, though she hadn't seen them. Old when she was at her father's knee, Brahma always joked that he held Yamana, the Kindi god of death, by the hand. But I refused to give that scoundrel the other, he'd finish with, giggling like a schoolboy each time he used the line. Mira met him halfway across the room. It was a break in decorum, something her brother would never do. But then again, she had never been and never planned to be anything like Meninder. At least not the Meninder I know now. My lord, you look well, she said, speaking loudly so the old man could hear. He bowed his head in respect, leaning on his servant's arms. I appreciate the kind words, Your Majesty, but you know as well as I that I look awful. My liver spots have liver spots. The last 2 hairs atop my head haven't fallen off yet only because they're fighting over who should go first. He tapped the side of his head with a forefinger. Thankfully, everything up here is as crisp as a cold spring rain. Mira returned the smile. I pray that it stays that way. Please join me near the window. She held out her arm. Brahma took it. He looked over his shoulder. Give us a bit of privacy by waiting outside, Johar. I'll be fine. Johar bowed. Yes, my lord. They took their seats, Mira sitting daintily on the edge of her chair, Brahma sinking into the cushions with a sigh. I'm sorry to drag you out to the palace, my lord. No need to apologize, Your Majesty. We rarely talk in private anymore. Besides, I'm sure you have good reason. It's about Meninder. I assumed so. She sucked her teeth. Why is that? Because his approach to ruling Bashan is much different than yours and thereby much different than your father's. You do an admirable job of hiding it most days, but recently, it is all but written across your face. She chuckled. Well then, no sense in dancing around the issue. I've met with all the major houses today and most of the minor ones. I was hoping to get a feel of how everyone truly feels about my brother's rule. Did you learn what you hoped? Hoped? No. Suspected? Yes. Except. It's worse than I thought. He means to take us to war, only most are too blind to see it. Brahma nodded. So I guessed. She poorly hid her surprise. Really? When? A month ago. One of my men happened upon a conversation with Captain Lockman of the watch and your brother. The prince asked what resources Lockman needed to train more recruits. Lockman asked how many the prince wanted to add. Mininder said several thousand. The prince explained that he wanted to have men patrolling not just the streets of the city proper but all the roads in Bashan in order to keep them safe from thugs out and about. You mean those recent rumblings about the Strangler cult returning? Those stories only began a month ago, that sneaky little. Mira swore, not caring whose presence she was in. My thoughts exactly. It appears your brother learned a few things while away after all. Yes, he did. Raise an army and everyone will be in an uproar. Start rumors about bandits and then say you're trying to stop them by moving more men into the countryside and you'll be looked upon as someone who cares for the people. All the while, you'll have a larger militia in place to invade your neighbors. What more do you know about his plans? I heard from a reliable source that his true reason for this trip was to scout out places for future military outposts near Bashan's borders. His stupid trips with his friends. Mira slammed her fist on the arm of the chair as she stood. How did I let him do this? By obeying the law and backing off during the transitional period. The rest is Gulzar's doing. His people handle a large portion of your brother's legwork. That way he doesn't have to use royal guards and draw notice of the other houses. But you noticed. He opened his hands and turned them over. I always notice. It's part of why I used to frustrate your father so much. Mira grinned at that. Her father and Brahma had a very unique relationship, always fighting with each other, but never maliciously. She refocused her thoughts. How has Gulzar come up in the world so quickly? That I don't know. Mira paced back and forth. Mininder's ambitions for war are out of control. I can't let this get any worse. She went back to her seat. Tell me this isn't what you want. Of course it's not. Your father and I disagreed about many things, but we both knew that shedding Kindi blood was not the right solution to reuniting our country. So what are you going to do? He chuckled. What can I do? Even with Gulzar's apparent rise in power, you're still the second most powerful man in Bashan behind the crown. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. Some might reverse that placing. Yes. They would. And that makes my point greater. Are you going to stand by and let Bashan go to war? I may have money and guards of my own, but I don't have anything resembling a militia. And I'm not about to declare war against your brother to rule in his stead. Would you declare war for me? He grunted. You can't be serious. She clenched her hands. I am. I know that you did not wish to see Mininder take over the crown. You were happy with my rule. I was. But there are laws in place, Anne. Yes, I know I'm not supposed to rule over my brother while he is of age. But the transitional period is not up. That might buy me some leeway. If you can help me prove Mininder is going to go to war, the other house leaders who don't know his intentions might come to my side. Then as a collective we can change the law and remove him from power. They won't turn on him. He's won too many over with money and Gulzar frightened the others who couldn't be bribed. But Bashan. I love the city too, but I'll not lose everything my family owns needlessly. No. You'll just lose it when our enemies sack the city while weakened. I'll pack up and leave long before then. He smirked. I hear the Haidisai Islands are warm year-round, he added sarcastically. Mira wanted to scream in frustration. She needed Brahma's help if she was to succeed in removing her brother from power. But to do so, she needed to bring something to the table, something she didn't have. An army. Thinking of Lord Ricker, she took a chance. What if I was to secure my own army? Out of thin air? I didn't know you were a sorceress. I'm serious. What if I had an army myself? This wouldn't have anything to do with the emissary from Britannic, would it? Brahma asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm looking into him just so you're aware. Something seems strange about him, familiar even, but I can't place it. How did he know? Mira managed to keep her composure. Good idea, but you're avoiding my question, she said, perfectly aware she had done the same to him. So you would go to war against your brother and bleed Bashan yourself? The very thing you're criticizing Menander for? I wouldn't need to go to war. The army I'm talking about would be for show. A symbol. It would be present only to make people hesitant so you can speak to the other house leaders without threat of the consequences. You could convince them of their mistake since they all respect you. He studied her. You're serious. About Bashan? Always. He paused, thinking, then gave a shrug. All right. I don't know where you expect to find this army, but if you find one, and can guarantee that I'll be protected, I'll speak on your behalf. But only if I have complete confidence in these forces. I understand. Today is the second day of the month. In 2 months, your brother is supposed to take the throne outright. After that, there will be no stopping him. I hope you can work fast, princess. So do I. She glanced out the window, wondering when Lella would return. Chapter 17. The table rocked. Andrasta's arm shot out. She caught a small vase mere inches before it crashed onto the floor of the master bedroom. Her heart quickened. Be careful, she hissed. Rondell edged slowly away from the table, adjusting the small sack slung over his shoulder. Sorry. I got distracted. With what? She said, setting the vase back on the table. He gestured to the painting on the wall. It was a portrait of a bald young man with a thin black mustache. Pale gray eyes narrowed as if the lifeless image could actually focus on someone or something in the room. The figure wore long, flowing robes of gray that matched his eyes. Mist and shadow danced around his body, fading into white as it reached the edge of the canvas. Who is that supposed to be? Thalamanic. The sorcerer? You know of another Thalamanic? She hadn't really given much thought to the sorcerer's appearance, but now that she saw an image of him, something didn't seem right. He doesn't look anything like I imagined. He might not even look like this, said Rondell. What do you mean? He was known to take many physical forms in order to confuse his enemies. I'm sure he looked like this at the time of the painting, or at least what the artist thought he looked like. Like many powerful men, he was a bit eccentric to say the least. Like designing a tower full of powerful guardians? He chuckled. Exactly. Anyway, I've seen him portrayed as a bent-back old man, a young child, even a beautiful maiden. Then how do you know this is Thalamanic? Rondell pointed to the engraving. It says so right there. He smiled. She scowled, adjusting her own sack. Are we done? Rondell glanced once more around the room as if calculating the value of everything in sight. Dressed in their old attire, the two had been at it since mid-morning, breaking into more than half a dozen homes, stealing from some of the wealthiest in the area. Under normal circumstances, Andrasta could have not cared less of robbing the city's upper crust. However, there was the added danger of them not only getting caught, but damaging the efforts they hoped to accomplish with their new personas if someone spotted them. She had expressed those concerns to Rondell last night when he suggested the day's plans. I agree, but our disguises were expensive to create, and are expensive to maintain. We're almost out of money, and it wouldn't do for Lord Ricker to be seen begging on the streets of Bashan for a few coppers, he had said. Someone laughed down the hallway outside the door. A woman's voice hushed the first while trying not to laugh herself. The servants are checking rooms, said Andrasta. Then let's go. The two hurried across the room, exiting through the fourth-story window which faced a dead-end alley. Andrasta went out first and secured their sacks on the roof while Rondell came up beside her. What do you think? One more? He asked. She glanced up at the sky and shook her head. The sun will be setting soon. This was a good idea when we knew the nobles would be off with the day's business. But it won't be long before they start coming home. Good point. We probably have enough to last us for a couple weeks anyway. A week? This is enough to last us a year. Under normal circumstances. However, we need to get rid of this both quickly and discreetly. We aren't going to get true value for the goods. She stood. Fine. Let's just get out of here before someone sees us. Too late for that, I'm afraid, said a rough voice from behind. Andrasta spun, drawing her sword in one motion. 5 approaching figures moved silently across an adjacent rooftop. Each wore the common all-white garb of the city's working class. However, the Kandas 4 of the men carried said quite convincingly that their work was not common at all. They jumped the short distance between buildings, landing without a sound to the roof she and Rondell stood on. Didn't hear a thing, he said beside her. His short sword was in his hand. Sorcerer. Third from the right, she said, noting the one man without a khanda who hung back behind the others, fingers dancing about. Take him out first when I tell you, whispered Rondell. Why not let me take him out now? Because we won't learn anything if we kill them now. Be patient. Pretty bold to be stealing in the middle of the day, said the man in front, his eyes studying them beneath a thick brow. Andrasta recognized him as the one who had spoken before. Even if she had met him under a different set of circumstances, she decided she would hate him all the same for the strange way he sucked in his bottom lip when not speaking. The group stopped some 20 feet away. Each wore thick silks, common among those who carried a blade as the material could stop most spear or arrow tips from penetrating to the skin. Rondell shrugged. Not if you know what you're doing. With everyone about their business, you're less likely to run into anyone of importance. You ran into us. The man grinned. Like I said, he made an exaggerated effort of looking about. No one of importance around here. You see anyone? He asked Andrasta. She snorted. Away from the nobility and their false personas, she no longer minded her partner's tongue. The leader of the group scowled. Who do you work for? We're just hard-working entrepreneurs. He leaned forward. By the way, that means we work for ourselves. I know what entrepreneur means. Oh, excellent. Based on the confused look of everyone else in your group, I can see your startling intellect is why you've been selected the mouthpiece. The man's scowl deepened. You're in Beladiva's territory and he doesn't take kindly to freelancers. Beladiva again? Said Rondell. Your boss is becoming a real pain. If he keeps bothering us, we may just have to do something about him. The group laughed. That'll be the day. Now, we'll be taking your haul, your weapons, and your clothes. He paused, eyeing Andrasta. And maybe we'll have a go with the lady while we're at it, eh boys? Andrasta clenched her sword until her knuckles cracked. I'm going to enjoy this. Rondell blew out a slow breath. You had to go there, didn't you? He switched to Yuntarkin. Now, is good. Andrasta reached behind her back, withdrew a dagger at her waist, and flung it underhand at the sorcerer. It punched into his gut. The man's dancing fingers stopped as he grasped at the blade. The leader's gaze had followed the throw. By the time he had the wherewithal to turn around, Andrasta had closed the distance between them. Too late in bringing his sword up to protect himself, her blow sliced off part of his unprotected skull, taking an ear in the process. She shouldered the man aside, and he tumbled into the alley below. She caught a brief glimpse of Rondell engaging one of the other men before the remaining two pounced on her. She dodged a wide slash from the one on her right, grabbing the man by the shoulder and tossing him down. He slid down the sloped roof over the edge, but caught himself before falling. The second man spun, fleeing toward a nearby building. Andrasta kneeled at the dying sorcerer, twisted her blade loose and threw it at the runner. It struck him in the back just as he cleared the gap between buildings. He landed awkwardly, twisting in agony on the opposite roof. A shrill sounded behind her as the man who had been hanging onto the side fell after receiving a boot to the head from Rondell. The opponent he fought earlier lay dead with a bleeding hole in his chest. "And you wanted to do another house?" He clicked his tongue. "What's on your mind?" she asked. "Strange now that twice we've been attacked by Beladiva's men. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Lela was setting us up." "You did say she worked for him." "What do you mean if you didn't know any better?" "I think it's pretty clear. Maybe with the first time because she did know Lord Ricker was going to the party at the palace. But she had no way of knowing we'd be here and doing this today. Still, it is a strange coincidence. We need to look into that connection more. We've let it slip." Shouting came from inside the home. Someone opened a window and screamed for the watch. Rondell threw Andrasta her bag. "Let's go." Chapter 18. Lela strode the granite hallways of her home inside. She passed a simple painting. It showed the lush green grass, tall pines, and the background of snow-capped mountains outside her window, but something about having it hanging on her wall, available to appreciate morning or night, regardless of season, made it all the better. She wouldn't consider her home gaudy, certainly not as extravagant as the Rose Palace where she once worked. However, 24 rooms on several acres of land were more than she ever could have dreamed for. She followed the sound of laughter from the hallway into a guest room. She walked to the window, careful to stay near the curtain as not to be seen. Kunal danced merrily with the woman from the village he had met a week ago. The two looked genuinely happy, and for that, Lela smiled. Despite all the hardships she had endured, losing her parents in war, almost losing her adopted uncle to drugs, and nearly losing herself to a life in Beladiva's organization, she had finally found happiness. And so has Kunal. I have paid him back for saving me all those years ago. All because of Rondell and Andrasta. Lela, said the maid from behind. A sweet woman in her early 30s, she spoke often of her 3 kids. Lela tried to turn away from the window to greet her, but found herself frozen. Her eyes remained transfixed on Kunal as the clear sky outside slowly darkened. "Lela," the maid said again. "What's going on? Why can't I move?" She began to panic when the beautiful landscape withered, turning brown and then black. The woman in Kunal's arms faded. Moments later, her uncle kneeled on the ground crying as he drank greedily from a bottle. She didn't need to guess the contents inside. She tried to scream, to pound her fists on the window as her uncle continued to drink the drug that had already claimed years of his life. She tried to run outside so she could fling the vile stuff away, but couldn't move. Her eyes began to well. Kunal lay down on the blackened soil and died. Tears came down in rivers as the voice shouting her name took on a harsher tone. Something grabbed her shoulders. Her world shook. "Lela! Lela! Wake up!" she screamed. A hand clamped over her mouth, muffling the high-pitched shrill. Lela thrashed about. Finally able to move, she had to get to her uncle. "Gods, calm down. It was just a dream," said a raspy voice. Thick hands grabbed her flailing arms and pinned them to her sides. She opened her eyes and stared at the 2 familiar people. Blinking, she realized what had happened and felt like a fool. Rondel studied her with a look of concern. Andrasta, annoyance. It wasn't real. She relaxed and they released their grip. I'm sorry, she said, trying to hide her embarrassment. I'm all right now. Are you sure? Asked Rondel. She nodded, moving over to the edge of the bed and collecting herself before standing. I only meant to close my eyes for a few moments. She looked to the window and saw the graying sky of day's end. I guess I was more tired than I realized. Why are you here? Asked Andrasta. Who let you in? No one let me in. I climbed up the rainspout and came in through the window. I needed to talk to you and it couldn't wait. Something's come up. What? Asked Rondel. Things between the princess and prince are worse than I thought. She's concerned about what will happen if her brother gets his army and navy from Britannic. She wanted me to spy on you and report back to her about what you've been doing, your true intentions, and the likelihood of you actually granting Prince Mininder his wishes. I see. Rondel rubbed his chin in thought. Let her know that I'm very interested in the prince's proposition. A close relationship with the ruler of Bashan, and more importantly the unified ruler of Kindi, would have great economical and political benefits for Britannic. That will crush her. She's already worried about the prince going to war. I know. Lella frowned. Though she wanted Rondel and Andrasta to succeed, she hoped to avoid hurting Mira more than necessary. You want to hurt her? No. Nothing like that. But I want her desperate. I don't understand. Look, the party is less than a week away, and the prince hasn't invited us yet. He left the city this morning and isn't expected back for several days. Rondel's eyes widened. He gave Andrasta a look. Even more to my point. The fact that he didn't invite us despite all the hints I made about loving the history of the city and the tower itself means he doesn't want me there. Now, I can take two approaches to this, either try harder to get on the list when the prince returns, or work on getting the princess to invite me instead. Why would she do that? Asked Andrasta. She didn't seem enamored with you. She doesn't need to be enamored. She needs to be desperate. She needs to try and make me hers. He looked to Lella. So, you can drop the hint that I'd be willing to meet with her in private to discuss any concerns she might have. Maybe then I can convince her to invite me to the party before the Rivataka festival. And what if that doesn't work? Asked Andrasta. Rondel shrugged. Then we crash the party. Really? Don't look surprised. This is it. Our best chance to get the information needed. We have to be there. One way or another. Andrasta nodded, satisfied. Lella took a breath. Things were moving fast and every day seemed to add more complications. I'll talk to the princess, but first I need to figure out how to tell her I learned all this. Rondel tapped his cheek. If you want to impress her, you can tell her that you engaged us in conversation and weaseled the information out of me. That might work. Lella noticed two sacks sitting near the window that hadn't been there before. One of the sacks lay open at the top. A jeweled necklace peeked out. Her eyes widened. Did you steal that? It's expensive to keep up appearances. In daylight? People expected less, said Rondel. Then why is there blood on your clothes? Rondel looked down. We ran into a few idiots from Beladiva. Lella gasped. What? Rondel asked with a tilt of his head. Sweat ran down her armpits. She tried to hide her dismay and worry. Nothing, it's just that Beladiva isn't someone who you want to cross. Neither are we, said Andrasta. I'm serious. He's one of the most powerful people in Bashan. He has his hands in everything. He can put his hands wherever he likes so long as he stays out of our way, said Rondel. That's twice now we've had to deal with his men. Twice? When was the first? On the way to dinner with the prince, he tried to send some people after us in an alley. He paused. I guess it wasn't really twice, since the first time he thought he was robbing a foreign dignitary and the second time his people thought they were dealing with a couple of thieves. Regardless, if there's a third time, we might have to take a more proactive approach. Gods, I can't have them getting involved with Beladiva. I'm barely juggling things as it is. If they realize I'm playing both sides. You sure you're all right? Rondel asked. Yes. Why? You just look like your mind is somewhere else. It is. I really need to get back to the palace and report to Princess Mira. All right. You'll need to leave out the balcony since no one saw you come up by the stairs. We've got a rope to make it easier this time. They tied off one end of the rope inside, the other around her waist as she went to the edge of the balcony. By the way, how's your uncle doing? She tensed. Thoughts of her dream came back to her in a wave. Why do you want to know that? Just curious. Seems like a good man, and I just wanted to make sure he didn't need anything. Unlike Beladiva's inquiry, Rondel's answer seemed sincere. Another reason to side with him over Beladiva. She relaxed a little. He's good. Busy with new work. Thanks for referring him to others. No problem. All right, get going before someone sees us talking out here. She swung down the drainpipe. Andrasta watched the little girl hurry out of sight without a sound. Lela had natural skill, the warrior in her admired. What do you think? Asked Rondel beside her. I think she's hiding something. I think she's hiding lots of somethings. You noticed the way she reacted to Beladiva's name? Yeah. I don't like it. Why didn't you ask her about working for him? You said you were going to. I know. Something is still off though. I don't think she had a hand in what's happened with Beladiva's men coming after us, but she is hiding something. Then why not ask her? Because she can always lie, or if she suspects we're fishing for information, she might get worried we'll try to hurt her first. Then she will put one over on us with Beladiva. I'd rather we know what's going on first and then present her with the information so she comes clean. There's more, you just don't want to say it. You see this as another opportunity to do one of your good deeds. Andrasta kept that to herself rather than make the point. She knew it would be a waste of breath. She tried a different approach instead. You're really going out of your way with her. If we were still in Urba and working with someone like her, we'd find out what's going on by any means necessary. Yes, but we're not in Urba, and the people we were working with were scum, not little girls who've probably gotten in over their head. Just what I thought. She grunted. Still seems like we're taking a big chance. Maybe. Feel like keeping an eye on her tonight? We've been so busy we haven't had a chance to tail her since we got back to the city. And you're right, we do need to resolve this issue sooner rather than later. Andrasta moved toward the edge of the balcony. You're not coming? I'll just slow you down. She snorted. I think you're just lazy. There is a bit of that. However, someone's got to start going through the stuff we hauled in today and getting rid of it. Better if we move it before people notice it missing. As long as you're doing something, she said as she began lowering herself down the drainpipe. Might want to practice the flute again too. Don't worry about the flute. It'll be fine. He paused. Be careful, dear. He gave her a wink before disappearing back into their room. Andrasta contemplated that wink and the use of dear for a moment, and then hurried down to the alley floor. So you see again, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I really wanted to come back to the palace sooner when I knew you'd be waiting in the library. However, Mira placed her hand over the girl's mouth. She had been trying to get a word in for several minutes, but Lella would not cease talking. She had never seen her so flustered or excited before. "It's fine. Just calm down and tell me what you learned." Lella relaxed as Mira moved her hand away and sat in her favorite chair. "Well, I tried following Lord Ricker, but he and Yumna kept talking in a language I wasn't familiar with. I realized the only way I'd get the information you needed was by engaging them." Mira blinked in surprise. "You spoke with the foreign emissary for Britannic? That takes guts from someone of her station." "Yes, Your Majesty. I know it wasn't what you wanted me to do, but it was all I could think of." "You did fine. Go on." Mira tried to hide the desperation in her voice, but after her meeting with Brahma, any chance of winning his support boiled down to a meeting with Lord Ricker. Lella gave a summary of the conversation and Mira marveled at the girl's cunning. "It was a blessing she fell into my lap." Lella finished her retelling of the conversation with a deep breath. Mira bobbed her head and leaned back in her seat. "So, Lord Ricker isn't completely enamored with my brother. However, he does want to build a relationship with Bashan. He also feels slighted that he was not offered an invitation to the party before the Rivataka festival because he desperately wants to study the tower. That's the gist of it, Your Majesty. I got the impression he would be more than willing to speak with you in private about any concerns or ideas you might have." "Then let's make the most of that meeting. Why wait for the party? I'm going to open up the tower for him and him alone. That should get his attention. Then we'll see what Britannic is really willing to do." Chapter 19. Andrasta swore incessantly in not only her tongue, but also in the smattering of other languages Rondell had taught her in their time together. Swear words always seemed to be the ones she remembered easiest. She did her cursing while running through the darkened city, chasing after a wagon that barreled down the lit, busy streets of Bashan. She tried to follow after the wagon discreetly at first, but the jostling crowd hampered her ability to keep up with it, and before long she found herself barely able to spot it ahead. The moving wagon had picked Lella up just outside the palace's gates. One of the men aboard threw the girl into the bed while palace guards averted their gazes from the suspicious activity. Under normal circumstances, she would have easily caught up to the wagon, but because it all happened in front of the palace, she could not position herself as close as she would have liked lest she draw undue attention. She tried to keep up with the wagon, but the crowds only thickened. She took a gamble and veered sharply to the right down a dark alley. It emerged onto another street that ran parallel to where the wagon rolled. The street was less busy and she moved more freely, certain she would catch up just ahead. She reached an intersection, stopped, and waited. The wagon wasn't there, nor could she see it in any direction. She cursed again. Backtracking a bit, she cut through a different alley and re-entered the street the wagon vanished from. No sign of the wagon. It makes no sense. Why would it turn off so soon? Of all the places Lella thought someone might try to harm her, the area she least expected was just outside the palace's walls. However, she had barely taken 20 paces out of the gate when someone lifted her from the ground and flung her into the back of a passing wagon. She landed hard, wincing at her shoulder. Her struggling ceased with the voice of Chand in her ear. "Be still. This is wrong. Aren't I one of them now? They didn't do this last time." She swallowed dread, whispering a question. "Is something wrong?" A hand slapped the side of her face. It had been a long time since Chand had struck her. The familiar sting quickly brought back memories of the previous times. He did not answer her question. The slap said enough. Time passed slowly with only the noise of the rattling wagon wheels and the chatter of passers-by to keep her company in the back of the bouncing wagon. She tried to catch snippets of conversation when she could, but not because she expected to learn anything useful. Instead, doing it provided her a distraction from the smell of fish guts rising off the wagon's bed. Of all the luck. Eventually, they stopped. Chand yanked her out. A quick look around told her she was in the old warehouse district, an area full of rundown buildings, home to most of the city's illegal drug production. Ushered inside with 3 of Bella Diva's goons flanking her, Chand led her through one of those production areas. Despite the time of night, dozens of men, women, and children worked around long tables, mixing chemicals. A scent of hot tar lingered in the air. She knew the smell well and because of it actually longed to reacquaint herself with the fishy wag in bed. Opium. She grew angry just thinking about the likelihood that all those years Kunal had struggled with his addictions, the product had come from the very person she worked for. Just past the tables, off in a corner, rested 2 chairs. Bella Diva sat in one. The other was empty. Chand directed her to it. "I'm disappointed in you," the crime boss began. "You've been lying to me. Or at the very least withholding truths. You have information that I think you know I'd be interested in. And to me that's the same thing as lying. What do you have to say for yourself?" She swallowed her nervousness, but it got hung up in her throat, causing her voice to quiver as she answered. "If I've withheld information, it wasn't on purpose. Can you tell me how you think I lied? Then I can better explain myself." Lord Ricker and his bodyguard. She waited until realizing she'd get nothing more. She didn't know how to respond, so she simply began her report, retelling Bella Diva about why they were visiting the city, how they met with the prince, and once more about what the prince hoped to gain from the emissary of Britannic. Lella planned to stop there, but could tell by the look on both Bella Diva and Chand's faces they expected more. She added that Princess Mira also planned to meet with Lord Ricker in private tomorrow night in the hopes of convincing him not to support the prince. Bella Diva studied her for a moment, then grunted. "Several weeks ago, a promising young girl stole some money off a merchant and a banker. She was overly ambitious but managed to use her head and escape the guards chasing her. That is, until they later cornered her in an alley." He paused. "At the time, this girl said these guards never cornered her. But that doesn't make sense given that eyewitnesses saw her go into an alley around the same time bank guards were supposedly jumped by a couple dozen men. Witnesses say that 2 foreigners ran from the area shortly before they saw the same little girl leave." Lella tensed. "Several days ago, I sent some of my men after Lord Ricker. He was spending money like it was his last day alive. I paid off their driver to set up an ambush in a secluded part of the city. 8 men, including the driver. More than enough for a prissy foreigner and a woman bodyguard." He paused. "They all died." Though Lella knew Rondell and Andrasta had a confrontation with the organization, she didn't have to feign surprise at Bella Diva's news. She hadn't known how many men they fought or that Rondell and Andrasta had killed them. He continued. "Today my men discovered 2 freelancers encroaching on my territory, breaking into homes, and stealing. These 2 took down 5 of my people, including a minor sorcerer, like they were nothing." "I don't understand." Bella Diva leaned forward. "They thought they killed everyone. But one survived long enough to describe the 2 foreigners. That's when I began piecing things together. Now, the male foreigner from today could have been mistaken for anyone visiting the city. But the woman? How many large women with Yuntarkan features do you know in Bashan? Especially one that can fight? I'd venture to say only one. Do you mean that Lord Ricker and his bodyguard were breaking into houses today?" Bella Diva sighed. "Still trying to play me, aren't you, little one? Chand suspected you would. That's why I brought some motivation for you to cut through all the nonsense." He nodded to 2 men who disappeared into a side room. They returned dragging a groaning figure. Her stomach churned in anticipation. Head drooping, clothes battered and torn, Lella didn't recognize who it was until they dropped the man on the floor and rolled him over. "Kunal!" She jumped from her seat, moving toward him. Chand blocked her path. A fist slammed into her gut. She fell hard. No one told you to get up. Bile rushed into her throat. Her hand went to her stomach. Still, she managed to croak. What did you do to him? She asked, already knowing. Sit down. Lella frowned, but obeyed. She stood and stumbled back to her chair, all the while staring at Kunal, who breathed shallowly on the ground. You gave him opium? Yes, said Beladiva. Surprisingly, he didn't accept the drug at first. I believe he had actually turned a corner this time. However, he realized it was in everyone's best interest, namely yours, to listen to me. He clapped his hands and smiled. Now, let's continue. Lord Ricker and his bodyguard are not really emissaries from Britannic, are they? Lella looked to Kunal, fought back tears, and then turned to Beladiva. She shook her head. Finally. Do you know who they really are? Yes. Rondel and Andrasta? She blinked, taken aback. Don't be surprised. The stories of what they've done in Igat, Urba, and everywhere in between are spreading. Who else would fit the description of the Yuntarkan but Andrasta? His eyes narrowed. When did you start working with them? A week ago. Not at the docks? No. They did help me, but it was purely coincidence. She felt Chan's cold stare from lying to him weeks prior. Why did they help you? What did they want? Nothing. You mean they just did it out of the kindness of their hearts? I think so. And how is it that you're working with, or rather for them now? I sought them out just to thank them, I promise. But we started talking, and it just sort of happened. What happened? You're still trying to guard your tongue. Do I need to give your uncle another dose? I have to warn you that he's already had quite a bit. No telling how his body might react to more so soon. No. Don't. Let me explain. She took a deep breath and told them everything she knew about Rondel and Andrasta, including her own personal assumptions. Every time she mentioned their interest in the tower, the tiny pieces of her already shattered dream broke further. It was a stupid and foolish dream anyway. The Tower of Bashan? Are they serious? Asked Beladiva. Very. They've got a stack of notes about it. What kind of notes? I don't know the language. But from what I gather, it's supposed to help them get through the obstacles inside. There are drawings among the notes. Very detailed. They'd been planning to steal the jewel for some time. He leaned back in his chair, studying her with his dark eyes. Interesting. What do you think, Chand? I think that even if they manage to get into the tower, we'll never hear from them again. Beladiva rubbed his chin. That's likely. In the 2,500 years since the tower's creation, several dozen have made it inside. But not one has ever left. He paused. Yet, if these crazy stories from the West are even half true, and if these notes are as detailed as Lella says, they might have a chance. Chan's eyebrows lifted. What would you have me do? Watch them closely, but do not act. We need to see how this meeting with the princess goes. Let them figure out how to get inside first. Then we can grab them right before they enter the tower and have them lead us to the jewel. Why do you want the jewel? Asked Lella. Her hand cupped her mouth, regretting the interruption. Beladiva grinned. I can't imagine anyone not wanting the jewel. You want me to get rid of her and the addict? Chand asked. No. We still need her to keep an eye on the princess. Besides, she already has connections with Rondel and Andrasta. You're not worried about her talking? Of course not. Because if she does, her uncle dies. Is that understood? Yes. She paused. What will happen to Kunal in the meantime? He'll stay here with us. Don't worry, he'll be fine. He gestured to the drugs being manufactured behind them. We have plenty to keep him occupied. Chapter 20. Rondell shivered in the cool night, slightly nervous in anticipation of what awaited them. He had been unable to think of anything else except the tower all day. I can't believe we're finally going to see the real entrance, he thought, walking along the path to the tower. Where are all the vendors? Whispered Andrasta in Yuntarkan. Empty stalls, quiet alleys, and deserted pathways stood eerily on the blue marble in the area around the tower. For that matter, where is everyone else? Rondell nodded toward the princess. I imagine she emptied the area before our arrival for safety reasons. She walked 50 feet in front, surrounded by guards and a very nervous-looking little girl. It's fine, Lela. Just stay calm. More guards stood mindfully on either side of the path leading to the tower. That must have gone over well with the vendors. Especially since they'll be forced out again in a few days when the prince holds his big party. So, what does that tell you? That she's serious about winning you over to her side. And she's just as desperate as Lela said. Both good signs. See, the girl's still doing her part even with the Bella Diva connection. You remember what you need to do? Yes, assess the guards and physical obstacles first. Then work my way toward the lock at the door, all while scanning the symbols on the walls leading to the entrance. Right. I'll look at as many of the glyphs as I can, especially around the frame, but since I'll also have to talk to the princess, I doubt I'll be able to study things as well as I'd like. I'm relying on you to get what we need. Don't worry, I'll get it. Rondell walked quickly through the recently painted, fake entrance of the tower, obviously enhanced to appeal to tourists. The true entrance was hidden away from the public, accessed through a secret door in the back. Not a single jewel adorned the walls in the hidden area, yet the polished granite sparkled under torchlight as if made from gold. The space was vast, bizarrely so he realized, extending for several hundred feet at a width half as large. How is that possible? From the outside, the base of the tower isn't near this size. He glanced at the floor, ceiling, and walls to confirm that neither sloped into the earth or upward into another level. Not a single pillar supported the weight at the room's center, an impossible feat of engineering considering what resided above him. Not impossible. Sorcery. To his right, Mira gestured, the slightest hints of a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Please, study the space as you like. He smiled. I believe I will, Your Majesty. He drifted over to the nearest wall, examining the carved glyphs by sight and touch, trying to ascertain those of importance over ones used purely for decoration. He imagined he moved slowly in the eyes of the princess, but in his mind not slow enough. He hoped Andrasta was doing her part. Eventually, he reached the opposite end of the space where floor-to-ceiling double granite doors stood. Andrasta drifted over to the lock at the middle just as he had requested. He busied himself with the seams on either edge at the frame, making mental notes to compare to those written at the end. Is it everything you imagined it would be? Asked Mira as she came up beside him. He hid his annoyance at the interruption. She had given him far more privacy than expected. More than I hoped. That and much more, Your Majesty. It's beautiful. It is that. She cleared her throat. Well, Lord Ricker, I've dined you and shown you part of the greatest wonder in all of Untan. I'm sure you understand there was more to this visit than a simple courtesy and pleasant conversation. Of course. Then let me speak plainly. Do you intend to give Mininder the army he's requesting? Your Majesty, both the army and navy are not mine to give. Such decisions can only be made by the Queen herself. The best I can do is work out what I believe to be the most favorable terms for Britannic, then send word back to Her Highness with my personal opinion on the matter. It will be up to her to decide what course to take. Which would take months. Giving us more than enough time to disappear before the prince realizes this is all a farce. Yes. That won't do in Mininder's eyes. Be that as it may, that is the best I can do. If I may, what is your personal opinion on Meninder's proposition? Rondel chose his words carefully. I think your brother is very confident in what he intends to accomplish. But you're not? It's a big risk, both for Bashan and Britannic. I wonder what the long-term repercussions of his actions would be. Your brother entices us with exclusive trade rights, but is that enough? Especially because surrounding nations may not wish to deal with us after we help him with ships and soldiers. Or worse, they may expect the same deal themselves. I know the Queen well enough that she will not be keen on providing troops for every nation to settle its disputes. She does not intend to turn Britannic's army into a mercenary outfit. The terms under which the Queen would provide military support would be ones your brother would not likely agree to for long. Then the question becomes, when would your brother try to terminate our contract? After unifying Kindi? A year after? He shrugged. Where would that lead us? All good points. In fact, I agree with every one of them, even though they only relate to Britannic. Granting my brother military support would be disastrous. Lord Ricker, war is the worst mistake possible for the future of Bashan. She explained her concerns about internal revolt and external threats after reuniting Kindi through force. My brother will ruin everything my father worked for in one fell swoop. I can't let that happen. Then I wish you luck with your efforts. You can keep your luck, Lord Ricker. I'd much rather your help instead. Here it comes. I'm not sure how I can help. She smiled. I received reports that 8 ships flying Britannic's colors were spotted near the Haidisai Islands just 3 weeks past. Rondel recalled old conversations overheard in the Queen's court when still a relatively unknown minstrel. Yes, well, Her Highness has greatly admired the coal mine on those islands for years. It was my understanding that she would send an envoy out to discuss the possibility of them becoming part of our empire. She nodded. You say discuss. I say intimidate. The reports I read said that each ship contained between 100 to 200 fighting men. That's anywhere between 1,200 to 1,600 men in total. Based on my estimates, they should be on their way back this way any day now and could be within our bay sometime in the next 2 weeks, correct? I presume so. It would depend on how well discussions went. However, I doubt stopping in Bashan's port would be part of their orders. I doubt so as well, which is why I need you to pen a letter that I can have delivered via my fastest ships that would encourage them to do so. Your Majesty, I am a diplomat. Not an admiral. The captains of those ships have no obligation to follow my wishes. I'm sure you can think of something to tell them that would make them think it was in their best interests to do so. Correct? She wants me to lie outright to the captains, pretending some emergency. If I wasn't already lying to her, I'd feel pretty offended at the remark. Crap. This isn't what I expected at all. And I would do this, why? She set her jaw before speaking, as if solidifying her resolve in what she was about to say. I need to borrow them to stage a coup against my brother. Wow. She must be desperate to speak so openly. So your idea to avoid a civil war with the city-states of Kindi is to start a civil war with your brother in Bashan? It won't come to that, I promise. I don't even intend to allow Britannic's soldiers off the docks. Their presence is what's important. I need them to win over a certain influential major house. Once I get the support of this house, the rest will follow. Talk about gambling with poor odds. And the watch? Won't they still answer to the prince? I imagine they would be displeased by foreign soldiers just waiting on their docks. I can handle the watch. How? You don't need to know how. Just be assured that they won't be an issue. But if they are? And all your other plans with the houses of Bashan don't work? What then? Then I will deal with the consequences. Desperation galore. Not what I expected at all. And Her Majesty's troops? Will be free to go the moment you feel the risk is too great to stay. You and they can pretend the ships were here only for supplies. What's the benefit to Britannic? The same terms my brother offered you at dinner. You'd give me those terms without nearly the risk your brother wanted? Well, there is some risk, as I'm asking you to lie to the captains of those ships by saying they must turn to our port by order of the Queen. But as far as long-term risks are concerned, yes. I think you've shown too much of your hand, Your Majesty. It's obvious you're quite desperate. I feel like I should push for more. She raised an eyebrow. You can try, but you won't get it. Besides, as you mentioned earlier, if the plan is too one-sided, won't I be tempted to renege on the terms later? A valid point. I'll need time to think on it. Time is of the essence, Anne. One day. Tomorrow, you will have my answer. Very well. But no longer. She gestured to Andrasta, who continued studying the door. Your bodyguard seems more interested in the tower than even you, my lord. If you only knew. Mira eased onto the cushioned carriage seat with a sigh. Exhausted, did not begin to describe how weary she felt. Meetings, messages, and dozens of other tasks kept her from the already small amount of sleep she usually managed. But I'm done for now, at least. The decision is Lord Ricker's. Not like that will help me sleep any better tonight. Do you think Lord Ricker will agree to your offer? Asked Lella. Mira turned her head to the little girl bouncing beside her carriage in excitement. I don't know. Something about his demeanor seemed odd. She shrugged. Maybe he was distracted by the tower, Your Majesty. Mira cocked her head to the side. Are you all right, Lella? You really don't seem yourself. Lella looked down, fidgeting. I apologize. I'm not myself. My uncle is not doing well. And I'm just worried about his health. I was trying to think of a way to ask Your Majesty if I could leave early tonight in order to look in on him. You deserve an early night off after all you've done for me. Lella bowed, looking sad. You're too kind. Not at all. Go. Thank you, Your Majesty. She backed away from the carriage with a bow. The coachman called. The palace, Your Majesty? Mira thought for a second. No. Inform my guards that I'll be taking a ride around the city. I could use a more personal reminder of what I'm fighting for. Chapter 21. Upon leaving the tower, Rondel and Andrasta went to their room, dumping all they had learned about the tower onto paper. Lella crouched on their balcony listening. She hid in shadow while huddling beneath the awning to stay dry from the steady downpour. No. The line going inward is still too sharp, said Andrasta. Let me show you. There was a pause. Like that. And you're sure that was the last one? Positive. Thank the gods. She hadn't yet reported to Chan the details from the meeting at the tower because she wanted to first gauge Rondel and Andrasta's impression. She thought about asking them outright, but figured they'd be suspicious that she chose not to remain with the princess. There was a long shuffling of papers, followed by a muttered curse. What's wrong? Asked Andrasta. This half-shaded circle often stands for an eclipse, according to my notes. However, there were also just enough references in competing texts that suggested the glyph sometimes is used in place of a turtle. But that can't be right. Why would one symbol potentially mean two drastically different things? He cursed again. We still don't have enough information. What do you mean? I told you every symbol on the lock and even confirmed all the ones near the frame that you jotted down. I know. But several of these symbols could have alternate meanings. We're still missing the key to them all. I thought you had the key. I have a key which tells us what each symbol means. What I need is the key that tells us which of the alternate meanings to choose. Sorcerers and their games, spat Andrasta. Can't we just try each option until one works? We could. However, this glyph right here suggests that wouldn't be a wise decision. It's an ancient representation of the number 3. The one next to it is death. And that means... It means that we have 3 chances to get the door open. After that, we die. And I guess there are more than 3 paths to choose for unlocking the door. More than 3 dozen off the top of my head. She sighed. So, then what do we do? The key is in the tower somewhere. I know it. So we need to have the princess let us back in? Rondell shook his head. I don't think that'll work. The best course of action is to deny her request, wait for Mininder to return to the city, and as part of our terms for bringing in Britannic's army, we ask for an invite to his party. With so many people, we should have more than enough time to study the walls for the key unnoticed. Still more waiting then. Unfortunately. And what do we do in the meantime? You could spend more time studying my notes. We still have to get past the 5 guardians once we get inside. Don't you have that all worked out already? I have some of it worked out. But I can only be so prepared since no one has ever escaped the tower to confirm what stories are true and which are false. For all we know, Thalamanic could have put more than 5 guardians in place. The solution to get past each guardian will be something we'll have to finish figuring out once we're there. No way around it. That's why we should have as much of this information memorized as possible. Andrasta grunted. All right, give me the notes. Sometime later, Lella slid over the edge of the balcony. Rondell and Andrasta had done little for the better part of an hour except read and share a cold meal. It didn't seem they'd do much more anytime soon. The thought of sleep made Lella aware of her own fatigue, but she pushed thoughts of sleep aside as the cold rain pattered down. Drops slid down the back of her neck and under her sari. She shivered while working her way down the wall of the inn. Though the drumming rain masked any noise she might make, it did little for her grip. Near the bottom, her foot slipped. She fell the last several feet to the alley floor. Suppressing a yelp, she stood slowly and examined the scrapes on her knee and elbow before heading out of the alley. Shan stepped out of the shadows before she reached the main road. She tried not to look surprised. Do you want my report now? No. Beladiva will want to hear it from you personally. Come. Well? Rondell asked. Andrasta moved away from the curtain. She betrayed us. I was right. It was Lella. I told you I heard something. Blasted rain made it hard to hear her sooner. She slipped at the bottom, and met that big guy I saw following us on the way back to the inn. I think he's also the one that threw her in the wagon last night. Rondell swore. I had hoped her help was genuine. Doesn't seem that way. No. Makes me wonder if that stuff with her uncle is even real or if that was part of whatever con she's working. If it wasn't real, then they're both in the wrong line of work. They'd make a killing in the theater. Andrasta strapped on her sword. Considering they've been putting one over on us, I'd say they're in the right line of work. Maybe. I need to get going before I lose her. Again. All right. Just confirm what's going on. Don't do anything stupid. I'll have us packed, squared away with the innkeeper, and ready to go by the time you get back. We'll worry about how best to handle what's going on once we get settled into a new location. Chapter 22. Any trouble Andrasta thought she might have had following Lella was cast aside as the large man led her casually through the city. The few people braving the weather turned their way, eyes going first to the man, then to Lella. Some did a double take. Some bowed. Others hurried off without a second glance. A man who has little to fear. Andrasta kept her distance, moving among the shadows and over the rooftops. Eventually they reached a part of the city near the docks. It consisted of old warehouses with crumbling mortar and blackened walls from both grime and soot. A pair of guards stood outside a first-level entrance to one of the more rundown buildings on the block. They stepped aside for the two to enter. Andrasta left the shadows, ran across the street, and found purchase on a pockmarked wall away from the front entrance. She climbed, reaching the top quickly. As was common among other buildings in the area, several skylights protruded from the top of the flat roof. She moved to the nearest and peered inside. At least 100 people, ranging in age from younger than Lela to so old they could barely stand on their own, worked tightly around tables mixing powders and liquids. Though Andrasta had never been one to experiment with drugs, she had no trouble recognizing the production of them. She hustled along the roof to the next closest skylight, pausing briefly to watch workers package what she assumed to be finished products. 2 more skylights later, near the back corner of the warehouse, she found Lela. The man with her led her into one of several partitioned rooms. In the room sat a man dressed all in white except for a black turban atop his head. A jade jewel sparkled in the center of the turban. A dozen armed men stood around him. That's got to be Beladiva. Andrasta whipped out her dagger of Relian steel, prying open the skylight. Activity in the warehouse below masked the grating noise the hinges on the skylight produced. A strong tar-like scent assaulted her. She dropped inside onto a rafter, swung over to another beam, and hustled across the narrow, makeshift walkways crisscrossing the high ceiling until she hovered above the room where Lela recounted her report of the meeting between Princess Mira and Lord Ricker. The man she spoke to grunted. Obviously, this major house she spoke of is Brahma. His involvement could complicate things. He won't get involved though unless the princess can muster an army. For now. But he's too powerful to assume he'll remain cautious. What about Rondell and Andrasta? Have you spoken with them? No. But I did spy on them at the inn. They're much further along than where they were before, but not quite where they need to be. Rondell said he needs more time to find a key among the tower's glyphs in order to ensure he's reading them correctly. He plans to stall Mira in hopes of getting the prince to place him on the guest list for the tower party before the Rivataka festival. He wants to study the glyphs more then. Afterward, it sounds like they're going to try to break in as soon as possible. Andrasta squeezed the rafter she crouched upon, angry at the young girl for betraying them, angrier still that her plan to steal the Jewel of Bashan seemed to grow ever more complicated. Good, said the man in the turban. It sounds like we know more than enough to make sure things continue as we need them to. You mean I don't have to continue spying on the princess any longer? No. She's desperate and running out of options. If we eliminate Brahma, she has nothing. And Rondell and Andrasta? They're too much of an unknown and have already proven themselves to be a problem. He turned to the man at his right. Chand, take some men and go to their inn. Capture them alive. At least Rondell, anyway. He seems to have all the information on the jewel. Does that mean I'm all right to keep working for you? Asked Lela. The man in the turban shook his head. No. I have no more use for you and you've tried to play me once before. I don't believe in second chances. So, she tried to work several angles. Help us all and see who is closest to success before committing. But now we know and she has no one left to help her. Andrasta needed to get back to Rondell to warn him. She turned on the rafter toward the skylight. But you have my uncle. Why would I betray you? I can still be of use. Andrasta paused. All because of the uncle. Too bad. She felt a tug in her chest and swore to herself. Don't. You aren't Rondell. She inched forward again. No. I had your uncle, said Beladiva. He died a few hours ago. Too much opium it would seem. You're lying. Screamed Lela. No. And as you reminded me, without your uncle, I can never fully trust you. Andrasta looked over her shoulder as Beladiva stood. He patted Chand on the shoulder. Before you go after Rondell and Andrasta, take care of her. Andrasta's hands balled. Don't get involved. It's too much risk. She made her choice. She made the jewel that much harder to get. Beladiva left the room. Chand walked to Lela. The girl was on her knees sobbing. Get up, little one. Lela didn't move. Chand's open hand struck her. Andrasta jerked in surprise, anger crawled across her skin. Just turn around and go. Chand gestured to the shadows. Get her on her feet and bring her outside. We'll do it by the docks. Just go. The two men picked up the limp little girl whose soul seemed crushed. Just go. They carried Lela out of the room and through the warehouse. Just go. She wondered what Rondell would do in her situation and immediately regretted doing so. Just go. A door opened and the two men dragged Lela outside to meet her fate. Andrasta clenched her jaw and went after them. Too weak to do much of anything, Lela let the guards drag her, thick hands under each arm. The tops of Lela's feet scraped over the ground, yet she barely noticed. She was too numb. Lela was no stranger to pain. She knew loss and sorrow like she knew her own skin. Losing both her parents at the age of 4 nearly killed her. When Kunal saved her, he repaired not only her physical health, but her mental state as well. However, years later Kunal conditioned her with a different type of pain, one that resulted from watching him slowly kill himself without knowing it. In many ways that sorrow was far greater than the sudden deaths of her mother and father. Neither was as bad as this. Though Kunal wasn't really her uncle, he had been everything to her. The fact that he'd finally found the strength to regain his health, only to die because of her, made it worse. All I wanted to do was save Kunal. Like he saved me. But I killed him. It wasn't the opium. It was me. Down steps they went, Lela audibly grunting as her legs slapped against stone. The smell of algae tickled her nose. She opened her eyes. A laugh almost escaped her lips at the irony. The stairs near the docks had been what saved her once. And now this is where I'll die. Here's good, said Chand. The two men released her and she slumped against the stone. Anything you want to say for yourself, little one? Now is your last chance. Yes, she said, looking up, surprised at the sound of her own voice. I hate being called little one. Chand snorted. He turned to the two men. Do it quick and make sure she can't be identified. You'll do nothing, came a familiar voice. Andrasta? All eyes turned toward the descending figure. Sword drawn, Andrasta eased down the steps. Chand seemed amused. Ah, the Yuntarkan. Do you know the girl betrayed you and your partner? We know who you really are. Andrasta. No answer. So you already know. Here to kill her yourself then? Andrasta kept walking, her gaze flitting between the men. I'm talking to you, said Chand, his tone growing sterner. Nothing. What do you want? She spun her sword in her hand, continuing her descent. Chand swore. Answer me. 10 steps from their position, Andrasta leaped, sword sweeping down as she descended. Lela's limbs found life in the moment. She threw herself out of the way just as steel crashed together. Screams followed. A splatter of blood struck her arm. 2 great splashes sounded. Lela put her hands over her head as Chand yelled a defiant curse. A wet gag followed, then nothing. Get on your feet, said Andrasta. Lela opened her eyes. 2 bodies floated face down in the bay. A third, Chand's, lay lifeless at the step closest to the lapping water. I thought he was huge. Scary. She chopped him down like nothing. Andrasta sheathed her sword. Come on. Someone will come looking for them soon. Are you going to kill me? Asked Lela. No. Lela thought of all the people she had betrayed. Most importantly, she thought of Kunal. You should. There is still time to change my mind if you don't hurry up. Now, get on your feet. Lela wasn't sure why, maybe because of the look on Andrasta's face or the fact she had no facility to think clearly, but she obeyed. Andrasta glanced down at Lela's feet and frowned. Can you run? Yes. I don't feel much right now. Andrasta grabbed her hand. Then move. They sprinted up the steps and ran through the streets. Lela managed to find her voice to ask, "Why didn't you answer Chand?" I came at him with a drawn sword. Seemed pretty obvious to me what I wanted. Myra's carriage ended its long trek through the city, pulling up to the gates of the palace. She had hoped the ride through Bashan might ease her anxiety, but in many ways it only made matters worse. So many would suffer should Mininder get the war he sought. The gates opened inward and her carriage lurched forward. It rolled past green grass, yellow marigolds, white jasmines, and purple orchids. She breathed their deep scents and tried to relax. It didn't work. Pulling up to the palace's entrance, her heart skipped a beat. Brahma waited outside in a simple chair with his servant beside him. He stood, wearing a troubled look. They bowed as Mira exited the carriage. She hurried up the steps. No one would ever presume to call on her so late at night unless the matter was of great importance. What is it? We need to talk in private, Your Majesty, he answered. Mira looked around at the palace's doorman and the guards posted at the entrance. Everyone, inside. Now. As the door clicked shut, she turned back to Brahma. Tell me. You met with Lord Ricker tonight in the tower. She raised an eyebrow. It didn't take long for that news to spread. Yes. There's no easy way to say this, Your Majesty, but I learned that he and his bodyguard are not who they claim to be. What do you mean? Have you heard the story circulating from the west about two people named Rondel and Andrasta? Mira laughed. You can't be serious? I am very serious, Your Majesty. My men learned the truth while looking into Gulzar. Two foreigners, a man and a woman matching their description, entered Segal days ago. They employed most of the village to create clothing, luggage, and the carriage itself that Lord Ricker rides when about the city. She gasped. No. Yes. Several of my men took further initiative and learned that nowhere prior to entering Bashan was there news of a Lord Ricker traveling in the lands around Kindi. Considering the way the man spends money, I doubt he could have gone unnoticed. But this Lord Ricker is so well-spoken? Convincing? Rondel was once a great performer. A famous minstrel. He spent a great deal of time in court. I saw him once when he performed for your father many years ago. I should have recognized him, but he's changed quite a bit. Why would a minstrel turn to the life he has now? Mira knew the question was foolish, but under the circumstances, it was the first that came to mind. There was an incident where he lost the tips of his fingers on his left hand as well as the use of his voice. I'll spare you the worst of the details, but apparently it changed him more than physically. The scar, she whispered, thinking of the mark on Lord Ricker's neck. And the gloves. He always wears gloves, always uses his right hand. If Your Majesty needs more convincing, the simple fact that there aren't many who fit the woman's description should do it. No, Myra's stomach dropped to her toes. Why would they put up this farce? He shrugged. I don't know. I haven't spoken with either. Do you recall anything out of the ordinary in conversation with them? Mira went over their conversations and slowly a pattern developed. She hadn't considered the idea before because it had seemed so far-fetched. The jewel. He wants to steal the jewel. I ought to let him just so he suffers and dies inside the tower like all the rest who've tried before. Her fists clenched. But by doing so, I wouldn't get to see him pay for his deception. She could take solace in the knowledge that she wasn't the only one fooled by Rondel and Andrasta's deception. Her brother and the entire city also fell for their dishonesty. Her anger flared when implications of their trickery dawned on her. All that I hoped an agreement with them would bring me is gone. I have no chance to save this city. The only positive is that Mininder will need to look elsewhere for foreign aid. Brahma, how many men do you have with you? Nearly 30 of my best are outside the palace's walls. Good. Send word to them that we're leaving immediately. We have criminals to catch. Rondel stood at the half-open window, peering into the gloomy night. The rain had started once again after a brief reprieve. It came down slower than before. He glanced to the left and right, and saw no one foolish enough to be on the streets. He turned away and checked over the room for the 8th time, making sure he didn't forget anything. Their things lay in 2 packs and in a chest at the foot of the bed, ready to go once Andrasta returned. He paced. Hopefully sooner than later. Heavy footsteps pounded upstairs like a thunder from the deepest hell. Rondel spun toward the door, drawing his sword as the boots raced down the hallway. He looked over his shoulder at the window, wondering if he could make a break for it. He opened and closed his left hand. The stubs of his shortened fingers pressed into his palms, reminding him that the speed necessary to escape would likely cause him to lose his grip. Someone tried the door. A curse sounded at the lock. Open the door, Rondel. Andrasta? He sheathed his weapon, closed the distance, and unlocked it. She barged inside, dripping wet. You were supposed to come in through the window, remember? He said. No time, she grunted, pushing past him and pulling on her pack. An equally soaked Lella followed her into the room. She stared with vacant eyes. What's going on? Long story short, Beladiva used her uncle as leverage. She informed on us to save him. Only Beladiva killed her uncle and was ready to kill her too. He's got men coming to kill me and torture you for the knowledge to steal the jewel himself. Rondel's mouth opened and shut. At least a dozen questions were on the tip of his tongue. All but one could wait for a more opportune time. And she's coming with us? Yes. Where are we going? She threw him his pack. Good question. This changes my original plan. All right. I assume that when Beladiva discovers us gone, he'll start sweeping through the high district expecting us stay in the area to keep up appearances. So we leave it and head toward the low district. Then we find a place to hole up for the night. Come morning we go to the princess, tell her about the lies in the city that Beladiva has started against us, and ask for protection. Works for me, said Andrasta. They headed downstairs, Lella at the rear. Rondel and Andrasta each took a side of the chest. He threw a few coins to the innkeeper on their way out to settle his bill. 3 steps out of the building, they froze. A dozen men brandishing spears and kandas walked toward the inn from the right. The men halted. Beladiva wants to see you, said the one out front, scowling beneath a thick beard. He wore a white, collarless kurta and a simple, white turban. Well, no uncertainty about who they work for at least. For on the roof across the street with crossbows, whispered Andrasta. And what if we don't want to see Beladiva? Rondel called to the man. You don't really have a choice. There's more coming up behind us, said Lella. Which means they probably have the back way out of the inn covered too, muttered Rondel. Likely, added Andrasta. Always the hard way. All right. They have numbers and the better position. On the count of 3, we drop the chest and run, said Rondel. Run where? Asked Andrasta. Through them. I doubt they'd expect that. True. 1. They dropped the chest and surged forward. Princess Mira sat beside Brahma in the carriage, angrily drumming her fingers against her thigh. They rolled noisily down Bashan's streets, surrounded on all sides by armed men. Several of her personal guard had joined Brahma's force. "I really wish you would reconsider coming along, Your Majesty," said Brahma. "Worried I might get hurt?" "Among other things. There are only 2 of them. I'll be fine. Besides, I could say this isn't the most ideal situation for a man of your maturity either." Brahma chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't do anything more than point a finger and issue orders." "And I can't do the same?" she asked. "Yes. I just wonder if it's best for you to stay away from something so public, all things considering." "You mean considering they've made me look like a fool?" Shouts rang out. The carriage came to jarring halt. Her guards and Brahma's men closed in to protect them. "What's going on?" demanded Brahma. "It's Gulzar, my lord. He's got a few dozen men with him. One claims to be the prince." "Mininder?" "Impossible. He won't return for days," said Mira. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty, but it sure looks like him." "Step aside," said Mira, swinging the door open. She heard her brother long before she spotted him. "And there she is, my beloved sister. Or dare I say the failed usurper." Her brother stormed toward her with a smirking Gulzar in his wake. Nothing else to do but play stupid. She bowed. "My prince. This is a surprise." He stopped, feet from her. "I bet. Gulzar told me about your meetings." He looked over to Brahma. "I never thought you'd get the old man to make such a dumb move." "If you must know, Brahma came to warn me about Lord Ricker." "What about him?" "He discovered Lord Ricker is not who he says he is. He's been trying to deceive you." Mininder laughed. "I heard you met with him at the tower earlier tonight. Did you try to win him over, and he turned you down? Have you raised false accusations against him in revenge, hoping that it would also slow my plans?" "No, Your Majesty." "Princess Mira is right," said Brahma, easing himself out of the wagon. "Lord Ricker and his bodyguard are actually Rondel and Andrasta. The people in the stories from the West?" "Yes. At your sister's command, we were on our way to arrest them. I promised that once we put them to the question, the truth will come out." Mininder's face twisted. "For your benefit, Lord Brahma, let's hope there is no doubt about the truth." "Good, then let's get back on our way," suggested Mira as she turned to the carriage. "No, sister. Gulzar, take several men and escort the princess back to the palace." "But Mininder, Your Majesty," said Gulzar, "I think it would be much safer for both of you to return to the palace. Let my men go with Brahmas to arrest these frauds." "No. I'm going myself. I want an answer right away to these accusations." "But the danger. They are but 2 foreigners, one a woman." "I think I should be safe among so many," he said, gesturing to those around him. "But again the matter is over, Gulzar. See to my wishes. I'll speak to you later." Gulzar bowed begrudgingly to the prince's retreating back. He whispered something to one of his men who hurried off. Then he spun to Mira. "You heard the prince. We must be going." "Left!" shouted Rondel. The charge against Beladiva's men had been successful, killing 4 while throwing the others off balance amidst a small barrage of crossbow bolts from the roof. "Left again," Rondel said as Andrasta ran point. Distant footsteps and panicky shouts tickled their ears. The rain had stopped, but that mattered little to Rondel. He was soaked to the bone. Straight and then one more left, he huffed moments before reaching an intersection. They entered a wide street near a small park. Andrasta stopped abruptly. Several dozen armed men stood around a carriage. Rondel recognized members of the royal guard as well as those from several of Bashan's major houses. Among the group, he glimpsed the princess speaking with her brother. "I thought he was out of town. What's this all about?" Though he hated entering any situation without fully understanding the intricacies of it, he could not be picky given their need for protection. His partner gave him a questioning look. He smiled. "Get into character." He tried to catch his breath as they approached the group. Lela stayed in Andrasta's shadow, hesitant about going with him. Because she betrayed the princess too. He frowned at her. "Say as little as you can and defer to me." He cleared his throat loudly. Dozens of guards turned with either spear or sword pointed in his direction. He smiled wider, not unnerved in the slightest by the situation. He had been under greater pressure before. He looked past the guards. "Your Majesties, fate has been kind to me. We were just on our way to meet with you regarding a matter of grave importance." "It would seem that." "There they are," shouted the prince. His voice held an edge to it. Rondel looked to the princess for help, but she seemed angrier than Menander. "Ah, crap. Seize them!" shouted Menander. The guards rushed forward. The prince joined their charge. "I don't think talking is going to get us out of this one," said Rondel. They spun around just as Beladiva's men appeared from the opposite direction half a block away. Crap again. New plan. Break for the tower. Rondel angled right, hoping to reach a side street before they got cut off. Why is nothing ever easy? Chapter 23. Mira knelt on the cobbled streets, uncaring that her sari was soaked in death. She cradled her brother's limp head in her lap. She stroked his cheek with the tenderness she had for him when he was a boy. It had been too long since either displayed such love toward the other. Everything happened so fast. One moment Rondel had appeared like a gift from the gods, making their need to arrest him all the easier. The next, men in nondescript attire brandishing devilish weapons charged toward her brother and the men under his command. Somehow Rondel and Andrasta, with Lela in tow, escaped down a side street. Some pursued the outlaws. The rest participated in a bloodbath. The aftermath of the conflict sickened Mira. The dead lay everywhere. Blood flowed, running down lifeless bodies and coalescing into the puddles from the earlier rain. Bashan had been everything to her. She loved the city as did her father. But now, that love seemed like a waste. Her brother was dead, and though her actions were done with the best of intentions, they had led to his death. If I hadn't tried to betray him, if I hadn't involved Brahma, if I hadn't met with Lord Ricker. Rondel, behind his back, none of this would have happened. Many of the survivors from the other side stood around Mira, holding terrible wounds with one hand while tightly gripping their weapons in the other. Guarding me. But why? They won. They killed the prince. They killed or bound everyone else. Why not do the same to me? The men parted. Mira looked up as a man dressed in white with a black turban and a thin beard walked toward her. Her lips parted when she noticed Gulzar at the man's side. The man in white spoke. "Princess, we haven't met. I had hoped to keep it that way. Being in the public is not my preference. However, a minor setback at the docks involving one of my best men has caused me to change my plans. My name is Beladiva." Her eyes widened. "Good. You know who I am. That will make this easier." As it stands now, due to carelessness, he glanced to Gulzar briefly. "The prince is dead. That makes you sole ruler of Bashan." He gestured around. "You and those in your party who managed to survive this mess are my prisoners. Please come with me." She thought better of arguing when she realized how helpless she was. "Just play along for now." "Where are we going?" she asked. "The tower." "Why?" Because that is where our common persons of interest are heading. Rondel and Andrasta? What do they mean to him? Did Beladiva hire them? Gulzar, please get the princess to her carriage. It's obvious that she's in shock and not herself. He paused. And please keep this ruler safe. Yes, of course. A crossbow bolt struck the street inches from Andrasta's foot. She swore, jumping aside as it ricocheted upward. Several of Beladiva's men had managed to avoid the fight with the prince's men. You all right? Rondel asked, looking over his shoulder as they ran. Fine. Can you get to your crossbows? No, Rondel huffed. They're deep in my pack. That was a dumb place to put them. I didn't think Lord Ricker was the kind of person to walk around with them strapped to his belt. Besides, how was I supposed to know that our cover would be blown with the princess as well? She grunted, looking over to Lela who jogged between them. Absent the heavy packs her and Rondel bore, she moved pretty easily. Mechanical though. No emotion. Blood caked the girl's feet. No pain either. It's like she died in that warehouse. Despite the immediacy of their situation, Andrasta wanted to say something encouraging, but as usual, nothing came to mind. Maybe Rondel can think of something after we get to the tower. That raised a different point. I thought we weren't ready to break into the tower, said Andrasta. Rondel banked right into an alley. He ran through a pile of rotted crates and climbed over an old fence. They followed, close. We're not, he whispered, slowing down to the edge of the alley before peering out into the street beyond. Then why are we going there? Because with everyone looking for us we have nowhere to safely hide in the city. And at the least, Beladiva knows our intentions. After tonight, Mira is likely to figure it out as well. They'll be watching the tower closely with the expectation of catching us once we make our move. Our best chance to get inside is tonight before they position themselves to stop us. What about the key to the glyphs we still need to find? I guess we'll just have to find it fast. At least we have another set of eyes to help this time. Andrasta looked back to a blank-faced Lela. She wasn't sure about that. What about getting out of the tower? She asked. It's likely to be guarded more than before now. He sucked his teeth. True. That could be a problem. And you still want to go in. Considering how badly you want the jewel, I never considered not going in to be an option. He paused. Is it an option? No. We have to get the jewel, she answered without hesitation. That's what I thought. Don't worry, I'll figure a way to get us out. Rondel snuck out into the street, gesturing for them to follow. I think we finally lost them. There they are. Came a shout. Rondel wheeled. Or not. Come on. Rondel stared at the 4 dead guardsmen outside the tower's entrance. He glanced over his shoulder at the 3 sprawled out on the path from the gate to the tower. If he squinted in the moonlight, he could just make out the additional 2 slumped at the gate itself. When you told me you had a plan to get past the guards, I wasn't expecting this, he said. It worked, didn't it? Asked Andrasta. Yeah, but. But what? You didn't have an idea ready and we didn't have the time to wait for you to think of one. I did what was necessary. They were just doing their jobs. One filled with potential dangers they all knew about before signing up. Don't give me that look. We're trying to steal a jewel, remember? We aren't exactly on the most moral ground to begin with. Rondel frowned. He never claimed to be a saint, but at the least he tried to hold himself to a higher standard than most in his current line of work. If it helps you sleep at night, remember I made sure they attacked us first. So we really just defended ourselves. That's a poor argument. Andrasta pointed to the closest guard lying in a pool of his blood. What about him? I bet you remember him from when we used to pick up trash, right? Yes. His name was Shastri. Remember how you hated the way he used to grope the young girls passing into the gate? Rondell's frown deepened. Are you saying I shouldn't feel that bad about us killing him because he wasn't that great of a person to begin with? Fine, what about the others? Dig deep enough, I'm sure you'll find something awful. Rondell looked up, staring at the night sky where the warrior constellation shone brightly above. He shook his head. I can't believe the cynicism I'm hearing from you. You sound no better than you did when we first met. I thought you had grown some. Especially after the risk you took in saving Lela, but I guess all bets are off when in proximity to the jewel. I guess so. Just remember that you pick and choose who you do right by as well. You just might not be quite as selective as me. She turned away and walked toward the entrance. You mind if we finish this little debate some other time? Rondell wanted to say more, but thought better of it. There was some truth to her words. He liked to think he did right by many, certainly more than her. But is that enough? Rondell didn't agree with everything Andrasta said, but he saw her point even if he hated the way it tasted going down. Fine. Another time. Once inside the entranceway, Andrasta barred the exterior door with collected spears and swords looped through the handles. They removed their packs and got to work. Rondell tasked Andrasta to look at the left wall, while he started on the right. He instructed Lela to examine the floors. Though no glyphs were etched there, he thought something might be hidden. Time moved rapidly in the enclosed space, as did Rondell. He found himself back at the massive granite doors much faster than he would have thought and still not in possession of the key. Any luck? Andrasta shook her head. Lela? The girl looked up from the floor. Nothing. He swore, turning to Andrasta. All right. Let's switch sides to make sure nothing was missed. A loud thud shook the door. The spears and swords Andrasta had jammed into the handles rattled. Shouts from outside followed the first impact as well as the next. Rondell swore. Never mind. Andrasta, keep looking for the key. Lela, drag our packs over here. I'll have to get started with what we have. He fumbled with the buttons of his shirt, cursing his bad hand. He reached inside and grabbed the notes against his chest, flipping to the information about the frame and lock. Isn't it dangerous to start without all the information? Called Andrasta as she ran to the wall he'd checked, frantically searching. Could be deadly, answered Rondell. A boom sounded, followed by another. But that is certainly deadly. The pounding at the door fell into a rhythm. Rondell blocked it out as he began working the door's frame. He touched glyphs in a way that probably appeared random, yet there was nothing random about the process. In fact, he couldn't touch the applicable glyph just anywhere and expect them to activate. Each had to be tapped on a certain portion of the picture, otherwise the sequence would not take. Rondell knew he pressed correctly when the golden granite briefly twinkled like a distant star. Now the hard part. He stood before the massive lock, a block of solid stone protruding from the door more than a foot. He studied his notes, then the lock, then his notes again. Andrasta? Just a minute more. Shafts from the spears began to crack as another blow struck the doors. We don't have a minute. Get over here and grab the packs. Lela? Here. He looked down. Stay close. She nodded. Rondell took a deep breath and began the sequence he felt most confident in. Nothing happened. He swore and tried a different sequence, changing two of the glyphs. I think that's it. The markings glowed brightly, then faded. The lock didn't move. A small hissing sound came at the room's edges. Andrasta investigated, moving closer to the wall with her torch. Smoke. She coughed and backed away quickly. It smells awful. Don't breath it. said Rondell. "It's probably poisonous. I did something wrong." The hissing grew in volume as the smoke entered the room faster than before. The pounding from the door continued. Spear shafts broke. The swords jammed through the handles rattled loudly with more room to move about. He almost tried another sequence, changing 3 glyphs instead of 2 from the original pattern he attempted. Instinct stopped him and he reconsidered. He stared at the patterns. The shaded half-circle, a symbol of the eclipse, caught his eye. A thought struck him. "Lela, come here. Hold my notes in front of the torchlight so it doesn't shine on the glyphs directly. I think the pattern needs to be entered under dimmer light." Lela took his notes. He re-entered the first pattern. It hadn't worked initially, but it also hadn't triggered any smoke like the second pattern. When finished, the pattern didn't blink or glow. It went dull so it looked like a normal piece of rock rather than the polished stone all around them. Clicks and creaks sounded in the walls on either side of the doors. A low groan echoed as the stone lock slid up and across. A crack of light formed at the door's seams. They slowly swung outward. Rondell breathed a heavy sigh. "No problem." Chapter 24. Mira tried to put aside mourning her brother. It wasn't easy, but she needed her wits about her. Beladiva's small army led the way on foot as carriages rolled through the gate of the wall surrounding the tower. The bodies of dead guardsmen lay throughout the path leading to the entrance. Vendor stalls stood empty on either side, heightening the ominous feel of the plaza. The carriage stopped at the tower's base. Moments later Gulzar tugged at her arm, guiding her through the night air. At least 10 men beat against the exterior doors with material confiscated from vendor stalls. A small crack sounded from inside. The men worked harder and eventually it gave way. Men rushed in. They were barely in for half a breath before the group ran back out hacking and coughing. A strange green smoke drifted outside. Several of Beladiva's men clawed at their throats. Gulzar guided her back several steps, away from both the smoke and the men. Beladiva appeared. Despite the struggles of his men to speak, he drilled them with questions about what they had seen inside. The first 2 tried to speak, but couldn't stop vomiting. The third managed to croak something about the room being empty before passing out. Gulzar grunted beside her. "I didn't think they'd make it in." Mira said nothing. She stared blankly as a man on hands and knees wiped dripping snot away from his nose and mouth. He looked miserable. But not miserable enough. "They killed my brother." "No comment, princess?" Gulzar prodded. She gave him a look. "Why would you do this?" "Beladiva." "Stop. I don't want to hear technicalities of who did what. Why did you betray Bashan? Why did you betray Mininder? And why would you even work for Beladiva?" "Money and power. After my father died, I made some rather poor business decisions and was without either. Beladiva came to me. Work for him and get what I've always wanted, or don't, and be left with even less than what I already had. An easy choice. The rest was just me fulfilling my part of his plan." "Part of what plan?" "I thought that would be obvious by now, princess. Beladiva wishes to rule Bashan, but he doesn't want to do so publicly. With your brother, I was able to persuade him to make the decisions Beladiva wanted, and all the while Mininder thought they were his own ideas for doing what was best for Bashan. So, the talk of war was really Beladiva's doing?" Gulzar nodded. "Why?" "Money and power. But thousands will die and Kindi will never be the same. Beladiva doesn't care about thousands of strangers or about a country's future." "What about you?" Gulzar shrugged. "I'm young, but I won't live forever. So long as I enjoy my life, then the future means nothing to me." "You sicken me," she snapped. "Hopefully, not too much." I'm wondering if I still might be able to convince Bella Diva that you and I should wed. Her stomach turned. Do you really think Bella Diva will get away with this? He laughed. He already has. Look around. With all this fighting, you'd think the Watch would be here investigating, but they're not. Bella Diva owns most of them. By tomorrow morning he and his men will be back in the shadows and no one will ever know what truly happened tonight. The other houses are nothing. You know that. Not Brahma. Not yet. He gestured over to another carriage. Who do you think is in there? Not even someone as wily as that old man can put up much of a fight bound and gagged. Her stomach twisted in knots. She scanned the area as Bella Diva shouted orders at his people so they could go after Rondel and Andrasta. Why is Bella Diva interested in the jewel? Come on, princess. Do I really have to repeat those 2 words again? Chapter 25. All 3 stepped inside to escape the thickening gas. The doors ground to a halt. Something clicked and pulleys turned inside the walls. The doors reversed course. The 2 blocks of granite thudded closed. A scraping sound followed. And there's the lock, Rondel said through their coughs. With no immediate threat that he knew of, exhaustion washed over him. Safe at least from one threat. Everything out there should look just as it did before we got inside. Andrasta moved her torch to study the seam between the floor and door. No sign of the smoke getting in. I don't see a way to open the door from the inside. How are we going to get out? Lela asked. One problem at a time, said Rondel. First we worry about getting through the tower. You want me to scout ahead? Andrasta held her torch out and squinted into the cool darkness. She seemed antsy and ready to move. No. We'll stay together. Too dangerous to get separated. He sat on the granite floor and began shuffling through his notes. In the meantime, Andrasta tended Lela's damaged feet with salve and cloth wrappings. He had dozens of questions about the little girl, but they would have to wait as he tried to focus on the information in front of him. Isn't the first guardian about a path that always moves? Asked Andrasta. Rondel gave her a smile. Good. You remembered. What guardian? Asked Lela. Rondel answered, the tower is said to have 5 guardians or protectors in place to prevent people like us from stealing the jewel. Based on what I've read, the word guardian is usually used in its singular form, but it may just as easily represent many people or things rather than a single being. Simply put, a guardian is something deadly protecting a particular level of the tower. Now, as for the first one, he paused, clearing his throat. Step skillfully on the sharp path. It moves, but stays the same. Be careful from those above. They flock to the success of one's aim. Is that a riddle? Asked Lela. Something like that, said Rondel. Just some clues. Not another blasted song like the Blood Forest? Asked Andrasta. No. It was pure luck that we figured out how to use that song to our advantage. It was never meant to be used as we did. That song was written to convey a story, not provide a survival guide. He looked down at his notes again. Besides, this riddle, or whatever it is, lacks the lyrical flow of a good song. I mean, who uses success of one's aim? Amateurish at best. Lazy writing at worst. Where did you get it? Asked Lela. The library in Zuffer. Most of the clues supposedly came from a former servant of Thalamanik. They were first passed down orally until put to paper by the servant's great-grandson. There's a chance they aren't completely reliable. But it's the best information I could find. Why did he word the clues like that? Rondel shrugged. It probably helped him remember what was in the tower without having to write it so plainly. According to the tower's history, that same great-grandson was the first person to actually get through the door we just crossed. Seems odd that as powerful as Thalamanik was, he would have allowed the information to leak out at all, said Andrasta. He wasn't perfect. Remember, he did lose his empire shortly after winning the Sorcerer Wars. He stood. It doesn't matter anyway. Thalamanik is dead, and this is what we have. He gestured to Andrasta. Let's go. They had walked only a few minutes before coming across the first sign of those that came before them. A skeleton sat with its back against the wall. The hilts of two small daggers protruded from the skull's eye sockets. That's one way to get the job done, said Rondell. I guess it's safe to say someone in his own group did him in. Andrasta yanked the daggers clear. What are you doing? They're in good shape, and he doesn't need them. You can never have too many knives. Andrasta held them out to Lela. Do you know how to use these? Lela extended her hands slowly. I think I can figure it out. Good. Here. She turned to Rondell. Any idea where this person was from? Hard to tell. Nothing left of the clothing, and what little armor he wore is brittle. He glanced at the dagger hilts that Lela turned over in her hands. The engraving near the blade looks like a rising sun behind a giant oak, so I guess they were made in the Kalisk Empire. That collapsed over 1,500 years ago. Lela gave him a look. How do you know all this stuff? What stuff? Languages, history, clothing, songs, poems. What can I say? I like to read and I've traveled with a wide variety of people. I'm usually pretty good about retaining what I've learned. So long as it interests me anyway. Come on, said Andrasta. At the rate we're going, we'll die of old age long before something kills us. Andrasta led the way down the long, dark hallway. Unlike before, the walls were completely smooth, void of any nick or crack, let alone the symbols that adorned the area on the other side of the door. Seamless floors and ceilings of the same golden-hued granite surrounded them. They had been walking for what seemed like hours, far longer than reason allowed, considering they went neither up nor down. The length of their path was unfathomable considering the size of the tower from outside. And this is only the beginning. She sucked her teeth. Blasted sorcery. It's a good thing Thalamanik is dead, said Andrasta. Why is that? Asked Rondell. If he wasn't, I'd be looking to kill him for the way this tower was designed. She halted at the faint sound of metal clinking. She gestured for the others to be still. What is it? Whispered Rondell. She held the torch out while squinting up ahead. The floor almost looks like it's shimmering. Moving? Could be. Hard to tell with the torch. Switch to the lantern in your pack. It won't flicker as much. She pulled the lantern free and lit it. Looking ahead again, not only the floor, but also the walls and ceiling rippled like still water disturbed by a thrown stone. Definitely moving, said Rondell. What's causing it to do that? Asked Lela. Surprisingly, she didn't sound scared, only curious. It was the first thing the girl had said in some time. Maybe she's pushed the stuff about Kunal aside for now. Only one way to find out, said Rondell. He extinguished his torch and handed it to Lela. Here. Carry this. I'm sure we'll need it later. They continued forward until a yelp came from Lela. Those are bugs. Andrasta stopped, inadvertently placing her foot down on one of the insects. A metallic pop sounded, followed by a loud crunch. She lifted her boot and examined the remains of a bug that had drifted away from the others. Its shell was silver and resembled light plate armor. Parts of it had embedded itself in the bottom of her sole. The yellowed inside smeared on the underside of her boot resembled decaying fat. It smelled like spoiled milk. No way we're sneaking up on anyone while carrying this smell. She tried to scrape the underside of her boot off with a knife. "Lovely," said Rondell. "Let me borrow the lantern." He took it and slowly inched forward. He unsheathed his sword and lowered it to the floor. A minute later he shuffled backward with one of the creatures crawling along the blade's length. Its torso reminded Andrasta of a small armadillo, yet it had 8 legs and an oval head with large black eyes and small antennae like an insect. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Studying it. I know the shells are hard, but there has to be something more to them we're missing." "What do you mean?" "They just don't seem dangerous enough." He nodded to Andrasta's boots. "With the right protection, even a fairly sharp shell shouldn't matter too much." He turned the blade over in his hand, watching it crawl up and down its length. "Let me see your dagger." Andrasta gave it to him. Rondell began tapping the insect's exterior. It clinked. "There has to be more. Things here are supposed to deter us from going forward, not to just protect themselves." He paused. I wonder." He took the bug further away from the others, set it on the ground, then blocked its escape. Using Andrasta's dagger, he pricked his finger. The insect froze. Its antennae grew thrice its normal size. Rondell let a drop of blood fall. The creature's head extended several more inches out of its shell. A mouth that couldn't be seen before expanded until it was over 2 inches in diameter. Razor-like teeth appeared as the insect dug on the drop of blood that had fallen to the stone. Its teeth scraped granite. A sucking noise followed. It straightened, antennae moving about. Then it darted toward Rondell. Rondell slammed his boot down. Another metallic pop followed. "How'd you know it would do that?" asked Andrasta. "Purely a hunch. The hard shells reminded me of these flesh-eating beetles that I heard live in Jotswan. So, cover up any cuts and be extra careful walking over them. They'll swarm on the fresh blood and eat you alive." Andrasta turned back to the reflective ceiling and walls. She took off her pack. "We'll need to throw something over our heads and arms in case they drop down on us too." "Good point." "What about me?" asked Lela. Worry lined her voice. "We've got enough stuff to throw over your head and shoulders too," said Andrasta. "I meant my feet." They looked down at her bare feet wrapped in cloth. Hints of dried blood adorned the tops of the bindings. Rondell said, "Someone will have to carry you." Andrasta grunted. "Which means me." "You'll have to carry my pack," she told him. "All right." Rondell went first. Andrasta followed with Lela on her back. Despite every inclination to rush through the insects, they took their time, stepping flat-footed to minimize damage to their footwear and ensure their balance remained solid. The smell of spoiled milk intensified with each step until Andrasta wondered if she'd ever get the odor out of her nostrils. Halfway through the hall, a huge lump of the silver beetles fell from the ceiling beside Andrasta. It crashed like a sword against shield. Lela yelped and shifted her weight. Rondell jerked at the noise, brushing into Andrasta. The contact caused Lela to tense further. Andrasta choked out a swear as Lela squeezed her neck in fear. "Not so tight," she hissed. "I have to be able to breathe." They continued on slowly until the floors, walls, and ceiling dulled and only a few outlying insects remained. "Just a few more steps," said Rondell. "All right, Lela, you should be able to get down now." With some extra urging, the girl released her grip and eased herself to the floor. "That wasn't too bad, now was it?" asked Rondell. "Says the person not carrying Lela," said Andrasta. "Here, take your pack back while I review the information about the next guardian." Andrasta frowned. "What about that part with danger from above?" "What do you mean?" "Those bugs were all over the ceiling." "Yeah, but they never attacked us, except for that one that smelled your blood." The riddle said something about aim. Any cut from the beetles would have been purely by accident. Rondell inclined his head. You're right. That is strange. Stone grating against stone sounded in the enclosed space, sending a chill across Andrasta's arms. Her head darted about frantically looking for the source of the noise. Above, on either side of the walls, an opening appeared that hadn't been there before. Long shafts slid from the opening, then quickly pointed down. Watch out! She shouted, grabbing Lella and throwing them both to the side. Wood clacked against stone. One splintered mere inches from her. Rondell screamed. She followed his voice. He had been unable to avoid one of the shafts. Though his light armor had offered some protection, one of the spears sliced his side at the ribs. She swore when his hand came away with blood. His eyes widened as they met each other's gaze. The clinking of the beetles behind them rose to a deafening frenzy. With his free hand, Rondell redirected the light of the lantern behind them. Hundreds of shimmering beetles raced toward them on thousands of tiny, scratchy legs. Andrasta lunged forward, snatched the lantern from Rondell and pushed it into Lella's hand, shouting, "Run! We're right behind you." She grabbed Rondell by an arm, threw it over a shoulder and got them moving after Lella, who wasted no time following Andrasta's command. Andrasta glanced down at Rondell's bleeding side, which he held with his other hand. "How bad is it?" "Bad enough," he grunted as they turned sharply down another corridor. He snorted, then winced. "Something funny?" "Just thinking that the clue made sense after all." "I guess it did." "Yeah, and to think I actually didn't think things were going too badly." "Yeah, next time you have a thought like that again, keep it to yourself." Rondell snorted. "You and I both know that won't happen." Despite their situation, Andrasta grinned. "No, it probably won't." Chapter 26. Rondell woke in a haze. First, the smell of old vomit registered, then the ache in his abdomen, and the intense desire to scratch near the pain. The muffled sounds of clinking tickled his ears. His eyes shot open, hand going to his waist in search of a weapon. Andrasta was at his side. She stayed his hand. "They can't get in." He met her eyes. His heart slowed. Smeared yellow sludge covered her clothing. "What happened to you?" "Beetle guts." "I see. What happened?" "That shaft must have had something on it because you hadn't lost a lot of blood, but you lost consciousness." "I had to carry you." "You've been out for a few hours, I think." Andrasta nodded to Lella. The girl slept curled in a ball. "She did good. Found the door and got it open. We got you inside, but a few beetles made it in before we could close the door." She looked down at her shirt. "This is what remained of them." Rondell regarded Lella. "I guess it's a good thing you brought her along then." "Yeah." She paused. "She's pretty shaken up." "I imagine so." "Has she spoken any about losing her uncle yet?" "No." "Doesn't mean she's not hurting. I need to think about how best to approach the subject." Andrasta gestured to his side. "I did the best I could using that stuff you bought from the alchemist in Segal. You'll probably want to check it yourself though. I'm not as good with that sort of thing as you." Rondell unwrapped the bandage. He winced at the releasing pressure. Andrasta had cleaned the wound well, stopped the bleeding, and dressed it with a poultice of herbs from his pack. He pushed lightly on the puffy red skin, making sure there was no sign of infection. "It looks good. Did you and Lella eat yet?" he asked, shifting subjects. "Some. Trying to ration what we have. There isn't a whole lot. That's what happens when you make last-minute decisions." He sighed. "Water is going to be a problem too if it takes this much time and effort to get past the remaining guardians." "Not yet, it won't. There's a small pool just up ahead. We'll at least leave here with full skins. She handed him one. Finally, some good news. He took a long drink. When do you want to leave? If it was up to me, we would have never stopped. So it's up to you, she gestured to Lella, and her. Her feet aren't looking great. Thankfully, most of the damage is on the tops and sides. I'll look at them when she wakes. He touched his side, wincing from the tenderness. Hand me my bag. There's some stuff I bought in the city that's good for pain. That should help. She dragged his things over, then moved away to lie on the hard floor. She used her pack as a pillow. I'm going to sleep. You should do the same. Remember, what's coming next. Despite the vague, convoluted nature of the clues, the information about the next guardian would have been obvious to even a child. Rondell shuddered. Snakes. Hours passed. How many, no one knew for certain. Rondell guessed at least 4 or 5 based on how much of his pain medicine had worn off by the time he awoke. It took him a while to get moving. In addition to the wound, his muscles screamed from all the running and fighting over the last day. With Andrasta's help, he redressed his wounds and stretched. Then he saw to Lella's feet. The girl held back any yelps, but the pain on her face was obvious as he applied a salve to the scrapes and cuts. Thankfully, as Andrasta said, her soles were still in good shape. He gave her a small dose of the same pain medicine he used earlier. After a quick meal of dried lamb, Andrasta refilled their water skins, and they set off down the tunnel. He liked to believe that the more he moved the better he felt, but in truth each step pulled and tugged at his wound in ways that made it hard to think about anything else. Gods, and we've just made it through one guardian. What Rondell thought was the beginning of a long trek, ended rather abruptly when they came upon a wooden door set within the cavern wall. That wasn't too bad, said Lella. Be careful what you say. Optimism could get us killed, said Rondell, remembering his comment from earlier with Andrasta. Andrasta looked back at him. Are you ready for this? He removed the silver flute from around his neck. They had stolen the ancient artifact from a museum in Zuffer. The flute had been created by Thalamanik and was said to have great persuasive power. In fact, many believed the sorcerer used the flute to cull the beasts he created to fight in the Sorcerer Wars. Though Rondell and Andrasta only knew for certain that the flute was needed for the fourth guardian, they both reasoned that it may work on other levels as well. Snakes, if nothing else, especially made sense. Ready as I'm going to be. Andrasta grabbed the door handle and pushed. It opened without a sound. His partner brought her lantern up and cursed. She swung the door open the rest of the way and stepped inside. Rondell and Lella followed, matching her gaze as she held the lantern aloft. A spiraling stone staircase rose from the floor and hugged the cylindrical room's walls. It disappeared into a darkness the light could not reach. You've got to be joking, cursed Rondell. He gave Lella a look. I told you to be careful what you say. Sorry. I guess I won't be needing this yet, he said, putting the flute back around his neck. Andrasta grunted and walked to the bottom of the staircase. On the first step lay a sprawled skeleton with daggers implanted in both eye sockets. They matched the ones taken from the first. From the same group? Asked Andrasta. Looks like it, said Rondell. Taking them out one at a time. You'd think the others in the group might catch on that they could be next. Especially with such a strange way of killing someone. Andrasta removed the daggers and placed them into her belt. I don't know if I'd call it strange. It has a certain style to it, she quipped before taking the first step upward. He muttered. You would think that. Chapter 27. Rondell really hated flutes. Granted, a flute was an actual instrument he could still play despite his damaged hand. So, that's one mark in its favor. And I guess it is small and easy to carry. But that's it. He had grudgingly practiced the device over the last few weeks to lessen the chance of making a mistake inside the tower. Although he found some pleasure in making music again, he could never get past his intolerance of the inferior instrument. Court fools and little girls play the flute. Not the greatest minstrel of all time. He held back a snort. Good thing I'm not him anymore. In Rondel's former life, the lute was his instrument of choice. Flutes, in comparison, were just too limiting. While one could change the pitch of a note through breathing, it never sounded the same as when someone bent the string of a lute to perfection. The fact that one could not sing when playing the slender instrument was another strike against it. Nothing, however, spoke as poorly of the flute as that this one in particular did not work as expected. After exiting the spiral staircase, they had entered a rectangular space that consisted of descending levels like an upside-down pyramid with a half-wall separating each level. The door to exit the space resided on the lowest level, unsurprising given the confusing nature of the sorceress tower. Holes of varying size opened along the walls on each level and housed snakes to protect each stage of the descent. The holes and the snakes grew in size the closer they got to the exit. Each level had not only contained snakes of different sizes, but also different breeds. Rondel managed to kill most of them by using the various chemicals obtained from the alchemist in Segal prior to their re-entrance into Bashan. Too bad for those that came before us that many of those compounds had yet to be discovered. Oh well, the beauty of progress. He put the instrument to his lips for the fourth time, having played it 3 times already without the desired outcome. His fingers moved across the body of the instrument, covering and uncovering the holes calmly, especially considering the 50-foot-long cobra towering above him, hood fan wide. No one ever claimed that I couldn't play under pressure. Slowly the cobra swayed before him. Rondel followed suit, trying to mimic snake charmers seen in his travels. He wished he had picked one's brain when he had the chance. He met the black-scaled creature's obsidian-like eyes. He suppressed a shudder. It's like staring into a sword swept down across his vision. The last note he played climbed to a high-pitched squeak before stopping short. The cobra's head fell to the floor. Blood squirted out of the headless body. Rondel jumped to the side as it collapsed, tail still slithering as if news of its demise hadn't yet reached that part of the reptile. Gods, that was close. I didn't even realize the snake was moving to strike until it was too late. A small, cylindrical clay container, one previously obtained from Segal's alchemist, landed just behind the snake's body. Other cobras similar in size had begun to slither forward, some drifting out of holes in the back wall near the door they sought to reach. The container burst apart, sending dust and smoke in all directions, confusing the dozens of snakes moving toward them. Right on time, Lela. He darted right, Andrasta on his heels. After a quick sprint, they climbed over a 30-foot stone wall that led to the cleared level above them. For once, a wall had handholds even he could use. I take it that song didn't work either? Lela asked after they took a seat beside her and their gear. Rondel shook his head, grabbing his side where his wound ached. Only for a little while. I'm not sure what changed for it to strike, but we at least killed another one. That only leaves another 40 or so to go. That I can see anyway, said Lela as she peered over the wall. Your sarcasm is noted, Rondel huffed. A different song? Suggested Andrasta. Something not about a blacksmith betting a whore maybe? She added with her own layer of sarcasm. You knew that one? I thought you weren't a music fan. I'm not, but I've been in enough taverns to know the chorus to the tools of the trade. The song's not the problem. We need to face it. The flute isn't going to work here. After 4 snakes, I think that's obvious. What do the symbols on the flute say again? Same as I told you the last 3 times you asked, said Rondel through clenched teeth. Play it loud and play it true. Are you sure? I mean. Guys, said Lela. Fear edged her voice. The other snakes finally figured out where we went. The smoke isn't fooling them this time. Rondell frowned. They'll never be able to climb up after us. You sure about that? Yeah, the wall is completely vertical. And snakes don't have arms to use in the handholds. What if they figured out a way to get up here anyway? She asked, still looking over the side. Rondell shook his head. Snakes aren't smart enough to figure that out. Did anyone tell them that? He looked over the wall and clicked his tongue. Well, that's not something I expected. The cobras had formed a mass at the bottom of the wall. Slowly they slithered about each other, twisting and turning in and out of knots, creating a ladder of sorts out of their bodies. It looks like they're going to manage getting up here after all, said Andrasta. What's the plan? Rondell swore. At times, he appreciated the trust Andrasta placed in him to get them out of less than ideal situations. It made him feel needed, useful. Other times he loathed her reliance on him. Too often he felt as though he was making things up as he went along, and it was only a matter of time before his luck ran out. At the moment, that latter feeling dominated his thoughts. I'm all out of the chemicals we used earlier. Rondell, snapped Andrasta. Do you have a plan? Nothing immediately comes to mind. She stood, holding her sword out front. Then I guess we go with mine. That's stupid. There are too many to kill, said Lela. Especially with only one more smoke bomb to confuse them. Then what do you suggest? Lela looked to a narrow tunnel nearby. Something even more stupid. She grabbed something out of Rondell's pack, picked up the lantern, and dove inside. Rondell quickly went to the tunnel to follow after her, but was too large to fit. Lela! Come back here. What are you doing? I felt a breeze. I think the tunnels are interconnected. If so, I might be able to find a way down through a back way and get to the door to open it while all the snakes are here. Then maybe you guys can figure out how to make a run for it. If you're wrong, you'll be trapped inside the walls with snakes. Look, just keep the cobras busy and stay alive until you hear my signal. Lela disappeared around a bend in the tunnel. Rondell turned back to Andrasta. Can you believe that girl? He asked. She's going to get herself killed. Andrasta grunted as the first cobra separated itself from the teeming pile, rising ever higher. There are risks to staying here as well. She swiped her blade out, but the snake moved in time to avoid it. Yeah. There are a few. Are you trying to kill yourself? A voice asked inside Lela's mind. She paused briefly at the sound of her uncle's voice. She knew he was dead, but the inflection and tone in her head made her answer anyway. No, she whispered, feeling the need to answer the ghost. Then why are you doing this? Came the voice again. I couldn't save you. Perhaps I can at least save them. And die in the process. She shrugged in the tight confines of the tunnel. It would be worth it if I had a chance to do some good. Good? Save doing good for good people. They are thieves and killers. They saved me twice. Once in an alley and once at the docks. They even gave you work when it was likely no one else would have. The voice in her head sighed. All right. But be careful. Dying is not pleasant. I imagine so, she answered back, but the presence she felt had disappeared. It left her wondering if the exchange had been real. I'm going crazy. She really had no intention of dying. She had a plan. A good one too. I think. She had reasoned the only threat she might face inside the tunnels would come from below. Since the snakes and holes in the walls were much smaller than the ones on the level below it, snakes could go down, but not up. I just have to hope that Andrasta and Rondell can keep the cobras busy enough that none of them will retreat into the walls on their level. The deeper she traveled inside, the heavier the dread in her stomach became. Muffled sounds of fighting from outside and the ever-increasing smell of dirty reptiles in the enclosed space did little to help matters as the tunnel began sloping downward. Twice she gagged, hot bile rising along with panic. What if I'm wrong about being able to find a way down and I get stuck in here? Eventually she reached a crossroads of sorts and paused, weighing her options. The tunnel she traveled slanted down into 3 others. She chose the tunnel on the left because it smelled less foul than the others, making her think it might be closer to an opening. She descended until the sounds of fighting grew clear again. With it, so did a faint light ahead. She sped up. Circling around a bend, the tunnel widened significantly. She saw the exit that led to the door. I couldn't have planned it better if I tried. The head of a cobra appeared before the opening. It paused briefly, then darted inside after her. Lella yelped and scrambled backward. In doing so, she dropped the lantern. Glass shattered. Oil spilled, coating the tunnel in a surging half-ring of fire. Flames rose around the snake's approaching head. The cobra reeled back, crashing against the sides of the enclosed space. She shielded her eyes from the heat of the bright flames as the snake writhed, spreading the sticky oil across its body. It backed itself out of the tunnel and threw itself around the floor outside, head burning. Lella's heart raced at another brush with death. She tried to calm her breathing. The remaining oil continued to burn on the bottom half of the tunnel. The flames were low, but the oil would easily coat her clothes if she tried to go through them, just as it had the cobra's skin. But if I wait for them to burn out on their own, another snake could come in after me. Or worse, Rondell and Andrasta might die. She pushed her hands and feet against the sides of the tunnel as high as she could manage. Pressing her back against the ceiling, her limbs trembled. She blocked out the pain of trembling muscles and shuffled herself over the burning oil. Rondell dove to his right. The cobra's head struck the granite floor where he had been a second before. Andrasta stabbed the dazed creature through the eye. It knocked her back several feet before collapsing amidst a series of twitches. "Watch out!" he yelled, as another snake crested the wall. She spun, sword sweeping out. He turned away before the blade found its target. Another head had peeked over the top of the wall near him. His sword came down. The snake jerked away, avoiding the attack. His blade struck stone and the jolt sent lances of pain through his arm and into the wound at his side. The snake peeled off the wall and tumbled to the floor. Dozens more worked their way upward. 6 dead snakes lay on the floor beside the heap. Andrasta yelled as she stabbed another under its jaw and it fell. 7 then. He huffed, still feeling the effects of the spear that slashed his side. Still too many left. He sniffed. What's that smell? Smoke? Cooked flesh? A high-pitched whistle echoed over the chamber. He searched for the sound's origination. Lella stood by the exit, 1 foot in the room, 1 foot out. Beside her lay a burning snake. How did she manage that? She waved at him. Andrasta, he called, slashing at a head poking over the wall. Busy, she shouted back. Lella made it to the door. She glanced over and grunted. Not bad. How are we going to get there? Even if we could fit into one of those tunnels, there's no way we could make it there in time to avoid the snakes. Her sword licked out at a striking cobra, causing it to rock back. She glanced over the side of the wall. All this fighting has the bulk of the snakes pretty twisted up. We could outrun them to the door. Lella already has it open. Rondell ducked, then rolled as a cobra struck at him. He lashed down, cutting through an eye. The snake reared back hissing and thrashing. And how do we climb down without the snakes killing us? Andrasta jammed her sword into the open mouth of Cobra. Blood took to the air. She wiped her brow. We don't climb. Follow my lead, she said, backing up. Realization dawned on Rondell. Are you crazy? That's a 30-foot drop to solid stone. I know. She threw their last clay container over the side, disorienting the snakes near the ledge. I'm serious, said Rondell. What? Andrasta ran forward and jumped over the wall. Confused snakes twisted to strike at her, getting in each other's way. They had wrapped themselves so thoroughly that their attacks were ineffective. Andrasta used the bodies of the cobras to slow her descent, bouncing roughly against them. Rondell's heart sank. You've got to be kidding me. Hurry while they're distracted, she yelled as the mass continued to sway toward her, shaky with the lingering smoke from the last clay container. A small whimper passed through his lips as he raced for the edge. I hate you so much. Chapter 28. Lela slammed the door just as Andrasta yanked Rondell inside. Several thuds shook the frame as snakes banged against the wood. If she hadn't witnessed their crazy stunt herself, she would have never believed it possible. Of course, was it any crazier than me crawling through a snake tunnel? An image of Andrasta flying through the air like a leaping panther flashed across her mind. The warrior used the snakes as extensions of herself so that she landed with surprising grace before helping distract the cobras for Rondell to follow. He was not nearly as graceful, striking the mass of snakes awkwardly and with much shouting before tumbling to the ground. His survival seemed more luck than the skill Andrasta showed. Yes. What they did was much crazier. I think I'd rather take my chances in the tunnel again than to try something like that. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you so much. Gods, do I hate you, said Rondell as Andrasta eased him to the floor. Why? Seriously? Dive into a pit of giant snakes and hope the fall doesn't kill me? That was your glorious plan? I'm not superhuman like you, you know. Quit whining like a baby, muttered Andrasta. Like a baby? Well, excuse me if striking the ground after rolling down a bunch of snakes like that puts me in a sour mood. They sound like an old married couple. It couldn't have been that bad. You bounced off one of the snakes. Several, chimed in Lela. They both looked at her and she shrunk back a step. Sorry. No, said Rondell. That's all right. You get to make a joke at my expense because you actually had a good plan that worked without me sliding down 50-foot serpents. Enough, snapped Andrasta. We've got too much left to deal with, and this bickering isn't going to help anything. Let me see your side. Rondell leaned over, wincing as he lifted his shirt. Andrasta examined the binding. It looks fine. The bandage kept it from reopening. Finally, some good news. Does little for my hip though. I don't think anything is broken, but I wouldn't be surprised if I've already got a bruise that goes down to my knee. You should probably keep walking so it doesn't get stiff, said Lela. My uncle, she paused, a lump forming in her throat. Gods, I didn't expect that. She wiped at her cheek. He said that constant movement would prevent stiffness. A smart man. He was right, said Rondell. His voice softened. I'm really sorry about what happened to him. Lela knew she should say something, but her mouth couldn't form any words. She stared at the floor, bobbing her head. Rondell stood and limped over to her. You blame yourself, don't you? Of course I do. How couldn't I? Tears fell in rivulets. It was my fault. I never should have joined Beladiva. Uncle would be alive if I hadn't. It should have been me that died instead. Or at the least I should have died afterward like they wanted. She looked at Andrasta and turned away. You don't mean that. Yes, I do. If you want to die so badly, then why have you been trying to stay alive? Habit, I guess. There's more than that. Because of me, Beladiva found out about your plans and forced your hand to enter the tower unprepared. I don't want to be responsible for you two dying as well. You won't be, so stop worrying about us. He paused. Look, I'm not going to tell you whose fault it was that your uncle died because you're not ready to listen. I'm also not going to talk down to you and tell you what you should or shouldn't be feeling. She snorted. Then what are you going to tell me? He smiled. Nothing. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in close. Instinctively, she returned the hug, buried her face into his sweaty, grime-encrusted shirt, and sobbed. Andrasta looked on as the little girl shuddered and cried. She had wanted to tell her something comforting since their escape from the bay, but hadn't known what to say. Who knew that saying nothing would be the best thing? Though Andrasta's mother often touched her affectionately, her lack of loving contact from others, especially her father, had more repercussions than she ever realized. I don't even know when someone just needs to be held. She tried to push her thoughts away. The one of her father remained. The last image she had of him, sitting in his throne room and telling her never to return, sat in her mind. I have to get the jewel. All right. We've wasted enough time. Rondell turned sharply, still holding a teary-eyed Lella. He scowled. What? She asked, doing her best to appear indifferent in the moment. Like she said earlier. You need to keep moving before that hip stiffens up. Let's go. Andrasta started down the corridor before Rondell could say anything. She found another skeleton with daggers protruding from its skull. She kicked it over, yanked the weapons free, and kept moving. Since they had entered the tower, Rondell realized there were quite a few things that he never particularly cared for in life. His repulsion by things such as bugs and snakes had been magnified under the sorcerous intensity of each obstacle. The latest impediment to morph from a basic dislike to an intense hatred was stairs. After the beetles, Rondell had winced his way up 374 steps. He didn't necessarily think that would be the end of the stairs. However, he didn't expect to see so many again so soon. At least these went down. A jolt ran through his hip as he slipped on the second to last step from the bottom. Easier, but not easy. He counted 35 more than what they had climbed up. Great, we're lower than when we started. Gods, we're going to have to climb back up to get to where the jewel is kept. Or crawl, the way I'm feeling. Maybe the lunacy of this tower will continue and we won't have to climb anymore at all. They came to a halt before another granite door. The only marking on the door indicated where to push in order to open it. Short rest? Asked Rondell. Andrasta looked back at him. He could tell she wanted to push on. However, she dropped her pack. Yeah. It should do us some good. They settled on the floor, passed around a bit of stale bread, some water, and an apple. Rondell took more of the pain medicine. Lella took a small dose as well. Afterward, he began flipping through his notes. Warriors dead. Step heavy and warriors live. Pictures tell the story. Warriors die again if you are adaptive. He clicked his tongue in disgust after he finished repeating it aloud. He really had to work hard to make that one rhyme. Any idea what that means? Asked Andrasta. Rondell didn't need to look up to know his partner was staring at him, waiting. He had read the clues of the Guardian while on the stairs. He had hoped that once at the door, he would have figured out a way past the next obstacle. However, he had nothing. Based on Andrasta's tone and Lella's silence, he felt it was safe to venture he was not alone in confusion. Still nothing, he said. So, how long do we wait? Asked Lella. We don't, said Andrasta, standing up. She stretched. Is it really wise to go charging in without any idea what we're doing? Asked Rondell. Is it wise to sit out here until we run out of food and water while trying to figure out something we may never get an answer to? It could be obvious once we're inside. Rondell sighed. Though he knew much of Andrasta's impatience related to obtaining the jewel itself, he did agree with her reasoning. All right. Lead the way. Chapter 29. Night moved along slowly, the moon disappearing and reappearing behind drifting clouds. Back in the carriage alone as Gulzar guarded her from the outside, Mira watched Beladiva's men work frantically by torchlight to figure out how to get inside the tower. Some still staggered from the aftereffects of the smoke inhalation. It didn't matter. Even those who Mira thought an hour ago were near death, gave all they had in following Beladiva's barked orders. Those who didn't felt the crime lord's wrath. She looked away from the activity and leaned back inside the carriage. Her eyelids felt heavy. She closed them, hoping that sleep might bring her some peace, or that maybe when she opened them again, the nightmare of the last few hours would disappear. Don't be silly. You used to accuse Mininder of immaturity. Now, you're the one acting like a child. Think, Mira. You have to figure a way out of this, some way to save Bashan, some way to avenge Mininder. Despite his shortcomings, he was still your brother. The carriage door banged open. Mira jumped. Beladiva entered and sat across from her. He shifted himself around until comfortable. Rubbing tired eyes, he let out a sigh. Things not going according to plan? She mocked. Not in the least. Then again, they rarely do they? Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the position you're in now, correct? She scowled. You know no one has ever stolen the jewel. True, but Rondel and Andrasta did make it inside the tower. Only a few people have ever done that, which puts them in a totally different set of probabilities. And in case Andrasta and Rondel succeed, why shouldn't I be the one to reap the benefits? Money and power? He smiled. Of course. With the jewel, my plans for Kindi seem almost trivial. I could build an empire to rival those that once dominated Untan. And in the process, you'll end up bringing half the world to war. What about the good of the people? The good of the people. He laughed, rolling the words around his tongue. You know, I never fully believed Lela's reports of you not being very intelligent. Now I see that she may have been right after all. Myra's eyes widened. Lela? You haven't figured that out yet? Even after seeing her with Rondel? He asked in a mocking tone. What have you been thinking about for the last hour? Your brother? Yes. And how to kill you. Myra's mind reeled. She had trouble focusing, yet, she couldn't lose her composure. She used me. How could I not see that sooner? Too bad I couldn't make more use of her, continued Beladiva. She was a valuable asset. Are you here to gloat? No. I'm here to tell you how things are going to be. Tonight's unplanned fiasco has caused me to make some last-minute adjustments. I intended to keep things as they were with your brother. However, it seems I now have to take a more direct approach. With your brother dead, you are once again ruler of Bashan, at least in name. Congratulations. I am ruler in more than just name. Really? I have men positioned in the militia, in the watch, among merchants and bankers. Thanks to Gulzar, I now have the noble houses under my control as well, even if they don't realize it. Not all of them. Brahma alone can make your life miserable. Beladiva reached over, opened the door, and stepped outside. He waited with an outstretched hand. Come. Mira hesitated. It wasn't a request. She exited, but ignored his hand. He gestured to several men who stood near another carriage some 50 feet away. They opened the door and dragged out a disheveled old man. Brahma. I thought Gulzar was lying about him being captured. Begin, said Beladiva. A fist slammed into the old man's jaw. He crashed to the ground. What are you doing? She yelled. Stop it. Beladiva stepped in front of the princess as his men continued pounding Brahma. Let's get something straight, Your Majesty. You are in no position to intimidate me. Is that understood? She dug her nails into her palms, but nodded. Yes, she whispered. What else can I do? He studied her for a moment, then looked over his shoulder. That's enough. The men tossed Brahma's limp form back into the carriage. I was hoping to talk to you in a more reasonable manner, but maybe this will convince you. You are mine in every way. Defy me, and those around you will suffer. Defy me again, and you'll suffer. Am I clear? I hope you die 1,000 deaths, each more painful than the last. Yes. Good. We'll talk again later. He spun on his heels and walked back to his men. Gulzar appeared a moment later and escorted her back inside the carriage. Chapter 30. Andrasta never spent much time imagining what hell might be like. She knew the stories of her father's people as well as those of her mother's. She had even learned other beliefs based on Rondel's occasional ramblings from other cultures. Therefore, she wasn't surprised that despite little time pondering the place, it was the first thing to come to mind as they entered the next room in the tower. Stop here, whispered Rondel. Don't do anything without thinking long and hard. Just not too long and hard, she thought. We still have a jewel to steal. It was a red circular room with massively high ceilings. Around the room sat 10 marble tables. Images of demons had been carved into its legs and sides. On each rested a pile of pale bones. It definitely fits the mold for the imaginations of hell in several religions. Some of the bones she recognized immediately: human, bull, tiger, ape. Others she wasn't so sure of, but based on the enormity, she was glad that only skeletons remained. Well? She asked after a minute. Is it safe? Rondel stepped gingerly beside her. Nothing is safe. You know what I mean. Just give me a minute, he said, looking around the room and then at his notes. I'm hoping to find something that might indicate what we're supposed to do next. What about this? Said Lela. They both turned. While Andrasta and Rondel had been busy examining the room, Lela had turned her attention to the door behind them after it closed. Etched into it was a circular diagram of the room they stood in. Arrows pointed from each of the stone tables to squares outside the circle. The square contained what appeared to be a likeness of a creature Andrasta assumed the bones once represented. Writing lay underneath each diagram. Yeah, I'd say this is something, said Rondel. He walked up to the nearest square. Can you read it? Asked Andrasta. Yes. It's a variation of ancient Kindi. The set of bones to our immediate right belonged to Urkel, an ape that Thalamanik grew through sorcery. It stood more than 9 feet high. The beast apparently possessed great intelligence and led a small company of other apes in battle during the Sorcerer Wars. It died from a poison arrow to the calf that was not treated in time. And the one beside it? Hers it. A great long-toothed tiger. Similar heroics and importance. Died from a dagger thrust under the jaw by its last victim. The other pictures follow a similar pattern. Who they were, their deeds, and how they died. What about this one? Asked Lela, eyes wide with awe as she stared at the picture. Treek. A 3-armed cyclops. He wielded in each hand a giant club over 6 feet in length. He brought down the gate of ancient Nadal by himself when the men wielding the battering ram died of boiling oil poured from above. How did he die? Fire consumed him when the defenders of Nadal dropped another batch of oil and then peppered him with flaming arrows. Wow. So, this place is a memorial? Asked Andrasta. Rondel nodded. In a way. How are they supposed to stop us? I don't know. We need to take our time and study this more. Andrasta scanned the mounds of bones. You do that. I'm going to go try the door on the other side. She took several steps forward and froze as the tile beneath her foot sunk an inch into the ground. She withdrew her leg. Looking down, she noticed the faint outline of Hercule as detailed on the door. She looked up to the sound of rattling. Bones shifted and came together atop one of the giant altars, forming the skeleton of a colossal ape. In its hand, it carried a huge club that looked like a small tree trunk. The ape pivoted toward Andrasta, unhinged its lower jaw and let out a great roar that shook the cavern. Impossible. Taking our time seems an even better idea now, said Lella. The massive skeleton squatted and jumped off the altar. It cleared the 40 feet between the platform and Andrasta effortlessly. She raised her sword, then thought better of it and rolled away at the last moment. Hercule's club crashed to the floor, sending flakes of stone blasting through the air. She attacked, sweeping her blade out at the beast's arm. It struck Bone and stopped as if running into a wall of steel. The jolt shook her. The ape roared again, and lifted its club in a backhanded swing. Andrasta dodged to the left, and it passed by her face. She recovered quickly and countered, slashing at the ape's ribs, thigh, and hip. Her efforts displaced the beast's bones in each instance. However, the skeleton simply shifted back into place as she withdrew her blade. Hercule attacked again with sweeping strikes. A rare bout of panic washed over her. How am I going to stop something that doesn't bleed? Panic was replaced by a combination of annoyance and confusion as the sounds of a flute tickled her ears. What are you doing? She shouted, narrowly avoiding another strike. Just wanted to see if the flute worked here, Rondell called. It doesn't. Of course it doesn't, she said, rolling away as the beast leaped at her again. It's got no ears. Now tell me how to stop this thing. I don't know. That's why I wanted to wait before coming in here. We weren't prepared. But someone let their impatience get the best of them. Just shut up and figure it out. She hollered as a whoosh followed the sweeping club passing over her head. Go for the head. Is that a guess? She asked, rolling away from another attack. Just do it. Andrasta dodged the next two attacks, then lunged at the beast's head. Her sword punched through an empty eye socket. The ape jerked its head to the side and wrenched her weapon from her grip. She swore loudly while drawing her dagger. It didn't work. She swore again, jumping over another altar of bones and rolling away from the skeleton's swings. It was bad enough trying to fight the creature, but trying to do so while also keeping it away from Rondell and Lella as they examined the door made her task that much more difficult. What about the Relian dagger? Called Rondell. It's supposed to cut through anything. The club whooshed through the air by her ear so close it knocked her braids against her ear. There is the whole matter of getting close enough to use it. She ducked under the next attack and dove between the ape's wide legs. She stabbed up into what would have been the beast's crotch. The blade struck the pelvic bone and actually caused a large gash. The ape reared its head toward the ceiling and roared. It seemed to be in pain. She tried to follow up the strike with another, but Hercule's free hand caught her shoulder. The blow sent her careening across the room where she crashed into the wall. She sat up, fighting for air. The ape strode toward her. The wound she had inflicted on the beast's pelvic bone healed before her eyes. It yanked her sword from its skull and tossed the weapon aside. She forced herself to stand while trying to bring life back to her numb shoulder. She ran at the beast, ducked under a sweep of its club, and slashed out with the dagger. The ape moaned as she left gouges in the bones of its arms, thighs, and sternum. However, nothing brought it down. Its kick struck her in the chest. She hit the wall again. Bright light streaked before her eyes. The ape roared as if reasserting its dominance. Andrasta looked up through blurry vision as it came for her. Who would have thought that this is how it would end? A tiny blur darted in from the side just behind the creature. It struck the beast in the lower right leg. The entire skeleton collapsed. Blinking in disbelief at the bones, she stood. They appeared as lifeless as when they'd first entered the room. She looked over to Rondel, who held one of his crossbows. "You killed it with a crossbow bolt to the leg?" "It was just a skeleton." "Not much to kill," he said, recocking it and placing another one inside. "I did stop it though." "How?" The clue finally made sense. Pictures tell the story. Basically, it can only be stopped the same way it died. That thing died of a poison arrow in the calf. So, it only stood to reason that striking it in the same spot would do the trick. I used the crossbow just in case it also had to be an arrow. He paused. "You all right?" Andrasta felt a little dizzy, but had been injured worse many times. "Yeah, I'm all right." "Good, because some of these other ones are much trickier than the ape." Andrasta looked around. "Where is the next one then? Shouldn't it be attacking?" "I don't know. The bones of the ape didn't form until you walked on a particular square on the floor." "That must have triggered the transformation," said Lela. Rondel nodded. "Step heavy in Warrior's Lev." "I'll buy that." "During the fight, me and the skeleton must have stepped on another pictured tile," said Andrasta. "Probably so. Then why haven't the others activated? I've told you before that Thalamanic was eccentric. Who knows why he did what he did? I'm sure it served a purpose to him. He had to be crazy to build this tower," added Lela. "I mean, he could have just came up with a spell to kill the person entering instantly rather than set up all these guardians to get past." "So, how do we do this?" Andrasta asked. "Well, since it seems we are responsible for activating each one, we take our time and make sure we have a plan in place to stop them beforehand." Andrasta grunted. "Toss me a skin of water. We'll get started on the next one in a minute." Methodically, the three worked their way through each pile of bones, taking on everything from a huge tiger to a minotaur. Each set of remains posed their own problems, but after careful study of each plaque, Rondel figured out a strategy to defeat each reanimated skeleton before it could gain any advantage over them. Just one more left. Well, 3 actually. He reread the last plaque to himself for the 7th time. "I think I got it all. But what if I don't? Let me read this out loud so you two can make sure I haven't missed anything." In his youth, he had always wanted to do everything on his own. He never accepted help or advice. He was no longer so immature. Better to look like a fool than to be dead. Rondel began. The Condesini triplets were among the greatest swordsmen of their age. Together, they fought in a unique back-to-back-to-back style that involved lightning-quick slashes and short stabs while weaving in and out of each other's guards. In the Battle of Thermoclasius, the brothers were credited with killing over 2,000 men alone, holding a breach in the outer wall of the city until reinforcements arrived. "Have you ever heard of that battle?" Andrasta asked Rondel. "Only as a myth. Few believe that the battle actually took place." "What do you believe?" "Considering all we've been through, there's little I wouldn't believe at this point." She grunted. "How long ago did the battle occur?" "Thousands of years ago. Before even the name Thalamanic was whispered." Her brow furrowed. "Then how did he get the bones of the triplets? More of his blasted sorcery?" Rondel shrugged. "More than likely. I'll make a note to ask him when I die if you'd like." She snorted. Lela cleared her throat as if annoyed. "What about the rest of it?" Rondel continued. "The brothers died in the most ironic of ways, each mortally killing another while trying to save a different sibling. This occurred when the great strategist, General Piaz, took advantage of the chaotic nature of battle and played off what he felt was the only weakness of the brothers, an unselfish love for each other." Rondel snorted. "Tragic. I'm sure the poets of the time ate that story up." "I don't like it," muttered Andrasta. The greatest swordsmen in the world would have a better sense of their surroundings. It doesn't seem like they forget themselves to the point of killing each other. Everyone is capable of making a mistake, especially in battle. Besides, it says the general did something to quicken their mistake. But all three at once? Well, it happened. Still. And if I recall, you've said before that one of the worst things a person can do in a fight is allow themselves to become distracted by their emotions. It sounds like this General Piaz knew this as well. Did we learn anything new? Interrupted Lela. Rondel shook his head. No. Not that there was much to learn from given what little information the plaque held. Let's go check over everything once more before we begin. They walked to the altar. Rondel had prepared almost twice as long for the Condesini triplets, using everything he could think of, including the discarded bones from other creatures to set up various traps. It was his hope that he could create his own form of chaos to mimic that of a true battle. He also examined each brother's pile of bones, identifying their sword arms based on the picture on the plague. All right-handed. He tied a rope to each arm. Remember, he called out. Only pull on the rope when I give the signal. I don't want a repeat of the vulture. I said I was sorry, said Lela. After they defeated the great ape, Urkil, they fought the remains of a massive vulture with a wingspan over 30 feet across. They found out the hard way that the skeleton had to fully form before an attempt to defeat it could be made. His shoulders still smarted from one of the wings knocking him into a wall. I'm not bringing it up again so you'll feel bad. I didn't know what would happen either. Just trying to make a point that we need to keep our heads. Let's get into position. He walked to his spot on the right side of the altar and grabbed a rope and 4 strands of smaller twine. The twine would trigger several traps around the altar, 2 flinging bone gathered from other skeletons, 1 striking flint in the hopes it would light the lamp oil spread on top of the altar, and the last would send a thick piece of rope through the air at the brothers like a whip. Ready? He asked. Lela went to the left side and picked up her rope. She took a deep breath. Ready. Andrasta walked in front of the triplets' altar, stepping over 3 taut pieces of twine tied to the altar behind her. Each strand led to several stones he had positioned above the altar. He hoped the stones would fall on top of the brothers. Andrasta grabbed her rope in one hand while readying her sword in the other. He asked. Ready? She nodded. Rondel took a deep breath, trying to still his racing heart. All right. Press the tile. Andrasta stepped on the square trigger near the altar for the Condesini triplets. The 3 piles of bones began rising on their own accord, forming the legs and hips of each brother. Traps, now! Rondel shouted. He hoped each would strike the skeletons just as the skeletons fully reformed. Timing was everything. Andrasta swiped her sword over 3 taut pieces of twine which released the overhead stones. Rondel yanked the 4 he held as the remainder of the spinal column, ribs, shoulders, arms, neck, and head all fell into place on each brother. Ropes, now! He shouted, pulling hard to the right with all he had as stone crashed, bones flew, rope whooshed by, and fire ignited in the cacophony he had hoped for. The fleshless remains of the triplets moved in a blur, dodging and knocking away the distractions in each other's blind spots. Rondel had worried that the triplets would recognize the ropes tied to their sword arms quickly enough to compensate for the tugging. But it worked. The skeletons of the 2 brothers nearest Rondel fell apart as the sword of the adjacent sibling entered the empty space between their ribs. The third, however, remained standing. Well, it mostly worked. Just great. If the skeleton would have had a face, Rondel was sure it would have frowned as it regarded the once more deceased remains of its brothers. How is that possible? Rondel quickly looked down and saw the error. One brother had held his sword in his left hand rather than the right. The picture was wrong. The skeleton of the surviving brother looked up at Rondel. Somehow, the empty sockets radiated anger. Ah, crap. Andrasta! He shouted, knowing there was no way he could defend himself against anyone considered a master swordsman. The skeleton leaped at him with sword arm extended. A dark blur collided with the bones and the two slammed into the ground with a clatter. Andrasta rolled to her feet as the skeleton reformed itself. The two began trading blows at a frantic pace. Gods, I can barely see their blades. Lella ran to him from the other side of the altar. Why didn't it work? The picture was wrong. One of the brothers was actually left-handed. Rondell shook his head, turning his attention back to the altar in the hopes of coming up with a solution to their problem. As if this wasn't hard enough. What do we do? Lella's voice came out shaky. Her face hardened. She reached for the dagger at her waist. Rondell stopped her. We have to help her, she pleaded, gesturing with her hand. Of course we have to help her, but whatever you're thinking of doing will only get you killed, likely her as well because she'll then have to worry about saving you again. Andrasta leaped over a low sweep of the skeleton's blade, sidestepped a quick thrust, and dove aside to avoid a descending slash. She recovered and countered with a flurry all her own. One of her half-dozen strikes found its mark. But without flesh, her sword bounced off the one leg of her opponent with no effect. Should we say something to her at least? She shouted over the clanking of sword strokes. What could we possibly say to help her right now? Talking to her will only be a distraction. Should we activate the tile again? Are you mad? The brothers are supposed to kill each other and they can't do that dead. Andrasta is struggling to hold off one now. How are we going to stop three with all our traps sprung? Then what do we do? I don't know. It's a bit hard to think with all your questions. Just be quiet for a moment. Lella shut her mouth and Rondell did his best to block out the grunting and heavy breathing from Andrasta while the skeleton chased her around the room. He stared at the bones of the two brothers. An idea struck him. Not the best of ideas, but an idea nonetheless. Quick, grab all the twine you can find and bring it to me, he instructed Lella. Rondell began pulling small hand bones from one of the piles, grouping them together with what he thought were the bones of the wrist and forearm. Lella threw down a pile of twine beside him. What are you planning? I'm going to bind as much of the arm and hand as I can with the sword. Then I'll try to stab the last brother with it. I'm hoping that will be enough to do the job. He swore, fumbling to tie a knot with his damaged hand. Here, help me with this. Tie off what I'm wrapping. Within a few moments Rondell had constructed the ugliest and oddest shape of bones, rope, and sword imaginable. Hopefully, it works better than it looks. Andrasta! He called out, pushing Lella to safety behind the altar. Bring the skeleton over this way. Have it give me its back and keep it occupied. Andrasta was too busy to openly acknowledge Rondell, but he knew she understood. Sweat dripped down her face as she shuffled toward Rondell. He stood atop the altar to get a more advantageous angle. He held the mess of bone, twine, and sword in sweaty hands. Please work. He edged himself closer, knowing he'd only have one chance to attack the brother. It would have to be timed perfectly so that he and Andrasta struck simultaneously. He can't deflect two attacks at once. Andrasta pressed the skeleton so that it backed toward Rondell. Her sword arced downward, and he threw the sword and arm at the same time. Both missed their mark. Somehow, the skeleton twisted and ducked away from both strikes. Andrasta's sword passed through the empty air while Rondell's makeshift weapon flew into dozens of pieces as the sword of the last brother slammed into it. Crap! Now what? The skeleton focused only on Rondell, its arm rearing back. Rondell reached for his short sword out of instinct, even knowing he'd never clear his scabbard in time. The skeleton burst apart, clattering to the stone floor. He blinked in surprise. Lella stood a half step behind where the brother had been. In her hands she held a ball of bones, twine and a sword from one of the brothers. Rondel's brow furrowed. How did you? I thought it made sense to have another ready just in case. I threw this together quickly. He studied the bones. I'll say. Half of those are for the feet, not hands. It was the best I could do. She shrugged. It was good enough, huffed Andrasta as she leaned back against a nearby altar. Rondel couldn't recall the last time he'd seen her so winded. Are you all right? He asked. Yes. I can see how the three together would have been nearly unstoppable. As it is, beating one under normal circumstances would have been a great challenge. They jumped as a grating sound of stone echoed in the room. The door on the opposite side of the chamber slid open, finally giving them a path to exit the space by. We should probably get going in case the door closes on us and we have to fight all those bones again, Lela offered. Andrasta's eyes widened and she stood. You're right. Let's go. Rondel grabbed their remaining things and followed them through the open doorway. The stone slid back into place after he stepped through. The three stood in a small 10 by 10 foot space. Another body with daggers through its empty eyes rested beside the next door. Andrasta looked to Rondel. Well. He came up behind her and studied the markings on the door. It's the next guardian. And for once, I'll thank the gods. I don't think I could handle more stairs right now. What is it? Asked Lela. Later, said Rondel as he slumped against a wall. He pulled out a skin of water. We should all rest first. Andrasta turned toward him, wearing an annoyed look. We should go now. We're running low on food. The longer we wait, the more likely we'll starve before we get to the jewel. We're also running low on energy. I don't think I've ever seen you breathe so heavy before. I'm fine. Fine enough to fight something as bad or worse than what we just did? I know you don't want to fail this close to the jewel. Sleep will do us all some good. Andrasta frowned. Rondel expected her to argue, however, she dropped her things and sat against the opposite wall. All right. We'll rest. Chapter 31. Rondel cut the last piece of dried beef in thirds, then did the same with the bread and apple. All in all, it amounted to a less than satisfying midday snack. He sucked the last bite of beef to make it last longer. You know, in hindsight we should have cut off a chunk from one of those cobras we fought. He turned to Andrasta. Probably wouldn't taste any different than those vipers you cooked in Erba. Not all snakes taste the same. And some like that breed of cobra you don't want to eat unless you cook the meat completely through. That would have been hard to do without a real fire. Figures. He stood and pulled the flute from around his neck. Well, let's get going. You sure you want to try that thing again? Asked Lela. He chuckled. Yes. An impenetrable defense cannot be breached unless the true music of the flutist is reached. For once the clue is pretty clear. Without the flute, there is no getting past this guardian. He took several swallows of water and secured the skin to his pack. Maybe another dozen swigs left. Let's hope we come across another pool. Andrasta went to the door. Ready? He licked his lips. Not really. Sure. Andrasta grabbed the handle and pushed slowly. It opened easily. She entered and dropped her gear just inside, looking about with sword ready. Lela and Rondel followed. The space was long and narrow with nowhere to run or hide. In front of them, roughly 200 feet away, stood a large stone statue of a 30-foot-tall, naked woman with 6 arms and 4 legs. She wore a peaceful look with pursed lips and closed eyes that somehow seemed even more peculiar than her extra limbs. She carried various weapons in 4 of her arms, but Rondel could not be bothered with what they were. He was too distracted at the door the large statue straddled. It was the first open doorway they had seen since entering the tower. Lella gasped beside Rondell. It's Dekyra. The goddess of death and destruction? The girl bobbed her head, staring at the statue in horror. You sure? I mean, the many limbs are consistent, but the rest of her is not what I imagined based on story and legend. Don't be fooled. Dekyra wears many faces. She is also known as the Great Deceiver. Andrasta looked to Rondell. What do we do? I don't know. She gestured to the upper walls. What about that? Aren't those musical notes? Rondell nodded. Yes. But I don't see any impenetrable defense or guardian to play them for. The door is already open. Maybe the guardian is on the other side of the door? He shrugged. Possibly. I bet Dekyra is the guardian, said Lella, voice lined with fear. That is another possibility, Rondell said. Let me look over the song first before we try the door. Andrasta stood beside him, nervously working her sword in her grip as Rondell mentally ran through the simple song lining the walls. Extremely easy. Beginner level really. Why even bother with a song so simple? After a few minutes he said, Got it. Let's go. They advanced cautiously, Andrasta leading. There was a slight scraping sound like steel over stone. They paused and glanced about the room looking for the source, but saw nothing. A few steps later they heard the noise again. Look! Lella pointed. The Dekyra statue stared back at them with open eyes. The pursed lips from earlier had thinned into a straight line. Its brows had furrowed. Rondell swallowed. That's unsettling. It's alive, gasped Lella. Maybe. I don't know. Well? Asked Andrasta. Keep going. It's the only way out, said Rondell. It hasn't done anything but change its facial features yet. Rondell glanced between the doorway and Dekyra with each footfall. Though he no longer heard the scraping of stone, he swore the statue's expression grew angrier as they neared. A scraping shook the room. A gray blur flashed across his line of sight just before an open stone hand struck him off his feet. A clang sounded, followed by several grunts and groans. He opened his eyes. Lella and Andrasta lay sprawled on the floor beside him. He followed their gaze. The statue's 4 legs had closed, barring the entrance to the doorway. The 6 arms of Dekyra had shifted from the meditating pose of earlier into something more aggressive. 2 hands were closed fists, the rest held kondas at the ready. Andrasta swore while rolling up to her knees. That thing is fast. I heard you try to attack it. No. I tried to defend myself. Then I was in the air. Well, I guess that settles that, said Rondell. The statue is the guardian. Rondell put his sword away, picked up the flute, and put it to his mouth. He began playing, fingering the notes along the body, opening and closing the air holes with ease. The Dekyra statue stood taller. The room trembled as it began walking forward, scowling deeper with each sway of its 6 arms. Rondell's eyes widened. He became distracted and stopped, shuffling backward. The statue halted. A collective sigh ran amongst them. What did you do? Andrasta asked. I didn't do anything. You did something. The thing started walking toward us when you played and it stopped when you stopped. Did you play the song incorrectly? Trust me. I didn't play it wrong. It's a very simple melody, even something you could play. Then why did it come after us like that? Gods, if I know. Maybe you should try it again. Just in case a note was off and only the statue could tell, said Lella. I was once the greatest minstrel in the world. Trust me. A note was not off, said Rondell. Once, said Andrasta. Rondell gave her a look. My ears are still fine. But you've said over and over you weren't a flutist. Doesn't mean I can't recognize the difference between A B sharp and A B flat. Whatever. Just try the flute again. He brought it up to his mouth when she grabbed his arm. What? Let's back up some first. He gave her a look, but agreed. They grabbed their things and backed all the way to the entrance, giving themselves more room should the statue advance again. Ridiculous. Ready now? He asked. She nodded. Within 4 notes, the statue took another step forward and Andrasta grabbed the flute from his mouth. What are you doing? She hissed. What does it look like? I'm playing the song. But you weren't looking at the notes on the wall. I have it memorized. She gave him the flute back. Play it while looking at the wall. Fine. He played the flute again and once more after 4 notes, the statue stepped forward. This time it was Lella that stopped him. Are you sure you're supposed to play that song and not something else? No. But would the notes be there if I wasn't supposed to play them? Nothing says I should be playing something else. But this isn't working, said Andrasta. We don't know that. You keep stopping me when I've only just begun. If I didn't, that thing would be on top of us by now. You don't know that for sure. All right. Try again. I won't stop you. Rondell put the flute to lips and began playing. The statue moved once more after 4 notes, yet no one stopped him. He continued playing and Dekaira continued. 8 notes, 12, 20. He caught Andrasta and Lella fidget out the corners of his eyes, yet they held their peace. The statue raised all 6 arms with the next step, rearing back. Rondell had played with tremendous amounts of pressure before in his life, before angry kings, cold-hearted queens, disinterested princes, and even thieves who threatened to do him harm should he fail in satisfying their ears. Never had the pressure gotten to him and never had he failed. Until now. He cut the last note short and duffed to the side just as the arms came forward. All 6 froze in midair, feet from him, Andrasta, and Lella. He cleared his throat. Well, that didn't work. He tried to make light of the failure, but in truth it crushed him. Why? Asked Andrasta. I don't know. The notes are right. There's no reason why it shouldn't work. Rondell threw the flute against the wall. This is why I hate flutes. It's a stupid instrument. If I had both my hands and my lute, I'd have the stupid statue dancing. Andrasta grunted, not looking at him as she studied the menacing statue of Dekaira. You don't believe me, do you? I don't see what's the difference between playing a lute and playing that, she said, pointing to the silver flute. Really? Yes, they sound different, but why would it matter if you played the song with a lute instead? Because there's a difference between just playing an instrument and making music with an instrument. Anyone can play the notes of a song. It takes talent to make actual music. Making music is where you put all the personal touches that reach down and grab you by the heart or punch you in the gut. Then that's it. The reason why you can't get the song to work is in the clue. An impenetrable defense cannot be breached unless the true music of the flutist is reached. You've got the talent to play the flute, but not the talent to make true music with it. What? She's right, added Lella. You too? Neither of you would know talent if it hit you on the head. I know that statue is blocking our way, and according to you, someone with real talent wouldn't have a problem getting past it, said Andrasta. That's not what I meant when I said. It's not that you don't have talent, said Lella. It's the way you're approaching the instrument. My uncle said that there is a difference between doing a job and making art. Anyone can sew a sari. Only a few can create a piece of clothing that none would forget. Didn't I just more or less say that? Asked Rondell. And my uncle said, the biggest difference in separating the two groups boils down to how a person approaches the task. How do you expect to make music, to make art with an instrument you hate so much? I agree, said Andrasta. You would, said Rondell. Well, you did tell me that story about Tertullius. She paused. You know, maybe another part of the problem is that you keep dismissing the flute as a lesser instrument because by doing so, you've already set it up to take the blame for any of your failures. That's ridiculous. Is it? Are you telling me you haven't wondered if even for a moment whether you could still cut it as a minstrel if you had all your fingers back? Asked Andrasta. That's a moot point because I don't have my fingers back. All I have are cheap pieces of leather. He wiggled the covered fingers on his left hand, illustrating his point. And with the flute, that's all you seem to need. Rondell scowled. I am not afraid of failing. Well, then we're in trouble because I don't have anything else for how to get us out of here. Do you? Just leave me alone and give me time to think, said Rondell as he spun away. Sure. I'll just sit here and think about all I've gone through to get to this point only to fail because my partner can't admit he's got self-doubt. Rondell bunched his shoulders but chose not to respond as he took a few steps toward the flute. It's not that I can't admit I've got self-doubt. By the gods, I doubted myself most of my life. He bent over and picked up the flute. Except with music. I never doubted my ability to make music. Both the lute and singing came so naturally to me. He grunted. The one thing I inherited from my mother was her voice. He rolled the flute in his hand, examining the cymbals once more. Play it loud and play it true. That idiotic phrase again. Some magic. Could there be anything less extraordinary? In fact, he wondered if there was anything exceptional about the instrument at all except the silver it was made of. But is there anything exceptional about any instrument by itself? He thought back to Tertullius. His hands gripped the flute tightly. Over his shoulder, he heard Andrasta cursing to herself as she studied the statue. Lela stood nearby, trying to keep her calm. This is my chance to erase my failure at the contest. When else will I ever have the chance to play something so important? This is it, Rondell. Get your act together and do it. He took a deep breath, spun on his heels and sat on the floor just beneath the Dekyra statue. What are you doing? Asked Andrasta. Getting us out of here. How? By making music, he said, scanning the notes on the wall again. He had already memorized them earlier, but he saw them differently this time. When did I ever play something exactly as it was written? Even the simplest of children's songs I put my own touch on. Why shouldn't I do the same now? Are you sure? Andrasta asked. Rondell closed his eyes, brought the mouthpiece to his lips, and played. As before, stone scraping on stone sounded after the first 4 notes. Yet, Rondell did not die on the 5th, 6th, or even the 7th. For the briefest of moments he thought about opening his eyes and seeing what the statue was doing, but that thought came and went as he lost himself in the song. His fingers danced across the flute as if he fretted the neck of his old lute. His breathing remained steady, not forceful as he inhaled and exhaled. A part of him knew thousands of people in the world were more technically sound with a flute than he would likely ever be. However, within that moment, he also knew that not one of them could draw as much passion from each note as he could. Satisfaction that he hadn't felt in years washed over him as he finished the song in a flurry. I missed this so much. Hands fell on his shoulders when he finished, one small, one large. He opened his eyes and looked up at Lela on one side and Andrasta on the other. They stared ahead, amazed. The statue of Dekyra had moved back into place over the doorway, its legs no longer barring the way. The 6 arms that had once carried weapons of war were empty. The angry face returned to one of peace. Water trickled from the corners of the closed eyes. A smile that had been absent when they first entered the room tugged at the corners of the statue's lips. All this time I wondered if you just enjoyed boasting, if you inflated everything you had once been, began Andrasta. Her voice was far away. But now I realize you were being modest." He grinned. "Thank you." She looked back at the statue and shook her head in disbelief. Little arms wrapped around Rondel's neck, startling him. "What's that for?" he asked. "It was beautiful," she said. "It reminded me of Kunal." "Thank you." He patted her back and smiled. "You're welcome." "Thank you for pushing me." Andrasta cleared her throat. She began gathering their packs. "Let's get going. We're not done yet." Chapter 32. Mira cried hard for several minutes after returning to the carriage. She cried from sadness over Mininder, frustration over Lela, helplessness over Brahma, and anger over Beladiva. The tears of anger came the quickest and lasted the longest. She decided that she could handle everything else over the last several hours, but she would not let Beladiva get away with causing so much destruction to not only herself, but to Bashan. "I owe father that much." She had known the crime lord held a great deal of power. Even during her father's reign, his name held weight among the commoners. She always wondered why her father never focused on stopping Beladiva and the other crime lords. However, once she found herself in the same position, too many other matters took precedence. Beladiva became an afterthought. He had to be planning this for years. And that's why he's able to adjust so quickly to these setbacks. Good thing I'm a fast learner. And unlike my brother, I can be very patient. She would play his game as best as she could without drawing suspicion. And carefully I will find my allies. She thought of Brahma. No. For all I know, that beating might have killed him. She dug her nails into her palms. He deserved so much better. Brahma's sons might be the way to go. Much younger and with many of the same values. And of course they would love nothing better than to exact revenge on the man who abused their father. I will start with them. Carefully though, she thought. Lela's betrayal reiterated the point that she could fully trust no one but herself. Already thoughts of how she would repay Lela, Rondel and Andrasta for their deceptions tickled the back of her mind. But Beladiva comes first. Chapter 33. Andrasta walked through the doorway beneath the statue of Dakaira. She expected it to attack again at any moment. Instead, it continued to leak tears. She had never considered herself a lover of music, but then again she had never quite heard anything like what Rondel had played. It was like he had not only exposed himself, but also emphasized hidden feelings of her own. She didn't like that. It made her think about her true intentions for the jewel. What will Rondel say? All that we sacrificed and he'll have nothing to show. She heard the faint scuffling of Lela's feet behind her. For that matter, what will the girl say? Money from her take on the jewel is all she has left. Andrasta hoped she could find a way to tell them the truth when it was all over. Or do I just run away? It would be the easiest thing to do. She entered a bright room of white marble, immediately assaulted by an odor reminiscent of a stable that hasn't been cleaned in years. Light seemed to come from everywhere, but shielding her eyes, she realized it originated from 4 crystal chandeliers hanging over the center of the large chamber. A small gasp came from her left. Andrasta followed Lela's line of sight. On a raised marble throne sat a gray-skinned, rotund, humanoid creature. It held a mix of odd features: ears of an elephant, mouth like a hippopotamus, and the horns of a rhinoceros. Deep black eyes that shined like polished onyx regarded them. It took everything Andrasta had to suppress the chill running down her spine. Well, that's not something you see every day, gulped Rondel from behind. Any day really. What is it? Whispered Andrasta. The last guardian, I presume. I thought there would be a transition space like the others, said Lela. I guess not, said Rondel. What's the clue to get past it? Stay focused and think clearly, lest you die. So, how about you stay focused and think clearly by walking up to that thing, and cut its heart out lest we die first? Andrasta spun her blade. That's an idea I can get behind. Stop, said a deep baritone. The single word shook Andrasta's bowels. It can talk, gasped Lella. Fear tickled her voice. Put your weapons away. My name is Yendaru, and I don't wish to fight. Rondell snorted. Sure you don't. Why is that so hard to believe? My bones ache, and even standing is a chore. So you aren't going to stop us? Asked Andrasta. She lowered her blade, but did not sheath it. Not physically. Not much of a guardian, mumbled Lella. The thing chuckled. Not by your definition. What does that mean? It means that to get past this guardian we'll need to outthink it on some level, answered Rondell. Andrasta slowly sheathed her sword, then with a quick jerk, drew a dagger and threw it across the room. It bounced off an invisible barrier around the throne. Yendaru chuckled again. What was that for? Asked Rondell. Just wanted to make sure. And now are you satisfied? The creature inquired. Andrasta said nothing, but led the way slowly toward the throne, careful where she stepped. She thought it safe to assume that every action, no matter how small, could be a way to lose against the creature. They stopped 24 feet away from the monstrosity. And I thought the beetles smelled bad. Yendaru grunted. Cautious. That's good. You may fare better than the only other to make it this far. What other? Asked Andrasta. Yendaru turned its head slowly toward a side wall. She followed its gaze to a body slumped on the floor. The hilts of 2 daggers protruded from its eyes. He was the last of the group. I'm sure you saw his handiwork along the way. He took his own life in the end. Why? I presume the guilt of his actions got the better of him. Greed is a heavy sin to bear. Fitting he died in the same manner as those he betrayed. And what role did you have in him facing that guilt? Asked Rondell. I may have said a choice word or two. Rondell clicked his tongue. Now, I get it. You don't really stop us from going forward. You try to make us stop ourselves. Yendaru bobbed its head. Very astute. Andrasta eyed the skeleton with daggers rammed into each of its eye sockets. She had a hard time believing anyone could be made to do that to themselves. She snorted. Please. Laugh. But deep down you all wish you were dead, said Yendaru. Every creature does it for no other reason than to escape this miserable life and leave their guilt of past mistakes behind. Don't act like none of you have ever thought about ending it all yourselves. Even the little girl has thought such things, recently in fact. How can you know that? Whispered Lella. The creature's eyes gleamed. Because I can see into your soul. I can see the selfish girl who got her uncle killed by trying to juggle too many powerful people. Lella crumbled to the floor, folding into a ball. She began sobbing uncontrollably. That was far too easy, said Yendaru. Leave her alone. Shouted Rondell. Don't worry, she'll be the last to die. How about you? I can see the cocky young minstrel who never showed his mother the appreciation she deserved. The thing sked. Making her put up with all your wild ways, then leaving her saddled with your debt. You can't imagine how hard it was for her to run that big farm entirely by herself. Such a good son, weren't you? Rondell opened and closed his mouth. He said nothing in response, but quickly swiped at his eyes. Though Andrasta had not heard that story before, she could tell it had merit. But even you are too easy. I want something challenging to start with. It shifted in its seat toward Andrasta. Torn between the past and the present, aren't you? Her brow furrowed. I'll take that as a yes. Something had changed about the creature's voice. Each word seemed to enter Andrasta's head and echo around her skull. Sorcery. I've beaten sorcery before, she hissed. Yes, you have. But you can't fight the truth. Not once it's been said anyway. So, should I be the one to tell your friends the truth of what you really plan to do with the jewel? Or do you want to break the news to them? What is that thing talking about? Asked Rondell, voice groggy. Nothing. Have you figured out a way to kill it yet? No. Not yet. Oh, no, said Yendaru, sking again. Trying to change the subject already? A sure sign of guilt, I would say. Andrasta drew another dagger and threw it at the creature. It bounced off the same invisible barrier as before. Shut up, she growled. It laughed. Anger. Frustration. Your stomach must be in knots. Last chance to come clean, or I'll do it for you. Andrasta seethed. She knew she should say something. The truth would sound better coming from her. Except if she was to be honest with herself, she had never really planned to tell the truth. Very well, said Yendaru. From the beginning, your partner never intended to sell the jewel. By doing so, she would be going back on a promise she made to her father to bring it to him in Juntark. Rondell frowned. Is that true? Yes, said Andrasta, still staring at the creature, unable to look at her partner. And when were you going to tell me? Presumably she wasn't, said Yendaru. Rondell took 3 sharp steps and thrust out his arm, pointing at the guardian. You stay out of this. The creature made a throaty noise, but added nothing more. Rondell stormed over to Andrasta. Well, when were you going to tell me? I don't know. Afterward. After I risked my life helping you? Asked Rondell. Andrasta looked at the ground. Say something. I don't know what you want me to say. The secret is out. Start by telling me the story. No sense in hiding it any longer. She nodded and began. She told Rondell how she left Master Enzi to help her father. She went into every detail, how her offer was received, how she was treated, and the terms for her departure. She concluded the tale with her promise to return to Juntark with the jewel. Andrasta hung her head during the story. With each breath, she felt more worthless and pathetic than the moment before. For the first time in years, she wondered what the world would be like if she had never been born or if she had died long ago. It reminded her of what she felt like after her mother passed away and she received her scar. The deep baritone of Yendaru's voice echoed in her mind. Some friend you are. Your life is worthless. You are worthless. Silence hung in the air. She looked up to Rondell, not sure what to expect. His face twisted in confusion and hurt. He hates me. The one person alive who wanted anything to do with me, and I ruined it. What a fool I have been. What a fool indeed, echoed Yendaru. Rondell cleared his throat. So, despite everything you've told me before about your father and what you told me just now, you are still willing to help him? To put him over our partnership? Our friendship? This is where he tells you that he hates you, said Yendaru. She sighed. Yes. I don't know what I hate more, the fact you lied to me or that you didn't trust me. See? And this is where he tells you that you're the lowest piece of scum the world has ever known. I mean, after all we've been through. Especially the stuff in Erba. I'd rather take a punch in the gut than know you didn't trust me. How could you do something so low? Her gut tightened. Nauseous, she felt sickened by her actions. Her hand opened and closed, it began to drift toward the hilt of her dagger. And this is where your friendship ends. Perhaps your life as well, if he decides to save you the trouble of having to kill yourself. Her limbs felt weak as she let down her guard. Let him. I deserve it. Better it came from him than from someone else. Rondel cursed. He took a shuddering breath. Footsteps approached and she closed her eyes, waiting for the blade to enter her body. Instead, arms enveloped her. She opened her eyes in surprise as Rondel pulled her into an embrace. Reminded of how her mother used to hold her as a girl, she found herself reciprocating the gesture. "I forgive you," he whispered. The burden of guilt she carried melted away. Something wet rolled down her cheek. She quickly wiped it away as they parted. "What?" Yenderu's voice raged inside her head. "You're not angry with me?" she asked, ignoring the creature. "Oh, I'm angry. But that's no excuse for me to turn my back on you. However, you better learn to start trusting me, or so help me it will take more than a hug to resolve the situation next time." She smiled. "Got it." "What?" "This doesn't make sense," Yenderu said aloud. "You're not really going to forgive her." "Of course I am," answered Rondel. "But the jewel." "She still hasn't said that she's changed her mind about it." "She doesn't have to. If she still wants to take it to her jerk of a father, then so be it. I never thought about it much before, but the jewel was never really about the money. It initially gave me a purpose when I had none. And now it's about helping my friend. What about afterward? Remember, I can see in your soul. You assumed that your partnership would continue after stealing the jewel. She is not so sure." Rondel worked his mouth a second. "I guess we'll have to talk about that after we steal the jewel." Yenderu's voice grew more frustrated. "And the girl? She was counting on the money from selling it. You're just going to forget about her?" "Of course not," said Rondel. "But we can always steal something else to get her the money she needs. We are thieves after all." A deep scream of anger erupted from the creature. Its voice bounced around the room, vibrating even the soles of Andrasta's boots. It died down and was replaced with Rondel's sobs. He had fallen to his knees and was mumbling to himself, shaking his head as tears flowed from his already reddened eyes. Andrasta wheeled on Yenderu. "What are you doing to him?" The creature ignored her, its eyes focused on Rondel. She turned back to her partner, just as his hand was reaching for a dagger at his belt. He whispered he was sorry over and over. She tried to knock his hand away but could not. She tried to pry the blade free, but couldn't so much as move a finger. It was like the trance had somehow imbued him with tremendous strength. "You can't stop him. He's too far gone. His guilt is much greater than yours. Don't you dare do it," she said to Rondel. Andrasta ground her teeth, drew her sword, and sprinted at the creature. She climbed up the stone chair and brought the sword down, striking the invisible barrier protecting Yenderu. She turned her blade and drove it with all her strength. She glanced at Rondel. He gripped his knife in white-knuckled fingers as he sobbed uncontrollably. She closed her eyes and leaned into her sword. She felt a shift and looked down. The tip of the blade had wedged itself into the barrier. She pushed harder, the muscles in her arms and shoulders straining under the pressure. The blade went deeper. She felt the creature panic. The thing's voice worked its way back into her mind, telling her she would fail again, that she should just kill herself now, and get it over with. She felt weaker until she looked back at Rondel on the floor. The blade of his knife was inches from his throat. The despair and guilt she battled left her, replaced by anger. She screamed and drove the blade through the barrier, down into the creature's chest. Sorcery threw her back. She landed hard against the floor, jamming her elbow and hip as the agony of the creature shook the room. Pain, disbelief, confusion, and misery combined to rattle her mind. Yenderu could not understand how someone had overcome him. The creature slumped in its seat and took its last breath. The chaos in her mind died with the guardian. Andrasta turned to Rondel. He was on his knees shaking his head. The knife lay on the floor beside him. "Are you all right?" she asked. He looked up with bloodshot eyes. He croaked a raspy reply. Eventually, I'll be. A drink would help. Or a dozen. She nodded. Andrasta looked over to Lella. Rondell followed her gaze. The little girl still sobbed on the ground in a ball. He stumbled over to her. They whispered something back and forth before Lella buried her face in his chest. Is she all right? That thing doesn't somehow still have a hold of her, does it? Andrasta asked. No, said Rondell. She just needs more time. Why don't you give us a few minutes and see if the door to the next room is on the other side of that throne? We'll leave once she's recovered. You mean you still want to finish this? Of course. I'm not about to stop now. Besides, you still have a promise to keep. I'm not sure if I care about that anymore. Let's just steal the jewel first. You can figure out the rest later. She nodded in agreement and walked away while Rondell stroked the back of Lella's head. Chapter 34. A part of Rondell was thankful for the extra moments it took to calm Lella, for as he tried to ease her worries, he reburied the guilt the creature had brought to the surface. He'd have to address it eventually, just as he'd have to properly mourn Shadia and their child when the business with the jewel was over. I've got an ambitious amount of drinking ahead of me. He felt a soft squeeze of his hand. He looked down as Lella slipped her fingers around his palm. Are you all right? She asked, eyes still puffy. Never better, he lied and gave her a big grin. Andrasta stood frozen near the open doorway just ahead. Nothing could be seen inside except blackness. She held her sword in one hand and a torch in the other. She glanced over her shoulder. Ready? The last of the clues ended with the guardian that called himself Yendaru. Though Rondell had read several possibilities of what waited in the chamber holding the jewel, each varied wildly. If one has to be right, I really hope it isn't the one about the dragon. He took a slow breath and eased Lella behind him as he moved closer to Andrasta. Let's do it. Andrasta crept inside with Rondell on her heels and Lella on his. All three halted as the blackness fell away and a ruby-red glow replaced it. The circular room was mostly bare except for a black marble pedestal that stood at the center of the spaces. On top of the pedestal rested the largest gemstone Rondell had ever seen. It was red like a ruby, but it sparkled like a diamond. Several small windows, too small for a man to pass through, hugged the ceiling, allowing light from outside into the room. And thankfully not a dragon in sight. It's as big as an ostrich egg, whispered Andrasta. She turned back to Rondell. Well, what? Are there traps? He shrugged. I told you that no one knows. Out of all the stories I read, none described the room. Best to be cautious. You take the left and I'll take the right. What about me? Asked Lella. Stay here and guard the door. Slowly the two circled the room, gradually closing the gap between the wall and the pedestal while scanning the space for anything suspicious. They stopped inches from the pedestal and stared at the jewel. I don't see anything, said Andrasta. Me either. He looked up. And no skylights for Kamal and Wabu to descend from. She snorted. So now what? Just take it. And if there's a trap we don't know about? We just spent several minutes examining the room and pedestal. I can't see anything, can you? No. Then I say we just take it. If there are any traps left, they're sorcerous in nature and we won't know them until they've been triggered. Come on. After all your hard work, you're finally here. Our hard work, she said looking up. Ours then. Now grab it and let's get out of here. Andrasta took a deep breath. Her hand shot out, fingers wrapping around the jewel. Her arm retreated, only the jewel stayed in place. What in the? Rondell's gaze sought Andrasta's. She stared at her empty hand in disbelief, then she reached out with her other hand. Fingers passed through the jewel, causing it to flicker like a torch. Frantically she tried again, approaching from above, from underneath, and from the sides. She went slowly and she went fast. Nothing worked. Andrasta seethed, so angry she couldn't even speak. "Let me try," he offered. His attempts yielded a similar effect. "I'll try," said Lella, walking up. Her hands flickered through the jewel as well. "What is this?" Andrasta yelled, swinging her sword at the stone wall and kicking their packs across the room. "We've come all this way for nothing? Some sort of blasted sorcery must be affecting it," cursed Andrasta. "It is sorcery," said Rondel, leaning in. "But not what you're thinking." "What do you mean?" hissed Andrasta, storming over. He stuck his hand in the middle of the jewel and left it there. The image not only flickered as before, but also changed shape based on where he held his palm or fist. "I don't think it's real. It's an illusion created by sorcery. For all we know, the jewel looks nothing like this." There was an audible twisting of leather as Andrasta gripped the hilt of her sword. "I swear I'm going to make it my life's ambition to kill every sorcerer I come across. They aren't all bad. Remember, we know one personally." "He's right, you know," came a slippery voice from behind, smooth as poured oil. All three turned, readying weapons, as a man who looked near Rondel's age appeared in the doorway. His skin had a golden hue that contrasted well with hair as black as coal, and a beard equally dark. He wore Kindi garb, a black sherwani and white churidars. "We aren't all bad. Though I admit we do have our eccentricities. Like this place," the man continued as he glided into the room. Rondel looked down and swallowed. "He's floating." "Who are you?" Andrasta barked. "Take a guess," said the man. "Thalamanic," answered Rondel. The man grinned. "And on the first try. A sharp mind. You're supposed to be dead." "The stories of my demise have been greatly exaggerated." "My fault, as I started most of those stories." Rondel asked. "Why?" "My reasons are my own," he said calmly. "He doesn't look like the painting we saw," said Andrasta. "He was known to take many forms, remember?" Rondel said. "True, but what if I told you that this is my true form?" Thalamanic held out his hands. "I wouldn't believe you." "Good. Skeptical too. I like that. The wait appears to be well worth it, though you three weren't who I expected to finally make it through the tower," he frowned at Lella. "By the way, you're right. This isn't my real appearance. Just one I have a fondness for." Andrasta lunged, blade darting forward so fast that Rondel could barely register what he saw until she stopped suddenly, with her sword and arm having completely passed through the sorcerer. The image flickered until she withdrew the weapon. "Another illusion," she said, spitting at the image's face. "Thankfully so," said Thalamanic. "You're a fast one. Reminds me of—" "What do you want?" interrupted Rondel. "Here to gloat at his stupid trick, I'm sure," said Andrasta. "Would you mind not insulting the powerful sorcerer?" said Lella, finally. "I'd rather not die right now." "It's just an illusion, it can't do anything," she said. The sorcerer extended his hand and lightning shot out, scorching the ground at Andrasta's feet. "Are you sure about that?" he asked, his demeanor almost bored. "Now, enough with the small talk. First, I came to congratulate you. You see, this tower was created to serve a purpose. It was meant to test the skills of those brave enough to try their hand at stealing the jewel." "The jewel isn't real," said Andrasta. "It is real. It's just not here. I don't have it and I need help getting it back. It was stolen from me and hidden in a place filled with complicated and dangerous obstacles and traps. I converted the tower into what someone might face trying to recover the real jewel. It's my version of a training ground. That explains the layout and the nature of the Guardians, muttered Andrasta. Are you saying that since we passed your test we've now been deemed worthy to go and steal the real jewel from some other place just as dangerous, if not more so, than here? Asked Rondell incredulously. Exactly. My, you are a smart one. I'm glad. I hate explaining everything over and over again. Rondell ignored the comment. Why does a sorcerer with your skills need our help at all? He gestured to the scorch mark on the floor. Your illusion can do that. I can only imagine what the real you is capable of. No offense, but I doubt that you can. You do raise a good point though. He paused, face twisting slightly into a bitter sneer. My power will not be enough to steal the jewel from where it is presently located. So you've just waited around for thousands of years until someone successfully navigated the tower. I'm a patient man. Obviously. But why haven't you shown yourself to the world? I mean, you could be patient while sitting on the throne of some empire or country. His grin returned. Who's to say that I haven't? Remember, I do have many forms. All right. I'll buy that. So where is the real jewel hidden? I've never heard of anything in Untan that can compare to the tower. That's because it isn't in Untan. The jewel is in the underworld. You mean hell? He's crazier than I thought. If you prefer that word, it works just as well. But yes, it's on that plane. Why is it there? That's not something you need to know. So you want us to break into hell and help you steal the jewel from the gods themselves? Yes. Andrasta cut in, laughing. You've got a lot of guts to ask us something like that. I'd like to think so. The answer is no, she said. Rondell stepped in and put his hand on her arm. No. The answer is yes. We'll do it. What? We aren't, started Andrasta. Trust me. The two stared at each other for several breaths. All right. I trust you. What about me? Said Lela. What if I'm not on board with this? Thalamanik regarded her. You can come or not. It doesn't matter to me. I believe your skills are the most easily replaced. Thanks, she said with much sarcasm. No. She comes with us too, said Rondell. He gave her a look that said the matter was over, then quickly regarded the sorcerer again. Very well. So, now that we've agreed to do this for you, what are you going to do for us? Thalamanik folded his arms. Name your terms. Money. Lots of money. And our own kingdoms, said Lela. Rondell smiled. Yeah, a few kingdoms would be nice. Don't give me that look. It's obvious how important this is to you. All right. Done. Anything else? How about some food and water? The illusion snapped its fingers and a small feast appeared before them. While you're at it, said Lela. Can you heal our injuries too? Thalamanik closed his eyes. A slow warmth washed over Rondell. Gradually the ache in his side from the spear as well as the multitude of his other scrapes and bruises faded away. Anything else? Said the illusion. Rondell grabbed a roll of bread and shoved into his mouth. While we eat, start telling us more about what we're going to face. He looked around. When we've had our fill, you can get us out of here without us having to go through the tower again. I expect there will be people waiting for us. Right down to business. I like that. Don't worry, I can easily put you outside of the guard's notice. Chapter 35. A small hum tickled his ears and his skin felt like he walked through a sandstorm. Rondell exited the tower holding a lungful of air. His heart beat in anticipation of falling to his death. However, his feet found purchase. One minute he was hundreds of feet high in the upper room of the tower, the next he stood on solid ground below. It worked. He looked around. On the opposite side from the entrance though. I guess it doesn't really matter. A small shudder from Lella came from behind. A heavier curse from Andrasta followed. He turned. The two examined themselves in disbelief. That felt awful, said Lella. We walked through a wall, said Rondell. What did you expect? Rondell turned his attention to the night sky. I wonder how many days we've been gone. At least 3 or 4, I think, said Andrasta. At the sound of voices, Rondell raised a hand to silence them. Someone barked commands. He couldn't make out what was being said, but approaching footsteps put him on alert. Come on, he hissed. They ran behind the nearest vendor stall. 2 ragged-looking men, sporting obvious wounds from recent fighting, limped by on patrol. Once they passed, Lella whispered. They work for Beladiva. Why are they still here? Asked Andrasta. Probably waiting to see if we would show up with the jewel so they can steal it from us, said Lella. Rondell examined the night sky. He pointed. Look at the stars. Isn't that the warrior over there? They both shrugged. You're no help. He squinted. Yes, it is. Those 3 stars make up the head of his spear. It was in the same position the night we entered the tower. He paused. And those men on patrol. You saw how bad they looked. No way they'd look that bad off after 3 or 4 days. I'm pretty sure it's the same night. Time must pass differently inside the tower. Andrasta spat. I really hate Thalamanik. Who doesn't? Rondell said. At least we won't have to worry about seeing him again. We won't? Of course not. But you said yes to his offer, said Lella. And you asked him 1,000 questions. Of course I said yes. I lied. The questions were to convince him that we really were accepting his offer. The last thing I wanted to do was offend the one person who could get us out of there. We needed him as much as he claims to need us. Andrasta blinked. I don't believe it. Why? I said to trust me. Don't tell me you wanted to help him? Gods, no. I don't trust him in the slightest. She shook her head and grinned. You just keep surprising me. Rondell winked. I can't believe you two are talking like that so close to the tower, hissed Lella. What if Thalamanik hears you? Impossible, said Rondell. He admitted that his real form is somewhere else. We'll be fine. At least for a while. He never admitted it, but I got the feeling that part of the reason he needs our help is that his powers are suppressed. But the illusion. You saw how powerful it was, Lella said. I did, but it's tied to the inside of the tower itself. It can't leave. I thought that was obvious. Oh, said Lella. So what do we do now? Get to someplace safe for the remainder of the night. Then after a night of decent sleep, we'll put our heads together and figure out what to do next. Kill Beladiva for starters, said Andrasta. Rondell frowned. You know I don't like assassination work. It's bad enough what I helped you do to the guards earlier. No one said anything about us getting paid. This is more about settling scores. And this is a good deed I thought you'd be interested in. She nodded to Lella. You want to do it for the girl. All right. I can get behind that. Good. Andrasta pushed her way past Rondell. I'll take point. Rondell came in behind her as they maneuvered their way through the vendor stalls toward the front of the tower. He realized that his partner had the same thought as he did, wanting to see what Beladiva was up to before making their escape. Several dozen of the crime lord's men hurried about. Among other things, some shored up the entrance with a defensive barricade while others constructed what looked like some sort of cage. Think that's supposed to be for us? He asked. Probably, said Andrasta. I don't see any sign of the prince. Maybe Beladiva sent him back to the palace. It's obvious he won. Could be the prince is dead. Lella let out a small gasp and tugged Rondel's sleeve. What? The princess, whispered Lella. What about the princess? She's in that carriage under guard. I saw her through the window. Too bad. My guess is that she's Beladiva's insurance to get what he wants. Too bad? Beladiva has her prisoner. We need to rescue her. We don't need to do anything, said Andrasta. You're not going to just leave her? I don't owe her anything. Yes, you do. We all do. We lied to her. The whole Lord Rickard deception had her making poor decisions she wouldn't have made under normal circumstances. And I withheld information that could have helped her while telling her secrets to Beladiva. Andrasta shrugged. Things happen. Lella spun to Rondel. You know I'm right. Too risky. The best thing working in our favor right now is that everyone still thinks we're inside the tower. We try to save the princess, all we're going to do is let everyone know we're out. It's going to be hard enough to kill Beladiva as it is. I don't care. I'd rather save the princess than kill Beladiva. What about avenging your uncle? He would much rather me save the princess. Please. I did a lot of people wrong. If we can save her, I'll have a chance to do good both by her and by Kunal. Rondel sighed. That line of thought hit too close to home. In fact, his guilty conscience had caused him to drag Andrasta into many situations she would have likely avoided. Yes, he had participated in some shady activities, but he tried his best to avoid harming good people. And he tried to help others in the hopes it might make up for the many mistakes of his past. He thought of the guards they killed to get inside the tower. But am I truly doing enough? No. Like helping Lella, this is a chance for me to do more. Andrasta swore. What? I know that look. You're going to help. Not necessarily. Stop. Quit wasting time trying to talk yourself out of it. We both know it won't work. Just tell me what you want to do and let's get this over with. A grin pulled at the corners of his mouth. All right. He studied the carriage with the princess, ignoring the vacant one farther away. Well, the best thing to do would be to wait until she's somewhere more isolated. On her way back to the palace. What if Beladiva kills her? Asked Lella. If that was his intention, said Andrasta, she'd already be dead. Fine. But that doesn't mean he won't hurt her. Trust me, if you can think of something awful, Beladiva has done it to someone. Well, there's 6 around the carriage, including the driver, said Rondel. 2 more just to the left that we'd have to deal with as well. There's another one off to the right by that crate. Andrasta pointed. It looks like he's gnawing on something. I see him. So, that makes 9. There's way more than 9, said Lella, looking at the others working closer to the tower entrance. We're not worried about those, said Rondel. Why? Because. We're not trying to kill everyone. We're moving in fast and hopefully leaving fast. If we can't take care of those 9 quickly, we aren't going to make it out of here alive. He turned to Andrasta. You know, there might be someone in the carriage with her we can't see. Safe assumption. She turned to Lella. He's yours. What? The girl's eyes widened. What? Rondel echoed the question to Andrasta. It has to be her, said Andrasta. Like you said, the more time we waste with the ones around the carriage, the more likely we'll get caught. You need to take out the driver and grab the reins as soon as possible. That means she has to save her princess. All right. Here. He handed her one of his crossbows. I don't know how to use this. Open the door, point, and pull the trigger. At that range, you won't even have to aim much. Go for the torso. Don't give me that look. It's safer than you trying to stab someone twice your size with a dagger. Rondel pulled out his other crossbow. On 3. 1. 2. Wait, said Andrasta. We took too long. Something is happening. Sure enough, someone led Mira out of the carriage and back to the tower's entrance. They stopped before a man dressed in a black turban with white churidars and a white sherwani. Beladiva, said Andrasta. And that was Gulzar who took Mira to him, said Lela. Words were exchanged. Then what are we waiting for? Asked Lela. Let's save Mira and kill Beladiva at the same time. No, said Rondel. Beladiva and Mira began walking away from the rest of his men. He judged their current path. Quick change of plans. He turned to Lela. Do you think you could drive a carriage? Chapter 36. Mira marched a step behind Gulzar toward the tower entrance with shoulders hunched, eyes cast down. Beladiva waited for them near the entrance, hands clasped behind his back. He said nothing, but watched every move his men made as they hurriedly hauled in more tools and weapons to work on the tower door. To her delightment, the clanking and banging of pick and hammer against the granite inside had yielded nothing. Gulzar halted. Princess Mira is here, sir. Leave us, said the crime lord. Gulzar hesitated, bowed, then walked away. Beladiva slowly turned. It will be dawn in a few hours and your presence is not needed here any longer. I'm going to have Gulzar return you to the palace shortly. Get some rest and be ready for a big day tomorrow. As the city wakens, news of your brother's death will spread. You will need to be strong for the people. They must know that nothing is amiss. Gulzar will bring you further instructions as the day progresses. She nodded dutifully. Of course. He grunted. You thought about what I said before, I presume? Yes. He frowned, studying her. He called over his shoulder Hari. Yes, sir? Called a voice near one of the vendor stands. Bring the sack. Yes, sir. Follow me, princess. Beladiva walked away from the tower, past the second carriage that held Brahma. She noted that no one guarded it. Does that mean he's dead? Or just so unimportant it isn't worth the effort? Please don't let him be dead. They stopped near several empty vendor stalls and waited. Hari hurried over, struggling with a lumpy burlap sack. Dump it, said Beladiva. Hari undid the ties and turned the sack upside down. For severed heads thudded to the blue marble that surrounded the tower. They stared out with lifeless eyes and gaping maws. Myra's hand went to her mouth. She looked away before she could vomit. You recognize these faces? Asked Beladiva. Yes. Brahma's sons. I thought you might. Why? She struggled to keep her voice from shaking. To keep you honest, Your Majesty. I don't want you trying to stir up trouble behind my back. You're sick. Besides disgust and sorrow for the crime lord's act, anger renewed its grip on her. Beladiva had thwarted her plans before she even had a moment to carry them out. She lost it. Her leg snapped out with all she had. The top of her foot slammed between Beladiva's legs. The crime lord's eyes bulged. He gasped and fell atop the severed heads. Mira took a step forward ready to strike again when a hand struck her face. Her head rocked to the side, cheek stinging. Someone latched onto her arm. Another hand wrenched her head back. She tried to break free, but it was useless. "No," said Belladiva in a weak voice. He looked up panting. Traces of vomit decorated the thin facial hair around his mouth. "Not where people will notice the marks." "The stomach then?" asked Hari. "Yes," Belladiva groaned, then vomited once more. Hari spun her quickly and punched her in the stomach so hard it stole her breath. She bent in half, unable to breathe. Hari straightened her and punched her again in the stomach. A third punch sent her to the ground. She pushed aside her pain to gaze upon Belladiva struggling to compose himself on hands and knees. Though she could never recall being in so much pain, the look on the crime lord's face made her suffering worth it. At some point, Mira heard footsteps from others running over to Belladiva. All the while Hari continued exacting punishment on her for striking the crime lord. A boot struck her side. A loud crack sounded. She watched Hari withdraw his boot. She began questioning whether that kick to Belladiva's crotch had been worth it after all. "That's enough," whispered Belladiva. It hurt too much to cry, but that didn't stop her from gasping and wheezing for air while rolling on the ground in an effort to better protect herself. She wiped her lips with the back of her hand. It came away wet with blood. Hari's boot hit her again, this time in the back. She found enough of her voice to scream. "I said that's enough. If you..." Mira refocused on her surroundings due to the abrupt nature in which Belladiva's voice cut off. She turned toward him just as his head toppled from his shoulders. The huge woman from Juntark stood nearby, her sword already sweeping back through the air, slicing into one of Belladiva's men. "By the gods!" Hands slipped under her arms. Mira yelped in pain and began to fight them off. "Calm down, Your Majesty. We're getting you out of here." That voice. With help, she rose to her feet. "Lord Ricker." She met the man's eyes. He held a bloody short sword in one hand. The body of Hari lay unmoving on the ground. "No. It's Rondell." "Liar," she snapped, shrugging away from his grasp. "Yes. That and much more." He grabbed her again, leading her away from the carnage being exacted by Andrasta. She tried to fight him, but the beating had left her with little strength. "Leave me alone," she said, failing miserably at twisting away from his grip. "Really? You want to be left with Belladiva's men? How much worse do you think they'll treat you now that he's dead?" She scowled, seeing the wisdom in his question. "Fine. Am I to be yet another puppet for another evil man?" The sounds of men dying rang out from behind as they began walking again at a hurried pace. "What about your partner? Shouldn't you help her? She's buying us time. Besides, she's got it under control." Mira glanced over her shoulder. The big woman severed a man's arm at the elbow. He stared dumbly at the stump and she took one of his legs as well. He dropped to the ground in pieces. Her sword stabbed into the chest of another. "Yes. I'd say she does." Lela sat hunched in the driver's seat of the unguarded carriage while trying to appear as nondescript as possible. Palms slick with sweat, she held the reins tight in both hands. Her left leg wouldn't stop shaking. "Hurry, Rondell. Hurry." It was obvious that he was having a hard time convincing Mira that he was no longer the bad guy. Mira didn't seem to be buying his story. Who can blame her? Something he said finally registered, for the princess quit struggling and hurried toward the carriage with him. It took everything she had not to click the reins and meet them halfway. She knew she wouldn't be able to quickly swing the carriage around in a tight space to get back on the road. Both her legs started bouncing as she waited. "Come on." Her attention briefly drifted to Andrasta, who fought, injured, and killed. Lela had watched her kill Belladiva with eagerness. But when the deed was done, she felt nothing. Too fast. No satisfaction. No peace. Nothing. But what does it matter how fast he dies? Kill him 1,000 times and Kunal is still dead. Now, said Rondell. She gave a nod, put 2 fingers in her mouth, and whistled. It rang out over the din of fighting. Andrasta cast her a quick look, letting Lella know she heard, then returned to her opponent. Rondell led Mira past the horses toward the carriage door. Even in the dark, she could see the pain contorting the princess's face from the beating she had taken. Your Majesty, said Lella. I'm glad you're alive. Shut up, Mira snapped. Lella closed her mouth, not arguing. She deserved the woman's wrath and so much more for betraying her. Rondell swung the door open. Hurry and get inside, Your Majesty. Mira gasped. Brahma. You didn't do anything for him? What? We didn't even know he was inside. We assumed the carriage was empty because it was unguarded. Mira found new strength as she clambered inside to check over the man. He let out a low groan in response to something the princess whispered. Rondell threw his bag in with the princess and closed the door. Lella! Quit staring and get us out of here. Lella clicked the reins repeatedly, urging the horses forward as Rondell took a spot beside her in the driver's seat. He steadied himself while drawing his crossbows. He aimed one and let the quarrel fly. It struck a man pursuing Andrasta. Hurry up! He shouted to his partner. He let another quarrel loose. Lella clicked the reins once more. A quarrel zipped past Andrasta's head. A scream sounded behind her, rising above the other shouts from her pursuers. Hurry up! Rondell shouted. Yes, because I'm taking my time. Lella turned the carriage toward the road. Andrasta swore and willed herself faster. The girl was supposed to have delayed making the turn so Andrasta wouldn't have to cover so much distance. A dagger sailed past her ear. She caught up to the wagon, jumped, and grabbed the windowsill while bringing her feet up to the carriage's step. A yelp sounded inside. Andrasta peeked in. Mira scowled at her before returning her attention to the old man on the floor. He looks near death. Andrasta nearly fell off as the carriage shook violently, teetering on 2 wheels before righting itself. Wood snapped as it rolled over debris. Thick canvas flew by overhead. Sorry. Lella called. Andrasta glanced behind her at the remains of a demolished vendor stand. Beladiva's men slowly gave up their pursuit. She moved toward the driver's seat, finding a spot near Rondell. Just as planned, he said with a grin. Who's the old man? Brahma. A powerful leader from one of Bashan's houses. He looks awful. Rondell ducked his head in the front window just as the carriage passed through the gates sectioning off the city from the area around the tower. Princess. Look in my pack. There's a small bottle of yellow liquid that will help his pain. Yours as well, I imagine. The salve next to it will start to heal any bruising you both might have. Use them. He needs a physician, said Mira. Maybe even a mortician, Andrasta though, catching a glimpse of his battered face. You can call in one when we get to the palace, Rondell said. The palace? You can't take me there. Why not? I don't know who's working for Beladiva. About half the staff, said Lella. Mira scowled at the girl's back. See? Andrasta shook her head at the woman's venom while continually checking for pursuers. Be mad all you want, but you're just as much at fault for failing to notice them. Beladiva is dead, said Rondell. Not everyone knows that, argued Mira. And I'm sure he has others who would easily step up to succeed him. Rondell glanced to Lella. Is there anyone who could take over for Beladiva? Shand was the only one who could have done so immediately and still kept the respect of the others within the organization. But Andrasta killed him. Too quickly, Andrasta thought. I would have preferred to slow things down for him. And Beladiva. But dead is dead, and often life does not allow us to do as we would like. There you go, said Rondel, meeting Myra's stare again. Once news spreads of Beladiva's death, the rest within his old organization will be fighting each other for snippets of power. In the process, they'll end up killing each other. Problem solved. What about Gulzar? Who? He heads another of Bashan's noble houses, said Lela. I didn't see him in the confusion. He might have gotten away. If he's still out there, then we can't go to the palace, said Mira. He has money and enough of his own guards that he could probably win Beladiva's men to his side. What about the watch? Asked Andrasta, surprised she had seen only a few people, mostly homeless, moving about the streets. Most of the watch are out of the city thanks to my brother in Gulzar. The rest I'm not sure I can trust. Then where do we go to regroup? Asked Rondel. We have to act soon before Gulzar does rally Beladiva's men. My place, came a weak croak. Mira turned back inside. Maybe the old man isn't gone yet. Brahma, don't concern yourself with this. Rest, please. Go to my place. I have more men there. Many will know who among the watch we can trust. The ride through Bashan was eerily quiet, broken only by the clopping of hooves and the banging of carriage wheels. That sense of isolation caused Mira to shiver. Fighting in the streets. Dozens are dead, including the prince. The tower was broken into. I was beaten. And yet Bashan sleeps. Or rather, it pretends to sleep. Someone had to have seen, if not heard, the commotion tonight. And yet, no one did anything. That may be Bashan's biggest problem after all. Few of the people care about it the way they should. The way Father did. When Brahma and his guards had not returned, his remaining men expected the worst. The gate to his home was shut, barred, and heavily guarded. Mira had to explain the situation to them personally, as none would listen to Rondel or Andrasta. Their loyalty to Brahma was never more evident than when several wept upon learning of his condition. They carried him inside with care, easing Brahma into his bed as a mother would a babe. Don't worry, my lord, said the captain. I'll send my best men out to fetch your sons. I'm sure they'll want to be here right away. Mira gasped with a short intake of breath. They don't know. What is it, your majesty? Asked the captain. She read the blank look on his face, then glanced to Brahma. Through the swelling and bruises, he looked just as confused as the others. Gods, he doesn't know either. Something's happened to them? Croaked Brahma. She swallowed hard and gave a nod. Tell me. Beladiva killed them, she said, fighting back tears. Brahma wrapped his hands around the sheets beneath him and twisted. How? I don't know exactly. Then how do you know for certain? Asked the captain. He showed them to me. Or what was left of them. Brahma's leathery skin paled. He closed his eyes and bit his lip. Captain. Yes, my lord. I want you to make Gulzar and every man that has been in Beladiva's organization pay. It will be done. Wait, said Mira, gathering herself. I know you want revenge. I want it too. But we cannot have another bloodbath in the streets. The city will go mad. Brahma closed his eyes tighter. I understand your point, princess. I simply don't care. My sons are dead. Bashan can be flooded with blood for all I care. No. We need to do this properly. She knew that without an army or even a reliable watch at her disposal, she had no means to stop Brahma. She had to reason with him. Your men can help with the arrests. Then there will be trials. Trials take too long. Too much can happen. No. It must be now. But No one said you had to kill everyone in the streets, said Andrasta. The large woman and Rondell had slid into the room unnoticed. She's right, added Rondell. In fact, it would be wiser not to face them out in the open. I know everyone here is looking for revenge, but they have the numbers. You would do better to select a location of your choosing to take away their advantage. We could use the carriage as a decoy to lure them in. We can easily set it up so they'd assume we're transporting the princess back to the palace. Brahma opened his eyes. Captain, obey that man and his partner as you would me. What? Mira shouted. But they are just common thieves, said the captain. If even half of the stories about them are true, there is nothing common about them. Especially in light of where they've been tonight. Brahma paused. Were you successful? He asked Rondell with a glance. Yes and no. But you made it inside and then escaped? Yes. Something no one else has done. I'll want to hear that story later. Captain, obey them. The captain frowned. As you say, my lord. Good. Everyone leave me. Brahma, began Mira. Everyone, your majesty. I would prefer to begin mourning my sons in private. We can discuss how best to punish me for taking the law into my own hands another time. Mira started to open her mouth again, but a hand touched her arm. Please, your majesty, said the captain. A part of her wanted to fight harder to be heard, but it was a small part. Deep down she wanted Gulzar and Beladiva's men to pay just as much as Brahma did. They had wrecked too many lives. And my city. Perhaps Bashan needs to bleed the poison out before she'll be ready to heal. Outside of Brahma's room, men of his household hustled about the spacious hallways. Armor clinked, boots clacked, and men shouted. None shouted louder than Andrasta, who barked orders like a general on the battlefield. Half of what she said seemed to be repeating the words of her raspy-voiced partner. Mira went to them. Rondell was in conversation with a messenger. Do it quickly. Everyone you can. Tell only those on the watch that you trust. Stress that whoever does not stand with us, stands against us, and the princess will remember them. Go. The messenger took off. I never said that, said Mira. I beg your pardon, your majesty. Sometimes liberties are needed in order to speed things along. It's the spirit of things that matters most. He fumbled with his belt, adjusting the sheath of his sword. Why are you doing this? He looked up. What do you mean? Why are you helping Brahma? And why did you help me? Because I promised Lela I would help you. Mira blinked. She wanted you to help me? She wanted us to save you actually. I still don't understand. Why would Lela care what happened to me? She betrayed me to Beladiva. This is partly her fault. She knows that and feels awful. I'm glad she feels something. Rondell sighed. You have every right to be angry about what happened. If it makes you feel better, she betrayed us to Beladiva as well. Good. You had a hand in this mess as well with your deception to me and my brother. Did you actually get the jewel? We could use it too. There is no jewel. At least not in the tower. Just an illusion. She frowned. No jewel? So some of this could have been avoided. But why? A long story, your majesty. Look, Lela deserves another chance. Beladiva manipulated her. He used family as leverage to make her do things she would not have done otherwise. That family is dead now. She's completely on her own, and what she wants most to do is try to right some of the wrongs she committed. We forgave her. Perhaps you can too. Who does he think he is, giving me a lecture about forgiveness? Mira wanted to fire back at Rondell, but couldn't muster enough fight. The truth behind his words stung, and sympathy for what Lela had been through softened her heart. Andrasta interrupted them. Brahma's men are ready. One of the messengers has already returned with a half-dozen men from the watch. Good, Rondell said. That will add some legitimacy to what we're doing. He bowed to Mira. Your Majesty. We need to be on our way. Dawn will be here soon, and once the city wakes, what we plan to do will be harder to accomplish. Where are you going to lure Gulzar's men? Near the docks, there's an old. No. That's an awful idea. There will be too many people near the docks, even at this time of night. I want to minimize any involvement with those in the city. Besides, it will be more difficult for our men to maneuver into positions to ambush. You have a better idea? The water gardens would be a better choice. He scratched his neck near his scar. Stubble hid part of it. That might work. In fact, it is a better idea. I have just the place in mind to lead them. Thank you. He started to turn away. I'll send word to the others. Wish us luck. I'm going with you. He stopped. No. I will not sit idly by while my city bleeds, even if it's the blood of those who deserve it. I need to be there. Anyway, why pretend I'm in the carriage when I can actually be in the carriage? We could make you stay, said Andrasta. No, sighed Rondell. This is her city, and the choice should be hers. Let's go. 3 teams set out on foot, horseback, or atop the carriage as they left Brahma's home. Rondell and Mira took the carriage. Andrasta led the men on foot, and Brahma's captain took those on horseback. Mira gave Rondell directions for the longest route back to the palace in order to give the other teams a chance to get into position. They began to worry when there was no sign of any of Beladeva's men. Their worry eased after turning onto the road that passed in front of the palace. A large group of men led by Gulzar congregated outside the palace's gate. 5 sat atop mounts. A relieved smile touched Myra's lips as the palace guards on duty refused to open the gate for Gulzar and his men. Perhaps, there are more loyal to me than Lela thought. Rondell ducked his head inside the front window. All right, Your Majesty. Gulzar has enough men to break that gate down in due time. Time to lure them away. She nodded. The driver of the carriage cracked the whip and the horses picked up pace, drawing the attention of those at the gate. Mira pushed aside the curtain to the window just enough to be seen without appearing obvious. Gulzar shouted orders and both men on foot and on horseback took off after them. Mira suppressed several yelps, but not all of them as the carriage bounced along. The pain medicine taken earlier had begun to wear off. Each bump reminded her of every bruise. The pain worsened as she ducked down from the carriage seat and lay on the floor when fighting erupted. She dared not poke her head out for a better look at what was going on, but the sounds of galloping horses flanking either side of the carriage, swords clashing, and things slamming into the doors gave her a pretty good idea. Angry shouts turned into colorful curses after the driver took a sharp turn that threw her against the side. Her eyes watered in pain. The horses no longer pounded beside them, but fell behind the vehicle. That means we made it to the water gardens. She climbed up and poked her head out the front window. Through the narrow view, low-hanging tree branches and lush bushes zipped by, many thudding into the side of the carriage as it sped down a path meant for walkers. Despite the darkness, there was enough light from the moon and stars that she could make out a few of the more popular black marble sculptures like the hero Urchin. She hated suggesting they used the water gardens as the place to spring the trap. In some ways, it felt just as bad as defiling the tower with vendors. But at this time of morning, no one except a few homeless will even be in the gardens. No one can see what's going on from the outside. And no one will expect an ambush. The carriage weaved in and out of several walking paths. To their pursuers, each turn probably seemed like an act of desperation from someone who knew not how to get out. Which is what we want. Gulzar will think he has us trapped. In truth, Rondel had told the driver to keep circling in order for Gulzar's footmen to catch up with those on horseback. A loud thud sounded against the back of the carriage. Another on the roof. She heard Rondel curse as a crossbow loosed and swords clanged. Shuffling boots skidded over the roof as men fought. 2 screams followed and the roof of the carriage was once again absent of footsteps. "Hold on, princess," Rondel warned from outside. "Push it," he told the driver. Good. He made it. The carriage sped forward, rocking back and forth, banging against small trees and stone walls, creaking and cracking at every turn. "We're not going to make it. The carriage is going to fall apart before we get there." "Faster!" Rondel shouted. Up ahead a false dawn formed. The horses raced into an arched tunnel. "Now!" Rondel shouted as the horses neared the end. The driver pulled up on the reins. One of the animals stumbled, careening into the other as the carriage stopped. The stumbling beast looked like it may have broken a leg, but Mira had little time to feel sympathy. The door to the carriage opened, and Rondel yanked her out as the driver and 2 more of Brahma's men blocked the wheels with large stones so it could not be pushed out of the exit of the tunnel. "Get behind the tree," said Rondel, gesturing as he and the others took positions around the carriage to hack at men trying to squeeze between it and the wall, or under the carriage itself. She ran to the tree, heart pounding with fear. She wondered if she should have stayed at Brahma's after all. Rondel loosed several quarrels while Brahma's guards stabbed with long spears. Still, the carriage skidded under the weight of men pressing forward. It stopped at a loud cry of battle from the other side of the archway. Rondel looked back at Mira and gave her a grim nod. Andrasta and those she commanded had entered the tunnel from the other end, trapping Gulzar's men inside. Mira turned away and placed her hands over her ears to block the dying screams of so many. "I'm a butcher of men. What would father say if he saw me now?" Sometime later a hand touched her shoulder. Rondel stood beside her, out of breath and speckled with death. He took a big gulp of air. "It's over, Your Majesty." "No. It is only beginning." She should have felt elated, but given all that had happened, sorrow rested heavily on her shoulders. "Bashan will never be the same. Maybe I need to stop trying to make it what my father envisioned and instead make it into what it needs to be." A thought struck her. Gulzar? Doubtful he would have followed us. But without his guards, Brahma's captain should have located him by now. The plan had been for the captain to take his riders and chase Gulzar down the moment the men around him thinned enough to make their move. She nodded, forcing herself to stand. Her brother was dead. She ruled Bashan outright. She needed to act like it. "You did well. Tell those of the watch to close off the water gardens. Brahma's men are to see to the disposal of the bodies. It is to be done as cheaply as possible. They mean nothing to me." "Yes, Your Majesty. The sun will be up soon. You probably shouldn't be here when that happens. Shall I take you back to the palace?" "No. Back to Brahma's. He'll want to know what happened." By the time Mira returned to Brahma's and relayed the details of the night's events, small beams of sunlight flitted into his room. The smell of medicinal herbs filled the space. A small breeze pushed aside the thin curtain over the window, flashing a sunbeam into the room. Doing so exposed further details of Brahma's bruises. Selfishly, Mira wondered if her torso looked as bad. Silence stretched between them after ending her story. She slowly eased herself from her seat, assuming he'd fallen asleep. If the physical wounds don't kill him, it's possible the emotional ones will. The pull in her side and the stiffness in her limbs reminded her that her body could use sleep as well. "I'm still not ready to give Yamana my other hand yet," said Brahma, referencing his joke about the Kindi god of death. His eyes opened once again. "He'll just have to keep waiting until I say I'm ready." Mira grinned. "That pleases me to hear. Brahma let out a heavy sigh. That's not to say that a part of me doesn't want to simply die so that I might be with my sons again. But to do that would be conceding defeat. My oldest son, Madhav, he paused, fighting back tears. He has a young one. My grandson. He turns 6 in a few months. He'll need a strong male presence in his life. I mean to live long enough to give him that. I'm sure Madhav would have wanted that. A tear fell from his eye. Yes, I think he would. He closed his eyes again. You can leave now, Your Majesty. I just wanted to let you know that I didn't plan on leaving this life just yet. Mira exited quietly, clicking the door shut behind her. She was relieved that Brahma did not intend to give up. He was a good man and deserved a better ending to his life. Selfishly, she also needed his support to clean up the mess her brother left behind. And to truly make Bashan into something better. A throat cleared to her right, jarring her from her thoughts. Rondell stood waiting. Andrasta leaned against a wall nearby, doing her best to appear indifferent, but failing in the process. Your Majesty. What is it? We didn't want to leave with unfinished business. Leave? You aren't leaving. You did betray Bashan. True, but are you really going to hold us to that despite what we did afterward to help you secure Bashan under your rule? Mira noted the subtlety in which Andrasta's hand drifted to the hilt of her sword. After what I've seen, how many more will die just to stop them? Learn to pick your battles, Mira. This isn't one. Then what is your unfinished business? Lela. Lela? We were wondering if you could take her in. Mira blinked. Shocked didn't begin to describe the unexpected comment. She needs someone to take care of her. She has a lot of respect for you, and I know she'd love nothing more than to work for you again. Why can't you take her? Please, Your Majesty. You know who we are and what we do. That's no life for a young girl. What happens if I say no? Well, then I guess we take her with us anyway. I won't abandon her to a life on the streets. She bit her lower lip. I'll need to think about it. That's understandable. We'll wait. Mira blinked as neither Rondell nor Andrasta moved. You want an answer now? Like I said, Your Majesty. We really need to be on our way. Not to sound completely selfish, but we have our own wounds to heal and our own losses to mourn. Staying here makes it more difficult for us to do so. Mira shook her head, amazed at Rondell's gall. All for a little girl. She considered what Lela had meant to her before discovering her betrayal. She came to realize that though the girl's ability to gain information had been one aspect of why her company was important, in many ways she just enjoyed having someone around that she could speak freely with. Rondell said that she's all alone, but am I any different? We both lost the only family we knew. Perhaps bringing her into the palace would do us both some good. Lela stood at the gate to Brahma's home with Mira beside her. Neither spoke as they watched Rondell and Andrasta disappear down a side street. Lela noted the irony that they had once disappeared in a similar manner after her very first encounter with them near the docks. I have a feeling I won't see them again this time. I'm going to miss them, she said in an effort to break the silence. Lela hadn't known Andrasta and Rondell long, but without them only the gods knew where she might have ended up. Dead or still working for Beladiva. They were interesting, said Mira, her voice stiff. She could feel the barrier, the tension between them. I caused that stiffness. How do I fix that? Can I fix that? She cleared her throat. Your Majesty, I can't say I'm sorry enough. She paused. I hope I. Mira draped an arm over her shoulder and pulled her in close. I forgive you. Let's go home. Epilogue. Master Enzi had a strict rule about his students not partaking in substances that could alter their reaction time. He said, "A warrior who is stupid enough to purposefully dull their senses is a warrior who deserves to die." Andraste recalled that his warning fell on the deaf ears of several students who purchased green wine from a nearby fishing village and attempted to drink the substance in secrecy. Like many who had never tasted alcohol before, the students didn't know when to stop, and the discovery of their disobedience was plain the next morning. Having witnessed Enzi's wrath the next day, as well as the violator's physical limitations, Andraste swore off any drink or drug immediately. That oath held for a long time. After leaving Bashan, they traveled several days until reaching a bar in a small town near Kindi's eastern border. They set to work in getting drunk immediately. She took a drink from the whiskey in her glass. The liquid burned less and less with each drink, and she found herself strangely enjoying the sensation of the alcohol barreling down her throat. "Well, it was only an oath I made to myself." "Slow down some," said Rondell. "The night is still young. The last thing I need is for you to pass out before I get myself properly good and drunk. Drinking alone is never as enjoyable as getting drunk with a friend." He downed the last of his glass. "Besides, drunk or sober, I really don't feel like trying to carry you back to our room." She swallowed the last of the brown liquid from her glass and gestured to his. "Just following your lead. If you want me to slow down, maybe you should." He looked at the empty glass in his hand as if surprised by its lack of contents. "All right. Fair enough." He waved a hand to get the server's attention. He held up 2 fingers on his good hand and then went back to staring at his glass. The bar was only half full, so the server's responses to their requests had been carried out quickly so far. The extra coin in the beginning didn't hurt either. After ensuring that Lella was well cared for, Andraste and Rondell had slipped out of Bashan and ridden east. They really had no immediate plans other than not wanting to be within sight of the tower any longer and to get properly drunk. Rondell had suggested they could eventually continue on east to Cantonai or Mandawane, where the pickings among the wealthy were many. In the meantime, he said he wanted to crawl into a bottle for at least a week. Under normal circumstances, Andraste wouldn't have allowed such stupidity, but considering all they had been through, she found herself wanting to do the same. Without the jewel driving her every action, any motivation she had to push onward had practically disappeared. She had expressed such feelings to Rondell earlier, further elaborating on the story Yendaru had coaxed out of her at the top of the tower. They had decided that they'd open up about the guilt used against them in the tower, hoping it might help them better cope with the past. "Well?" she asked. "Well, what?" "It's your turn." "I know." A long pause followed. 2 fresh drinks arrived and sat unmoving on the table as Rondell stared absently at his hands. "The longer you wait, the harder it's going to be." Rondell sighed. "Just give me a second." He grabbed the fresh drink and took a sip. "There really isn't much to tell. I mean, it's nothing as interesting as your story. It just boils down to me being a mule. My parents had their faults, but both were good people. In fact, when I was a kid, all I really wanted out of life was to be like my old man when I grew up. He was well liked by everyone." He snorted and took another drink. "I really fell short of that goal." "What do you mean? Didn't everyone like you as a minstrel?" "No. People liked having me around because of the entertainment I brought them, but I wasn't what you would call well liked. At least not like my father. People just wanted to be around him because he was a good person. It's like people used to hope his personality would rub off on them. Anyway, he got sick when I was pretty young. 8. He died within a matter of weeks. It destroyed me." "And your mother?" "That's the thing. She didn't seem that affected by his passing. Well, at least not then. I mean, I remember her crying when he died and then again at his funeral, but afterward she went right back to doing what she had always done. Almost like nothing had happened. It made me so angry. It was like he didn't mean anything to her. In hindsight, I realized that wasn't it at all. She had me to care for, and like I said, I was a mess. Thinking back, there had been times I'd come in from the field and she'd be staring listlessly at an old chair my father used to relax in after a hard day's work. I'd ask her what's wrong, and she'd turn away quickly, while making a joke about losing her mind. She was trying to be strong for me all while being forced into doing the work of 2 people on our farm. He took another drink. I think I realized some of this as I got older, yet that never stopped my resentment toward her. I was never as close to her as I was with my father. Maybe I wished she'd been the one to die instead of him. He paused. Gods, what an awful thing to say. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Some of that resentment I had toward her got worse as I got older, shifting mostly away from her reaction to my father's death to her dislike of me playing the lute. Well, let me rephrase that. She thought it was fine for me to take it up as a hobby, and even enjoyed me playing many of the songs sung in our local church. However, she never understood what music truly meant to me. Few people really understand. We got into so many fights because I'd be off hiding and playing in the woods while she was slaving in the fields. He opened and closed his damaged left hand. Later, after a fire in a neighbor's barn I was partially responsible for, I decided to skip town rather than deal with the consequences. I left my mother with all the debt I had incurred from the burned barn, on top of working the farm without me or my father. And just as she was getting up in years, he shook his head and cursed. Some son I was. We could always go west instead of east, she offered. Return to Britannic and set things right with her. Rondell chuckled. No. There will be no redemption for me. I got word shortly before I was arrested by Dukangrun that she had died. Plow Horse got excited and ended up kicking her in the head. She was still trying to do all the work by herself. He sighed. My mother had a harder life than I did, but I couldn't see it that way. She deserved a son who actually cared about more than himself. He downed the rest of his glass's contents and stared at the bottom. Andrasta frowned, not knowing what to say. After her tale about her father, Rondell had put her at ease with just a few words and a pat on her hand. However, neither was really her style, and her inability to help him as he did her only made her angry. You're not that person now, she finally said, not sure what else to offer in support. I guess not. Still doesn't erase the wrongs. No, but it doesn't diminish the good you've done since either. Rondell's mouth thinned. He bobbed his head, then looked up and offered a slight smile. Yeah. Thanks. Andrasta nodded, and took another sip of her whiskey. The drinks kept coming and eventually their moods lightened. Andrasta found herself laughing harder than any time in her life as Rondell tried to push his lips together in a way that would allow him to pronounce the name of the cult leader they took down in Igat. A server came by and placed fresh drinks before them. Rondell immediately reached over to grab his. Maybe we switch to water for a while, suggested Andrasta. Water? Why would I do something stupid like that? So you're not crawling upstairs when the bar closes? Rondell grunted. That makes no sense. If I can walk away from this table, then I really didn't accomplish what I intended. Andrasta shrugged. Your call. He took a sip. Absolutely it is. She snorted at the extra syllables he had added to each word. Excuse me, came an approaching voice. They turned to the 3 men walking toward them. Andrasta cursed her lightheadedness as her hand slid to a dagger at her waist. She cursed again to herself for not following the wisdom in Enzi's advice. Oaths should never be broken. The 3 figures were dressed similarly in well-made red and gold armor, though none of it from Kindi or any of the other places she had passed through since leaving Juntark. They stopped a few feet from the table. The man in the middle possessed a boyish face that contrasted his large frame and thick neck. I need to speak with both of you, he continued. Sorry. We're busy. Come back another time, slurred Rondell. Actually, don't come back. I'm not sure I like the way you look. Great. He's useless and I'm not altogether, so naturally he wants to pick a fight. Thankfully, the man smiled. It wasn't a request. Rondell waved a hand and took another sip. Fine. Say what's on your mind. Maybe I'll listen. Maybe I won't. It's about a recent job you took. You're confusing us with someone else. We haven't taken any jobs lately. 3 nights ago in Bashan. The tower. I see, said Rondell, still working his drink. And you work for him? Yes. How did he know to find us here? Blasted sorcery. Where is he? I don't recognize your clothes. We don't know where he is. That's the way he likes it. And you wouldn't recognize the clothes. They're from a nation he once ruled over 800 years ago in one of his many guises. So you're immortal? No. We're not that old. Just the clothes. That's good to know. Why? The man gasped, rising on his toes. Andrasta looked down with wide eyes. She suppressed a grin. Rondell had managed to draw their attention away long enough to slip out a dagger, the point of which had disappeared inside the folds of the man's clothes at his crotch. He surprises me more each day. Because I know you can bleed, said Rondell. He spoke in a calm, even tone. All hints of slurring gone. Tell your idiot friends to back up while we have a word. The last thing I want to do is cut something important off by accident because they make a wrong move. Do what he says. Good. Tell Thalamanik the deal is off. You gave your word. Under duress with the implied threat of being locked inside his hellish creation forever. And that's after being tricked inside the thing in the first place for something that doesn't even exist. He doesn't care about that. Rondell gestured to her. We do. How do you know this isn't one of the sorcerer's disguises? She asked him. Because even if he is weaker, no way he'd run his own errand like this. He eyed the man again. Now, I'm going to pull my dagger away. When I do, you're going to back away slowly, understand? The man nodded and backed away when Rondell withdrew his blade. He stood there staring at them. You still here? Asked Rondell, turning back to his drink. Andrasta remained on edge, ready to draw her dagger at the first sign of aggressive movement. We were told not to leave without you. I hate to disappoint you, but you don't have what it takes to bring us back. You don't know our skill. I know you were scared enough to come over and speak with us only after you thought we were good and drunk. Even then you underestimated how drunk we were, which means you can't read people well either. Just go, I've killed enough people in the last week. He gestured with his drink. Though if you want to push it, then please do so. My friend has no qualms about adding notches to her belt. The man hesitated a moment, then spun and left with the other two. Andrasta let out a breath. She didn't doubt she could defeat the men if it came down to it, but with her senses inhibited, she worried what wounds she might take in the process. She turned to Rondell. I thought you were much drunker too. Rondell started to giggle, his eyelids suddenly half closed. Oh, I'm drunk. But... He waved his free hand about with an exaggerated flourish. Acting. He laughed harder. I'm glad they left when they did though. I doubt I could have held myself that steady for much longer. Andrasta chuckled. You know they're just going to wait outside for us. Yeah, better call it an early night after all. We'll barricade the door and leave early. Are you going to be up for that? Probably not. Just don't ride behind me tomorrow in case I start to vomit. Rondell stood. Andrasta followed. She helped steady him, which was more difficult than she expected as the alcohol hit her too. She swore. He smiled. You're looking pretty green. It's always worse the first time. They paid their tab at the bar, then shuffled toward the stairs. What are we going to do about Thalamanik? She asked, narrowing her eyes on the blurring steps. What do you mean? Well, he doesn't seem like the kind of person to just let us get away with not helping him. True. And we can't just go and kill him because we have no idea where he is. True again. So then what do we do? He's likely to just keep sending men after us until we agree to go help him. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty content with just pissing him off for a while as a way to get a little payback over the tower. What about him getting fed up and trying to kill us? I doubt he's going to want to do that. At least not at first. He waited over 2,500 years for someone to prove themselves worthy. We're going to have to really piss him off for him to risk waiting that long again. Andrasta studied the smirk on Rondel's face. She could see the wheels spinning. But he'll figure out how to do it. She smiled as she helped him up the stairs. After her disappointment with the jewel, she was happy there was something to look forward to. END. Thank you for reading my story. If you enjoyed it, please consider leaving a rating or review at the site of purchase as well as other places such as Goodreads and LibraryThing. Like many other indie authors, I do not have a marketing team working for me, and a positive review, even if only a couple of sentences long, can go a long way in enticing others to give my works a try. I hope you'll continue reading the rest of the complete Blood and Tears series. Links to all the stories are below. If you'd like to know when new works will be made available, please consider signing up for my mailing list. It is used solely to announce new releases or other major announcements. You can sign up here. Thanks again for your support. Joshua P. Simon. Blood and Tears, completed series. War Leader, a Blood and Tears prequel short story. Rise and Fall, Book 1 of the Blood and Tears trilogy. Walk Through Fire, a Blood and Tears prequel novella. Steel and Sorrow, Book 2 of the Blood and Tears trilogy. Hero of Slaves, a Blood and Tears novella. Trial and Glory, Book 3 of the Blood and Tears trilogy. The Chronicle of Tyrus. Forgotten Soldiers. Wayward Soldiers. Resurrected Soldiers. Forever Soldiers forthcoming. The Epic of Andrasta and Rondel. The Cult of Sutek, Volume 1. The City of Pillars, Volume 2. The Tower of Bashan, Volume 3. About the author. Joshua P. Simon is a Christian, husband, father, CPA, fantasy author, and heavy metal junkie. He currently resides in North Texas, and hopes that one day he can leave the life of a CPA behind and devote that time to writing more of the ideas bouncing around his ADD-addled brain. Excerpt of Forgotten Soldiers, The Tyrus Chronicled, Book 1. Not even hell could be this bad. I heard that phrase repeated above all others in the decade I spent in the army. During the early years, those few words sent a cold shiver down a man's back. It often did mine for what they implied. I heard a private say it while dragging his dead buddy over to a funeral pyre after a battle. I heard it pass through a captain's lips as he watched survivors from a burned-out town beg for bread or offer their emaciated bodies up to passing soldiers in exchange for the smallest morsel of food. I heard that same captain say it again, correcting himself, when one of those survivors got their food and refused to divide it with the sickly children pleading for their share. The captain's whisper still echoed in my mind. God's Tyrus, I was wrong. Not even hell could be this bad. I heard soldiers and mages of all ranks in the infirmary say the phrase, usually between sobs while they stared at a missing limb. I heard physicians and healers mumble the words over and over after their shifts, drowning themselves in a bottle of whiskey, hoping they might forget the horrors of their profession for at least a little while. Not even hell could be this bad. In time, the saying slowly changed, taking on a new flavor and becoming something lighter, too light in my opinion. Dealt a bad hand of cards? Not even hell could be this bad. Got a bad bowl of stew? Not even hell could be this bad. That same stew gave you the drizzles? Not even hell could be this bad. Ingrown toenail? Not even hell could be this bad. I'm ashamed to admit that even I uttered those words a few times myself over the years in the context they were never intended. It was hard not to when you heard them used so often without real conviction. Those few words nearly rolled off my tongue once more as I watched unit leaders clamor inside General Balak's command tent. I clamped my lips down before the expression tumbled from my mouth, bitter I had subconsciously treated the phrase with the same irreverent attitude I loathed so much in others. The back of the tent allowed me a good view of unit leaders acting like unseasoned fools. They fought to gain the position closest to the general in hopes he'd notice them. I shook my head, letting them waste their time. If they hadn't yet figured out that Balak hated men who kissed up to him, they never would. Only one thing got Balak's attention, and that was success. Excel or fail in your mission, he'd remember you. Therefore, the best course of action was to succeed, but with as little fanfare as possible. Looking back on the early years of my forced enlistment, I wish I had taken that middle-of-the-road approach. Gaining command of my own unit early on had done strange things to me. Traits I had never shown before the army became defining characteristics. The chip I wore on my shoulder grew with each success until I had to draft others to help me bear its weight. Everyone under my command had taken their share of the load with pleasure. Being part of my unit became a point of pride because we didn't just excel, we outclassed everyone to the point of causing resentment among other units. Admittedly, rubbing our success in their faces didn't do much to ingratiate us to them. If I could go back in time, I'd probably punch that version of myself in the jaw, but not before telling him to get his head out of his arrogant rear. Over the years, as I matured and others died, forgot, or just plain didn't care anymore, I managed to smooth things out with many of those who once resented us. As a result, my unit didn't stand out as glaringly. Balak, though, never forgot about us or what we could do. He expected more out of us. The general noticed me in the shadows, bushy eyebrows meeting as he glared around the tent. He scowled, making the lines on his face deepen. "Tyrus, close that tent flap and get up here." "Yes, sir." My attempt to avoid his notice failed again. I found a place around the table filled with maps and reports. 2 lamps secured to posts above our heads provided decent enough light. The smell of burning oil made my eyes water. Many considered the 11 other unit leaders at the table the elite of the army. We answered to no one but Balak, and I guess the king. However, the king never left Hol, the capital of our great country Turine, so that technicality never came into play. Most unit leaders thought we were special because we circumvented the normal chain of command. Not me. That just meant if Balak was in a bad mood, we received his wrath directly rather than having it filtered down to us. The tent grew quiet. The Genshans had invaded Turine nearly a decade ago in the hopes of expanding its ever-growing empire. We weren't as easy to conquer as they thought. All of their other military efforts had ceased in order to focus on defeating us. Battles had been fought on both Turine and Genshan soil, each side having the upper hand at some point or another. Momentum had swung to our side once again, and the last thing we wanted was to lose it. Balak handed out slips of parchment, detailing our orders. Each unit received a series of targets to take down behind enemy lines. Most focused on Genshan supply caches or communication outposts. Standard military tactics to hinder our enemy. Some unit leaders asked questions, a few pertinent, the rest an obvious attempt to suck up to the old general. I kept quiet. The orders seemed straightforward enough. Balak answered questions calmly, carefully enunciating each and every word. After questions, he knocked on the table, punctuating the end. A small grunt escaped my throat. I knew that behavior well enough to see he was holding something back. I didn't bother raising the concern. It wouldn't prompt him to share anything new. Balak cleared his throat and tapped the table once more. Dismissed. I mixed in with the others filing out. We'd all be leaving in little over an hour, and I was anxious to get my unit ready. Sergeant Tyrus. Stay behind. I'd like a word with you. I had almost escaped. I stepped aside. Several of the younger unit leaders looked jealous as they filed past. I had tried to set them straight before, but they still clamored for a private audience with the general. They thought of their role as a stepping stone into a higher-paying officer's position. I remembered thinking the same in the beginning. It didn't take me long to realize the foolishness in that. 8 years after my appointment without a single promotion or pay increase only validated my current cynicism. Balak walked around the table, posture perfect, hands behind his back. Sergeant, you seemed disinterested. No, sir. Not at all, I lied. Then why didn't you ask any questions? The orders aren't anything we haven't done before. I thought it unfitting to add I also wanted to get the heck out of there. Balak and I had a love-hate relationship. We both knew it, but neither of us admitted it openly. The general loved that my unit never failed a mission. However, I think he also hated having to rely on us so much. I hated getting stuck with the most dangerous jobs simply because we were good at what we did. Every day in the army was one away from my family. Each new mission reduced the likelihood I would ever make it back to them. Needless to say, I never got excited about risking my life. The only thing I loved about General Balak was that he was easy to read and fairly predictable. After learning how to read him, our conversations were not nearly as painful as they had been. Balak grunted. This mission isn't as routine as you might think. The Jeanshans managed to form another alliance with the Molduks. I shrugged. We've beaten the Molduks before. The Molduks are a nasty people full of determined fighters from the far north. The ever-expanding Jeanshan Empire had tried using them in the early years of the war. Because the Molduks consisted of individual tribes rather than a unified nation, the Jeanshans had struggled to gain more than 1,000 of them in support, not nearly enough to swing the war in their favor. Balak shook his head. It's different this time. I'm not sure how, but our reports indicate that the Jeanshans brought up 8,000 fighters. My mouth dropped. That did change things. I didn't think the Molduks had that many men of fighting age. There must not be anyone left in the mountains but women and children. There's more, said Balak. Of course. The Jeanshans managed to maneuver a small force around our western front. A few thousand. I nodded. Since he was being so generous with information, I took that as a sign that asking questions just might yield me answers. Do they know that we know? All information from scouts and mages says no. But busting their communication lines is more important than ever if they're planning something major for tomorrow. How are we going to counter their movement, sir? I'm moving the 7th Regiment to the Western Front. They should be able to defend it while the rest of the army focuses on the main assault at dawn. I clicked my tongue. He cocked an eyebrow. What is it? We might be underestimating them. How so? The Jeanshans have always been the most resourceful when their backs are against the wall. Isn't that where they are now? We hold the better position and have better numbers. Yet, they managed a last-minute alliance with the Molduks and brought around a regiment to flank us with little warning. We're missing something. I paused. I know you don't want another Wadlow Hill, General. He clenched his jaw. No one on our side wanted another Wadlow Hill. 5 years ago we had nearly lost the war despite having a better position and better numbers. Casualties set us back for years. A little luck from weather and my unit's assassination of their top general bought our army the time it needed to make it out with enough strength to regroup. In the aftermath of the battle, the Jeanshans recovered most of their lands and had even begun to gain a foothold into Turin again. Balak's jaw relaxed and he grunted. I knew that grunt. It meant he wanted my thoughts on what to do next, but was too prideful to ask for it. I walked to the map. He came up beside me, smelling of sweat and worry. Would it be possible to add the 8th and 9th regiments to the 7th, sir? And pull away a full third of our forces from the main lines? Well, it's likely the Jinshans have more than what the reports indicate. You know they're good at masking troop movement. Why not throw them off guard and attack? Those 3 regiments won't break unless the entire Jinshan front swings that way. There's no way they could conceal that. But what if it's only the few thousand we know about? Then have the 7th, 8th, and 9th keep pushing through. Have them clear the area, then break off back toward the main line while our other forces hold their ground. I doubted it would come to that. It was probably a hunch, but I just knew the Jinshans were planning something big along the Western Front. I'll give it some thought, Balak said. That was code for I agree, but I won't start issuing orders until after you leave. I backed away from the table. Sir, I really need to get to my unit. I raised my hand, which held the parchment he gave me earlier. Orders and all. He stared at the map, waving a hand at me. I took my first step toward the tent flap when he called again. Tyrus. Sir? Those targets are crucial. Even more so if your hunch is correct. Yes, sir. I left the general's tent in a hurry, noting that despite the late hour, the camp bustled with life. Men took advantage of light offered by the moon, stars, and raging campfires to complete their work. Officers barked orders while messengers darted between gaps in the chow line to reach their destination. Everyone seemed to move with purpose, even if their purpose was simply to find a place to eat their steaming bowl of stew. A lot still needed to be done before soldiers tied down for the night. Hamath, my second, met me a few steps outside of the command tent. He shook his head, red hair flopping over thick sideburns as we walked. A couple inches over 6 feet, he had me by as many, easily matching my gait. Like most in my unit, he didn't carry a lot of extra weight, but what he did carry was solid. The old whoreson kept you back so you could tell him how to run his army again, I see. I chuckled. Depends on how you look at it. He never has come out and asked me for advice. Hamath spat. Why should he? You tell him everything he needs to know, and after it works, he takes all the credit. He never would have become a general if not for you. He'd probably still be stuck as a captain. That's not true. He's good at getting men to fight for a cause. He just needs a little help now and then when it comes to strategy. More than a little, Hamath muttered. I don't see how it doesn't bother you. I shrugged. It did in the beginning. But at this point, Balak can have all the glory he wants so long as it means ending the war. Gods, it's been 10 years since I've seen Lasha and the kids. For since I've gotten a letter from them thanks to the army's mandatory silence with outside communication. Hamath grunted. Sorry. It's just that you should be the one leading us, not him. I've got enough to worry about already. I don't want to think about looking after the tens of thousands Balak has to. He took a deep breath. Speaking of worrying, I came over here because we have a bit of a problem. I stopped and closed my eyes. What is it now? Your sister caught a new recruit in Unit 3 roughing up one of the camp whores. I pressed my lips together, shaking my head as I opened my eyes. Let me guess. She couldn't let things go. You know Ava. I did. What happened? She confronted the recruit, and they had words. He didn't know not to argue with her. By the time I got there, she had his pants around his ankles and some sort of spell squeezing at his crotch. I swear I'm going to have nightmares about that. It was all swollen and turning purple. He shivered. I got her to stop, and the healers said the boy would recover, but it'll take weeks. Unit 3 is going to be short-handed until then. I managed to smooth things over as best I could, but their unit leader is calling for your sister's head. Those she's wronged in the past are supporting him. They plan to take it all the way to the Council of High Mages this time. Did you tell her any of that? Gods, no. You know she won't listen to anyone but you. As worked up as she was, I was worried she might do the same to me as she did to the recruit. I calmed her down a bit and then let her go. I sighed. See what I mean, Hamath? You want me to manage an army when it's a struggle to keep my own unit in line. Not your whole unit. Just Ava. And you only have one sister. Thankfully. I handed the general's orders to Hamath. Here, start getting the others ready while I talk to her. I nodded to the full moon. Make sure everyone's mudded up. Hamath swore. I was worried you'd say that. I found Ava pacing back and forth at the edge of the forest outside of camp, stomping the ground with such determination it looked like she was trying to put out a fire. The guards on patrol made sure to give her a wide berth. Without her cloak, moonlight shimmered off her black leathers. She ran a thin hand through short, brown hair, and rubbed the back of her neck, a telltale sign that her run-in with the recruit bothered her more than usual. When I saw the faintest hints of sorcery crackling at her long fingertips, I knew Hamath did right by letting me talk to her. She was having a hard time controlling herself. Luckily, I didn't have to worry about any serious injury if she lost her temper. I was one of the rare cases of someone born with a resistance to sorcery. Each of our special units had someone resistant among them. Considering the crap Ava tried to pull on me as kids, it's a good thing I had the gift. Otherwise, I would have ended up missing a limb or worse a long time ago. It was also a good thing for others near me in battle, as one of the nice things my resistance afforded me was the ability to draw sorcery out of others injured by some spell. Well? I asked as I came upon her. She stopped and gave me a bitter look. Tall for a woman, she could almost give me that look at eye level. Well, what? I'm ready. Lay into me if that's what you're here for. I'd like to know what happened first. Hamath didn't tell you? I want to hear your side. She put her hands on her hips. Some idiot wanted to prove how tough he was by beating on one of the camp followers. Whores. What? Call them what they are. Unlike the merchants that come and go, the only thing she was peddling was what's between her legs. She grit her teeth. Fine. Whores. Did you find out what prompted him to lay into her like that? No. Don't you think you should have? No. A long breath passed through my lips. You know, we've had this conversation far too many times over the years. We're going to keep on having it if little men continue to think they can mistreat a lady. I snorted. A lady? Look, you know I don't condone hitting women, and I would never put up with someone in my unit doing it, but I'd hardly call a whore a lady. You need to be more concerned with protecting those fighting alongside us, not someone who can't stay off her back. Quit taking matters into your own hands. You should have reported the incident to the soldier's sergeant. Now, his unit is short-handed for tonight. She ignored my last point. Nothing would have happened if I had reported it. You know that. I said nothing. She was right. I hated it when she was right. There were still better ways to handle the situation than how you did. Ways that would have punished the soldier without possibly crippling him for life. She shrugged. See if I care. Her face is no less important than his manhood. Don't make me out to be the bad guy here. I'm not trying to defend his actions, I'm just mad at how you handled things. I shook my head. Well, maybe the woman will get out of the trade now that she knows the risks. I'm sure she knew the risks, and she chose the trade anyway. What does that tell you? That she doesn't have her head on straight. She frowned. Could be. Maybe she just saw the money she'd make and didn't care about getting slapped around. But how many choose that life because they feel that's the only chance they have to survive? Here you go again. Ava cocked her head to the side. What if that had been Lasha? My eyes narrowed. Hypothetical or not, if anyone other than Ava had suggested such a thing, I would have been all over them. Don't. It wouldn't happen. You don't know that. We've been gone almost a decade. Neither one of us knows what things are like back home. Stop, Ava. I know my wife. She'd never stoop to that. She's too smart. Too resourceful. I opened and closed my hands. Besides, Lasha's got friends to look after her and the kids if it came down to it. Somewhere in the last few exchanges I had closed the distance between us. I realized that because I saw fear creep into Ava's eyes. It was odd. I hadn't hit her since we were kids, just being kids, yet I guess part of that older brother and younger sister dynamic remained. I backed away a step. I hated to see that look in her eyes. She could make me angrier than anyone, but I loved her. Sorry, I muttered. Look, I'm done arguing. We've got orders, so we'll have to continue this later. But I'm going to have to do something. This is getting elevated to the high mages. Maybe if I take care of it on my own first, they'll be more lenient. She rolled her eyes. Don't do me any favors, big brother. Ao can curse the high mages as far as I'm concerned. All the gods can, she snapped. Ao, goddess of sorcery, was the mother of the gods within the Turine pantheon. All other gods and goddesses descended from her and her husband Molak, god of all things nature. They ruled the heavens according to our culture. However, ask any other nation and you'd find a completely different set of beliefs. Ganesha's religion was the most puzzling. One and only one god, Beel. A mean piece of garbage who, according to the Jinshans, cultivated power through human sacrifices. It seemed that they would have wised up long ago and suppressed Beel's power by just ceasing the sacrifices. I've always been of the opinion that the fewer people meddling in my life, God or otherwise, the better. I shook my head in response to Ava's curse. I thought you'd say something like that. Had she not burned so many bridges, she could have been a high mage? She had the talent, just not the tutelage. No one wanted to take Ava on as an apprentice knowing they would have to contend with her temper. Return to the unit and get mudded up, I added. I don't need to do that. I can just cast a spell. Call it pre-punishment. Besides, no sorcery unless I say otherwise. Fine. She stormed off with fire in her eyes. Nearby guards on patrol halted as they watched her depart. None wanted to cross her path. In the woods, a night sky filled with stars and a full moon could be a blessing by making it easier to find water, shelter, or perhaps even some food. If nothing else, the extra light could go a long way in preventing a twisted ankle. None of that mattered when leading a unit behind enemy lines. Stealth was crucial. Light reflecting off the steel attached to each person could get a soldier killed. By the time I got back to my unit, Hamath had most everyone covered in mud. If someone missed a spot, another person eagerly helped conceal it. No one wanted to die because of another's laziness. I jumped right in with the others and began picking up handfuls of sludge, slathering it on my legs. Before I even finished, hands from the other members of my unit were all over me. What I received from them came on extra thick. I took it in stride. Let them have their fun. The smell of the mud finally got to me, making me gag as I smoothed the last of it around my nose and lips. Gods, Hamath. Did you haul this in from the latrines? He chuckled. At least the mosquitoes have finally left us alone. Summers in Jinsha were brutal. Besides the heat, mosquitoes the size of small birds hounded you. Well, I guess that's one positive. Hamath grinned, white teeth rimmed in black muck. I may not even wash this off when we're done. Not if it means having a good night's sleep without that constant buzzing at my ears. I inclined my head. You're actually thinking of sleep? What about your traditional romp with one of the whores when we get back? I never said I wouldn't pay them a visit first. Covered in mud? They're not going to care what I'm covered in so long as my coin is good. You gotta remember, Ty, said Ira, jumping into the conversation. Hamath gave up on women long ago. Been giving his coin to the animals last I heard. He cackled. He comes walking up covered in all that mud he won't even need his coin. Pigs might give him a free one. Ira stood next to Dakar as usual. The two brothers were a year apart, but they looked like twins. Same blonde hair, green eyes, and pale skin. They even had the same tone of voice. The mud only added to their resemblance. Dakar flashed the rare smile at his brother's jest. The two looked alike, but their personalities couldn't have been more different. Ira loud and jesting. Dakar quiet and thinking. The rest of the squad broke out into laughter as well, including Hamath, helping ward off the somber mood none of us wanted to face. Whether a first or 100th mission, everyone got anxious before leaving. We all had friends who had never returned. Tyrus. It's time. The laughter faded at the sound of Ava's voice. Her eyes opened. Her hand dropped away from her temple. Communication with the other mages had been severed. Each of the 12 elite units that reported to Balak had their own mage in order to speed communications. It was a luxury none of us took for granted. The ominous mood we had tried to avoid washed over us. All right, I said. Let's move out. We took only a few steps when I heard a familiar jingling from the man next to me. I paused, grabbed Gal's arm and pulled him aside as I signaled Hamath to keep the others moving. Lots of soldiers had their superstitions or religious quirks. However, I'd never met anyone quite as passionate about his accessories as Gal. What are you doing? I asked. He tried to give me a confused look, but with his mismatched eyes of gray and blue, he just seemed mentally unstable. What do you mean, Sarge? Don't start. We're not doing this again, Gal. You know you can't bring all that junk with you. You'll make enough noise to alert the Jeanshans long before we get there. Sarge, it ain't junk. It all has meaning. He reached around his neck and started pulling 3-4 pendants that hung there. Each were made of bronze or silver. He started explaining their meanings. I cut him off. I don't care. You know the rule. We do this every blasted time. But Sarge, this time's different. I got a bad feeling that something is going to happen. The last thing I want to do is turn my back on Molak, Zank, Prax, or even AO at a time like this. Molak and AO have 3 children. Prax is the god of war and therefore favored by soldiers. Zank, the second child, is god of death, and therefore cursed by pretty much everyone. Lavi, the last of the 3 original children, is known as the goddess of love and peace. She is always at odds with her 2 brothers, even to the point of pitting them against each other, since her domain contradicts everything Zank and Prax stand for. However, their feuds never prevented them from sleeping together since most of the lesser gods, too many to name, descended from those 3. Gal, you always have a bad feeling. And you've made it through each one just fine. Take off the pendants or I will. He started muttering prayers of forgiveness to the gods as he did so. I bit my tongue so not to make things worse. Don't forget the ones on your wrists and the one at your belt too. But I narrowed my eyes in a way that said the discussion was over. Fine, he muttered. But if I die because I didn't have my charms with me, it's going to be on you. Just get it done and hurry up. I walked away at a brisk pace to catch up with the rest of my unit. I shook my head thinking of Gal's last words. If any of my men died, regardless of the reason, it would be on me. The joy of command. To continue reading the rest of Forgotten Soldiers, the Tyrus Chronicle Book 1, click here. Excerpt of Rise and Fall Book 1 of the Blood and Tears Trilogy, complete series now available. This is the one that will break their back for sure, Commander. We'll smash them to pieces. They will be talking about tomorrow for years to come. 4 years to come they'll talk about tomorrow as one of the worst bloodbaths this continent has ever seen. Johnwell stared across the open landscape below. The cliff gave him a full view of an expansive plain, littered with rows upon rows of tents from the opposing army's encampment, more than double the size of their own forces. 2 years after taking this job and I've regretted every minute of it. Shorting us on pay, ignoring advice, putting us in dangerous positions, why am I here again? I won't be able to sleep tonight in anticipation. Anticipation of what? Stuffing your face while others fix your mess? I haven't seen you do anything besides that since I've known you. I think the men are a little too eager, said Johnwell. Melchizedek continued. Oh, yes. Naturally. They feel the significance of tomorrow as well. Johnwell cleared his throat and cut in. I think we should withdraw to more favorable ground. Yes, we will slaughter them, we will. The would-be conqueror almost choked on his last words as he turned in the saddle of his mount. The short man's demeanor suddenly turned from one of excitement to confusion, and then anger. What do you mean withdraw? We have them right where we want them. This is what we've been waiting for. The setting sun bled across the land, reflecting dark purples and reds off the white canvases of the enemy's camp. Reminiscent of a bruise. A bleak reminder of what awaits us tomorrow. No, Melchizedek, I haven't waited for that. Commander! I'm speaking to you, said Melchizedek, his great jowls swaying. I hear you. And unlike you, I actually listen to the person I'm talking to. Melchizedek's face reddened. It's bad enough you and the rest of your tattered outfit of mercenaries fail to address me as your lord, but I will not be spoken to like some common soldier. Is that understood? No. You are not our lord and definitely not a soldier, just an employer. The Hell Patrol will not bend a knee to you. If you want someone to kiss your rear, you'll have to look to the rest of that motley army of yours. Have you forgotten that motley army has conquered over a dozen cities and hundreds of miles of land? An army you command? Johnwell snorted a laugh. Cities? Most of that land was filled with nothing more than small tribes and villages. Your army is not ready for this, said Johnwell, pointing toward the encampment. The men are going to face more than 2-to-1 odds against a better armed and better trained force. If they fail, then you have failed as a commander. No. I've told you we needed to spend money on better weapons, rather than your lavish indulgences. We need to push the men to work on actual skill sets rather than allow them to function as a badly organized mob. But you're too greedy to see that, so you keep pushing for more and undermining what I'm trying to do. Then you decide to engage an opposing army on a wide-open plain without cavalry to match theirs. Melchizedek ignored Johnwell's remarks, his voice low and even. I've waited too long for a kingdom to call my own. We will attack tomorrow and we will win. Otherwise, you and your outfit won't see the rest of your contract. Johnwell stared at Melchizedek, ready to reply, when the sound of approaching hooves and a shout from behind caught his attention. He held his employer's glare for a moment longer, then turned toward the approaching rider. He refused to continue the conversation and instead kicked his mount forward. I'm glad you've seen it my way, Commander, Melchizedek called out. Johnwell heard the amusement in his employer's voice as if the man had won some victory over him. Idiot. There will be no victory tomorrow. I hope you slice your own throat when you try to draw your sword in terror. The advancing rider bobbed in his saddle as he pulled beside Johnwell. The two mercenaries descended the rocky trail in silence, interrupted by Johnwell's heavy sigh and the grinding of teeth. Keep it up and you're liable to crack another tooth. Johnwell turned to the man in faded black robes. Are you my mother now? That's right, take it out on me, the mage muttered. That man is an absolute imbecile and he's going to get us all killed, said Johnwell. Probably, said Christian. But let me remind you who signed the contract. I know who signed the contract. If I wanted to take this abuse, I would have stayed with, what does Raker call him? Lord Roundness? Said Jonwell, coming to a halt. He drew a breath and calmed himself. Now what do you want? Well, remember that item I bought off a trader last time we were in Slum Isle? You know, to keep track of that particular situation of interest to you? Whispered Christian. Jonwell straightened in his saddle. Yes? Well, it worked. I mean, the king, he paused, passed away. Christian ran his fingers over his head, wiping the sweat from his brow, and pushed back his thin white hair. How? I don't know. The device wasn't designed to tell us how, just when. You sound surprised, said Jonwell. Well, there was always some question on whether it would work or not. The workings of such magical tools are not my expertise, you know. Don't give me that. That's not what you told me before. If I recall, you assured me that the moment something happened, the device would brighten and you'd be made aware of it. That was years ago. Jonwell scowled, growing agitated. Now, you're saying this was all in question? Christian cleared his throat. The uncertainty came when trying to confirm the tool's effectiveness at the time of purchase. Only the one who created the item could figure that out. However, I do know the device worked as intended. Would you swear on it? I'd swear on my honor as a mage. Jonwell snorted. Honor? Isn't that the same pledge you make when Raker accuses you of cheating at dice? Well, that's different, he smirked. My fingers are crossed then. The mage raised his hands and wiggled his fingers as the smile vanished. It's true. I'm sorry for your loss. A breeze from the north blew Jonwell's long auburn hair into his face. You have nothing to be sorry for, I'm not. He turned and kicked his horse into a quick trot, and the mage did the same. When we get to camp, gather the crew together and bring them back to my tent. Hell patrol only. I brought the device with me in case you wanted to see it for yourself. Christian reached into his robes and pulled out a round stone similar in appearance to a pearl, only larger. Jonwell reached out and grabbed the device without examining it, sticking it in his pocket. I'll ride ahead then. The short mage gave his horse a kick and galloped toward camp, bobbing in his saddle. When Jonwell entered camp, the sun had dropped below the horizon. A clear sky allowed the moon and stars to cast an eerie light on their sorry excuse for a camp, illuminating the soldiers' questionable activities. Jonwell didn't like what he saw. Men joked, drank, and did just about everything but ready themselves for the next day. The fools have grown just as overconfident as Melchizedek. Jonwell shook his head in disgust as he hearkened back to the days when he and Cassis had first left home and joined the Hell Patrol. They were led then by a man named Ronov, a hard but fair man who had taught Jonwell what it meant to truly lead an army. Jonwell was forced into command after Ronov died and kept the group's survivors together while rebuilding what Ronov had started. But now? He would bash my teeth in if he saw us working for Melchizedek. What was I thinking these past couple of years? I should have cut our losses long ago. As he made his way through camp, Jonwell stopped to speak with a few of the men at several fires. The soldiers had the sense to appear as if they cared about his advice regarding the impending battle, but Jonwell saw the truth of things behind their eyes. Melchizedek called this my army? It doesn't matter what I say or do because he will come in behind me and undermine my authority. This has never been my army. A man with short black hair waited outside the command tent. I take it you tried to talk some sense into them again? Asked Cassis. Jonwell gave the man a frustrated look but ignored the comment. Is everyone here? Almost. What's going on? Jonwell clasped Cassis on the shoulder. You'll have to wait like everyone else. Who are we missing? Just Hag. She said not to wait for her. Well, let's just say she and one of the Bizernians are a little busy right now. Cassus let out a shudder after finishing the comment. You're joking. I didn't think there was anyone here old enough or desperate enough. Apparently, she was quite convincing. The remainder of Johnwell's scowl vanished, replaced by a grin. Well, maybe it will improve her disposition. Ha! It couldn't hurt it, said Cassus as he opened the tent flap. Johnwell entered first and Cassus followed after, securing the flap behind him. The command tent was packed. Never meant to comfortably hold more than 20 men, 50 soldiers now filled the space. Johnwell made his way through the press, heading toward the back of the noisy tent, interrupting conversations along the way. He did no more to greet those he passed than offer a nod or a quick clasp of the arm. He wasted no time with small talk. Cassus remained by the tent entrance, ensuring no one uninvited snuck in. At the back of the tent, Christian waited next to a stool. I figured you might want to use this. Johnwell took a step up and looked down at Christian. Are we good? Yeah. People outside the tent can still hear our voices but no longer clear enough to understand what's being said. Johnwell raised his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, that's enough. He paused until everyone settled. We're moving out tonight. We'll leave after everyone is passed out or asleep. There's a more pressing job ahead for us. Conversations erupted amidst a press of questions. Johnwell raised his hands again for silence. I know you have questions, so let's make this quick and I'll answer what I can for now. The rest will have to wait. A man leaning against one of the tent poles was the first to speak. He held a small dagger in one hand, cleaning his fingernails. The man didn't look up when he spoke, but his words were clear and to the point. I know things are looking pretty bleak out there, but it's not like us to renege on a contract, boss. Doesn't help our rep, you know, said Croak. And some contract it is. We've been moving around this continent for over 2 years now with Melchizedek and haven't been paid half what he owes us. The way I look at it, he broke our contract a long time ago. I take the blame for letting things get this bad. But trust me, thanks to his spending habits, the man is penniless. He's counting on tomorrow's battle to bring in the cash he sorely needs. That's not a situation I want to be a part of. As far as our rep goes, I think staying and getting crushed along with him would do more harm than leaving now, don't you? He paused and then glared at everyone around the tent. It's about time you came around, boss, said Croak, cold eyes flashing. We were starting to wonder about you. It's one thing to die if you're leading us, but another thing entirely to fight under Melchizedek. I'd rather cut my own throat and be done with it. Johnwell looked around the room. Does he speak for everyone? Heads nodded and a few grunted in agreement. Good. What else? Usually too shy to speak up in front of others, the young woman surprised Johnwell. I know that army out there isn't much, Commander, but there are a few we could use that'd be willing to come with us. Some might even be hell patrol material after a couple of real battles. The deep color of her tight red ponytail contrasted against pale skin and blue eyes. Is there something specific you're asking? Said Johnwell. Yanissi shifted the black long bow from her right hand to her left, whispering. Can we take those who are interested in coming with us, sir? If you're looking for someone to warm your bed at night, I'd be more than happy to oblige. We don't need to bring another squad aboard for that, do we? Said the man next to her as he flashed a dirty grin. Yanissi turned and jabbed him in the groin with her bow. The ragged man fell to the ground, hands between his legs, groaning in pain. Raker, if you open your mouth one more time, I'll cut off what little you got, do you hear me? The commander had witnessed the scene far too many times. The comments toward Yanissi used to bother him since he took her in as a young girl, treating her like the sister he left behind. But over the years, she had proven more than once that when pushed, she could take care of herself. So he learned to let those comments go, knowing no ill was meant by them. Just the way Raker is anyway, always knowing how to get under people's skin. Her voice quieted again as she turned back to Jonrel. It's not like that, sir. Rigger is one of them and he's one of the best scouts we've ever had. I just think it'd be a waste to leave anyone behind if they could help us on the next job is all. Ah, now I see. I'll have to talk to her in private then, and perhaps Rigger for that matter. Jonrel answered her question by addressing everyone. If you can actually find someone out there that is worth taking along, then so be it. I'll trust your judgment. But don't bring it up until we are about to leave. I don't want our plans to reach Melchison. If anyone looks like they'll be trouble, end it quick. I don't want someone flapping off the second we turn our backs. He paused. Anything else? We need to wrap this up before the camp starts to get suspicious. One more, said Cassis, still standing in the back of the tent. What's the job? Jonrel smiled, eyeing the man who had been his best friend since they were both boys. We're going home, Cassis. There were several questioning looks and grunts at that. Jonrel paused to let them die down before continuing. We're going to Cadonia. The princess, soon to be queen, is hiring us, only she doesn't know it yet, said Jonrel, watching as his friend's face went white. Where are Cassis and Christian? They should be here by now. You got me, boss, said Croak, again cleaning his nails. We'll give them 10 more minutes and then we head out. They can catch up later. Whatever you say. Is that really necessary? Is what necessary? That, said Jonrel, pointing at the dagger. How can they be dirty if you're constantly cleaning them? They aren't. Just habit, I guess. Like the way a blade feels in my hand is all. Croak sheathed the knife and looked up. Don't sweat it, boss. They'll be here. Jonrel sighed. They better. See, that's them coming out the camp now, said Croak with a nod. He pulled out a different knife, picking at the nails on his other hand. Jonrel shook his head and turned toward the encampment. He squinted and saw some movement but couldn't make out more than a few shapes in the night. The distance was too great. How can you tell it's them? I can't. Croak shrugged his shoulders. Just trying to be positive is all. You're unbelievable, you know that. Thanks. It wasn't a compliment. Croak sheathed his blade and pulled out another that he started spinning in his hand. A small grin crawled across his face and he watched the blade dance in the moonlight. How about you do something useful and grab Yanissi? Something's up and I need her eyes. That's definitely Cassis in front, but there is no way that many soldiers were worth bringing with us. Sure thing, boss. Jonrel watched the line continue to creep along, ending with several wagons in tow. One above, there must be over 200 horses in that group. That's near half the cavalry. Jonrel twisted his head around as he heard a soft voice. Croak said you needed me, sir? I thought you said only a few men were worth bringing along? Well, sir, the number was probably closer to 15. Then I need you to get up that hill and tell me what's going on because there are a lot more than 15 soldiers coming this way. Yes, sir, said Yanissi. Jonrel watched her scamper up the hill. She took a moment to position herself. Jonrel gave her a few moments then asked, Well, do we have trouble? I don't think so. I need something more than that. Well, that's definitely Cassis in front and you can tell that's Christian way in back by the way he can barely stay on his horse. So if it was a trap, I don't understand why Melchison would let them ride unguarded. The real issue is what's going on with everyone else. What do you mean? Well, they look more uncomfortable than Christian on those horses, almost like they never rode one before. They're all pretty small too and don't carry themselves like a bunch of soldiers. Jonrel squinted into the night, thankful for the clear sky. His eyes weren't nearly as good as Yanissi's, but now he knew what to look for and what she said made sense. He realized what was going on. Sir, is everything all right? Do I need to ready the rest of the men? No, everything isn't all right. But we aren't in any trouble just yet, snapped Jonril. He sighed as Yanissi flinched from his tone and he realized he was taking his anger out on the wrong person. Good job. Even in the dark, he saw the young woman blush. Thank you, sir. But I don't understand what's wrong. He muttered a curse. Those aren't soldiers in that train. Those are Melchisen's slaves. Jonril waited at the bottom of the small rise, watching in silence. With each step the horses took, he saw how awkward the riders were. Cassis came up to Jonril. Neither said a word. The commander watched each brown-skinned slave make their way past, noticing not only men, but women and children, tucked away in the covered wagons. Jonril waited until Krishan neared before speaking. You too. Come with me. The three men rode off and stopped just out of earshot of the others. Jonril's eyes went back to the slaves trying to keep control of their animals. His men were in the midst of the chaos, doing their best to manage the situation. The commotion could wake the dead. Jonril's face hardened. He spoke, ice-lining his voice. Start explaining. The plump mage cleared his throat and started to reply, well, you see. But Jonril cut him off, scowling at the two men. I wasn't asking you. He glared at Cassis. I know this was your idea. Well, you said we could take anyone who was interested in coming with us, said Cassis. Jonril cut in again. Don't give me that. These people aren't soldiers. What were you thinking? They belong to Melchisen and so do the horses and wagons. Well, I figured he still owes us quite a bit on our contract. We could sell the horses and wagons when we make it to port. That should cover most of it. And leave the cavalry even weaker than before? Very compassionate. What about the slaves? Said Jonril. Cassis spat, growing agitated. That's what I think about Melchisen, his cavalry, and his army. He was going to send the Byzernians to their deaths tomorrow. What do you mean? I overheard him talking to one of his captains. They were planning to have the slaves in front of the infantry. They were going to give them some crude weapons, and use them as human shields. He said it was becoming too costly to keep them alive. And so you thought to take them with us? Seemed like the right thing to do. Maybe. But it definitely wasn't the smartest. This continent has kept Byzernians as slaves for decades. No one would find fault with Melchisen for doing what he liked with his property. That doesn't make it right, Jonril. Jonril shook his head. He may have overlooked the Hell Patrol and a few deserters leaving, but almost 300 slaves besides? Not likely. I wasn't going to leave them to their deaths, said Cassis. Jonril sighed. He looked up into the night sky, speaking to no one in particular. Why do you keep testing me? He met Cassis's eyes. Then they're your responsibility. You're in charge of their organization, their needs, and their final destination because they aren't coming with us to Cadonia and I won't have them place us in any unnecessary danger. Cassis nodded. I expected as much. Jonril turned to Krishan, jabbing a finger at him. You're going to help him the entire way to port. What? I just happened to be leaving camp at the same time as they did, said Krishan. Don't take me for a fool. You did something to the camp, otherwise they'd already be after us. Well, I may have added some of my own special brew to their mugs. It's designed to ensure a man sleeps soundly the night before a big day, you know. But I really don't see what that has to do with anything. The mage ran his fingers through the few wisps of long hair remaining on his head, trying to repress a grin. Of course you don't. But they are just as much your responsibility as Cassis's. Jonril glared at both men waiting for an argument, surprised there was none. He added, when will your special brew wear off? In a few hours, not long after dawn, said Krishan with a sullen huff. Plenty enough time to prepare for their deaths then? You're getting soft from hanging around Cassis so much. The sound of hooves approaching caught their attention, and the three men looked back toward the disorder. Sitting astride a white mount rode one of the slaves. Like most slaves from the Byzernian islands, the man was very thin, and average in height. As the rider pulled up, General could make out his age by the bright moonlight, late 50s by his estimate. The man had a spryness about him though, evident by the confident way he sat upon the horse. The slave gave a bow, showing far more control at the reins than the others of his race. "Wicwa, good to see you," said Cassis with a smile. "Your skills with a horse are impressive. My previous master had me care for his animals. I am a bit more familiar with the beasts than most of my people." He bowed again, addressing General. "Commander, I came to thank you on behalf of my people. Your kindness is unmatched for a man in your profession. Keep your thanks, Wicwa, and give it to Cassis. This was his idea, not mine. Even so, the final decision is yours as commander." The old man's eyes glanced to each of the three mercenaries. "And pardon my assumption, but it appears you will allow us to travel with you, and for that I am grateful. We promise not to be too much of a burden on you or your men during our journey." A loud crash ripped through the night, and they looked up to the shuffling mounts of the Byzernians. The mercenaries pointed and cursed at an overturned wagon, Glacker the most vocal of all. The bear of a man threw people around left and right for not moving quickly to rectify the situation. General snorted, "Well, Wicwa, here is your chance to keep your promise." "Yes, Commander. I must return to my people. Very few speak anything other than their native tongue." He bowed again before riding away. "That bowing is going to get annoying," said General. "Well, be prepared to see a lot of him." "That's the one Heg latched onto," said Cassis. "What?" said Christian, gagging. General decided against saying anything as he watched the commotion of slaves fumbling with righting the overturned wagon. He nodded at the two men. "Your responsibility, remember?" The two men looked at each other and mumbled something as they rode. General shook his head. "One above, what did I get myself into?" For 2 weeks, the Hell Patrol struggled across broken terrain that hindered them at every move, and the coast still lay another week ahead. The journey should have taken 10 days at most, but with so many slaves and their families, they struggled each day just breaking camp, let alone traversing through the expansive plain and now into the rocky hills. Cassis had sworn to General that the slaves would not hinder his progress when they left Melchisen's army, but that is exactly what happened. I should leave them behind. Each day here is one less in Cadonia, and one I can't afford to lose. General glanced back to Cassis, who talked with Wicwa as they rode. He knows I won't leave them behind now. Orange and red lines seeped across the horizon as the sun fell behind low-lying clouds that lay over distant hills. General halted, and ran fingers through his long hair before scratching the stubble at his neck. His hand went to his breast pocket, feeling for the stone Christian had given him. "Another day gone, and yet I feel no closer." Croak came up beside him, spinning a knife in his hand, the eagle-shaped hilt shimmering in the fading sunlight. He looked up, blade turning as he spoke. "I think those slaves are done for the day, boss. It seems we're stopping earlier each day." He sighed. "Make camp and have Yanissi set up the watch." Croak shifted the knife from one hand to the other. General looked over at him, his gray eyes weary. "Why don't you grab a dozen men to go hunting?" "I'm getting sick of salted beef." Croak nodded and rode off. Night came quick and they finished camp by firelight. Croak had come across a small herd of wild buffalo, almost getting himself killed while taking one down with only a pair of throwing knives he had sunk into each of the charging beast's eye sockets. The men who accompanied Croak told the tale to all who would listen, saying it was one of the most amazing things they'd ever seen. Stupidity can often be confused for amazing. Larger pieces of the massive beast roasted over spits while cooks sawed off smaller chunks to throw into soup pots. Soon after, Jonrel sat near one of the cook fires, spooning the rich stew from a trencher. Staring into the flames, his hand subconsciously reached for his breast pocket again. "Good stew," said Christian, sitting down beside him. Jonrel blinked away the glaze from his eyes, scratching his chest with the hand he had reached with. He took another bite and nodded. "A perk of dragging this group around with us. I'm surprised Hag has stayed out of the Byzernian women's way. She can ruin a dish just by looking at it." The mage chuckled and set a pair of cups down on the ground between them. "Oh, she's tried a few times but with only a half-hearted effort. Too anxious to do some cooking of her own under the sheets with that old-timer." "Old-timer? Last I checked Wicwa wasn't much older than you." "That's uncalled for. I may be old but I've got enough of my wits not to go messing around with her. I'll give you that." Jonrel looked down at the tin cups. He picked one up and held it to his nose, smelling the contents. "I hope it isn't your special brew?" Insults and now, accusations. The mage shook his head and clutched his faded cloak. "I am truly hurt. I'm waiting. Don't worry. It's some tea that Wicwa made. I know better than to give you anything with alcohol in it." Jonrel inhaled the contents again before taking a sip. He nodded in satisfaction. "I like it. Thanks." The two men grew silent, watching the flames dance around a roasting leg, crackling as fat dripped into them. Men sat in smaller groups around the various campfires, some playing dice, others checking their weapons. The smartest slept while time permitted. "You need to talk to him, you know," said Christian. Jonrel inclined his head. "Talk to who?" "Cassus. The man has been a wreck ever since you mentioned Cadonia." Jonrel snorted. "And that's my fault? I've tried to approach him several times. I've known the man since we were boys. He'll talk to me when he's ready. He's scared." "Mention something about his father," said Christian. "The man has fought in more battles than I can remember and he fears seeing disappointment in the face of a feeble old man?" Jonrel shook his head. "Cassus has to face his fears one day. And this return home doesn't bother you?" Jonrel opened his mouth, but a shout from behind cut him off. "Commander!" He stood up, seeing the young man running toward him. The youth was tall and lean with blonde hair and blue eyes, face without even a day's worth of growth. The boy looked more like some dashing knight or fabled prince than a scout for a group of mercenaries. Still, Rigger's skills as a scout exceeded anything Jonrel had seen in years. 320 horses are camped just a couple leagues away. Melchison is leading them. The fool survived? "Yes, sir. He's looking pretty beat up, right arm in a sling, but it's him all right." "What about the rest? What shape are they in?" "They've been pushed hard. Most of their horses are ready to drop and some of the soldiers aren't far behind. Still, they're well armed and from the looks of it pretty determined. Looking to take their failings out on us it would seem," said Jonrel. "Well, we did skip out on them," said Christian. "Take half a dozen men. Find a place we can make our stand." Jonrel jerked his head back to his left. "Those hills we spotted earlier could be a likely spot. Start there and be quick about it." Then he turned to Christian. "Pass the word to break camp. We leave in half an hour. No exceptions. You and Yanissi have rear guard. Tell Cassus to arm as many of those slaves as he can. Melchison has more than 4 times our number, so we'll need all the help we can get come tomorrow." The men nodded and set off to their tasks, Rigger sprinting with all the vigor of youth and Christian plodding along as fast as his frame would allow. Jonrel overlooked a deep valley as the first light crept in from the eastern sky. The floor of the valley descended in a gradual slope, covered in rocks. From his vantage point, he could see the rocks rested in a dry riverbed, likely to flood again with the next hard rain. Other hills overlooked similar views, but no other valley was quite so deep or filled with such hazardous terrain. From the floor, the landscape did not seem as treacherous, with small outcroppings of vegetation covering holes and rocks half hidden beneath the plant life. Such terrain would twist a leg at best, cripple or kill at worst. Last night men, women, and children alike worked in the dusky gloom, first traversing the harsh valley, pushing and prodding animals and wagons. All got by with only minor injuries. The focus then turned to preparing for Melchizedek. Jonril assumed his former employer had no clue how close his outfit camped to them. If he had, last night would have been the time for an attack while we were scrambling around in the dark, hindered by the Byzernians. But Jonril knew he could rely on Melchizedek's lack of experience. Sunlight crawled across the hilly land and spread into the valley just as the last of Jonril's men moved into position. The sound of soft footsteps approached from behind, but Jonril kept his gaze set on the western entrance to the basin. If all went well, Melchizedek's outfit would enter there, riding into the sunlight. "Are we ready?" he asked. "Yep," said Cassis. Jonril turned to face his friend. "I wasn't expecting to see you here. I thought it best to bring you the news." Jonril grunted as he caught friend's meaning. "They haven't changed their minds then?" "No. Wicwa said that his people will not fight. They can help in other ways, but it is against their beliefs to physically harm another. And they wonder why they were slaves," Jonril muttered under his breath. "I'm just the messenger." "You do have to admire their resolve though. The one above can have their resolve. I'd rather have fighters." "Will their men still participate as decoys at least?" "Yes." Jonril shook his head. "Hypocrites. I ought to leave them here for Melchizedek. That would buy us enough time to get ahead of his company." "Many in your position would," said Cassis. "But you won't." The commander paused, breaking his stare with Cassis. "No. I won't. But that doesn't mean I haven't given it thought." "Of course you gave it thought." "What is that supposed to mean?" "It means you always consider every scenario. But in the end, your decision tends to be the right one." Jonril considered his friend's words, thoughts drifting back to a time in their youth. 12 years ago, Cassis. "Did I make the right decision then?" Cassis frowned. I don't know." He paused. "But I know you're making the right one now by going back home." He bit his lip. "I just hope that when the time comes, I make the right decision as well." Jonril opened his mouth, wanting to ask what he meant but couldn't find the words in time. An arrow struck the ground no more than 2 feet from him, shaft vibrating to and fro. Red fletching told him the arrow belonged to one of his men. He looked up and spotted the archer waving from a nearby hill. He waved back and the archer let fly 2 more arrows. One landed near a group of men stationed around wagons on the eastern side of the valley. The second struck near a group of archers stationed on Jonril's hill, just below his position. In both cases men jumped, nearly falling over as the shaft struck within a hair's length of them. The archer waved again before ducking out of sight. "Yanissi sure is getting bold, showing off like that." Cassis grunted. "Bold as long as she has a bow in her hand, without it she's still as shy as ever and will barely meet your eyes." "I wish I knew why." "You can't be serious, Jonril. As much as you notice everything else in this group, it seems you'd realize she wants your approval and can't stand to let you down. Why else do you think she is so obsessive about that bow? She wants to be the best, probably for your sake more than her own." Jonril shook his head. "She knows how I feel." "I don't think she," started Cassis. "Melchisedek's earlier than I thought he would be," cut in Jonril. "Now isn't the time for this, Cassis. He isn't known as an early riser." Cassis let it drop. "Well, you always found a way to get him up before. Why should that change now?" At the base of the hill, men positioned behind wagons waited for the enemy to appear, staring into the dawn. The archers on the ridges stood in orderly ranks, waiting for the command to fire. Jonwell felt the tension rising from his men. "Come on, we need to get ready ourselves." The sound of pounding hooves reached Jonwell's ears as Melchisen's men entered the mouth of the valley. The ground near the western entrance did little to reveal the treacherous slope that followed deeper after a small bend in the path. Jonwell suspected Melchisen would ignore the glaring sun and push on over the rough terrain, bent on reclaiming his slaves. Still, to encourage the poor decision from his former employer, Jonwell sent many of the Byzernians to fill in holes and clear away stone near the entrance of the gorge during the night before. Byzernians moved about on the opposite side of the valley, acting as if caught unaware by the sight of Melchisen rounding the turn on the other end. Some of the former slaves even fled, and Jonwell saw Melchisen shout back orders to his men, signaling a charge and spurring his horse forward. Jonwell chuckled to himself as the plump man took the bait, nearly falling from his saddle at the sudden increase in speed. His men poured ahead of their would-be lord, impatient to wait for their leader to regain his seat. The wave of cavalry advanced, seeing what they wanted to see, easy prey fleeing on foot, a chance to seek retribution. But no sooner did the charge seem to come together, than it fell apart. Camouflaged holes snapped horses' legs from the cavalry traps set the night before by Hell Patrol members while the Byzernians worked on clearing the valley entrance. Jonwell stood up, waving both hands above his head, signaling men on another ridge. Christian stood, lifting one palm to the sky and aiming the other at what remained of Melchisen's army. A flash of light shot from his outstretched hand, blinding man and beast alike. Then with a shout, the Hell Patrol loosed their arrows. Those still saddled wheeled their mounts, and those unhorsed still able to walk, fled on foot. Among the later group, Melchisen hobbled along, using his sword to support himself. Jonwell allowed himself a smile as he watched the man raise a fist in anger at every rider who passed him. Arrows continued to drop during the retreat as men perched on either side of the valley descended the slopes. A quick thrust from sword or knife silenced screams of agony from the dozens of riders. Man and beast alike had shattered their bones on the stone-covered ground, nearly a third of those who entered the valley. Raker was among those on the ground, grinning ear to ear. He looked up as Jonwell neared, his left cheek puffed out with a mouthful of chew. "Woo, we got him good," he said, running another man through. "I can't wait to find Lord Roundness down here. Think I'll give him a stab whether he needs one or not for old time's sake." He laughed. "Sorry, but I saw him stumbling away with the others." The mercenary's eyes widened as he let out a string of curses. "We gotta get after him then." Jonwell just shook his head. "He's done. No sense in wasting more time. Those on horse that got away still outnumber us, and we already know we can't rely on the Byzernians to fight. We need to get moving in case they decide to attack again once we're on open land." Raker spat. "Ain't that more of a reason to go after him?" "No. Those who came into the valley looked pretty beat up from the battle we skipped out on, but we don't know if others still loyal to Melchisen survived the fight." Slaves hurried about near the wagons, getting ready to move when the order came. Raker shook his head in disgust and stabbed another groaning soldier in the gut, twisting the blade until the man heaved his last breath. The mercenary spat on the man's face when he was done. "Is that really necessary?" "Is what?" Jonwell gestured toward the body. "Oh, that? That was personal. I remember this one calling me a cheater when we were playing cards once." "Were you cheating?" "Of course. But that don't give him the right to call me one," said Raker. Jonwell shook his head. "Commander! Commander, wait." "Please," said Wicwa, sprinting across the valley with the grace of a man half his age. "However old that is." Jonwell barely noticed the desperation in his voice, too busy watching the man negotiate the rough ground far better than he could. "What is it, Wicwa?" "Commander, please. I beg you to stop these men from what they are doing." He held a look of horror as Raker slit a man's throat. I can help those who have fallen as well as the horses. Why? Are you some kind of healer? We don't have time for that, said General, agitated at the thought. Yes. Many of my people are. It is our way to heal, not harm. I promise you it will not take long. General considered what he said for a moment. Then work on the horses, but leave the men. But, Commander, these men. General cut in, his voice turning to ice in the warm morning air. These men tried to kill you, your people, and mine. Before that, they treated you like scum. If we allow them to live, expect more of the same. Now, if you want to do something to feel better about yourself, heal the horses. We could use them. Wicwa bowed his head, but the expression on his face said he was not pleased with the answer. Very well. You have kept my people safe again and I am grateful. I will do as you command. The Hell Patrol made camp a day and half's ride from Pontisur, the largest port on the continent, Matarsis. The extra half-day in distance pushed everyone far from the busy road to avoid undue attention. A mercenary group coupled with several hundred Byzernians would raise questions. Digging trenches and setting up palisades with the midday sun high overhead, men and women worked in a silent rhythm. The silence did not last long. I'm too old for this, you know. Liable to catch a stroke or something, mumbled Hag in a raspy voice. The squat woman paused for a moment, waiting for acknowledgement. With no response, she spoke again, this time louder. I said I'm liable to catch a stroke with all this work. The old woman threw a spade of dirt on General's leg, punctuating the remark. The commander stopped and knocked the soil away, though he didn't know why. I haven't seen a bath in weeks. He met her eye. Funny how you've got the energy for that young stud of yours, but when it comes to actually doing your job you start to gripe about being old. He motioned to Wicwa, a man young enough to be Hag's son, but old enough to be General's father. The Byzernian was busy sharpening stakes. You don't hear him complaining. Yeah, well, that's why I like him. He doesn't say much. If I wanted a bunch of useless conversation, I'd come looking for you. You ever thought he doesn't say much because he can't get a word in edgewise? General looked to Wicwa and swore he saw the smallest of grins creep across his face. The short woman threw another spade of dirt on General's leg. Keep it up. I've never seen such ungratefulness after all I've done, taking care of them animals for all these years now. You know your way around a mule when the urge strikes you. Speaking of that, you've been growing lax on those duties as well. I'm doing nothing of the sort. Just doesn't make sense to waste my time on all the ones we picked up from Melchizedek if we're going to turn around and sell them. I still mind your mount and the others I know that'll be coming with us. Good. Since you are up on your other duties, then you have plenty enough time to help here like everyone else. The old woman just grunted and grumbled again, flicking one last spade of dirt before returning to her task. General knew digging a third trench was overdoing it, but he wasn't taking any chances as he expected Cassis back sometime yesterday. Besides, it always helps to keep a soldier busy. Upon arrival, he sent Cassis and a small group of men into the city. They were to secure passage across the ocean based on what Melchisedek's goods fetched on the open market. General sent Christian with the group for added protection, but he was also glad to have him out of his hair. The old mage had been acting strange since finding out Cadonia's king had died, and stranger still since the skirmish in the valley. Christian had said that he had never seen anyone heal with greater ease or knowledge as Wicwa had. Impressed over a bunch of horses. He shook his head. Hag remained quiet far longer than General would have thought possible before she started back up again. This time she directed her wrath elsewhere, taking her aggression out on the Byzernian women who cooked. She didn't seem to care that most of them couldn't understand a word she said. It only enticed her further. Before long, she began flinging dirt into the path of women as they carried firewood for the cook fires. Eventually, even those peaceful women showed irritation and sent icy stares in Hag's direction. She hasn't lost that magic touch. General grinned. A shout from Yanissi, signaling that Cassis and the others were returning, put an end to the strife. It's about time. General jumped at the chance to send Hag to care for their animals and climbed out of the trench. He told Yanissi to have Cassis and Christian join him in the command tent. Blacker had been cursing under his breath for almost an hour. Croak knew that was a record somewhere. He sure couldn't imagine spending that much time talking, especially repeating the same 4 or 5 words. After an hour of hearing Blacker go on, he reckoned it was about time he at least asked what bothered him. Croak threw his spade into the dirt and pulled out a dirk. He began picking at his nails, noticing a few specks of grime that had accumulated. You gonna keep that up the whole day, Blacker? The wild man from Thuram turned around, sweat soaked his hair and beard. He spat, most of it dribbling down into the thick tangled mess on his chin. What are you jawing about? You ain't shut up since we moved to this part of camp. What's got you all worked up? Not what? Who? Huh? General's lost it, Croak. Sticking our necks out for these brown devils ain't what the hell patrol's about. And yet, we've been dragging them around for weeks. On top of that, we're going to buy them passage home. That's money that could be in our pocket. You ain't seemed to mind them Byzernians when they were Melchizans. I believe you visited a few of their women pretty regularly? Yeah, that's about all they're good for, too. But now, they act like they're suddenly too good for that. And there it is, said Croak, clicking his tongue. Since they ain't slaves any longer, they won't let you have your fun anymore. Blacker spat. Ain't no woman gonna tell me what I can or can't do. Especially not any of them brown-skinned dogs. But General did, didn't he? You know he's always been too soft. That background of his and his high and mighty standards. Ain't nothing soft about showing some respect to women. That's funny coming from a killer like you. Croak shrugged, killing and raping ain't really the same thing. Blacker laughed. Sure they are. They both get your heart racing, and when I'm done, I'm the only one who's happy. Blacker went back to shoveling. Croak sheathed the blade and followed suit. And that's why you ain't the one leading us. General had just enough time to splash some cool water on his face and neck, washing off the day's grime, when the 2 men strolled into his tent, looking ragged. General took a sip of tea and gestured for them to have a seat. I was beginning to grow worried. No doubt, said Christian, easing into a chair. You've got a stronger camp here than I've seen in some time. General shrugged. Better safe than sorry. Was there any trouble? I expected you a day ago. Some, but nothing major. We scared off a few men looking to rob us as we left the city. Cassis thought it best to take a different route back. We covered our tracks in case they returned with more. Good. Do we have ships secured? 2. 1 for us and 1 for the Byzernians. The ships are owned by the same man. The price is reasonable, and best of all, he'll organize the sale to pay for the ships after inspecting the goods we haul with us. General looked over at Cassis, who had yet to sit down. What kind of shape are the ships in? Christian answered, though General had directed the question at Cassis. Although they're traders, both ships are strong and in fair enough shape. The old mage glanced nervously about. Given that we may have to improvise in open water if pirates attack, we spoke with the captains as well. Both are well-seasoned men. Can we trust them? Asked General, as he watched Cassis pace the room. The old mage gave a tense chuckle and fidgeted in his seat. I learned a long time ago not to trust anyone, General. You know that. Cassis's face held a faraway stare. The commander set his cup down. Cassis, you haven't said a word. What's bugging you? Do we need to be wary about the captains? The captains are fine. He looked up and cleared his throat after a long pause. I've decided to go on with the Byzernians. Jonrel felt like the chair was taken from under him. He looked to Christian. Is he serious? Silence. Jonrel turned back to Cassis. I don't believe this. They'll need help, said Cassis. The ships we procured are going in opposite directions. You'll be heading north while the other is entering a southern port near one of their islands. They won't have any protection on their journey home. Protection? You're one man, said Jonrel. One is better than none. This is crazy. Do you have any idea how long it will take you to secure a ship from there back to Cadonia to meet up with us? I'm not going to Cadonia. Jonrel's mouth hung open. I've lost my mind. That's the only thing that could explain what I'm hearing. I've gone mad. Cassis cut in. Look, I know this is a surprise. A surprise? I'd call it more of a slap in the face. We're going home. I need you with me. Cassis laughed, shaking his head. You've never needed me. I was the one who needed you. And you made sure to look out for me. Now I have the chance to do the same thing for these people as well as others. What do you mean others? There are slaves all over Matarsis, most are from the Byzernia Islands. I want to stay and help them. Jonrel looked up and mumbled to himself. One above, what have I done to deserve this? He snorted. Cassis, hero of slaves. What about your parents? What about them? Don't pretend that they ever cared for me. I doubt they even remember they had a son. I can command you to stay, said Jonrel, trying a different approach. Not if I quit. I can command to have you restrained and loaded on the ship to Cadonia. Cassis smiled and stepped forward, placing a hand on Jonrel's shoulder. You can. But you won't. Jonrel felt the fight leave him. He knew his friend well enough to know there was no changing his mind this time. To continue reading the rest of Rise and Fall Book 1 of the Blood and Tears series, click here.